Shrouding the Heavens chapter 1359 to chapter 1401. Wusher's bell rang, shocking the world. After such an endless amount of time had passed, even great emperors had long passed away in meditation, so why was there a bell ringing in Purple Mountain now? Everyone in the world was stupefied. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't tremble, feeling a type of reverence towards Wusher's name from the very depths of their souls. Whenever this name was mentioned, the blood within their bodies would speed up. He was a synonym for supreme being and unmatched. Perhaps ordinary people didn't know about this, but Wusher's name had always circulated through the mouths of supreme experts, never declining, always discussed by others. All sides were silent, only the bell ringing resounded, all other sounds disappearing. The entire world could hear the bell ringing, looking towards Purple Mountain from the distance. Everyone was trembling, kneeling down in that direction. Bell waves spread out one after another, ringing through the Great Dipper. No one was injured, no life-restricted regions destroyed, only a type of mournful cry that carried a type of desolation. Even when the bell sounds disappeared for a long time, everyone was still petrified, unable to snap back to reality. He should have died a long time ago, passing away in meditation 80,000 years ago, his back facing all life. I previously felt a terrifying fluctuation that shocked past and present, heaven and earth trembling. This man really is too powerful, what a pity that he has also aged with the passage of time. Within the great life-restricted regions, ancient voices finally sounded, feeling great restraining fear towards Wusher. There was relief, but there were also sighs of regret. As time flowed on, great existences aged one after another. The most powerful supreme beings from past to present left this world one after another, difficult to see again. It truly left one regretful. That time 80,000 years ago truly left everyone shocked. No one expected him to live until the modern era. What a pity for this type of man. In the end, he could only silently die alone in that lonely mountain. If he appears again, there is only one possibility, and that is that he is standing in immortal domain. Impossible, the path of immortality is destined to be lonely, the people of this world will never be able to see him again. There is no way he could have fought his way into immortal domain 80,000 years in advance. The great restricted regions gradually calmed down. They knew that this wasn't Great Emperor Wusher, just a bell he left in the world of mortals. It rang in a drawn-out manner, sending the human emperor off. This was a type of respect, sending off a senior human emperor. The real Great Emperor Wusher had become a pile of ashes 80,000 years ago. His back was facing all living beings, and he passed away alone in the passage of time. Wusher's bell was faint. The moment the bell wave stopped, the flowers around the Purple Mountain fell and turned into a giant coffin that flew across the sky. It arrived at the place where the human sovereign had turned into a rain of light and disappeared. Very few people could guess it, and most people did not know what had happened. In the end, the Purple Mountain became deathly quiet again. Not a single sound could be heard, as if the world was once again in complete silence. On the other hand, the various life-restricted areas fell into eternal monotony. There wasn't the slightest disturbance, and it was like a land of death where all vitality was obliterated. The human emperor returned. The short journey of life was like a flash in the pan. The Big Dipper storm ended again. Meanwhile, in the depths of the starry sky, the supreme beings of the younger generation were still competing, full of vigor, hot blood surging, striving for their own emperor paths. On the ancient starry sky path, the great demonic god, human king, Ditian, fairy Xianxia, and many others were competing for the position of number one deity in the human ancient land. In the human race's 50th city, Yifan confronted the overlord and was about to decide life and death. Yifan's hands moved about, laying down endless formations. Golden blood dripped from his 10 fingers, reviving the entire forbidden formation and isolating the overlord, almost refining him. Meanwhile, he gazed at the distant Big Dipper and thought of too many things. A human-shaped lantern accompanied him, swaying with a strange flame, making him seem incomparably mysterious. He was pondering over the mortal expiation scripture, thinking about the secrets of the ancient great emperors. Burying a corpse in a land that seized the world's natural luck could produce terrifying changes that were unpredictable. In the age of legends, a supreme being's corpse would produce a spiritual god. The body would have reincarnation imprints, and there was a saying that one's future body could be buried. There were even other unknown and strange transformations. From this aspect, the numinous treasure celestial being's creation of the mortal expiation scripture was simply too astonishing. What exactly did he foresee? Could it be that there would be a dark corpse calamity? Yi Fan thought of many things in an instant. The past had never happened, so would there be a celestial being's corpse calamity in the future? Just thinking about it would make one tremble in fear. One had to know that the burial grounds of the ancient great emperors were all extremely strange. Those places were unpredictable, and until now, not a single real emperor's corpse had been dug out. What did the numinous treasure celestial being foresee? That was why he created such a seemingly useless Taoist technique, but it had not been lost since the ancient times, as if it was used to intimidate the future. Beside Yi Fan, the human-shaped lantern emitted a faint light and the sound of chanting scriptures could be heard. That was the orthodoxy of the numinous treasure celestial being, the flawless mortal expiation scripture. It produced a strange and mysterious power. A faint green light shot out, and the blood altar not far away actually dimmed. The last wisp of corpse energy on it also disappeared. Yi Fan was alerted, and his eyes flickered with brilliance. At the same time, in the golden origin heaven formation, the tyrant roared even more sullenly. He was always unexpectedly suppressed and was in a disadvantageous position, which made him mad with hatred. He shouted, "Drink your blood to quench my anger." His body was burning fiercely. He was using the forbidden laws to tear a gap and was about to break out of the formation. Hearing this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He put his hands together and cast an even more complicated origin heaven formation. The moon fish and the sun fish intertwined and rotated. A celestial diagram flew up, and on it, there were the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers, like a seal of stars, mountains, and rivers. In the rumbling of the sky, the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers intertwined. The ancient formation was revived, and dazzling golden light boiled. The meteorites, mountains, and rivers merged into one, turning into the divine mountain seal. This was the combination of Yi Fan's Tao and origin heaven art. The formation condensed into the yin-yang life and death reincarnation seal, hard and soft at the same time. Boom! The huge seal fell, smashing the tyrant until blood spurted out of his orifices. His bones were all over his body, and he was sent flying, leaving a large patch of blood in the starry sky. Everyone was stunned. This was the great tyrant, but he was sent flying like a scarecrow. It was simply unbelievable. The golden formation and the divine seal formed by Yi Fan fused together. This was the highest manifestation of his secret art and formation technique. Ah, the tyrant roared in anger. He was unwilling to accept this. He was suppressed by the formation in this special area. How could he endure this kind of humiliation with his arrogant character? Yi Fan was cold and emotionless. His hands formed a seal, and his body emitted endless light. The forbidden ancient formation under his feet was revived again. Buzz, a pair of golden hands split the sky and earth in the boundless silver light. The universe seemed to be turned upside down, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Chaotic fragments exploded one after another. Finally, the pair of golden hands formed a seal and smashed down. The tyrant let out a sorrowful howl. His body was almost broken, and his bones were all white. Purple blood filled the sky. He did his best to resist. He wanted nothing more than to kill his way to Yi Fan and cut him in half. However, reality was cruel. Under the powerful formation of the ancient heaven, he couldn't move an inch. His whole body was covered in purple blood, and when the golden seal fell, his bones were broken and his tendons were torn. Yi Fan's golden hand slowly pressed down, and it was as if a vast continent was falling down. The tyrant was covered in purple blood, and when the golden seal fell, his bones were broken and his tendons were torn. "You want to drink my blood?" Yi Fan's eyes turned, and it seemed as if it was thousands of years ago. He stood in this formation like a ruler. The tyrant's long hair was disheveled, and purple blood splattered. His eyes were filled with a wild sharpness, and there was still a kind of aggressiveness. He shouted, "Do you dare to fight me? How? You used a higher cultivation level to suppress me, and now I use my own technique to kill you. Isn't that fair?" Yi Fan said coldly. His clothes were not stained with blood, and he was elegant and agile. He stood under the starry sky, surrounded by rivers of stars. He looked indifferent and otherworldly, as if a true immortal had descended. The veins on the tyrant's forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth, and he couldn't speak. It was originally a battle of the same cultivation level, but now it had developed to this stage. Boom! Yi Fan didn't give him a chance. He waved his hands, condensing the huge formation into a seal, and smashed it down again, wanting to finish off the tyrant once and for all. He cast a sun-moon-mountain-river seal, and the formation merged with the laws of the Tao to become a whole. He truly dominated the universe. This was an incomparably heavy blow. The condensed golden light of the formation crushed the universe. The tyrant couldn't dodge in time and was directly smashed. Crack! First, his arms broke, and his body flew out horizontally. In the process of retreating, the golden formation seal chased after him and directly struck his body. This was a bloody scene. His body was struck into two, and purple blood gushed out. His spine was shattered, and bone fragments flew in all directions. It was a horrible sight to behold. Dang! After a bell sound, the world became peaceful. A large purple bell rushed out from the tyrant's body. This was his artifact, and it suspended above half of his body. Strand after strand of bell-waved divine force descended to protect him. This battle should end. Yi Fan said coldly. No, this battle isn't over yet. I will fight against you for real, and we will fight without any difference in cultivation level. The tyrant roared. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. He believed that his true strength was number one under the heavens. Yi Fan stood in the river of stars, untainted by even a speck of dust. His clothes fluttered about, and he was like an immortal that crossed realms to arrive. He looked coldly at the tyrant, and after a long time of silence, he said, "Since you say so, I will give you a chance." No. In the distance, Lanma, the golden lion, and the sky scorpion were all anxious. You can't do this. Yang Yunting stamped his feet anxiously, afraid that Yi Fan would fall for the tyrant's trap. Everyone revealed a strange expression. Yi Fan originally had the upper hand. Could it be that he really wanted to change the situation and carry out a bloody battle? Fine, I will definitely slaughter you. The tyrant revealed a mouthful of snow-white teeth like a wild beast as he spoke coldly. Boom! Suddenly, the golden formation rumbled, descending from the sky, suppressing down murderously. Boundless stellar splendor descended, boundless like an ocean. You don't keep your word. The tyrant roared as he activated the large bell above his head to defend. Dang, the bell sound was long and drawn out, and the purple bell vibrated chaotically. The tyrant's body that had just reconstructed was torn apart again. His entire body was covered in blood, and he had suffered unimaginable injuries. Within the formation left behind by the ancient heaven, it was difficult for him to resist it no matter how powerful his divine abilities were. The ancient formation shook, and the sun, moon, and stars all fell. How could his body of flesh and blood withstand it, even with the supreme physique of the tyrant ether bloodline? It was impossible, Yi Fan replied coldly. I always keep my word. I will beat you until your cultivation level falls, until your origin is gradually obliterated, until you become a saint. At that time, we will fight at the same level, and I will slaughter you. You. The tyrant was so angry that he spat out blood, but he had nothing to say. He was the one who first suppressed Yi Fan with a higher cultivation level, and now, he was killed in a lower realm. The tyrant was truly sullen in this battle. It wasn't that he wasn't a match, but rather that he was completely suppressed in this star domain and had no power to retaliate. Divine physique, do you dare to fight for real? In response, Yi Fan directly made his move, evolving the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and merging it with the golden formation. A golden fist formation moved the will of heaven and earth and smashed down. Bang! The young supreme being of the tyrant blood lineage was in a miserable state. He was smashed into pieces by the golden divine formation, and even the purple bell flew out diagonally, buzzing and trembling non-stop. This was a type of absolute suppression. The golden blood of Yi Fan flowed within the heaven source forbidden formation, becoming a living divine chain of Tao laws. Every strike carried the divine might of the universe. Even someone as strong as the tyrant couldn't match up to the Saint King realm. If not for the secret character, he would most likely be in danger. He healed his injured body again and again, burning the purple divine blood, but his origin was damaged. His aura was clearly weakening, and if this went on, he would inevitably run out of energy. Roar. In the distance, the purple Qilin roared. Seeing the tyrant in such a miserable state, it smashed over like a purple star tyrant. However, the golden formation sealed the sky, turning this region into a forbidden area. It was futile, and in the end, it smashed itself into the ground, dripping with blood. Within the golden forbidden formation, the tyrant was incomparably miserable. His hair was disheveled, and his entire body was covered in blood. His bones were broken many times, and his flesh was reconstructed and broken. In the void there were specks of purple blood and even pieces of white bones. They were all shed by the tyrant and couldn't be merged with his true body. He burnt his essence blood to reconstruct a new body. At this moment, the secret character displayed its extreme profoundness. It could truly be considered an ancient technique of the immortal deity. In the past, there was a celestial being who was known to be immortal. He created this secret technique, seizing the mysteries of heaven and earth. As long as there was a drop of blood in this world, one could quickly reconstruct a divine body. "You can't kill me. Don't let me break out, or else I'll kill you," the tyrant said through gritted teeth, his snow-white teeth flickering with an eerie luster. Clang, Yi Fan's glabella flickered, and the primitive emperor's Taoist sword materialized and merged with the formation. It turned into a golden celestial sword and slashed down. This was a type of divine might. The Tao sword instantly enlarged to tens of thousands of zhang in length. Its entire body was golden, and it fused with the formation as one. It directly shattered the overlord's defensive divine light and chopped off his head. Blood splashed everywhere. He exploded there, teeth flying in all directions. His chin was smashed apart. It was incomparably terrifying. It was obvious that the overlord's strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been decapitated by a single sword strike. He didn't even have the strength to resist. "I am undying and indestructible, unparalleled in the world. Even if you can trap me, you can't kill me." The firmament tyrant bloodline's young supreme being was like a trapped beast. He released a low roar, his eyes deep and intimidating. He knew that the situation was terrible, but he couldn't change it. The ancient emperors have already passed away. You want to be immortal just because you have grasped the swordsman character? Dream on. I don't believe that I can't destroy you. If 1 time isn't enough, then I'll come 10 times. If 10 times isn't enough, then I'll come 100 times. Yi Fan was ruthless. His eyes were ice cold. He opened his right hand. The 9 ancient characters of the immortal scripture of sun flickered at the same time. They fused with the golden formation and turned into a golden prison, suppressing downwards. This was undoubtedly a disaster. The overlord attacked no matter how hard he tried to resist, but in the end, he couldn't escape the fate of being suppressed by the 9 golden ancient characters. Golden iron pillars towered one after another, and there were even more golden divine chains that interweaved. The prison truly appeared. There was a gap that couldn't be considered small, but it didn't leak through. This wasn't truly cast from divine gold, but rather the embodiment of order and natural laws. The divine chains sealed him within, roasting him, refining him, and obliterating his origin. Ah! The overlord screamed miserably. Under the most mysterious and terrifying formation of the ancient heaven and the refinement of the original technique, his entire body surged with purple energy. Streak after streak of divine splendor scattered. That was his divine force, his essence blood. It continuously scattered, turning into strands of essence energy that disappeared. That was the human body's most precious divine essence. The overlord roared, doing his best to resist. However, it was difficult to change anything. He was trapped within this formation, unable to display any divine abilities no matter how great they were. Finally, the 9 ancient characters dimmed. However, the overlord was also suppressed until he became a dried corpse. His essence energy was severely depleted. What kind of ability is this? Throw away the formation, do you dare to fight against me? He roared in anger. As you wish, I'll immediately satisfy you. Yi Fan replied. He took action again, producing the Taiji immortal diagram. It turned into a wheel that crushed the overlord. Kacha, the Sea of Reincarnation, Immortal Platform, and other secret realms within the Overlord's body released cracking sounds. His origin was severely damaged, and his cultivation suffered damage. I'll fight you to the death. The Overlord's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He understood his current condition too well. His opponent truly wanted to force him down to the Saint King realm, wiping out his origin and fighting against him at the same level. Yifan continued attacking. His hand slashed out as a golden cross-shaped slash flew out. The formation pressed down, breaking apart the Overlord's body, continuing to grind away at his immortal platform and the origin of his Sea of Reincarnation. Arg! Amidst the agonizing screams, the Overlord's body exploded. Even his immortal platform was torn apart, burning fiercely. Only after a very long time did he manage to reconstruct his body. In the starry space, everyone fell silent. The Overlord's performance in this battle was too miserable. He was almost tortured to death. Under the strange formation of the ancient heaven, he didn't even have the slightest strength to retaliate. Everyone couldn't help but to ask themselves. If they were in the Overlord's shoes, how long would they be able to persist? The answer might be even more tragic. The gazes of everyone changed when they looked at Yifan. Although his cultivation base wasn't at the Saint King realm due to his age, he actually had such heaven-defying methods. The Resurrection Ancient Heaven formation crushed the Overlord's body into pieces. This was truly shocking. The weak triumphed over the strong. At this moment, this was fully displayed. The Overlord was utterly defeated. He killed his way over from the depths of the starry space. Even with a higher cultivation base, he couldn't gain the upper hand. In truth, it would be better if they fought at the same level earlier. If that was the case, there would truly be a bloody battle. But now, it was completely one-sided. It's about time, let's do it again. Yifan coldly spoke. Violet blood splattered. The tragic experience the Overlord experienced earlier happened once again. The Golden Imprint, the Primordial Emperor's Tao Sword, and the 9 ancient characters of the Sun Immortal Scripture appeared one after another, slashing down. The Overlord was crippled by the Golden Formation, his body and bones were crushed multiple times. His immortal platform suffered countless sword strikes and his origin was severed, suffering from the most terrifying Tao injuries. His cultivation base was forcefully reduced and his divinity essence was severely depleted. He was almost completely annihilated. The character swordsman was truly unparalleled, but it wasn't omnipotent. He had to burn his divinity essence every time he used it. Now, he had long since run out of energy and his body's condition was extremely terrible. Under the final attack of Yifan, the Overlord's body transformed into a rain of violet blood. Chunks of his bones flew up as he rushed out of the divine formation. Rumble, the star field was always flickering with golden divine radiance. The formation left behind by the ancient heaven dimmed and returned to silence, revealing the bright starry sky. Everyone was stunned. Did he really remove the formation and want to fight the Overlord at the same level? He no longer relied on the forbidden original technique to kill. Is he crazy? He really dares to do this? The Overlord's cultivation base was severed and his origin was severed, causing him to fall to the Saint realm. All of this is too terrifying. People exclaimed. When they learned that Yifan had used a heaven-defying method to cut the Overlord into such a state, they were all stunned. Especially some of the envoys in front of them, their eyes were filled with coldness. At first, they recognized the Overlord and looked down on the saint physique, but now their views changed rapidly. No one would have thought that the Overlord would suffer such a terrible loss in the end after rushing from the depths of the Star Road. Saint Physique, you have angered me. After escaping from the formation, I will never step in again, and you have lost your final chance. Within the purple blood energy, pieces of sparkling white bones gathered together. Purple blood flowed in reverse, and flesh was reborn. The Overlord reconstructed his body and spoke in a sinister manner. Is that so? I've satisfied your wish. Come and fight. Yifan said calmly. The Overlord finished reconstructing his true body. He roared towards the heavens. The entire star field trembled and many stars trembled. He possessed a type of matchless aura. He opened his fingers. A spear that was scarlet red like blood flew over from the distance, trembling in his hands. It was precisely the ancient spear he threw away in the beginning. At this moment, blood-colored patterns flowed about, faintly discernible. This spear released waves of phoenix cries that were clear and ear-splitting, making one's soul tremble. Phoenix blood scarlet gold, everyone became stupefied. There was a portion of phoenix blood scarlet gold within this ancient spear. It was forged together with other divine materials, becoming a world-shocking weapon. However, it was overlooked by everyone. Now that it awakened, it became powerful to the extreme. At the same time, that great purple bell trembled, also flying back, suspending above the Overlord's head. It became even more mysterious, releasing waves of purple gold immortal energy. It was definitely made of divine materials. Saint Physique, I want to see how you are going to make me your enemy. The Overlord roared. He had endured so much humiliation just now, and now, he was going to vent it all out. Yifan laughed coldly and said, was it not enough just now? Now that we are fighting at the same level, you are even less of a match. Hand over your life. The heavenly tyrant bloodline's young supreme being roared angrily. The great purple bell above his head carried out defense, the phoenix blood war spear in his hand slaughtering over, incomparably domineering. Wung, a cauldron rushed out from between Yifan's brows, suspending above his head. Endless strands of silk scattered down, source energy hazy, protecting him within, impervious to all methods. At the same time, a light chong sounded. That black spear was summoned back by him, appearing in his hands. It released a draconic cry, incomparably sharp. Kill. The two of them released a low roar, turning into two streaks of resplendent light as they rushed at each other, carrying out a world-shaking decisive battle. The all-life source cauldron trembled, smashing the great purple bell until it wailed and backed up. In a confrontation of main weapons, Yifan occupied the absolute advantage. It was because this cauldron was too extraordinary and strange. How many weapons could compare to it? This was an immortal material selected by the vicious Great Emperor, condensed from her heart's blood. The black spear faced the phoenix blood war spear. King Chong sounds rang through the air, releasing dragon cries and phoenix cries. One could vaguely make out a black dragon and a blood phoenix, fighting intensely. The Overlord body really was too powerful. Even though it was tormented just now, it was still full of vigor and vitality, fighting a bloody battle against Yifan. It was as if a divine tiger had left its cage, exceptionally domineering. All around them, many ancient saints shivered inwardly. They asked themselves if they faced the Overlord, they would definitely quickly fall. Yifan didn't feel any fear. He even won just now, let alone now. He was calm and unhurried. Hong, suddenly, a third pair of terrifying fists entered the battlefield, sending the Overlord flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the Overlord bell even wailed endlessly. You. The Overlord was shocked and furious at the same time. It was because he discovered that there was another Yifan, his long sleeves fluttering about, but his pair of golden fists were extremely terrifying. He couldn't say anything. He wanted to berate the other party for not following the rules, but this was a type of secret technique of the other party, a true Dao body. I don't have time to waste on you. Right now, I'll give you two choices. Use the secret technique to exchange for your life, hand over the 9 ancient characters of the great immortal scripture, as well as the He character. Otherwise, I'll immediately kill you. Yifan said coldly. Everyone was petrified, all of them stupefied. The Overlord was arrogant, but Yifan was even more so. Now, he wanted the Overlord to use the secret technique to exchange for his life. This was just too shocking. Go to hell. The Overlord roared. Since that's the case, I'll take care of the ancient characters and the He character myself. Let's end this battle. Yifan said coldly. Hong Long, 2 Yifans, 2 demon-like figures, 2 pairs of golden fists, 2 dragon-shaped arcs, quickly moving about, sending the Overlord flying. Purple blood sprayed out from his mouth. The tyrant was flung into the air, blood gushing out of his mouth. His body was almost torn into pieces. Purple blood rained down from the sky, shocking everyone. 2 pairs of golden fists with 2 dragon-shaped arcs streaked across the sky. The two were like fiend gods attacking at the same time, sending the tyrant flying and almost shattering. What kind of battle prowess was this? The crowd was completely silent. This scene was too shocking, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts. If they were the ones fighting, they would definitely be smashed into a bloody mist. How valiant was the tyrant? Who didn't know about him on the ancient path? However, he couldn't block such a powerful attack and almost died on the spot. This was an absolute shock. In a battle of the same level, Yifan was clean and efficient. He immediately launched a thunderous attack, almost crippling the tyrant. The bones on his body were cracked in many places, and he couldn't even hold his fists together. Ah! The tyrant roared like a wounded beast. Purple blood flowed in reverse and converged on his wounded body. The secret character of the swordsman automatically operated to repair his wounded body. His bones crackled as they were reforged. You're just relying on secret arts. Don't think I can't deal with you. His eyes were purple, and it was hard to tell the whites from the pupils. They were frighteningly cold. The tyrant's battle intent didn't diminish. On the contrary, his fighting spirit rose as he stared coldly at Yifan. A powerful conviction rose in his heart. His hair danced in the wind, and his eyes were cold and frightening. His powerful battle intent surged, shaking the starry sky. The 10 warlords couldn't help but retreat. They didn't expect the tyrant to be so unyielding. He still had such fighting spirit after being injured so many times. I'm invincible! The tyrant roared. His entire body was covered in purple chi. His hair stood on end, and his eyebrows were also raised, releasing dazzling divine light. The entire starry sky trembled violently. In a battle of the same level, he didn't fear anyone. Even when he first fought against Yifan, he didn't fall into a disadvantage. Although he suffered a great loss later on, he was still full of confidence. Boom! The tyrant's fist swept across the sky, breaking the starry light in the universe. The two purple rivers seemed to connect the past and present, and their power was shocking. This was the tyrant's strength. A cold smile hung on Yifan's face. His two bodies moved at the same time. One went up to block, and the other ruthlessly suppressed and killed. With a rumble, the tyrant king was sent flying again. If he was fighting against Yifan, he would naturally be able to put up a fight. There was no need to doubt his strength on the ancient road of the human race. He was known as the paragon of the younger generation, and his reputation was not undeserved. However, when he fought against 2 Yifans, he found it difficult to fight at the same level. His arms were in tatters, and his body was almost crippled. He was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. Yifan didn't want to waste any time. Regardless of whether it was a battle of a higher realm or a battle of the same level, it was already clear. He quickly followed up and raised his golden fist to attack. Boom! The tyrant's eyes suddenly blazed like a torch, his blood essence burning all over his body. He shifted his position in a split second and dodged the killing blow of the 2 golden bodies. His body flickered in the starry sky like a war immortal descending to the world. He was extremely strong and unyielding. Suddenly, 9 foe gods appeared, and every one of them was identical to him. They attacked Yifan at the same time. Everyone was shocked, and their hearts raced. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the battlefield. Which of the saints hadn't cultivated the all-seeing eye? However, at this moment, they couldn't see clearly at all. They couldn't see through it, and they didn't know which one was the real one. The tyrant was too fast. He moved like a ghost, and the 9 foe gods attacked Yifan at the same time. It seemed that every one of the figures had shocking combat strength. They could cause chaos in the world, split the sky, and make the vast universe tremble. Purple chi surged, and it was a vast expanse. Oh no! Envoy Zhao Gongyi cried out. This was an ancient technique. If the foe gods were real, even with the all-seeing eye, it would be difficult to see through it in a short time. Once trapped, one would be in danger. The 10 overlord bodies moved together. Their combat strength was shocking, and no one could tell which one was the real one. If one was trapped in the middle, they would be beaten passively. One mistake could lead to death. Empty God 9 transformations. In the depths of the starry sky, an old man recognized this secret technique and couldn't help but be shocked. Apparently, even the Path Protector didn't know that the tyrant had this ancient technique. Boom, at this critical moment, Yifan used the attainment formula, and many seals appeared under his feet. He tore open a gap as fast as lightning and rushed out of the battlefield. The tyrant chased after him closely, and a monstrous divine might surged behind him. He was like a demon lord with overflowing ferocity. Some of the foe gods wielded the phoenix blood spear and attacked, piercing through the universe. Some of the foe gods waved their tyrannical fists and pressed forward. There are some secret techniques that I have never used before. I was prepared to surprise the great demonic god, King Renhuang, Ditian, and the others. I didn't expect you to force me to this step, he said coldly, his thick black hair dancing in the wind. Everyone's hearts trembled. The tyrant was indeed heaven-defying. He didn't use all his trump cards, and he still had some unique techniques and divine techniques. Swoosh, Yifan's true body and Dao body separated, and they each rushed to one side, displaying their Dao techniques in two different directions. Without a doubt, this was a wonderful technique to break through the 9 foe gods. The tyrant only had one true body, and the other 9 were foe gods. If they were too far away from the true body, the foe gods would become sluggish. In this way, some of the false bodies would be seen through very quickly. Yifan opened his heavenly origin eye, and his heart trembled. He could see through the fabrications and recognize the true body, but he also discovered that 5 of the foe gods had true battle prowess. The heavenly origin eye was very special, and it could see through fabrications. The other heavenly eyes also had their own advantages. For example, the martial path heavenly eye could slow down the opponent's moves by many times, and it could clearly see the changes within. The young supreme being of the tyrant heavenly bloodline is not to be underestimated. He condensed 5 foe gods, and all of them have powerful battle prowess. They are indeed meant to deal with the great demonic god, King Renhuang, and the others, a path protector said while standing in the starry sky. However, these foe gods had an obvious weakness. Their battle prowess was inferior to the true body, and they couldn't compare to Yifan's path body. If they were recognized, they would be in danger of being killed. However, this was enough. At the very least, the tyrant's danger was temporarily resolved, and he blocked one of Yifan's path bodies for him. After Yifan recognized the tyrant's true body, he directly pounced forward. The path bodies also moved together to kill those foe gods. An intense battle erupted once again. The tyrant's heart jumped. He didn't expect Yifan's heavenly eye to be so special. It could actually distinguish the true from the false at the first moment, and this caused him to fall into a passive state again. Yifan's path bodies were very divine and ferocious, and they killed 3 of his foe gods on the spot. Although they could continue to replenish and block the great enemy, they were all formed by his essence, qi, and spirit, and they consumed his origin. The tyrant let out a long roar. Blood qi surged, and purple mist surged. His true body and the 9 foe gods displayed their might at the same time, shaking the universe. Green lotuses appeared under his feet, and primal chaos filled the air. His speed reached the extreme, and people couldn't keep up with him with their eyes. This was because he discovered that the reason why Yifan's path bodies were invincible and killed his foe gods one after another was because their speed was too fast. The true body couldn't save them in time, and the foe gods couldn't dodge them either. This was a kind of strange footwork. In the limited world, it was not weaker than the travel formula. It was very fast, and the 10 overlord bodies left behind a series of afterimages. As expected, their battle prowess increased by a lot. This is the chaotic lotus steps, also known as the little supreme footwork. In the small world, one's speed can reach the extreme. Someone recognized this footwork. From its name, it could be seen that it was extraordinary. In a limited area, it could be unrivaled in the world. It was very amazing. It was as famous as the divine light escape. It was suitable for close combat, but not for long-distance traversing. The travel formula could be called the supreme in the world. The travel formula could reach the extreme regardless of the distance. At this moment, it was displayed vividly under Yifan's feet. It was so fast that people couldn't react. If it wasn't so, the Overlord wouldn't have been forced to use the chaotic lotus steps. Every time he landed, there would be a green lotus mark. Chaotic chi surged, and it seemed strange and powerful. The two of them fought fiercely. The overlord's foe gods were killed one after another, which made his expression change. If this continued, he would definitely suffer a great loss. I'll ask you again. Do you want to buy your life and hand over the 9 ancient words of the Taiyin celestial scripture and the Xia formula? Yi Fan asked coldly. In your dreams, the overlord replied coldly. Kill. Yi Fan's true body and path bodies were in different directions, trapping the overlord and the 9 foe gods in the middle. He used another kind of secret technique and began to kill them. Golden Qi surged. Behind the two Yi Fan, a golden divine treasure appeared. Within it, celestial swords trembled, big bells rang, ancient pagodas rose and fell, and treasured mirrors flickered. This was a golden world filled with golden Dao weapons. At this moment, they flew out together and attacked indiscriminately. Moreover, this was symmetrical. The other direction was the same. Yi Fan's path body and true body opened their golden divine treasures at the same time, like yin and yang opposing each other. They sandwiched the overlord and his foe gods in the middle and launched a fatal attack. The overlord screamed miserably. The 9 foe gods were all killed in an instant. Under the endless golden Dao weapons, they were cut into purple blood mist. It was difficult to resist. This kind of secret technique was most suitable for group battles. It was a terrifying ancient technique to deal with many incarnations at the same time. It was advantageous when facing one person, and it was the same when facing 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals, attacking indiscriminately. The 2 great golden divine treasures were opened at the same time, suppressing the overlord. Blood splattered, bones were broken, and white bone fragments flew everywhere. It was a tragic sight. At this point, the 2 young supreme beings naturally didn't hold anything back. They both attacked with all they had, killing until blood rained and bones were broken. The overlord suffered a great loss. He knew he couldn't gain an advantage in terms of secret techniques. The divine physique from the Emperor Burial Star was proficient in all kinds of ancient techniques. Ho! He released a long roar, transforming his divine form and releasing his source. He tore apart the universe and attacked Yi Fan's world of Dao techniques. In that instant, the overlord turned into a chaotic pung. He spread his wings and soared into the sky. This was his divine form, unstoppable as he rushed towards Yi Fan. A few drops of golden blood splashed out. A crack appeared on Yi Fan's forehead, almost split open by the Kuan Pung. His body turned into a dragon-shaped curve, evolving into a golden circle. Hong, the overlord flew out horizontally, his entire body covered in blood. He didn't gain the slightest advantage, but his body changed again, turning from a Kuan Pung into a great bell that rang in a drawn-out manner. This wasn't an ordinary transformation, but a transformation of divine form. It was a type of innate divine ability of the overlord body. When cultivated to the extreme, there would be 9 great divine forms, all of them the embodiment of the immortal Tao. Dang, the great bell rang in a drawn-out manner, suppressing downwards. In that instant, Yi Fan suddenly restrained his golden blood energy. The Taiji immortal diagram also disappeared in that instant. He was the only one left in this world. Secret techniques, ancient methods, and many other offensive methods flashed through his mind one after another, but he didn't use any of them. At this moment, he felt a type of tranquility from comprehending the Tao. He had a feeling in this type of life and death juncture. In the end, he only released a simple attack. It brushed upwards, and with a hong-long sound, the overlord was blasted flying. His body was broken into 2 pieces, purple blood filling the sky. What? A simple attack already possesses such power? At this moment, even the Tao Protector was moved. The various methods of the world are all just forms, only the embodiment of methods. The truly powerful one is still the self. Yi Fan silently comprehended. At this moment, he reached the divine restriction realm and was in a type of ethereal state. He had a feeling in his heart, a different type of understanding. True great emperors would most likely remain in the divine restriction realm for a long time. At that time, everything else would become nothing, and there would only be one unrivaled person in this world. Seeking techniques, seeking laws, seeking the Tao, it is better to seek the self. Yi Fan said to himself, his heart calm. The heavenly tyrant bloodline's young supreme being's body was broken into 2. The lower half of his body fell, and the upper half flew out diagonally. White bones could be seen, and large amounts of purple blood scattered outwards. It was as if everyone was cursed. They didn't move at all of them silent. It was as if their bodies were sealed in ice, deathly silent. Under the starry skies, Yifan stood alone, the sleeves of his clothes fluttering about. His heart was clear, without a trace of killing intent. His expression was peaceful and calm as he calmly watched the sun and moon move about, the stellar streams shining resplendently. He entered the divine forbidden domain, entering a mysterious and wondrous state. His flesh and primordial spirit reached the peak of his life, his entire body bright and flawless. The instant he entered this domain, his Tao body immediately disappeared, involuntarily turning into a wave of clear energy and returning to his true body. Sparkling immortal splendor flowed about his body. This was a person's most powerful state. Ah, the heavenly tyrant bloodline's young supreme being cried out loudly, full of humiliation. He was extremely resentful in this battle. He had a body full of power, yet he was always at a disadvantage, completely suppressed. This was something that had never happened before. Ever since he began his cultivation, he had always swept through his opponents, sweeping through everything like a hot knife through butter. No one had ever been able to stop his footsteps. However, today, he was a loser, continuously tasting defeat, continuously suffering injuries. For him, this was an extremely great mental blow. A divine flame appeared in the starry skies. The overlord's entire body was covered in blood, his hair disheveled. The swordsman's secret character operated on its own, his entire body burning fiercely, using the divine essence blood to repair his injured body. He was unwilling and full of anger, not willing to fall like this. He wanted to defeat his old enemy in his best state, defeat the divine body from Emperor Burial Star, and wash away his humiliation. I will fight in my most powerful state, establish my Tao, display my divine abilities, and only I am supreme in this world. The overlord roared. This was his battle intent, his unyielding will. Inextinguishable divine force engulfed him, his entire body becoming resplendent and dazzling. He recovered his injured body, returning it to its most optimal state. Hong, the overlord released a terrifying aura that could suppress the 9 heavens. It was as if a stellar stream was revolving, releasing his most powerful divine might fluctuations. His entire body released blazing purple light. With a kacha sound, a pair of golden Kuan-Pung wings grew from his back, spreading through the 9 heavens. Dang! A deafening sound wave spread outwards. A small purple figure walked out from his frontal bone, turning into a fist-sized purple divine bell. Roar! A dragon roar shook the 9 heavens, and a pair of terrifying dragon horns appeared in his thick hair. His peerless dragon might was vast and mighty, filling the boundless starry sky with a sense of oppression. These were all his divine images, and now, they condensed into one, displaying the terrifying aspect of the ether tyrant bloodline, gathering the most powerful in one body. The tyrant blood lineage had 9 great divine forms. As one's cultivation increased, they would constantly appear. For example, the Kuan-Pung divine form, the great Bell Dao body, the true dragon Dharma body, these divine forms were all different. Some were legendary immortal beasts, some were the most powerful weapons in the world, and some were the direct manifestations of Taoist bodies. The overlord had already cultivated 4 or 5 types of divine forms. At this moment, he chose the most powerful combination, combining their advantages into one and displaying it, raising his battle stance to the absolute peak. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ordinary people cultivated bitterly for their entire lives, but it was difficult for them to obtain a single divine form. This was an extremely difficult process, and it was extremely difficult to obtain a Tao fruit. Only exceptional heavenly geniuses could accomplish this. However, the overlord had cultivated 4 or 5 types of divine forms, and in the future, he could even reach 9 and finally fuse them into one. This was truly terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, let alone a battle, just that kind of aura alone made people feel intimidated. The overlord's entire body surged with purple light, like a burning deity, releasing an immortal power. This kind of tyrannical fluctuation made even the saints tremble. As the last few divine phoenix feathers appeared on his body, a sonorous sound shook the heaven and earth. The divine phoenix feathers were like 100,000 heavenly swords crying out in unison. He had gathered the most powerful characteristics of 4 or 5 types of divine forms into one body, reaching the pinnacle of this domain. He could definitely look down on other heroes of this realm and look down on the boundless universe. As a young supreme being of the ether tyrant blood lineage, it was not without reason that he could dominate the human race's ancient road for dozens of years and always be unrivaled. Once this kind of battle stance appeared, who could compete with him? Although the great demonic god, the human king, Tian, and the others had never truly fought with him before, and they all feared each other, one could imagine that the overlord body's most powerful battle stance was currently almost unsolvable. It was difficult for anyone to match him. Today, he was forced to this step by Yi Fan. This was his greatest trump card, but he had no choice but to reveal it in front of everyone. Kill! The overlord roared and attacked forward. His peerless battle spirit wreaked havoc in the star domain. He was truly the supreme one, terrifying to the extreme. Behind him, a pair of Kuan-Pung wings unfolded, dominating the universe as if they could crush 3,000 worlds. And in the space between his brows, the little purple figure transformed into a bell that continuously shook, spreading out a divine will that could kill all things, specifically attacking the primordial spirit of others. In addition, the immortal phoenix feathers, true dragon horns, and other things also split the heaven and earth, each displaying their divine might and shaking everyone's hearts. Yi Fan was moved. He couldn't help but admit that the ether tyrant blood lineage was worthy of being called the Saint Physique's archenemy, and there was a reason for it. This kind of most powerful battle state was peerless and terrifying, and its combat strength was heaven-defying. Everyone was shaken. They originally thought that this battle had come to an end, that the overlord was nursing a grievance and would never be able to make a comeback, that he was going to be defeated and die. Who would have thought that at the final juncture, he would reveal his greatest trump card, counterattacking? Everyone was stunned, including the human race Tao protectors. They couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. This type of unmatched state, who could face him head-on? He truly was unmatched. Even though Yi Fan was stunning enough just now, displaying a heaven-defying performance, he still might not necessarily be able to win. Now, everything was filled with suspense. Everyone held their breaths, watching without blinking. The result of the battle might be revealed at this moment, deciding the final victor and loser. Yi Fan was calm and unhurried, standing within the divine forbidden domain, not withdrawing. This allowed him to look down on the world, even if he was facing the overlord's most powerful state. If it was under normal circumstances, Yi Fan would have to fight to the death. However, after entering this domain, it was enough for him to look down on the human race's ancient path. As long as he didn't withdraw from this state, even if a deity of the same level came, he would still be suppressed. Hong Long, the overlord slaughtered his way over, stunning his generation and rarely seen since ancient times. How many times had such an outstanding talent been seen since ancient times? Unfortunately, he ran into Yi Fan. His current state was too mysterious. Only after becoming a great emperor could he stay in this domain. Now that he had touched upon it, who in the same generation could rival him? The purple bell between the overlord's brows shook, shattering the starry sky. His Kuan-Pung wings slashed apart small planets one after another, and the feathers of the immortal phoenix tore apart the cosmos. It was as if hundreds of thousands of immortal swords were dancing about, magnificent and resplendent. The saints sighed in admiration, and many weaker cultivators almost wanted to kneel on the ground. This type of unrivaled state was too shocking, and was definitely rarely seen since ancient times. Even the Tao protectors were captivated, continuously nodding their heads, believing that he had surpassed himself at this moment, displaying the qualifications to reign supreme on the emperor's path. However, at this moment, everything suddenly changed, causing everyone's shocked expressions to freeze on their faces. The overlord was like a divine flower that had bloomed to its most dazzling stage, but was forcibly broken at its most beautiful stage. The plant fell, shattered into pieces of sparkling petals, dimly withering. Everyone was stupefied, their faces full of shock. Then, they felt a wave of emptiness in their hearts, and in the end, endless fear rose. Yi Fan was indifferent like an immortal. There was no golden blood energy surging, no powerful divine force fluctuations, and even more so, no signs or Tao body secret techniques. He only calmly stood there, and then he waved his hand forward. The Overlord slaughtered his way over in his most powerful battle state, reaching perfection. The entire cosmos was resonating, and it was as if heaven and earth were being opened. At his cultivation realm, his battle prowess could be considered world-shattering. However, under Yi Fan's wave, he immediately flew out horizontally, as if he was a wooden puppet that had been smashed by a large iron hammer. His entire body cracked apart, and even the great divine figures couldn't resist this blow. Pooh! The Overlord shed blood, his entire body covered in injuries. He was smashed out tens of thousands of zhong, and then with a ping sound, he exploded in the void. Purple blood and bones flew in all directions, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Several great divine figures were completely destroyed, disintegrated by Yi Fan's attack. The Overlord's body split into pieces, and blood dyed outer space. This should have been the most glorious moment, but in the end, it was beaten into hell by Yi Fan, forcibly cutting off that type of radiance. At the Overlord's most brilliant moment, it was smashed into pieces, turning him into a bleak beauty. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. This was completely different from what they had expected. Even if Yi Fan was stunning and could defy the heavens, he shouldn't have suppressed and killed so powerfully. However, reality was extremely cruel, and it was placed before their eyes. Everyone knew that the Overlord was defeated, and this battle was irreversible. It wasn't that he wasn't stunning enough, and in this cultivation realm, he could definitely be considered world-shattering, but that his opponent was even more powerful. Everyone felt that this was a bit inconceivable. What was unmatched? Yi Fan used his own body to illustrate this state. It was indisputable, dazzling, and absolutely stunning. A few voices sounded from the starry sky, sounding like crying, yet not crying, like laughter, yet not a smile. Anger, grief, and all types of complex emotions tangled together. The Overlord bathed in his own blood, reconstructing his body. It was unknown whether it was blood or tears of blood on his face. In this life, he advanced courageously and was unrivaled throughout the starry sky, yet today, he tasted bitterness here. The result of his defeat made him feel a heart-wrenching pain. He had already displayed his most powerful battle stance. He was originally unrivaled under the starry sky, and even the great emperor was only at this level when he was young. How could he still lose? He was unwilling, he was heartbroken, and he was filled with grief and indignation. He raised his head towards the sky and loudly roared, "I refuse to accept this." The Overlord wasn't willing to yield to fate, and he wasn't willing to lower his head to the enemy. That wasn't his personality. He would rather die in battle than bow his head. At this moment, he used the forbidden power that he normally manifested. If he wanted to kill, he had to first sacrifice himself, but there was a chance that he might destroy himself just like that. Hung Long. A terrifying scene appeared in this starry sky. A blood-stained ancient path appeared, and on both sides of the path were endless white bones that led to a glorious peak. An altar was constructed from the corpses of heroes. Blood dripped everywhere, and the white bones were eerie. The Overlord ascended the altar along this path and began to offer his sacrifice, pouring the Overlord's blood onto the bone altar. "Sacrifice my true spirit, revive my Tao self." The Overlord muttered in grief. There was a type of demonic power that reverberated under the starry sky. Everything that was happening before their eyes was just that strange. Crazy winds swept about, ghosts wept and deities howled. Endless bodies appeared, and within the void images, large amounts of corpses of gods and devils fell. What kind of ancient method is this? Everyone was stupefied, looking at this scene in disbelief. A forbidden method created by deities, it actually truly exists in this world. Blood sacrifice the body, revive the Tao self, carry out a battle to the death. In the depths of the starry sky, a Tao protector was moved, revealing a look of shock. He had never seen this before, only seeing vague records in ancient texts. He never thought that the Overlord body would be displayed today. The human body had the past self and the Tao self. It was rumored that the former recited scriptures for the present life, while the latter comprehended the great Tao in the future. They both possessed immeasurable divine might. The Overlord's performance was unimaginable. He could actually use a portion of the Tao self's strength to revive his unmatched future self and participate in the great battle today. Under the starry sky, Yi Fan's clothes fluttered about, aloof and otherworldly. He stepped on the pure white starry splendor and directly took action. Divine restrictions. This was an extreme realm domain that only deities could tread upon. After exceeding the shackles of the 8 restrictions, the human body would reach its most powerful state. This was a living legend. In this domain, there would be no more obstructions, and all restrictions would be broken through. Yi Fan sensed that the all-character secret that hadn't been used for a long time had revived. Operating on its own, the all-character secret could increase one's strength tenfold. This was a powerful feeling that was difficult to describe with words, something only great emperors of ancient times could experience. From a certain perspective, the all-character secret could only be comprehended by those who were at the peak of the divine realm. Hong, this time, Yi Fan only needed a wave of his hand again, and the overlord was blasted apart. Blood flowed everywhere. Even though the all-character helped him reconstruct his body, he was still in a daze. He didn't fight to the death again, standing there without moving as if he was petrified. He gazed into the starry sky, his face covered in tears of blood, all hopes turned to dust. Divine prohibition, the forbidden domain of the gods. It broke through all shackles and allowed mortals to ascend, almost becoming deities. Only ancient emperors could reside within. It was a secret that surpassed the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries. It could increase one's quality in all aspects, be it battle prowess, speed, primordial spirit, or even perception. As long as it was advantageous, it would be multiplied tenfold. The tyrant had been utterly defeated. This was an unprecedented defeat. Yi Fan's performance was too powerful, extinguishing the last ray of light in his heart. He was shrouded in a haze and despondent. There was no suspense at all. Even if he revived his Tao, he would not be able to. It was forcefully interrupted, and in the end, his body collapsed. His bones were broken, and purple blood splattered everywhere. This kind of defeat made him unable to see a glimmer of hope. Even when he attacked with his most powerful battle form, he was still defeated, dying at the most beautiful and splendid moment. What kind of gap was this? The tyrant was sorrowful. He knew that even if he was given another chance to start all over again, the result would not change. He would still be mercilessly killed by Yi Fan. The enemy was like a great mountain pressing down on his heart, giving him a sense of helplessness. His heart told him that this person was undefeatable. This was something that had never happened before. He had always been the nightmare of others, but now, someone had cast a shadow over his heart. And it was precisely because of this that all his hopes turned to dust. His entire body was ice cold, and he had lost all will to fight. His entire being was filled with sorrow, and grief, as if he had been petrified. Why? His lips trembled as he asked himself. He could not believe this reality. Since ancient times, he had heard of the past stories of all outstanding geniuses. The battle prowess of the ancient emperors when they were young was a benchmark that no one could surpass. With his most powerful battle form, with 4 or 5 divine forms gathered in one body, he should be undefeatable, because he could absolutely stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancient emperors when they were young. In the end, he was still defeated. He was in so much pain, yet he could not find an answer. The tyrant believed that on this ancient path, no one at the same level could suppress the attacks of several divine forms like this. This was beyond common sense. Under the starry sky, it was absolutely silent. All the heroes were chilled from head to toe. The tyrant's strength had long been known on the ancient path for decades, yet today, he was defeated so miserably that no one could say anything. No one could believe that the appearance of a divine form would cause such a commotion. Now, even with several divine forms gathered on one body, it was still defeated. Who in the world could match such an opponent? What I said is still valid. Use your secret technique to buy your life. Yi Fan spoke calmly in the starry sky. He bathed in the bright moonlight, causing him to seem otherworldly and ethereal like an immortal. The overlord seemed to be sad, laughing, and crying at the same time. He felt terrible inside. He had never thought that there would be a day like this. Someone as powerful as him, who pressed forward courageously and swept through everything before him, would become a weakling in the eyes of others. He was looked down upon and forced. Just kill me. I definitely won't hand over the 9 secrets and lunar immortal scripture to you. Even though the overlord was defeated, the wildness in his bones was still there, unwilling to yield. Pooh. Yi Fan spread out his 5 fingers, and 5 peerless rays of light pierced through the universe and shot at the tyrant's body, turning him into a mist of broken bones and blood. It was ruthless, decisive, and resolute. However, after a moment, the Zhong overlord's body reassembled itself. The swordsman character was unparalleled in the world. Having it was tantamount to having an immortal body in the course of a fierce battle. All the techniques in the world are just means, and there is no need to know them all. However, some of these methods are still needed. Yi Fan sighed softly. Rather than seeking techniques, and seeking the Tao, it was better to seek one's own body. This would be the foundation of his future cultivation, but nothing was absolute. Even Buddhism, which emphasized compassion, had the ability to subdue demons. The 9 secrets could be said to be heaven-defying, seizing the extreme mysteries of the heaven and earth. Every secret had extraordinary divine power and could transcend the heavens. For example, the swordsman character was enough for a person to comprehend for a lifetime. Yi Fan believed that anyone who wanted to live forever and be immortal in this world would care about this secret. Studying it carefully might be able to receive enlightenment and prolong one's time in this world. Pooh! Yi Fan flipped his palm again and crushed the overlord in the starry sky. The purple divine blood was a ghastly sight, and the lustrous white bone pieces were daunting. This time, he did not wait for the overlord's body to reassemble. He grabbed the purple primordial spirit, intending to forcefully explore its sea of consciousness and search for the 9 ancient words in the supreme celestial scripture. Wait, the overlord shouted, and the fist-sized purple person glared at him. Yi Fan stood above the galaxy with a carefree expression. He did not say anything and looked at the overlord calmly. If you forcefully explore my primordial spirit, I will stop circulating the swordsman character and self-destruct immediately. You won't get anything, the overlord threatened. You have 2 choices. One is to die, and the other is to buy your life with a secret technique, Yi Fan said calmly. You are humiliating me, the overlord glared angrily and clenched his fists. He was so angry that his whole body was convulsing and trembling. He turned back from the depths of the starry sky and attacked in a domineering manner, but in the end, this was the result. He was disheartened. At this moment, the only thing that kept him going was to know the result. He was full of unwillingness and said, I want to know, how did you win against me? No one laughed at the overlord's question. The starry sky was silent because this was also the question on everyone's mind. Yi Fan's performance could be described as a miracle. It was too inconceivable, not to mention the overlord's other heaven-defying methods, just based on the battle prowess of the divine forms, he could absolutely sweep through the starry sky and compete with the great ancient emperors in their youth. There was no doubt about this. That kind of divine power was obvious to all. Under normal circumstances, it was almost unbeatable. No matter how strong Yi Fan was, he could only end in a draw or a tragic victory. A state, Yi Fan said calmly. What kind of state was this? Everyone was filled with fear and confusion at the same time. In the end, a Tao protector in the depths of the starry sky whispered to himself, it can only be a divine prohibition. This time, he did not lower his voice. Everyone heard him and was shocked. The divine prohibition was a forbidden area. There were countless heaven's favorites in the world, but how many could charge in and stay there for a long time? Only the great ancient emperors could do this. So this is the state of the divine prohibition. The overlord was not dejected after hearing this. Instead, he seemed to have woken up and exploded with a powerful spirit. The light in his eyes instantly became resplendent. I told you, how could I be easily suppressed when I'm in my most powerful state? If I also enter the divine prohibition, I will still be undefeatable, he roared as if he was suddenly filled with confidence. His eyes burst with a wild light and filled with a powerful battle intent. He was no longer lifeless and seemed to have been reborn. He looked down on his great enemy. Yi Fan calmly looked at him and said, in this world, there is no success that can be attributed to luck. I won because I am stronger than you. I comprehended the divine prohibition for several decades and was able to enter this area. This is strength. Otherwise, you can try and enter the divine forbidden area to fight me. The divine prohibition is not an obstacle to me. I will definitely break in and stay there for a long time in the future, the overlord roared. Yi Fan did not say anything and began to kill him, seizing the 9 ancient characters and the swordsman character from the supreme immortal scripture. The overlord's body collapsed, but he roared and was not willing to surrender. I am undying and can be reborn endlessly, he roared. How many times can you live? Yi Fan coldly said. The myriad energy cauldron descended and sucked the overlord inside. He began to refine him, causing his blood to boil and gradually dry up. The possessor of the secret character was said to be able to continuously revive as long as there was a drop of blood left. It was difficult for him to die. Yi Fan cut off his hope of revival and turned him into a bloody light that burned and evaporated. The overlord roared and struggled fiercely. The entire cauldron began to tremble. Everyone was shocked, speechless. This was a magnificent overlord, yet he was captured in a cauldron and refined alive, becoming a prisoner of the lowest level. Everything that happened today would inevitably shake the starry skies and alert the heavenly geniuses ahead. A fierce tiger had arrived in the struggle for supremacy on the Emperor Road and would break the current situation. The divine body of the Emperor Burial Star had arrived. He would become a great enemy of the young supreme beings on the human race's ancient road. From today onwards, everyone would have to treat him seriously and view him as the most dangerous person. Several figures stood in the distant sky. They were precisely the miners that Yi Fan had captured. When laying down the formation, they had made great contributions and had now regained their freedom. I don't believe it. The overlord would suffer such a great defeat. Is there no hope for a comeback? Su Li said to herself in disbelief. She was the youngest daughter of the 81st city's envoy. He really lost. Qijing was stupefied. His background was even greater. He was the eldest grandson of the human race's ancient road protector, Qi Tian, and he had also been reduced to a miner. On the ancient road, there were a few envoys who attached great importance to the young supreme beings of the Tyrant Heaven's bloodline. They had their children become friends with them and form a powerful force. Some envoys personally hurried over from the depths of the starry skies for the sake of witnessing this battle. However, they didn't expect this kind of result. They were momentarily stunned. The young supreme beings they attached great importance to were almost beaten into a cripple and killed to such a miserable state. Even their Tao hearts had been shaken, making them all silent. The overlord's body and spirit were about to be destroyed. Most of his blood had evaporated and his bones were scorched. It was difficult for him to resist this terrifying cauldron. Primal chaos was hazy inside the myriad chi cauldron. Stellar streams flickered as if heaven and earth were being opened and could refine all things in the world. Enough, let's stop here. Where it is possible to let people off, one should forgive them. A cold shout sounded. A white-haired, white-bearded old man appeared in the depths of the starry skies. He arrived in an instant with extreme speed. Great sage, everyone trembled. They felt a terrifying aura that covered heaven and earth, making everyone's blood boil. Their bodies felt like they were going to explode. This was a Tao protector from the human race's ancient path. The two had fought for so long, and now, the Tao protector finally appeared, stopping Yi Fan from killing the overlord. He released a world-shocking might. His body was indistinct. Strand after strand of great Tao energy descended, suppressing the endless blue skies. He was incomparably powerful. So many trial takers died on the starry sky ancient path, yet I never saw you appear. Why is the overlord about to be killed, yet you came to stop him? Yi Fan was extremely calm. What are you saying? Do you have any respect for a Tao protector? This indistinct figure said coldly. Who are you protecting? Whose Tao protector are you? Yi Fan was fearless. He towered under the starry skies, facing this powerful great sage head-on. It is undeniable that you are an exceptional genius, stunning past and present. In the future, there will definitely be a divine position for you in this world. However, right now, it is still not your world. You cannot act unbridledly on the ancient path. This Tao protector said. Everyone was shaken. The one who came was clearly biased towards the overlord, coming to protect him. However, he still spoke these words, evaluating Yi Fan like this. This was enough to prove his potential and future power. What is acting unbridledly? How do you define this? Within a range of 10 zhang, I am the Supreme One. If I want to kill the Overlord, do you think you can stop me? Yi Fan said with a cold expression. You can't kill him. Suddenly, another figure appeared. It was hazy, covered by the divine splendor of the stars and moon. Just a defeated general of the heavenly tyrant bloodline, yet so many people came. If you all want to protect him, then bring out the great immortal scripture and the 9 secrets in exchange. Yi Fan said coldly. Everyone was petrified, all of them stupefied. The divine physique didn't even give face to the Tao protector, asking them for ancient scriptures. It truly left them in awe. What a pitiful overlord. He had weaved unhindered through the starry skies for dozens of years, dominating the human race's ancient path, yet now, he had become a bargaining chip. His life and death were all in the hands of his old enemy. He truly wanted to smash his head into a wall and die on the spot. Young man, is my request too much? Why don't you let go of the tyrant? Less blood will be spilled, and less killing will be good for both you and others. The Tao protector who appeared first was called Qi Tian. His figure was blurry, and he merged with the great Tao. Divine runes curled up around him like a galaxy. Since you considered killing less, why didn't you stop the tyrant when he turned around and tried to kill me with his higher cultivation? Yi Fan's eyes were sharp. Without a sound, densely packed runes appeared under his feet. He instantly crossed the galaxy and traveled who knew how many miles away, leaving the battlefield. This was the traveling secret art, the fastest in the world. Moreover, under the divine restriction, the Jia secret art was no longer sealed. When it was activated, the speed was increased tenfold. This was a kind of godly speed. Even the great sage could only stare dumbfounded. He couldn't touch it at all. After all these years, Yi Fan had long evolved the lion character to the extreme, all for the sake of dealing with the giants on the ancient path, using this to transcend all methods. If he could fight, he would fight. If he couldn't, he would just leave. Facing the Tao protector, and existence at the level of the great sage, this wasn't embarrassing. Yi Fan didn't truly retreat. His hands slowly moved, and the entire starry sky trembled. The forbidden formations from before were all activated, turning into golden divine runes that flickered with blazing light. This was his main battlefield. He could attack and defend, and he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. The Tao protector Qi Tian's face turned cold as he silently sized up this golden formation. As the great sage, he could naturally see the profoundness of this place. This was a remnant of the ancient heaven, and even the great sage might fall into it. Qi Tian was expressionless as he said, "Young man, I admit that you are a genius. However, in the face of time, many shining things have dimmed. The road ahead is long and full of uncertainties. Many geniuses have been buried in foreign lands, unable to walk the starry road to its end. Where possible, one should be lenient. Are you threatening me?" Yi Fan's eyes were deep, his aura like a rainbow. He was within the forbidden divine domain and didn't retreat. His body was unimaginably powerful. He was extremely disgusted with this Tao protector, and Qi Tian was obviously biased. If it wasn't for the fact that his realm didn't allow him to, he wouldn't hesitate to fight and demand an explanation. "I'm just speaking the truth." Qi Tian's expression did not change. He stood in the starry sky like a stone statue. The boundless great path shrouded him. At this time, another Tao protector, Kanglin, spoke. The overlord turned around and returned to the 50th city of the ancient road of the humans. Using the strong to attack the weak is a serious violation of the laws of the ancient road of the humans. He has provoked such a huge dispute. He will naturally be punished severely. Attacking the weak with the strong? Everyone was a bit stupefied. In the end, the powerful overlord was almost killed, but he still had to bear such a crime. It was truly a bit ironic. However, when they thought about it carefully, it made sense. The overlord realm was extremely profound, but he encountered Yi Fan who was even more heaven-defying and understood the heavenly origin divine formation. If it was anyone else, there was no way they could survive. Great Sage Kanglin spoke again, "Little friend, please spare his life. The path of immortalization is about to appear, and no one knows what will happen. There might be great chaos in this era, so leave some young supreme beings to grow and stabilize the ancient road." Yi Fan laughed and said, I'm a very easy person to talk to. Since the two great sages have spoken like this, I naturally won't refuse. Take out the supreme in celestial scripture and the secret character he in exchange. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was useless even if the two great sages came to plead. Yi Fan was determined to obtain the scripture, and he wouldn't allow anyone to come. These two ancient techniques were extremely useful to him. The supreme Yin and great Yang characters complemented each other, and the secret character he could allow him to possess an undying body. No one could predict the future. The path of immortalization was about to appear, and everyone would strive for it. For the sake of the illusory longevity, even the existences of the Big Dipper 7 great life-forbidden areas had to take action. Now, only by strengthening oneself could one have a foothold in the future, live a better life, and protect one's family and friends. Great Sage Kanglin didn't continue speaking. He was expressionless and momentarily became silent. Qi Tian spoke coldly, only those who can withstand the test of time are true. You are an exceptional genius, stunning both ancient and modern, so you should cherish everything in front of you. It wasn't easy to reach this step. I'm someone who doesn't believe in heresy the most. You have withstood the test of time and lived for such a long time. Do you think you are a sparkling and translucent immortal stone that has never dimmed? Yi Fan said coldly. He began to refine the myriad Qi cauldron. Primal chaos pervaded the air inside, and strands of immortal mist seeped out. Heaven and earth were turned upside down, as if a world was being established. The Overlord roared, and the blood energy in his body continuously decreased. It was forcefully refined by Yi Fan, becoming a part of the heaven and earth essence. Not long after, his flesh and blood were severely damaged. Even though the purple blood possessed the divinity of immortality, it couldn't withstand such a terrifying consumption. Ordinary divine tools couldn't refine him at all, but this cauldron was different. It contained all the spirits of the heavens, and it was a powerful instrument that contained endless marks of the way. The Overlord struggled, and the ancient ancestors on the cauldron's walls stepped out to suppress him. There were also kunpangs flapping their wings, and true dragons soaring in the 9 heavens. All of them emerged from the cauldron's walls and pounced towards him. In the world inside the cauldron, everything was so real. The Overlord was indescribably shocked, even more so than when he saw Yi Fan's divine restriction. Once this kind of instrument was cultivated, what couldn't it break in the heavens and realms? He had vaguely heard some rumors that the supreme fairy weapon of the celestial court was like this. Could it be that in the future, there would be another celestial weapon that could command the starry regions? The Overlord was lost. His blood and qi were constantly being refined, and his body was seriously damaged. Even his primordial spirit seemed to have suffered thousands of cuts and was rapidly weakening. Even with the secret character, he couldn't hold on. This cauldron was too mysterious, and the inside was like a real celestial world. Vermilion birds danced in the 9 heavens, ancient ancestors opened up the galaxy, gods and demons roared in the chaos, and true dragons soared in the ancient pool. All the marks on the cauldron's walls would truly appear, making the Overlord trapped in the cauldron suffer unspeakably. He couldn't fight back, and it was as if he was fighting against a real celestial being. This was the world inside the cauldron. In the outside world, people saw streams of purple blood rushing up and turning into mist. The divine essence dissipated, and they all revealed expressions of shock. How could the Overlord be refined so quickly? This cauldron was really too heaven-defying. Once inside, even a holy king couldn't escape the fate of death. The source Qi of all things. Many people were envious, but they could only think about it in their hearts. No one dared to rush over and die at this time. Yi Fan was connected to the cauldron, and he instantly understood everything. Even he didn't realize how divine this artifact was. The Overlord was locked in place in this cauldron, unable to self-destruct even if he wanted to. This place was equivalent to a terrifying world. The true dragon, vermilion bird, ancient ancestors, gods and devils trapped the tyrant and tied him up in the river of stars that separated heaven and earth. He couldn't move at all, and even his primordial spirit had lost its freedom. Qi Tian's heart jumped. Through the strands of qi flowing out from the cauldron, he sensed that the Overlord was in a bad situation. He turned into a shadow and rushed forward, wanting to stop everything. Yi Fan's expression was calm. Golden runes flickered under his feet, and the travel formula was the best in this starry sky. In his current state, no one could compare to him. He could go up to the 9 heavens, down to the netherworld, and far away. He was too fast, like a golden bolt of lightning. Even the great sage couldn't get close. With a light rumble, the heavenly source formation collapsed, unable to stop the Tao protector on the ancient road. Shijing was the great sage of the human race, yet his attack missed. He couldn't even touch Yifan's golden afterimage. This shocked everyone. What kind of extreme speed was this? In the current world, not to mention anything else, Yifan's speed was enough to protect himself. He could go anywhere in the sky, and no one could stop him. Shijing's expression was stupefied, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. As the great sage, this was the first time he suddenly attacked, yet he couldn't do anything. This caused everyone's hearts to jump. Yifan shouted, "You dare to attack me? What a great Tao protector of the human race. Let me ask you, who exactly are you protecting? Are you even worthy of protecting this ancient road?" This was a stern question. In front of all the experts in the starry sky, he loudly berated Tao protector Qi Tian, causing his expression to become extremely gloomy. His gaze was ice-cold. A powerful fluctuation transmitted over from the depths of the starry sky. A withered figure appeared and said, as the Tao protector of the ancient road, if the strong bully the weak, suppress the saint physique, and protect the overlord, it would be too obvious. Everyone was shaken. Another major character had arrived, and he wasn't any weaker than Qi Tian and Kanglin. This was the third Tao protector, and he appeared in this starry sky. Green Phoenix Daoist. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing this old Daoist. He didn't have much time left, and it was rumored that he was about to pass away in meditation. However, he was definitely incomparably powerful. Even if his blood energy was declining, he could still fight against an unrivaled saint. At this point, Yifan didn't need anyone's protection. At worst, he could just leave. However, he was still very grateful that Green Phoenix Daoist could appear. Qi Tian's expression was cold as he said, "I'm just trying to mediate. The Saint Physique's evil aura is too heavy, and he should abandon his killing intent. I want him to understand that he should know how to let go of life." Let go? Since you dare to say such words, just treat it as a slap to yourself. After that, you should immediately turn around and leave. Yifan's words were ruthless. Qi Tian's expression immediately changed. "Youngster, you are too excessive. You don't have the slightest bit of respect for the Tao protectors of the ancient road. You should be punished. What kind of Tao protector are you? You don't have the qualifications to speak like this. Leaving is your best choice. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets in the future." Yifan coldly spoke, becoming even more disrespectful. Everyone was dumbfounded. In all these years, who dared to be disrespectful to the great sage of the human race's ancient road? Who dared to talk back and ridicule him? This was the only one. The Saint Physique was too powerful. Haha, well said. Since that's the case, little friend, I invite you to explore the demon race's ancient road together. There definitely won't be any despicable Tao protectors there. Loud laughter rang out in the starry sky. An ancient demon flew over like a demonic god, causing many stars to tremble violently. He was powerful to the extreme. 2 youngsters followed behind him. The male was as handsome as a demon god, while the female was elegant and peerless, devastatingly beautiful. They were precisely the southern demon siblings. After not seeing them for so many years, their bearing was even greater than before. Yifan's emotions rose and fell. He nodded towards them. They were old friends from the same ancient land. Hong. Yifan shook the cauldron, wanting to refine the overlord. The purple blood within burned, the chaotic Peng let out a long cry, the true dragon soared into the sky, and the ancient natives roared. It was like a world of legends. The overlord cried out miserably. Even with the powerful swordsman formula, he couldn't break free. Being refined by others was a road that led to death. Now, he was even imprisoned and couldn't self-destruct even if he wanted to. Qi Tian and Kanglin shouted together, wanting to stop everything. They couldn't just watch as the overlord died. Little friend, please leave him with his life. We might really need him in the future. We are all old, and the human race needs a few young supreme beings to grow up and suppress the world. The path to immortality is hard to predict. The Green Phoenix Taoist suddenly spoke and pleaded. Since Senior has spoken, I will naturally comply. But if others speak nonsense, I will immediately kill the Overlord. As Yi Fan spoke up to hear, he glanced at Qi Tian, the Tao protector of the human race. In the starry sky, there was absolute silence. Apart from the Green Phoenix Taoist and the demon race bigwigs who had rushed over, no one dared to speak out and criticize the great sage of the human race. Yi Fan's strength caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Chong. A strand of immortal light shot out from his finger, splitting the Overlord's head and splitting apart his primordial spirit. He extracted the supreme immortal scripture and the swordsman formula from his divine sense. The Overlord howled in anger, but he couldn't change anything. After falling into the cauldron, both his body and spirit were trapped. He couldn't even commit suicide. The little violet person in his head was cut apart by Yi Fan's immortal light, forcefully plundering the treasury of his divine sense. First, the profound mysteries of the supreme immortal scripture appeared, followed by the flawless swordsman formula. Great Yin and Great Yang, which was the weaker and which was the stronger? When Yin and Yang coexisted, one could become an emperor under the heavens. The two ancient immortal scriptures represented two extremes, and they were revered by the great emperors of the past. Once both were cultivated to the extreme, one would naturally become an emperor, able to look down on all ages. Purple immortal multicolored light flew out strand after strand, rising like thin smoke. It was dazzling and illusory. This was the Overlord's divine sense treasury, and it was being extracted and refined by Yi Fan. At this moment, there were actually waves of scripture sounds that were faintly discernible. On top of the purple little figure that was cut open, a void figure sat there, transmitting the true meaning of the Tao. It was as if the ancient human emperor was suspended in the 9 heavens. Yi Fan listened carefully, his expression serious. There were 9 ancient characters that appeared one after another, flickering with immortal splendor as they scattered down into the starry river of the cosmos. Even though there were only 9 characters, there were profound and complex transformations. They continuously flickered and changed, forming a type of extreme transformation that poured down like a boundless divine waterfall. There were endless transformations, from simple to complex, and then from complex to simple. This was the highest level of scripture meaning, condensed within these 9 characters. Not only did this inherit a type of Tao, it even more so inherited a type of essence energy, as if the unmatched divine bearing of the human emperor was reproduced. The void figure that sat above the purple little figure immediately became real. With a chi sound, that pair of eyes opened. It was as if it had transcended the endless ages to impart the Tao. 2 streaks of sharp radiance shot out, and the void figure gave off an unmatched feeling of dignity. Hong, the cosmos trembled. The resplendent starry river swayed, and the boundless great Tao trembled. This was the inheritance left behind by the human emperor displaying its brilliance, shocking the world. Yi Fan's heart was calm. The 9 ancient characters weren't too many, and not too few. Tens of thousands of transformations were engraved in his mind, and he received the supreme true meaning of the great immortal scripture. The Overlord cried out miserably, full of unwillingness and incomparable humiliation. Someone as powerful as him had his scripture seized like this, becoming a prisoner at the mercy of others. This was unimaginable in the past. He was the supreme being of the younger generation, so how could he be treated like this? Now, it actually happened, forced to offer up his scripture, and the divine sense treasury's doors were opened. The most intolerable thing was that when he looked into his sea of consciousness, he saw that the one who seized the immortal scripture was the mortal enemy of the tyrant blood of the ether heavens. This made him want to go mad with hatred, and his eyes almost split apart from rage, yet he was powerless to stop it. At this moment, Yi Fan was in a god-forbidden domain, and his performance could be said to be a miracle in this realm. Even the ancient emperors wouldn't be able to do better than him when they were young. A short shout sounded. The cosmos split apart. A streak of dazzling divine radiance flew over, suppressing Yi Fan. It carried the divine might of the great cosmos, bringing with it heaven-overflowing divine waterfall as it descended. Qi Tian, the Tao protector of the ancient road of the humankind, couldn't hold back any longer and made another move. He couldn't just stand by and watch, and wanted to stop what was happening. He was in harmony with the Tao, and was unfathomably deep. Everything around him collapsed. His true body was unrivaled. Wherever he passed, heaven and earth were split apart. Chaotic mist pervaded the air, and his Tao might was unstoppable. However, during the process of seizing the scripture, Yi Fan's heart was calm. He didn't give up on paying attention to the outside world. He immediately became vigilant. The golden symbols beneath his feet flickered. And he disappeared into the distance. There was only an afterimage there. Qi Tianzhong was in the void, leaving behind streaks of ripples, destroying that place. The formations exploded one after another, the place in ruins. The Green Phoenix Taoist shouted and also made a move. She appeared in front of Qi Tian, and a pair of withered palms pressed down, cutting off his path forward. Her expression was cold. The tyrant is being forced like this. Even if we leave him a way out, it will leave an indelible shadow in his heart. The young pride of the tyrant bloodline of the ether sky might be crippled. We shouldn't continue, said the great sage Kanglin with a cold expression. The 9 ancient characters flickered. Yi Fan had completely absorbed the true meaning of the 9 characters in the celestial scripture of Supreme Yin. Moreover, he had cut off all kinds of negative emotions, and was not invaded by the tyrant king's sea of consciousness. Ordinary people wouldn't be willing to look at the memories of others, because there would be too many impure divine senses invading, and most of them were useless and harmful. The little purple person in the tyrant's head was cut open, and all kinds of purple light flowed out. While Yi Fan was absorbing the secret of the 9 characters in the celestial scripture of Supreme Yin, he had also refined the secret of swordsman at the same time. This was a peerless divine technique. As soon as he obtained it, he experienced the wonderful state within it. It was really the ultimate mystery of the creation of heaven and earth, and it made him feel touched. He had once seized half a page of the ancient god scripture made of phoenix blood scarlet gold in the Ziwei ancient star region. He had figured out the true meaning within it. Now that he had completed it and verified it, he quickly comprehended the true meaning. The secret of swordsman was derived from the simple and unadorned patterns of the god rule, and it was not recorded in words. Although it was not a grand and long text, it was broad and profound, and its meaning shocked the heaven and earth. Yi Fan operated it, and the blood and qi all over his body flowed out from his pores. Unknowingly, his body was repaired, and impurities were removed, making his whole body sparkling like divine jade. He didn't have any scars at all, but the secret of swordsman was too strict, and all the flaws were removed. Even 1 or 2 broken hairs were regenerated, and he was now full of luster. As soon as the secret of swordsman was in his hands, Yi Fan almost reached the state of perfection. His whole body was bright and clean, and there were no blemishes. It was as if a god had appeared in the world. Yi Fan felt relieved. No wonder the tyrant's life force was so strong. As long as a drop of blood was left behind, he could be resurrected. It was not a lie, and it was truly miraculous. Ah! The tyrant cried out. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Not so long ago, he was the most respected person on this ancient path. Everywhere he passed by, he was the most dazzling focal point. But now, he was captured by someone like this, illuminating the path of others. He was the embellishment of the glorious divine ring, and he became the scenery in someone else's story. The tyrant lost. Su Li's eyes were dazed, and she was in a daze. The tyrant was once a supreme expert she admired, but he was defeated like this. It was hard for her to accept. Her father, the envoy of the human race's 81st city, stood behind her, and he was also speechless. Even further away, there were a few other envoys. They had all hurried back from the ancient path to watch the battle. They had once harbored boundless expectations for the tyrant, but at this time, they could only watch quietly. At this moment, the starry skies became silent. Many experts' hearts were fluctuating up and down. The rise of a young supreme expert was already unstoppable, and they couldn't suppress it even if they wanted to. He defeated the tyrant. Even if the great sage was prejudiced against him, it was impossible for him to suppress him. Yi Fan was already powerful enough. Now that he had obtained the 9 supreme immortal characters from the great Yin immortal scripture, and with the support of the swordsman character, he would possess a true indestructible golden body. He would become stronger day by day, and who could stop him? Peng, Qi Tian and the Green Phoenix Taoist clashed head-on. Blazing cracks appeared in the cosmos, and they quickly extended outwards. Everyone couldn't help but retreat. The battle between the great sage could easily destroy the sun, moon, and stars, making everyone tremble. If they were caught up in these fluctuations, they would inevitably die. Qi Tian was determined to protect the tyrant. He shed all pretense of cordiality and didn't hesitate to harm Yi Fan on the spot. This caused the Green Phoenix Taoist to take action, and the two Tao protectors fought fiercely. Hong, a pair of terrifying divine wings appeared behind the Green Phoenix Taoist's back. These were phoenix wings. Immortal light rushed into the heavens, and with a light shake, a large half of the starry skies was destroyed. The nearby stars were all shattered. Everyone was horrified. This was the divine form of the human Tao protector. The Green Phoenix Taoist had relied on this precisely to fight against the Holy Spirit 20 years ago when his blood energy was declining. It was a divine form, yet it was already so powerful. Everyone couldn't help but think of the tyrant. He had several divine forms, and if he grew to the end, he would be able to fuse 9 into 1, becoming a supreme being without equal. Everyone was speechless. They realized more and more how terrifying the tyrant was. If it wasn't for Yi Fan standing in the divine restriction, the tyrant might truly be unrivaled among the competitors on this ancient path. It was to the extent where everyone was guessing if Yi Fan couldn't enter the divine restriction, would they fight until both sides suffered. Finally, the great sage of Kanglin also took action. He couldn't sit idly by and watch. He feared that the tyrant would be destroyed by Yi Fan, so he actually used a forbidden secret technique. His entire body blazed brilliantly, turning into a blue sea that surged over like a vast sea. For the sake of catching up to the holy physique, the great sage of Kanglin is going all out. Everyone was shaken. The human Tao protector, the great sage of Kanglin, displayed all of his profound mysteries. He chased after Yi Fan, preventing him from continuing to take action. However, he still couldn't catch up. Tao friend, why be so impulsive? We haven't exchanged pointers for 4,000 years. Why don't we exchange a few moves? In the starry sky, the ancient demon who brought the southern demon siblings over said. His figure flickered and blocked the path of the great sage of Kanglin. Boom, the two great sages clashed. Under one strike, a corner of the star domain was destroyed. Tao protector of the demon race, do you want to fish in troubled waters? You want to kill a young supreme being of my human race? You've made a good plan. Kanglin shouted. You're wrong. I just don't like your style. The ancient demon laughed. Little friend, it's about time. At this time, the Green Phoenix Taoist spoke again. She was fighting Qi Tian while transmitting her voice to Yi Fan. Everyone understood her meaning. The universe was vast and there were many ancient star domains. No matter how powerful a person was, they couldn't guard all of them. As a young supreme being, the tyrant would inevitably oversee a region in the future and play a great role. Time was limited. Yi Fan refined and extracted the last bit of purple divine light. Then, he shook the cauldron and threw the tyrant out. The tyrant was sullen to the extreme. He ignited his essence blood and dense divine patterns covered his body in defense. However, Yi Fan didn't even look at him. He had really abandoned him like an old shoe. This kind of attitude, this kind of expression, made the tyrant roar involuntarily. It hurt him too much. That kind of indifferent gaze deeply pierced him. It wasn't deliberate contempt, but a natural attitude. However, he threw him out of the cauldron like he was throwing away trash and no longer paid attention to him. Under the starry sky, the saints were also feeling complicated. Was Yi Fan arrogant? It didn't seem like it, but he truly didn't care about this enemy. This was a natural expression. Everyone knew that the tyrant's strength was comparable to the state of the great emperor when he was young. It wasn't a lie, however, Yi Fan dared to do this. This was enough to explain the problem. He had a true unrivaled belief in his heart that came from his bones. He didn't care about his opponent at all. The two pairs of great sage also stopped their attacks. Now that the tyrant had broken free, there was no need for them to continue fighting. The starry sky became quiet for a moment. Only Yi Fan was deriving techniques there. That was a type of boundless fist intent, extremely powerful, domineering and matchless, making the stars tremble. It had a type of if I can't do it, who else can do it? This was the supreme ancient technique of the tyrant blood of the ether lineage, tyrant fist. Everyone was dumbfounded. The final divine sense treasure that Yi Fan refined was actually this kind of fist intent. He wanted to study the opponent's supreme secret technique and walk the path of invincibility. Ho! The tyrant went crazy and couldn't bear it. Yi Fan didn't pay attention to him. He evolved alone in the starry sky of the universe, pushing the sun, moon, and stars to rotate. The star domain was resonating with him, the tyrant's eyes were frightening. While defending, he roared, "You're going too far. You don't need to be on guard. At this moment, I don't see you as an enemy." Yi Fan said calmly. He derived the ancient technique alone under the starry sky and said, "Is there a forbidden zone in the ancestral star of the tyrant blood of the ether lineage? Did the tyrant blood supreme being who killed the saint physique die in meditation? I look forward to the future." When these words were spoken, the starry sky became silent. Everyone was stunned. The starry river shone resplendently with divine splendor. Yi Fan stretched his body, embracing the divine moon and pushing the myriad stars with his arms. Every movement caused the stars to tremble, emitting a boundless energy. In this starry domain, Zhu Xiong was silent. No one said anything. No one had expected this kind of result. The insufferably arrogant overlord had fallen, causing others to feel pity for him. How powerful was he? He was a supreme being in the depths of the ancient path, yet he was almost beaten into a cripple. Even the ancient technique he grasped had been seized. After this battle, his old enemy comprehended the ancient technique and became even more confident. Meanwhile, he was filled with sorrow, anger, grief, and all sorts of negative emotions. This was a merciless blow, causing the young supreme being of the tyrannical sky bloodline to taste bitterness for the first time. This kind of defeat made him completely disheartened, and he wanted to end his own life. But when he saw Yi Fan's confidence, a flame danced in his heart. He wanted to become stronger, to become the number one in the universe, to wash away this humiliation. The divine forbidden zone was a true forbidden domain of the gods. Many famous geniuses had never entered it in their entire lives. After losing his undefeatable divine ring, the overlord became a foil. At this moment, the gazes of the experts shifted from him to Yi Fan. Yi Fan acted as if there was no one else around and focused on deriving the ancient technique. His heart was calm and tranquil, without any viciousness. He had lost his competitive spirit, only his comprehension of the Tao. He didn't want to miss out on such a rare opportunity. Right now, within the divine forbidden zone, regardless of whether it was his physical body or primordial spirit, they were all strengthened tenfold. His physique was strengthened in all aspects. In the god's domain, even comprehending the Tao could enter a deeper state. From a certain perspective, the effect was 10 times greater. It could be called a miracle, and one could experience that mysterious and profound sense of fullness even more than usual. Unless one was an ancient emperor, it was difficult to stay in the divine forbidden zone for long. How could Yi Fan waste it? He stood alone in the starry sky, allowing the spectators to observe him. However, he didn't stop, deriving again and again, witnessing his own Tao and path. The starlight shone brightly, and the entire world was tranquil and peaceful. Yi Fan condensed the 9 ancient characters of the supreme immortal scripture and carved them in the void. Each character was bold and powerful, emitting strands of aura that could suppress the heavens. This was the Tao of the human emperor. He comprehended it, understood it, and then absorbed it into his heart, digesting it in the sea of reincarnation scripture he created. In the end, the calm starry sky trembled, and great stars seemed to fall one after another. They flickered with mysterious radiance, connecting with Yi Fan. Yi Fan borrowed the power of the great cosmos to write the great ancient text. Every single word was sparkling and translucent, as if an immortal had descended into this world. They released the sonorous voice of the great Tao to nourish his body, placing him in a wondrous state. Within the divine forbidden zone, he stood at the highest point of the starry sky, releasing the sound of the great Tao. And Yi. With it. Dao laws. One moment, it was the 9 characters of Tyene. The next moment, it was the secret of the swordsman character. The next moment, it was the tyrant fist that could swallow mountains and rivers. He immersed his will in it. Wind and thunder roared, and golden astral energy surged. This was the result of him stretching his body and attaining the Dao fruit. Arg! The overlord screamed and turned into a beam of purple light, rushing into the distance. Every second he stayed here made him feel like he was being cut by 10,000 blades. The 50th city of the human race became his place of shame. He originally wanted to continue his glory and shine with the achievements of his ancestors, but in the end, it was all a tragedy. Qi Tian didn't move. He reached out with his hand and instantly swept across the endless distance, as if it could cover the entire cosmos. He grabbed the overlord from the depths of the starry sky. On the other side, great sage Kanglin, the protector of the ancient path, said, "So what if you lost? Without a valley, where would you find a high slope? Without the divine forbidden zone, you aren't below any young supreme being. Your path, your Tao, you have to find it yourself." Everyone sighed when they heard this. The once brilliant overlord had fallen to such a state. He needed someone to enlighten him, raise his morale, and rebuild his Tao heart. Compared to before, he was truly pitiful. Yi Fan was cut off from the outside world. He didn't care if the overlord left or not. He had sunk into a deep state of enlightenment and didn't even bother to greet the green phoenix Daoist. In the starry sky, discussions arose everywhere. This battle could be considered to have ended. Now, there was only one person left, comprehending the Tao, and he became the focus of everyone's attention. This battle had established Yi Fan's position on the ancient path. He had officially risen in the 50th city of the human race, signifying the arrival of another young supreme being on the imperial path. Without a doubt, this would have an extremely widespread impact. On the road ahead, anyone who had the ambition to walk the imperial path would start to pay attention to him and be on guard. Rumble, in the distance, the sound of hooves rang out. Another pair of enemies had returned. Longma was running madly, and the purple Qilin was roaring as it chased after him. The group of people stared blankly. The style of this pair's battle was completely different from the one that had just ended. Shouting continuously, everything was chaotic, and there was no order to it. "Kill!" Longma shouted loudly, but he was still running, not willing to stop for even a moment. This left everyone a bit confused, and the group of people were all at a loss. The purple Qilin's face fell, and it chased after him relentlessly. "What are you making such a big fuss for? Do you dare fight?" Longma had an arrogant expression on his face. "Why wouldn't I dare? This one is destined to become the supreme being under the heavens, and must prove the Tao. Why would I be scared of a trifling savage beast like you? Then let's fight," the purple Qilin said coldly. "Fine," Longma replied. Just like before, he shouted to kill. However, his speed of flight became even faster, turning into a streak of blazing divine light. The purple Qilin was furious. "Since you are going to fight, why are you running?" Longma was deadly earnest. "This one is currently fighting you." "Nonsense." The purple Qilin was furious. "This is a battle of speed. This one is suppressing you, and it is obvious that you are no match for me." "I have already defeated you," Longma said righteously. The purple Qilin, at #yen%, not only was the purple Qilin furious, but he also wanted to stomp it to death. Even the various heroes were speechless. This dragon horse was too thick-skinned. It was obvious that its cultivation level was lower and it did not dare to fight, but it still said that it had won and suppressed its opponent with such a straight face. Moreover, the most intolerable thing was that it still had an arrogant look on its face. This was simply incomprehensible. It was filled with a powerful sense of superiority, and no one knew where its confidence came from. It had to force out a reason, and that was its confidence in fleeing. "Do you still have the dignity of an expert? Running away without fighting is too shameful," the purple Qilin roared. It was truly infuriated to encounter such an extreme opponent. The dignity of an expert? What kind of joke is that? Longma's two hind legs touched the ground, and it stood upright as it fled. It mocked the purple Qilin for not being able to outrun it even with 4 legs. Without another word, the purple Qilin crushed the sky and chased after it with all its might. It hated this unscrupulous Lanma to the core, and it wanted to kick it to death. Lanma's heart was calm. It was a holy beast, but its opponent was a holy beast king. There was an insurmountable gap between them, so it wouldn't fight and seek its own death. What dignity of an expert! Just as it said, what kind of joke was that? Hurry up and admit defeat. You have already lost. If you continue to be so thick-skinned, don't blame me for being merciless. Lanma's serious tone made all the saints wipe their sweat. From the purple Qilin's point of view, this was the most shameless holy beast it had ever seen. It had such a noble bloodline, and yet it had no moral bottom line. If you still don't know when to stop, I will kill you. I can beat 10 of you by myself without a problem, Lanma threatened. Come and try. The purple Qilin's anger was stirred. It was really a toothache to meet such a top-grade beast. It's a pity you don't have 10. How about I fight one of you with 10? Lanma said shamelessly. Then, it shouted into the distance, friends, let's attack together and explode it. The 9-tailed crocodile dragon, golden lion, sky scorpion, and the other 12 saints heard this. With a whoosh, they surrounded it in an instant. They didn't risk their lives in close combat, but instead took out all kinds of forbidden artifacts. Divine light shone brightly, and the artifacts exploded as they attacked from a distance. Tut! The green phoenix Taoist shouted lightly. He really couldn't watch it anymore. His voice was like thunder, shaking the group of combatants back and separating the two sides. The corners of Qi Tian and Kanglin's mouths also trembled slightly. If the green phoenix Taoist didn't make a move, even they had the desire to make a move. The green phoenix Taoist went forward and sternly warned them to stop fighting. Even the great sage couldn't watch it anymore. One could imagine how terrible this battle was. All the saints were speechless. Not long ago, Yi Fan and the tyrant had fought. How bitter was it? Never would they have thought that the battle between two venerable beasts would be so unbearable to watch. Boom! A loud sound came from the universe. Yi Fan withdrew from the deep state of Tao comprehension. His fists split the heaven and earth, and his whole body surged with battle intent, which frightened the group. At this point, the battle between the Saint Physique and the Tyrant Physique had completely come to an end in the 50th city of the human race. All the heroes spread the news to the ancient road, bringing it far away. On this day, the star path was shaken. The name of the Saint Physique defeated the young supreme of the tyrant blood of the firmament. The name of Yi Fan shook the ancient road. This was a storm. People saw it as the attack of a divine tiger, stirring up endless winds and clouds. It was full of variables, threatening the few geniuses at the forefront. In a sense, the situation on the ancient road of the human race was about to change. Another young supreme rose up, looking down on all directions. There was one more contender for the highest position. In the 50th city of the human race, Yi Fan and the southern demon brother and sister met again. There were too many things to talk about, and their conversation lasted for several hours. The southern demon's elegance was the same as before. His skin was bronze in color, and his eyes were deep. He was like a hibernating dragon that had transformed into a human form. He paced back and forth in the human world, deep and unfathomable. Qi Huashui was graceful and moving. Her fine black hair draped over her shoulders. Her skin was snow-white and exquisite, and her eyes were clear. She lacked a type of unruliness, but had a type of spirituality. Her red lips and pearly white teeth were sparkling. This was a peerless beauty, and her smile could topple cities. There was no need to doubt her beauty. In the past, she had some grudges with Yi Fan. After being separated for tens of years, they met again, and the past events were all revealed in a single smile. I've seen the Central Emperor, the Wavering Light Saint Child, Sentient Enlightenment, and the G siblings who chased after a divine coffin across the star domain. The southern demon told him about the old friends he had seen on the Emperor Burial Star. Hey, the young supreme being who just finished fighting the Tyrant King, what are you thinking about? Why are you in a daze? Qi Huashui teased. Her white jade-like hand waved in front of Yi Fan's eyes. I was momentarily lost in thought. So many old friends have been separated for so many years. Will we still be able to meet again on the ancient road? Yi Fan said somewhat ruefully. There are some people that you might never see again. The southern demon shook his head. Even Chi Huashui stopped laughing when she heard this. What happened? Sentient enlightenment might have died in battle. The southern demon sighed. This was a western desert expert who was as famous as him in the past, and she was revered as the West Bodhisattva. Yi Fan was startled. He still remembered that this woman had once ventured into the Central Prefecture Immortal Manor world with him and the blind old man. Her clothes were whiter than snow, and she looked otherworldly. Who killed him? A young monk named Golden Cicada. His magic power was exceptionally powerful, and he could be ranked among the young supreme beings. He was extremely terrifying, the southern demon said solemnly. Yi Fan's heart jumped. How could there be such a name? This should be an illusory existence that shouldn't have appeared. The southern demon's following words caused his heart to jump again. It was rumored that his master was Sakyamuni. Golden Cicada wasn't very old, but his cultivation had already reached the peak of perfection. Sentient enlightenment was defeated by him, but there's another saying that sentient enlightenment didn't die and left with him willingly. Golden Cicada was someone who shouldn't have appeared. Why did he appear on this ancient road? Yi Fan found it unbelievable and was lost in thought. How old is he? At most 100 or 200 years old. The southern demon sat on a stone chair, his posture tall and straight. His black hair was loose and his expression solemn. He was very afraid of Golden Cicada. Yi Fan pondered. This should be a person of nothingness and shouldn't exist in this world. Why did he really appear? He couldn't figure it out. Golden Cicada was the previous incarnation of Tang Xuanzong. This was what was said in Journey to the West. However, there were no such records in Orthodox Buddhism. It was just a fabrication. But now, Golden Cicada had appeared. He really was the disciple of Gautama Buddha. His magic power was boundless. Even the beautiful enlightened feeling was far from being his opponent. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The Golden Cicada on the human race's ancient road was only 100 or 200 years old. However, the real Venerable Xuanzong was an ancient person from 15 or 1600 years ago. If he forced himself to associate the two as the same person, it would obviously be inconsistent. Yi Fan pondered for a long time and was lost in thought. This ancient road was really complicated and filled his heart with fog. Is there any more news about him? The southern demon shook his head and said, This young monk is very mysterious. He's always been elusive. Although Golden Cicada had also appeared on the human race's ancient road, he wasn't heading towards the end. He was following the footsteps of his master, Gautama Buddha. Yi Fan's heart trembled. News about Gautama Buddha? Are there any legends about him on the ancient road? The southern demon said, Never heard of it. Golden Cicada leaked some information when he was asking around. It was said that his master had long disappeared on the ancient road. Even he couldn't meet him. Yi Fan was very concerned about Gautama Buddha. This was an ancient person with great wisdom and peerless power. He entered the starry sky but eventually disappeared without a trace. Now, unexpectedly, there was a bit of news, which made him pay special attention. Even Golden Cicada had jumped out, making him feel uneasy. Gautama Buddha is following the ancient road. Just where is he going? Yi Fan muttered to himself. His heart was in turmoil. The southern demon said, It's not limited to the ancient road of the human clan. Golden Cicada traveled across regions and appeared in the star paths of the celestial clan, the human clan, and the demon clan, searching for the whereabouts of his master. Gautama Buddha had disappeared for a long time, and no one knew of his whereabouts. If Golden Cicada had not appeared, no one would have known that he had come. There were many secrets regarding the Sakyamuni Buddha. He was a taboo in Western Desert Buddhism and was regarded as the demonic shell of the Amitabha Buddha. More than 2,000 years ago, he fought on Mount Meru. At the southern demon's level, she would naturally understand a little. Brother Yi, are you willing to venture into the demon clan's ancient road with us? Nan Yao asked. Yi Fan shook his head. Even though the human race's ancient road was full of thorns and there might be great troubles ahead, he didn't want to leave. The siblings of the Ji clan and Pang Bo were ahead. He needed to meet them, especially to rescue Pang Bo from the great emperor's tomb as soon as possible. My words are still valid. In the future, if we meet on the emperor's path and you are defeated, I will let you go, the southern demon said. The starry river in his eyes shattered, and there was an aura of a monarch descending upon the world. Yi Fan laughed and nodded. He said that if they really met, he wouldn't show any mercy, but he would spare his life in the end. Qi Huishui curled his lips in disdain and said, "Sigh, what two fools. What's there to fight about? In the end, they will still be defeated by time. They are all losers." She was tall and slender, her legs long and slender. Her waist was slender, and her skin was as white as jade. Her hair was light and her eyes were like water. Her red lips were bright, and her pearly white teeth were sparkling. She could be considered a peerless beauty. On the ancient road, there weren't many who could be as carefree as her. But those who stepped on this path were all filled with fighting spirit, striving for supremacy along the way. When Yi Fan heard this, he sighed softly, feeling that what she said was somewhat reasonable. Fighting all the way might not be the result he wanted. However, 100 barges vying for the current, heroes competing with each other. If he didn't advance, he would fall behind. Now, he had no other choice. Immortality was too far away. Right now, he was rising up on the ancient road, strengthening himself and rushing towards the emperor's realm. I advise you to drink a cup of wine, for there will be no old friends on the demon road. Starlight flickered. Yi Fan stood outside the 50th city of the human race, raising his cup as he was sent off by the southern demon siblings. See you on the path to immortality. The southern demon held a silver cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. He brought his younger sister and soared through the air. Only such a man would dare to say such words. To enter the immortal realm, this required a type of boldness. How many people under the heavens could contend against him? Above the starry river, an ancient demon narrowed his eyes, shooting out strands of light. He looked down at the 50th city of the human race and transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, "Little friend, how about taking a trip to the demon road? There will be clashes. The demon race should just wait for their daughters to be married off." An aged voice replied on behalf of Yi Fan. Starlight cascaded down like a silver waterfall, cutting off the path ahead. Heh. The ancient demon turned around, bringing the southern demon siblings with him as they disappeared into the ice-cold cosmos. Yi Fan returned to the city. On the ancient street paved with blue stone, many cultivators revealed strange expressions when they saw him. Yi Fan fought in all directions, slaughtering overlords until their blood flowed, intimidating all heroes into submission. In the eyes of the saints, this might very well be the most powerful competitor on the ancient road of the human race. His rise was already unstoppable. Yi Fan went to see the envoy Zhao Gongyi, solemnly asking for the divine light platform. He didn't want to continue on like this. Time was pressing, he had to save Pang Bo. It's really not enough. There aren't many of these divine treasures. Zhao Gongyi rubbed his hands, looking troubled. 20 years of intense battle with the divine spirit is the reward I deserve. Sir Envoy, don't tell me you want to drag things out for 4,000 years? Yi Fan urged. Actually, letting you enter the depths of the starry sky too early isn't good for you and everyone else. You must be careful, Zhao Gongyi solemnly said. I only want to save a friend, I don't want to clash with others, Yi Fan replied. Oh, all right then. The envoy Zhao Gongyi nodded, finally agreeing to hand the divine light platform to Yi Fan. The starry river was resplendent. The 50th city of the human race floated in the cosmos, surrounded by silver waterfall-like radiance, looking sacred and auspicious. The news that the divine physique was about to leave made all the cultivators heave a sigh of relief, feeling as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The impact of the battle in the starry sky was too great. Yi Fan was like a huge mountain pressing down on this city, causing those who walked on the ancient path to feel a sense of pressure. Now, many people had already recognized the situation and had long given up on the emperor's path. All they wanted was to ascend to the next level and search for their own fortuitous encounters. If they had to travel together with such a man who was like the sun in the sky, it would truly be unbearable. No one was willing to do so, it would be a form of torture. Uncle Master, are you really going to leave? Can you bring me along with you? Under the starry sky, Xianxia hugged onto Yifan's leg, refusing to let go. She raised her small face and blinked her big eyes as she spoke in a pitiful manner. Cultivate well here. In the future, we will meet again. Yifan squatted down and patted her head, revealing a doting expression. When will the future be? How far will it be? The little child looked at him anxiously. Tears welled up in his eyes, filled with reluctance. It won't be very far. As long as you are strong enough, you can rely on your own strength to cross the starry sky and come find me at any time. Yifan consoled and pinched her little face. I will be very strong, just like Uncle Master. I will defeat the people of the tyrant's blood of the firmament and suppress all my enemies. Xianxia clenched her small fists and said seriously. Yifan smiled and said, quickly become stronger. Who knows, one day, I might really need you to fight shoulder to shoulder with me. Definitely. Although the little child said this, he still cried when they parted. Moreover, he was very sad, constantly wiping away his tears and waving his hands at Yifan while crying. Let's go. Yifan stepped into the starry sky and left the 50th human city with the 12 saints. They arrived in the starry sky and stopped in front of the formation left behind by the ancient heaven for several days. Yifan carefully studied it and in the end, he even dug out a few formations. The divine light platform flickered and mottled patterns appeared on its surface. Strands of immortal splendor flowed out. Yifan and the others turned into a blazing light and disappeared from where they were. They reached the depths of the starry sky. Wu, the divine physique should be here. He's about to advance to the front of the ancient road. He should be here soon. That's right. I heard that he crossed the starry sky several days ago and should be here soon. Why haven't I seen him yet? It's going to be lively now. If the young supreme beings ahead know that he's coming, do you guys think they will turn back and fight against him? During these days, the ancient road was full of noise. The divine physique was about to arrive. He would cross dozens of cities and arrive in advance. He became the focus of everyone's discussion. There were many star fragments in the star ruins. It was like an abandoned ruin, a burial ground for stars. The star ruins was just like its name. There were many floating continents. Most of them lacked vitality, which was quite unusual in the dark cosmos. This was a boundlessly vast and mysterious ancient star region. Cultivators from all over the world had gathered and hurried over to this place during all these years. There were ancient great emperors' mausoleums in the star ruins. There wasn't a single cultivator who didn't want to obtain the natural luck here. They came and went, and it was unknown just how many people's blood was spilled in outer space, their bones buried here. Among them, there were a dozen or so continents that were the most famous. After all these years, young supreme beings came and went, knocking on the gate many times, wishing to open it. It was confirmed that there were great emperor's secrets inside. The palace-ruined city was the center of this star domain. It was between the dozen or so continents, and it wasn't that far from any of the ancient continents. The starry sky was quiet, but this city was always bustling with noise and excitement. There was never a lack of experts here. After all these years, too many soul-stirring battles had happened. That day, strands of blazing lightning appeared outside the city. The cosmos and starry sky were torn apart. A divine platform that released dazzling light flew out from the void. On top of it, there was a man with a peaceful expression. Behind him was a group of saints. Some were ancient beasts, while others were foreign races. All of them were arrogant and untamed. They were incomparably powerful and surged with blood energy that overflowed into the heavens. We've arrived. This is the star domain. This should be the legendary palace-ruined city. Yifan arrived. He was dressed in green clothes. He stepped on the starry splendor and looked at the ancient city floating in the cosmos. Who is that person? He actually didn't come out from the altar's formation. He can cross the star domain on his own. Could it be that the saint physique everyone is talking about has arrived? Looking at the time, he should have appeared. 2 cultivators returned from outer space and were about to enter the ancient city. They just happened to see Yi Fan's group, and their eyes immediately widened. They had a premonition that the star ruins was about to become lively. A controversial figure with extremely terrifying potential had appeared. There would most likely be great waves. The ruined city was located in the center of the star graveyard. The city walls were tall and made of lapis lazuli. They flickered with a cold luster and were famous in the depths of the human race's ancient road. Yi Fan looked at the city from afar and felt a strong blood qi. There were definitely peerless experts guarding the city. After all, there was a great emperor's tomb in the star graveyard. After the battle ended, Yi Fan didn't want to attract too much attention. He used the heaven and earth changing great art in the Genesis technique to reshape the 12 saints and let them enter the city separately. Even Longma, who was unwilling, had turned into a red-haired burly man. He was quite burly and domineering, and his large eyes were shining like torches. As a saint beast, even if he didn't choose a human form, it was still very easy for him to transform into a human body. He just didn't want to do it normally. Even if I transform into a human, I'm still a man of men. It's impossible not to attract attention in the vast sea of people. This is the innate temperament of a supreme being, Longma boasted shamelessly. Unfortunately, when the golden lion walked over, he consciously shut his mouth. This was a man with a head full of golden hair, like a god. His whole body flowed with golden light, and he looked gorgeous. Yi Fan was the last to enter the city. After sending them off, he circled around the ancient city floating in the universe and examined the Tao laws and divine chains of order on the city. When Yi Fan approached the city gate, he suddenly heard the sound of iron chains shaking. It was deafening, accompanied by a wave of cold air. He couldn't help but look back. In the starry sky, there was a group of people quickly approaching. They were shrouded in mist, like nether soldiers passing through. This was a group of indifferent soldiers. They were covered in black armor, from head to toe. They were protected by iron suits, and they were filled with a murderous and strange aura. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He used his Genesis technique to sense that this was a group of dead people. It felt very familiar. Almost in an instant, two words appeared in his mind: underworld. This feeling was too similar. These were all nether soldiers, and they were even more powerful. They were all saints. Even though he was wearing a black iron robe, he was still different from ordinary people, and there was a yin fog around him. They were carrying a bronze coffin that was covered in green rust, as if it hadn't been opened for millions of years. There was a strange fluctuation inside, as if a supreme expert was sleeping. The sound came from the copper coffin. There were chains wrapped around the coffin, locking it tightly and preventing it from being opened. This was a strange scene. More than a dozen extremely powerful Yin soldiers were carrying a copper coffin and flying over, directly entering the palace ruins. While people were shocked, they also felt that this was very strange. The people of the underworld have appeared. Yi Fan thought to himself. He did not know why they had appeared here. An ordinary person would definitely not be able to recognize them. After all, not everyone possessed a Genesis technique. There seemed to be an extremely powerful existence in the copper coffin. Although he had never seen it, Yi Fan could vaguely sense that it was definitely an expert that could intimidate an entire region. The soldiers guarding the city did not stop them. After seeing them flash a token, they let them in. The entire process was peaceful. Yi Fan also successfully entered the city after stating that he was a trial taker. This ancient city was not so strict. It seemed that the people guarding the city also knew that there were crooks and honest people mixed in this star field, so they turned a blind eye to it. After entering the city, he immediately felt a strange atmosphere. Many people were whispering. Whether it was in tea houses or restaurants, there were cultivators talking. How could this happen? A yellow spring descended from the starry sky, as if it connected to the 9 serenities underworld. It's surging with yin qi. This is too strange. Could it be that the path of immortal ascension is about to appear? Even the yellow spring of the 9 serenities has entered the human world, causing such a scene? When Yi Fan heard these rumors, he was immediately surprised. Some strange changes had happened here, causing everyone to discuss it. People were very restless. Soon, he learned some specific details. A mysterious yellow spring had appeared in the star ruins and flowed in the starry sky. Anyone who approached it would immediately be melted. This was somewhat unimaginable. A 9 Serenities yellow spring appeared in the resplendent starry sky. It did not conform to common sense, causing people to worry and fear. What do you guys know? How could the yellow spring of the Een realm appear out of nowhere and flow in the starry sky? Some Tao protectors have predicted that this is the Great Emperor's tomb splitting open and wisps of qi seeping out from the void. I have also heard that it might be the Great Emperor's tomb splitting open. The aura left behind by the Emperor's corpse seeped into the water and turned into the yellow spring that flowed out from the tomb. No one in the world had ever seen the complete corpse of the Great Emperor. Perhaps they didn't want the future people to see the sorrow of their invincible life yet still unable to escape death. They wouldn't leave behind any essence, blood, immortal bones, or even a strand of hair. Other than the birth of a deity's will, there wouldn't be any abnormal phenomenon. The situation in the star ruins was very special. Yellow spring water actually appeared in the starry sky near the ancient tomb. Moreover, it flowed out of thin air. It was close to being seen since ancient times. At first, people were very puzzled until the Tao protectors came. After careful analysis, they concluded that the aura of the Great Emperor's corpse had seeped into the water in the tomb, causing such a scene. This caused a huge uproar in the ruined city. It had always been difficult to see a true Great Emperor's corpse. It was comparable to an immortal. Now that they might have the chance to see it and even obtain it, it naturally caused a commotion. Yi Fan was stunned. From the Emperor burial star to the human race's ancient road, he had experienced many things. This was the first time he heard the news of the Great Emperor's corpse appearing in front of all the cultivators. Then, his head suddenly buzzed as he felt great trouble. The people from the underworld had come and their goal was obvious. They were here for the Great Emperor's corpse. For so many years, the Netherworld soldiers had transported corpses from various ancient star regions. It was rumored that once they entered the underworld, these lost ancient corpses would recover their terrifying battle strength. Now that there was an emperor's corpse here, it was simply like a legend. Even the mysterious underworld couldn't sit still and sent out unparalleled experts today. They wanted to seize the immortal bone and build a foundation for 10,000 generations. The cries of dragons and tigers shook the ancient city. Everyone discovered in shock that a green war chariot was speeding over and entering the city. The green war chariot was actually made of a type of stone and not metal. Moreover, it was only a meter long and could be considered pocket-sized. Meanwhile, the ones pulling the chariot were a purple dragon and a white tiger. They were also only a meter long and were completely sparkling. They were made of stone. Holy spirits, everyone's expressions changed. This wasn't a human, but the most powerful and terrifying Holy Spirit race. It entered the human race's ancient city and immediately caused a wave of panic. This type of creature was the most powerful and was the synonym for being unrivaled in the same realm. Their numbers were rare and it was already extremely rare to see a few of them in such a vast star region. Tao friend from the Holy Spirit race, what is your purpose in barging into my human race's holy city? The Tao protector overseeing the city transmitted his voice, causing the majestic city to rumble and tremble. I have no ill intentions. I was just passing by the imperial tomb and felt a huge wave. I wanted to join you guys and take a look. A Taoist walked out from the meter-long war chariot. His entire body was greenish-brown and made of stone. He was only a meter tall, but no one dared to make fun of him. Although he wasn't imposing, he had a type of aura that could swallow the heaven and earth and was a supreme being. His eyes were like golden lanterns that shot out sharp rays of light, oppressing everyone until they trembled. Fortunately, he didn't purposely release his aura, or else the crowd wouldn't be able to endure it. To use a stone dragon and a stone tiger to pull the chariot, this Holy Spirit was definitely extraordinarily powerful. It was most likely not weaker than the Holy Spirits Tsang Yen and Ao Meng who fought at the Great Moon Slope 20 years ago. The experts of the underworld and the Holy Spirit race had all come. The corpse of an ancient great emperor was indeed extremely tempting. Even they couldn't help but come into the world. Yi Fan's brows were deeply furrowed. His heart was filled with worry. The star ruins had become a forbidden area and very few people dared to enter. Pangbo was trapped in the tomb, so wasn't this dangerous? There are more than a dozen continents in total. Where does the yellow spring flow? He asked someone. Yi Fan entered this ancient city. In order to avoid too much trouble, he was very low-key. Until now, no one knew that he had a holy physique and came from the Emperor Burial Star. In the starry sky where the cloud-misty continent is, someone answered and told him the situation. Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief. He had already understood some of the situation. It wasn't the ancient continent where Pang Bo was. It was still very far away. There were more than a dozen giant continents floating in this cosmos. They were all important places in the star ruins. The Emperor's corpse might appear in the mortal world. Even I am curious and want to take a look. At that time, many experts will probably rush over. This place will definitely be in chaos, Yi Fan muttered to himself. He decided to hurry and rescue Pang Bo, otherwise, it would most likely be very troublesome. Not long after, he left the palace ruined city and summoned the divine light platform in a place where there was no one around. He traveled in the starry sky according to his understanding. Not long after, he appeared in the depths of the star domain. There was an ancient continent floating there. It was very quiet, and the power of the great Tao flowed slowly. There were cultivators exploring this continent, but not many of them. They all came with the attitude of fishing in troubled waters. A while ago, Pang Bo challenged them in the depths of the imperial mausoleum of the continent and transmitted his voice to the outside world. It really shocked everyone. Unfortunately, after so many days, no one could break through the gate. Many experts died for no reason. They couldn't open the underground palace. Yi Fan searched. There were no twists and turns, and no complicated and strange things happened. Everything was very ordinary. He directly found the vicinity of the entrance of the large tomb. Pang Bo. He transmitted his voice inside. There was only silence in the ancient tomb. There was no response. It was deathly silent. Yi Fan's heart sank at that moment. He had a bad feeling. Pang Bo, I'm here. Are you still there? Yi Fan shouted loudly. He clenched his fists. He was extremely worried and nervous. Pang Bo was trying to buy time for him. He lured the overlord here and exposed himself so that the heroes could attack this tomb. But now, something unexpected happened. Yi Fan's roar was very loud. It shook the mountains and rivers. Many cultivators who were exploring here were frightened. They couldn't help but turn around to look. Could it be that the Saint Physique is here? Everyone was in awe and couldn't help but retreat. Yi Fan fought the overlord and broke his dream in the 50th city of the human race. This news had long since spread throughout the ancient path of the starry sky. All the cultivators were incomparably afraid. They saw him as the most terrifying person in the future. At this time, they guessed that he had arrived. Their hearts naturally trembled and they retreated in fear of causing unnecessary misunderstandings. You are Yi Fan. Suddenly, a voice came from the ancient tomb. It was so familiar that all of Yi Fan's nervousness disappeared. It's me. Why didn't you respond just now? I'm here to save you. Yi Fan was excited and shouted loudly. I fell asleep while hugging the coffin board. Pang Bo answered casually. His personality was still the same as before. Clearly, he was also very excited. We brothers finally meet again. Yi Fan laughed. Being able to say such words proved that he should be fine. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. It's been so many years. How are you? Everything else is fine. It's just that I've been eating coffin boards every day. I've long since gotten tired of it. Pang Bo laughed loudly. In the distance, a group of ascetic cultivators had tears streaming down their faces. Those were immortal peaches of immortality. They were actually tired of eating it. They would rather exchange it and be locked in the tomb for a few years to eat it. Listen to me. Yi Fan transmitted his voice. Now wasn't the time to reminisce. He told him about the changes in the star ruins and told him that when the heroes opened the Yellow Springs Void, he would use the Heavenly Origin Divine Formation to borrow power from that direction to shatter this place and help Pang Bo escape. Yi Fan, I don't think this matter is reliable. There might be something else inside. Pang Bo said. He was in the ancient tomb of the great emperor, so he naturally knew more than others. Yifan nodded and said, I also feel that something is strange. But that's not important. As long as the heroes help, I will borrow power from the heavenly origin divine formation to save you first. Yifan looked back, and two sharp beams of divine light shot out from his eyes. It was like golden lightning tearing through the void. Everyone who was looking at the mountains felt their bodies go cold, and they all retreated. He began to carve the formation, using his heart's blood to carve it. He set it up on the mountains and peaks, and the runes flickered like dragons and snakes. They coiled around the mountains, shining with divine splendor and full of life. This was no longer a simple formation. It was bestowed with essence, energy, and spirit. It was as if he was creating life and opening the consciousness of the gods, giving the mountains and ancient tombs their own will. I've already heard that the Overlord was defeated by you. How delightful. Well fought. I can't believe he's acting like he's number one in the world, Pang Bo said from inside the tomb. Yifan narrated the battle, but his hands didn't stop. A dragon-shaped line was carved, dividing the mountains and rivers into two parts. The divine Taiji was built in the great wilderness. In almost an instant, the place began to shine and absorb the essence of heaven and earth. The two holy forces of Yin and Yang collided, and they could use this to attack the entrance of the tomb. This was the heaven origin formation that Yifan had improved. He had been thinking hard about the origin technique and the vast Yin and Yang divine formation in ancient heaven, and he had gained many insights. For a moment, the mountains and rivers trembled, and wind and thunder roared. The runes that looked like dragons and snakes swam around the mountains, shining brightly. It made this place look different. Pang Bo talked about how he had fallen into the tomb. Back then, a peerless Holy Spirit had transformed into the Tao and opened up a crack, which allowed him to enter the tomb. It could be said that he had narrowly escaped death. If Yifan hadn't given him the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman, he would have long since turned to dust. The ancient talisman had blocked disasters for him, dying 4 times for him. Yifan nodded and then thought. Soon, he would borrow the divine power of the heroes to destroy this place. This place would most likely collapse, and the ancient Chaos Emperor talisman could only be used a limited number of times, so it was most likely not safe. Pang Bo, listen carefully. He used his divine sense to pass on the secret character to Pang Bo. He told him to study it in the next few days, just in case. An unparalleled divine technique. Pang Bo exclaimed. He hadn't spent all these years in vain after opening the Azure Thearka's divine treasury in the Eternal Star region. There weren't only ancient divine evolution liquids, but also some handwritten books and books. There were also some special scriptures and annotations. Such a wondrous art is too mystical. Grasping it is equivalent to possessing half an undying body. We can then barge through those golden ancient paths and fight for good fortune with the great devil god, human king, goddess Di Tian, fairy Xianxia, and the others. Pang Bo was very engrossed. It didn't take long for him to understand the wondrous effects of the hermit character. Entering the depths of the starry sky and charging through the ancient road to the human race's holy city was no longer the main point. It was difficult to satisfy the training conditions of some young geniuses. They began to pay attention to some of the abandoned wonderful lands. Some cultivators began to enter the ancient path. Cultivators. Cultivators, cultivators, and all. And there. And there. But there. God. Were. The ancient golden path was actually a section of the ancient path. Some outstanding cultivators had entered it and inadvertently touched the mausoleum of the ancient emperors, making it appear in the world. It became a place where wind and clouds gathered and became lively. The ancient golden path was actually one secret realm after another. They were very ancient and full of mist. They were ancient lands of the ancient star region that had been abandoned in the river of time. Thus, they could be called the immemorial golden secret realm. As for the secret realms that were even more ancient, they could be called the ancient golden path of myths or legends. Wait for a few days, I'll save you. Yifan finished arranging the formation and told Pang Bo to be careful. Something big was going to happen in the next few days. Don't worry, I'll be fine. We brothers still have to explore the world together. We'll see the god race and the imperial city where the ancient heaven is, Pang Bo said casually. They talked briefly about their experiences. They didn't talk too much because Yi Fan had to pay attention to the Emperor Corpse and the Yellow Springs to prevent any changes. The cloud mist continent had floated in the cosmos for who knew how many years. Even though it was a Yin land, it had been baptized by the essence of the sun and moon. There were countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures on the surface. This was a strange celestial body. It wasn't a star, but rather a continent. It was a bit strange for it to exist in the cosmos like this. However, it wasn't much in the star ruins. This was the burial ground of stars. There were many ancient continent fragments here, making it different from the other star regions. A great yellow river flowed down into the distance. There was no life force or hope. Deathly energy filled the air, making the entire starry land seem bleak and lonely. This great river flowed out of the void as if it had no source and fell from the sky. The yellow water was like corpse fluid and had a kind of soul-stealing power. It was adjacent to the cloud mist continent and wasn't very far away. Some people guessed that the real emperor's tomb was hidden in the void. Now that it had cracked, the yellow springs flowed out through the void. Yi Fan observed for a long time. He didn't approach it first because this was different from the yellow springs he saw in the land of extreme Yin. It had a demonic power. Before approaching, the human body would have the tendency to disintegrate and transform into the Tao. It seemed to contain a great destructive power. Recently, many cultivators explored it, but they all turned to dust in the end. Yi Fan used his Genesis technique and opened his divine eyes. He looked through the void and vaguely seemed to see a great tomb floating in the void of the universe. There was majestic Emperor Qi there. However, in the blink of an eye, there was nothing left, only a deathly stillness, not a single sound to be heard. It seemed real and illusory. No one could see the true form of the ancient emperor's tomb. There were only speculations based on the traces of the great Tao. It might not be the real tomb. Yi Fan frowned. Even his Genesis heavenly eyes couldn't see through it. It was obvious how extraordinary the burial ground of the emperor's corpse was. It defied common sense. Even though the emperor had passed away, his emperor blood and immortal bones were revered and couldn't be blasphemed. Yi Fan tried to get closer, wanting to walk a little further than others. In the end, all the hair on his body stood up. He felt a cold killing intent that chilled his bones to the bone. Seal! Yi Fan shouted and his hands moved. Inexplicable trajectories appeared one after another, bringing along dazzling divine lights. Tao patterns were imprinted into the void, stabilizing the starry sky and disintegrating the killing intent. At this level of Genesis technique, it was no longer the use of one technique and one technique. Yi Fan spread out his 10 fingers and immortal splendor shot out in all directions. 6 golden formations formed one after another, protecting him within. Moreover, the runes spread out, approaching the yellow springs to investigate the true situation of this land of death. This was the manifestation of Genesis technique. The divine runes turned into brilliant rivers that flowed through the starry sky and interwove into strange Tao runes. Yi Fan revealed a solemn expression. There were indeed some places that couldn't be explored. Even someone as powerful as the Yuan Taoist master couldn't figure it out. This was beyond the scope of Genesis technique that he could control. This was the burial ground of the ancient emperor. No divine technique would be able to penetrate deep into it. The void cut off everything. Only the yellow river continued to flow. Suddenly, his scalp tightened as if it was being pricked by needles. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air and quickly retreated. In the void where the yellow springs flowed out, a flower suddenly appeared. It looked like a human face, but it was frighteningly pale. Its 7 orifices were visible, but its eyes were blurry. It was rooted in the starry sky and had no leaves. Its entire body was pale white, only revealing its petals. It accompanied the yellow springs. The shape of the human face and the crying expression on it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Fan retreated far away from the yellow springs and flew towards the vast cloud ancient continent. This place had also changed. It wasn't shrouded in the essence of heaven and earth like before. It also seemed to have lost its vitality. At the same time, it was accompanied by an ominous aura that made people not dare to approach. Yi Fan walked carefully and silently measured. He used Genesis techniques on real land to speculate about the tomb of the great emperor. He wandered among the peerless murderous aura and roughly walked through it. Waves of shock surged in his heart. He didn't observe the burial ground in the void. Just by observing the tangible ancient continent, he had obtained some unusual clues. In the eternal despair, there is hope. Yi Fan was almost at a loss. He felt very conflicted when he came to this conclusion. This was clearly the tomb of the great emperor. How could it show such an opportunity? He left the ancient continent and stood in the cold starry sky. Then, he pondered seriously and used Genesis techniques to make deductions. 1 continent, 2 continents. Yi Fan connected more than 10 of the most important continents in the star ruins on a small divine disk and marked their locations. He had put the ancient continents together and then separated them. They moved in a specific trajectory and slowly formed the current layout. There are more than 10 dead lands here. Each of them is a perilous land within energy. I can use them to bury corpses. Excellent. However, after observing carefully, he got another conclusion. These ancient continents were like hidden dragons. They were all burial grounds. However, when they separated and moved in a specific trajectory, they were like dead dragons that had swallowed the god essence. They had hope for a great life. Dragon corpses rising to the sky. Yi Fan was shaken. He had seen something. More than 10 ancient continents had Emperor Qi. Some had coffins, some had formations, and some had artifacts of the great emperors. They were all illusory tombs. More than 10 dragon corpses swallowed the heaven essence and released wisps of vitality. They spread to the sky and gathered in the void. It seemed to mean that they had transcended. Could it be that these ancient continents are nurturing the heaven essence and eventually ascending to the sky? The real eye of the cave is above them, creating things out of the void and having hope for a great life? Without a doubt, the void where the yellow spring was flowing should be the eye of the dozens of dragon corpses. Everything was gathered there. Yi Fan was bewildered. If they were dead, they were dead. What were they doing? Was it a strange secret land created for immortality? All of a sudden, his glabella glowed. The cauldron on his immortal platform hummed. It was because something inside the cauldron was trying to break free. A thought flashed through Yi Fan's mind. He opened his own cauldron. An ancient lamp immediately floated out, suspending in front of him. It released a lush green light that illuminated the star ruins' ancient land. This lamp had a human body and a ghost face. Its origins were mysterious. After the Overlord's lamp ended, Yi Fan had asked the Green Phoenix Daoist for guidance in the 50th city. He was told that this might be a relic left behind by the legendary era's spiritual treasure celestial being. The heavens sing, 10,000 emperors set up a ceremony. The rivers and seas are silent, the mountains hide in the clouds, the sun and moon cease to shine. The sound of scriptures being chanted came from the copper lamp. It was precisely the expiate scripture. The voice wasn't loud, but it penetrated the starry sky. Yi Fan was frightened. He had previously doubted the usefulness of the expiate scripture. Normally, it didn't have much use, so he didn't know why it was passed down through the ages. Now, his heart was pounding violently. He seemed to have found some clues. Could it really be as he guessed? It was going to suppress the calamity of immortality? The fate of heaven and earth has its end, the sun, moon, and 5 stars have their ups and downs, the most holy deities have their ups and downs. In the void, a bronze lamp flickered and sprinkled down specks of eerie radiance. The celestial being scripture moved in all directions, penetrating the starry sky to purify demons and bring disaster to the town. Yi Fan listened to the expiation scripture and pondered deeply. He thought of many things. This seemingly useless expiation scripture would also shine brilliantly in the future and suppress the corpse calamity. From the era of legends to the end of the celestial court, then to the archaic emperor era, and then to the great emperor era, supreme beings rose one after another and created an everlasting glorious era. Then, they all grew old and too many things happened. These outstanding individuals looked down on the heavens throughout the ages, so how could they be willing to die and disappear? They swept through the 3,000 realms and overturned the 9 heavens. In the heavens above and earth below, only. They were supreme, so they naturally wouldn't yield to fate. At that level, longevity was their only pursuit. Naturally, all kinds of methods were born because of this, and now, some of them had already surfaced. Reincarnation imprints, burying oneself in a land of extreme good fortune, and so on were all related to the corpse calamity. They seemed to be foretelling something. Innumerable calamities, in the primal chaos, there are no duplicates above and no duplicates below. Wind and swamp penetrate the void, Vajra ride the heavens above and the earth below, no netherworld, formless and shadowless, limitless and limitless, Brahman, the expiation scripture rang incessantly. Yifan seemed to have entered a meditative state as he listened to the meaning and pondered silently. For a moment, only the scripture could be heard. The yellow springs seemed like they were about to dry up and were suppressed by it. The ancient lamp flickered and blossomed with divine light, making Yifan look like a bright glass immortal body. He was untainted by even a speck of dust and seemed otherworldly under the starry sky. The human-faced ghost flower in the void trembled and almost withered. Then, it retreated and let out a demonic roar before disappearing into nothingness. Yifan thought of a sentence in the expiation scripture and said softly, "The dead soul is refined, the living body is expiated. The calamity exists forever and revolves with the calamity." The divine light platform appeared and radiated multicolored light in all directions. He opened the star door and entered in a flash, disappearing from this place and returning to the outside of the ruined city. No one dared to rashly enter the mausoleum of an ancient great emperor. Even the Yuan Taoist master couldn't touch the emperor corpse. Only heroes could work together and destroy it. The Nebula Tower was a treasure tower refined from the fragments of the stars. It was completely crystalline and emitted a gentle silvery white radiance. It had a pure and holy energy. It was located in the center of the ruined city and had a great reputation. Powerful cultivators liked to come here to have a seat. It was rumored that this was a restaurant left behind by a quasi-emperor. Back then, no one knew that the old man was a quasi-emperor. Even the guide of this city was at a loss. It was only when he passed away one day and turned into a pile of ashes that he released wisps of emperor might at the last moment, causing the stars to tremble. Everyone was shocked. Of course, that was something from 120,000 years ago. No matter which era it was, the appearance of a quasi-emperor was a great event. It would throw the world into chaos and shake the world. In any star domain, it would attract people's worship because achieving the Tao was too difficult. Those who could reach this step would all be recorded in the annals of history, and they could be counted. When he was alive, no one knew about him. Only after his death did people understand him. The peerless experts of the past, some Tao protectors, and various great sages all came to pay their respects. People learned some secrets from his neighbors. This low-key quasi-emperor had sighed in loneliness when he was alive. Why did a Wuxia appear? How could he be so powerful? Only now did people understand that this might be an unparalleled existence who had competed with Wuxia for the position of supreme being. No matter how stunning he was, it was impossible for him to defeat the great emperor who could make even deities tremble. He was born in the wrong era and could only meet his end. Otherwise, he might have been a human emperor. Unfortunately, he encountered a rarely seen heaven-defying Wuxia, so he could only retire and spend the rest of his life here alone. Yifan naturally came because of its reputation. After understanding some of the situation, he was filled with curiosity about this place and wanted to take a look. There was a pair of stone lions in front of the door. They were mottled with time and even had moss growing on them. However, no one dared to look down on them. After all, this was the place where a quasi-emperor had once lived. The Nebula Tower did not seem old. It was still as lustrous as before, and the starlight had never dimmed. Walking up the stone steps, people could feel a gentle and auspicious power. Even if they had internal injuries, they could instantly recover. Naturally, there were experts who had studied it and said that it was not an offensive artifact. It could not even be called a weapon, but it was a good building for health. Most people who came to the palace ruins would come here to take a look. Yifan walked up the steps and entered the Jade Palace. The starlight inside the building sprinkled down, making him feel full of essence qi and his body was light. There was a spatial formation here, so the inside of the building was very spacious and could accommodate many people. Naturally, there were many cultivators in the Nebula Tower. 3 to a table, 5 to a group. They were all discussing. Most people came here to join in the fun and listen to the latest news and secrets of others. Yi Fan found an inconspicuous table and drank alone. He quietly listened to everyone's discussion and learned that many great figures were preparing to explore the Yellow Springs. The main tomb of an ancient great emperor has appeared. The great experts finally can't sit still anymore. I wonder who will reap great benefits this time. I think it will be a great disaster. Since ancient times, as long as it was a human emperor, if they did not want their tomb to crack, who could easily steal their tomb? Everyone discussed and guessed that it would most likely lead to a reign of terror. This was an eventful time, and many people might rush over and die here. At this time, what people talked about the most was naturally the great tomb and the emperor's corpse. There were many guesses, and many of them were learned from the human protectors. Rumor has it that this should be a great emperor with an extremely long history. The passage of time might have far exceeded people's expectations. Some people believed that there might be a problem with this great emperor's body. He most likely didn't transform into the Tao and the emperor's corpse fell, cracking the great tomb and exposing it to the world. Although it is said to be a tomb, it might be a vast secret realm. Otherwise, how could there be a yellow river? People discussed spiritedly. There were also people who mentioned Yi Fan. His battle with the Overlord had a great impact and was also the focus of people's discussion. Many people felt that he might have arrived and just hadn't shown himself yet. At this time, footsteps came from the staircase. There were people coming and going. This was a very common thing. However, when this group of people appeared, they immediately attracted many people's attention. The one in the lead was a peerless beauty, like a fairy who ascended to the heavens, agile and otherworldly. Oh, isn't that Fairy Xianxia? She came to the star ruins again for the emperor's tomb? It really is the banished fairy, one of the strongest people in the depths of the human ancient road. She allied with Di Tian and passed through more than 10 golden secret realms, obtaining a heaven-defying fortune. Fairy Xianxia's name shook the ancient road. In these years, she had come to the ruined city more than once for the emperor's tomb. Now that she appeared here again, many people naturally recognized her. Coupled with her peerless beauty, it was impossible for her not to attract attention. She was known as the banished fairy. No matter where she went, she would be the focus of attention. Whether it was her cultivation or her beauty, they were all rare on the ancient road. Only when she went upstairs did people notice the people behind her. All of them were either majestic or peaceful. Their temperaments were all different, and one could tell at a glance that they were not ordinary people. Those are the experts under Di Tian. 2 of them are, the Qilin Saint and the Vermilion Bird Saint. They returned with Fairy Xianxia. This means that Di Tian might also appear. These people were all famous on the ancient road, but in the end, they were all subdued by Di Tian. Among them, the Qilin Saint and the Vermilion Bird Saint were the most outstanding. Fairy Xianxia was graceful and graceful. Her treasured clothes were like condensed moonlight, light and holy. Her fine black hair danced in the wind, and her bright eyes and white teeth were revealed. She directly chose a quiet place to sit down. The others followed her. Only Fairy Xianxia's maid Linger was very lively. The others were very steady and didn't speak much. Their table was not very far from Yi Fan, and they could see each other. However, Yi Fan had been very low-key after entering the city. He didn't want to become the focus of attention, so he didn't reveal his true body. Even if they sat together, no one knew that he had arrived. Very soon, people's gazes shifted, no longer paying too much attention to Fairy Xianxia's group. This was because even the Tao Protector and the Sacred Spirit had come to the ruined city, and they might even be in this building. I wonder if the sacred body of the Emperor Burial Star has arrived. I didn't expect him to actually defeat an overlord of the same level. This is too unexpected. The Vermilion Bird Saint spoke. He was a handsome young man with a pair of phoenix-like eyes. He sat there quietly, and there was a kind of natural majesty about him. Of course he's extraordinary. Apart from master, he also has the origin of the Tao. However, in the end, he is still a level lower, so he isn't recognized by the origin of the Tao, another person said. The Qilin Saint had a tall and sturdy figure. His eyes were cold as he said, Master once sent people to recruit him, but they were rejected. He killed those people and is arrogant and unruly. He is destined to become an enemy. Those people are really embarrassing, the lively maid Ling teased. She had personally experienced it back then. The expressions of the experts under Tian were indifferent. They couldn't retort in front of Fairy Xianxia. Back then, he rejected Master, so a battle was already destined, the Qilin saint said in a low voice. But we have to admit that he is very heaven-defying and peerless. If such an enemy were to grow up, it would truly be a terrifying matter, the Vermilion Bird Saint said. Fairy Xianxia didn't say anything. She was aloof, and these people were very respectful to her, not daring to disturb her. And at this time, her eyes turned, and she inadvertently glanced at Yi Fan. Yi Fan's heart moved. Did this woman recognize him? If she could really see his true body, the sharpness of her spiritual senses would truly be a bit terrifying. He is so heaven-defying. If we think of a way to subdue him and use him for Master's use, it would definitely shake the entire human ancient road, the Qilin saint said coldly. Suddenly, the staircase shook, and the entire Star Cloud restaurant trembled. A figure appeared there. He couldn't be considered very tall and could even be considered somewhat thin and weak. However, he was intimidating and made everyone feel a wave of fear. His entire body exuded a bloody aura. It was unknown how many people he had killed, but it was as if he had slaughtered all living things and killed deities. He walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even saints couldn't help but tremble when they saw him. This person was like a demonic god, his aura devouring the heaven and earth. That kind of gaze was terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, his eyes were as empty as the abyss. He wore armor, and his body was indistinct. One could feel his supreme aura, as if he was a demonic god who had killed millions of creatures and broke free from the shackles of hell. The great demonic god Ancient Wasteland has also returned. Someone cried out in alarm. When he walked over, many people stood up in shock, emptying many seats. It was because everyone knew that he was bloodthirsty. His illustrious reputation and supreme divine might were dyed in blood, and there were countless corpses beneath his feet. He directly found a seat and sat down without saying a single word. The surrounding tables were completely empty, and no one dared to sit next to him. He also returned. The Vermilion Bird Saint and the others' expressions were ugly. This was but the most terrifying great demonic god, slaughtering until the ancient road collapsed. It truly made one's hair stand on end. The great demon god had returned. Although he wasn't very tall and his stature was a bit thin, the majesty he exuded caused people to involuntarily tremble. His figure was indistinct, covered in heavy armor, sitting there alone. The surrounding cultivators all got up, no one daring to sit with him. That region was extremely quiet. This was the cold divine might of slaughtering, the path of a supreme being built with blood and bones. Everyone still clearly remembered the battle 10 years ago. He destroyed an ancient life star alone, not a single person able to escape. All of the creatures in that source of life turned into withered bones. Killing tribulation overflowed into the heavens, a sea of blood penetrating his body. This was his path, or else he wouldn't be known as the great devil god. He did things his own way, causing everyone on the ancient path to feel restraining fear. I really hope Master can suppress him and turn him into a war slave. I still remember the scene of him killing my older brother with a raise of his hand. Blood and white bone fragments flew everywhere. Qilin's sacred emissary clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were blood red, and his body couldn't help but tremble. Master will fight him sooner or later. It won't be too long. There will definitely be a conferred god battle on the ancient path to fight for the position of the #1 paragon in the future. The Vermilion Bird Saint emissary nodded. The others all had cold expressions on their faces as they secretly clenched their fists. If it weren't for the fact that they knew how terrifying the great demonic god was, they would have most likely rushed over to fight him. Many of their old friends and acquaintances had been killed by the great demonic god. Perhaps it could be said that they had been obliterated, as if they were weeds that had been uprooted, destroyed with a wave of his hand. Along the way, the great demonic god had killed countless world-shaking experts. Perhaps even he himself didn't know how many of his enemies' corpses lay at his feet, nor did he care. Fairy Xianxia, who had not spoken all this while, glanced at them indifferently and secretly reminded them, "Speak less. When your strength reaches a certain level, even if you use your divine sense to communicate, it might still be intercepted by others." Sure enough, the great demon god, who was sitting on the other side, coldly glanced over. Although his figure was blurry, his eyes were very frightening. That body, which was not very tall, contained a power that could make the stars tremble. With just a glance, the Qilan's sacred envoy and the others felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their hair stood on end, and their bodies seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. Everyone was taken aback as they looked over. Was the great god-fiend going to start a massacre the moment he appeared? This was in line with his temperament. Fairy Xianxia bowed slightly, dispelling this powerful killing intent. She smiled in the direction of the great demonic god and said, "Brother Gu Huang, long time no see. How have you been?" The heavenly melody contained a kind of auspicious holy power, and the Tao patterns bloomed in the void like crystal petals, effectively alleviating the killing intent of being the only one in the world. The great demon god coldly swept his gaze over them and slightly nodded. Although they were competitors, he didn't want to fight a bloody battle in this situation, so he didn't make a move. The Qilan Saint Emissary, Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary, and the others didn't say a word. Their expressions were unsightly. Even though they were indignant, they couldn't help but admit that the disparity between them was too great. If Fairy Xianxia wasn't here, they would be in danger. After a short period of silence, the Nebula restaurant regained its liveliness. The great demonic god's table was empty, and the people at the other tables began to chat again. The crowd kept a respectful distance from him, but it was not to the extent that they were all scared away. The Nebula Tower might have Tao protectors around, so the crowd would not be too worried. Now, the yellow springs traversed the sky, and the Emperor's corpse might collapse the void and fall out of that secret realm. This affected everyone's hearts. In the end, the young supreme beings in the depths of the ancient road had all returned because the imperial mausoleum was about to appear. These people possessed remarkable abilities and actually managed to find out some of the decisions of the Tao protectors. They were discussing here that the giants would make a move in the next few days. At that time, not only the human Tao protectors, but also peak existences like the great sage of the sacred spirit lineage would also make a move. In order to see the Emperor's corpse, the supreme experts might choose to temporarily join forces. The Tao protectors of the human ancient road had already deduced that this place was not something that just one or two people could do. No one had ever seen a truly complete Emperor's corpse before, and only heaven knew what would happen once it appeared in the world. Yi Fan pondered inwardly. With so many experts making a move, the power he could borrow would increase by quite a bit. At that time, he should be able to rescue Pang Bo. The only thing he was worried about was that someone had predicted his arrival and would set up a trap for him. After all, many people knew that Pang Bo's relationship with him wasn't shallow. For the sake of him, he had once called himself Shan Overlord, delaying him here for many days. The sound of a zither rang out. Starlight scattered down from above, and there were even auspicious clouds moving about outside the window. It was as if one was situated in the 9 heavens above. A group of young women appeared, their bodies sparkling and delicate. They wore rainbow-colored feather clothes that flowed with multicolored splendor as they danced gracefully. This was the specialty of the Nebula Tower. They would often invite a few female cultivators, and some of them were even famous people from the ancient road. They sang and danced gracefully, making this place look like a fairyland. Streak after streak of starlight shone down, and the Jade Tower was faintly discernible. Dense multicolored mist surged, and a group of cloud-clothed women danced about, as if they were fairies traversing the waves. The Emperor Burial Star's divine body has arrived. I wonder if the great demonic god will go out to fight. Within the sound of the zither, a magnetic female voice was mixed in with the singing. Everyone turned their heads to look. The great demonic god was as steady as Mount Tai, as though he didn't hear anything. He quietly drank his wine and didn't give any reply. I once heard that Tian wanted to recruit the divine body as his subordinate. Who would have thought that the people he sent would be wiped out instead? Now, should we clash again? Has Tian arrived? Within the sound of the zither, the pleasant voice of this female rang out in the ears of everyone, causing many people to be stunned. They had no idea that such a thing had happened before. There's such a thing? Will Ditian come? The eyes of everyone flickered with a blazing light, anticipating a great clash. Wanting to subdue the divine body and make him his subordinate? Ditian is truly daring. Is he planning to go all out? Someone spoke in a low voice. Yifan has already broken through to the Saint King realm. It's hard to predict who would be the stronger one. The battle not long ago made everyone understand his boundless potential. On the other side, the Qilin Saint envoy coldly laughed. He truly hoped that Yifan would come and be suppressed by Ditian, allowing everyone to see his dream come true. Has Ditian come or not? Someone asked. However, on the other side, the Vermilion Bird Saint envoy and the others didn't say anything. They all looked at each other coldly and didn't say anything. The sound of the zither has stopped. Where's that female just now? Everyone came to a realization. That female was dressed in robes of clouds and was sitting cross-legged amidst the starlight while playing the zither. If they weren't paying attention, they wouldn't even know she had left. Very quickly, someone realized something and said, "Could it be that the goddess from the ancient starry sky path has also come? I heard that she's proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Could that female have been sent by her?" Everyone's hearts trembled. There would definitely be chaos in the star ruins. Regardless of whether it was the supreme experts of the older generation or the geniuses of the younger generation, they would all appear here one after another. The situation was very complicated. Perhaps there would be all sorts of confrontations and killings. "Fairy Xianxia, has Ditian returned?" Someone directly asked the banished fairy, wanting to understand the situation. "He should be here," Fairy Xianxia replied. The star cloud tower instantly became noisy. The great demonic god, Fairy Xianxia, Ditian, the saint from the Emperor Burial Star, the goddess, and so on. Some people had come, but others were destined to appear. If they clashed, it would be a fierce battle. If the saint from the Emperor Burial Star advances into the Saint King realm, will Ditian still have an advantage? Someone said such words in secret. It was obvious that he wanted to stir up a dispute. The muddier the water, the better. The Qilin Divine Envoy, the Vermilion Bird Divine Envoy, and the others didn't say anything, but the proud expressions on their faces explained everything. They firmly believed that Ditian was invincible. He had grasped the origin of the Tao and obtained the approval of the heavens. Who is Ditian? Is he coming back? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Two people came up, and their tone was rather disrespectful. A red-haired man with a burly figure and a boorish appearance came up the stairs with his eyes as large as copper bells. Behind him was a skinny old man. He wasn't very tall, and his hair was snow-white. His face was bright red, and he was hale and hearty. The former was Longma, but who was the old man behind him? Yifan was puzzled. A cold light flickered in the Qilin Divine Envoy's eyes. The newcomer actually dared to be so rude and humiliate Ditian. How many years had it been since something like this had happened? Even if they didn't like the saint, they only said it in private. Yet this person actually dared to speak such nonsense in public. "Who are you?" The killing intent in his eyes wasn't concealed at all. Fairy Xianxia stopped him immediately and said in a low voice, "The person behind him is the 100 Tribulations Taoist. We can't provoke him." Many people recognized that old man. He was a famous expert on the ancient path, known as the 100 Tribulations Taoist. He was a divine donkey who had long reached the great sage realm. He was a rogue cultivator who gave people the most headaches. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the evil donkey spirit that Zhao Gongyi, the welcoming envoy of the 50th city of the human race, had mentioned? Why was it together with the dragon horse? Did they really recognize each other as relatives? "Yo, who wants to bully my nephew? Can't he even say a word?" the white-haired old man said. The Qilin Divine Envoy, the Vermilion Bird Divine Envoy, and the others immediately lost their temper and didn't say a word. To be honest, they were extraordinarily afraid of this divine donkey. This was a notorious old bastard who would never think that bullying the weak was a bad thing and would do anything. What was surprising was that the red-haired man's face darkened. It seemed that he didn't appreciate the kindness and didn't want to walk with the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Nephew, don't run around. I'll go with the human Tao protector and the sacred spirit to study it. Wait for me here. When the time comes, I'll open the imperial tomb and give you a fortune. The 100 Tribulations Taoist's figure flashed and disappeared in front of a secret chamber in the Star Cloud Tower. The crowd was in an uproar. The Tao protector and the great sage were indeed here, discussing the important matter of opening the imperial tomb. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to Longma to understand the situation. It was furious. It was targeted by the 100 Tribulations Taoist as soon as it entered the city and was actually forced to recognize its ancestor. Damn it, forcing me to recognize my ancestor as a donkey. We're not even of the same race, yet he says my blood is very pure. Damn it, is the blood of a donkey flowing in my body? I think he did it on purpose. Now, I can't escape even if I want to. Yi Fan almost laughed out loud and comforted it. After all, that was a great sage. If it recognized this protective relative, it would be able to do whatever it wanted on the ancient road in the future. Longma, #@. #%end. You have a difficult task. Since you're related to the 100 Tribulations Taoist, be a spy for me and see what the great sage is going to do. I've become a spy. I have to face a donkey all day. Longma was extremely unhappy. The situation is very complicated. The people of the underworld are here, and the sacred spirit has also appeared. They will attack together with the human Tao protector. The great demonic god, Tian, the goddess, and fairy Xianxia are also here. Maybe someone will target me for saving Pengbo. I need to change my plan. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to it, telling it to inform him immediately if there was any news. Then, he stood up and left. A moment later, he summoned the Divine Light platform. Outside the City of Ruins. He tore the universe apart and appeared on the ancient continent where Pengbo was trapped. Pengbo, when can you go through the Saint King Heavenly Tribulation? Yi, what happened? Did something change? Do you want us to go through the tribulation together and break out of this place? Pengbo asked. Maybe someone will target us. Let's be on guard. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to him, telling him that the great sage-level existences were about to take action. The Emperor corpse might be about to appear. Pengbo's greatest fortune was obtaining the Azure Thearka's divine treasury in the Eternal Star region. Apart from a few personal letters, the most amazing thing was that jar of divine liquid of evolution. Its level was unknown. Every time he used it, he would have to go through a tribulation. The powerful divine effects made him a little afraid. All these years, he had been restraining himself and didn't dare to overdo it. That was because the Azure the Arch had left behind a message that warned his descendants not to rely too much on it. If they wanted to use it, they had to strengthen their Tao foundation every time. Otherwise, there would be great disasters. It was also because of this that Pengbo hadn't been able to reach the heavens in a single step. His life was even more difficult than that of the ascetic cultivators. He had punished himself for many years and tempered himself, almost forming a god-fiend body. Although he was restraining himself, his realm was still advancing by leaps and bounds compared to ordinary people. He wasn't far from the Saint King realm. If he wanted to, he could break through. Yi Fan was startled. He knew that there were 9 levels of evolution fluid, but the later levels couldn't appear. The highest level that had appeared in the past 50 to 60,000 years was only the 6th level. The divine liquid left behind by the Azure the Arch was truly heaven-defying. It was difficult to judge its level, but after thinking about it, it was understandable. The Azure the Arch was the only demonic the Arch that had proven his Tao in the primordial era. There won't be any side effects, will there? Yi Fan was a little worried. He was afraid that Pengbo would leave behind some hidden dangers that would affect his future achievements. Not necessarily. Pengbo shook his head. All these years, he had strictly followed the god-fiend body-tempering art left behind by the Azure the Arch. He was very strict with himself. This was a forbidden secret art that was almost masochistic. He treated himself like a piece of metal and tempered it in a furnace, constantly changing his blood and cleansing his organs and bones. In the past few decades, I've metamorphosed 6 or 7 times. I've replaced a lot of my old skin and broken bones, Pang Bo said nonchalantly. When Yifan heard this, his hair stood on end. Just how cruel was this technique? Others progressed step by step, but this ancient art was too unyielding and tyrannical. It was actually shedding one's skin and squeezing out broken bones. This process was too violent. It could easily damage one's vitality and cripple one. It was easy to imagine what kind of suffering the carefree Pang Bo had suffered all these years. After stepping into the starry sky, he had spent all his time cultivating. He rarely fought with others, but he was fighting with himself. After tasting it for so many years, I dare not say anything else, but this divine infusion liquid is definitely heaven-defying before reaching the Saint King realm. It's hard to say if it will still be effective in the future. Pang Bo expressed that he could attract the heavenly tribulation in a short period of time. Together with Yifan, they could forcefully break through the gate of the ancient tomb. Although they were separated by the great necropolis, Yifan was able to see through the gray space at the entrance to the necropolis. He was shockingly tall, and looked like the reincarnation of a devil god. His arms were thicker than most people's thighs, and they shone with a bronze luster. It's not that I want to say this, but if we were to fight at the same level, my physique might not be weaker than the tyrant body. I might be able to strangle him alive. Pang Bo's black hair was like a waterfall, and his eyes were like golden lanterns. He waved his arms, and his pure physical body caused the void to hum and tremble. It's still passable. Yifan nodded, and a smile appeared on his face. When he was in school, he looked delicate and refined, but his body was strong and powerful. He was known as a barbarian on the field. Only Pang Bo was strong enough to clash with him. Unexpectedly, he was still like this today, and he was not much inferior. Yifan told him to adjust the state of his body as soon as possible. If he could pass the Saint King tribulation at the crucial moment, that would be the best. Pang Bo nodded, and said, I have been restraining myself during the years I was locked in the ancient tomb. I was afraid that if I passed the tribulation in the tomb, I would cause great trouble. Now that my Tao foundation and physical body are strong enough, I can pass the test. After a period of time, Yifan left, and this ancient continent regained its peace. Now, many cultivators were shocked by the yellow springs, and few people came to this continent. But after half a day, a few figures flew over, and looked into the distance. They observed the mountains and rivers, and examined this continent that floated in the universe. If Yifan was here, he would definitely recognize that the two in the lead were the Chilan Saint Ambassador and the Vermilion Bird Saint Ambassador. They were very focused, and wanted to find traces of Yifan. Whoever wants to kill the Saint Physique will definitely come here. Perhaps waiting here is the best choice. Master did not state whether or not he wants to kill the Saint Physique of the Emperor Burial Star. This time, he turned back because the tomb of the ancient emperors has split open, and an immortal treasury will appear. There is no need to do it deliberately. When he appears and saves Pang Bo, we only need to give him a blow at the crucial moment, and he may fall into eternal damnation. Not long after, they left. However, not long after, people came again. They were even more secretive, and their cold eyes flickered with an eerie light as they searched here. The mountains and rivers were silent, and tens of thousands of beasts were in hibernation. This ancient continent was somewhat oppressive. In the next few days, mysterious experts would come from time to time, and observe in the dark. Even though Pang Bo was in the tomb, he could feel the abnormality, and felt that someone had come to investigate. Even if Yifan didn't warn him in advance, he could still judge that the situation was not optimistic. Could it be that the great demonic god, Tian, fairy Xianxia, the goddess, the human king, and the other young supreme beings in the depths of the ancient path have all come? That's not possible. I sensed a trace of the aura of a saint spirit, and there are also human antiques with weak vitality. Pang Bo's heart sank. He had heard Yifan roughly describe his experience. He had fought with all his might to kill the stone men, and he had formed a great enmity with this race. Could it be that they would all come knocking on his door? During this time, Yifan had also come, and he understood the situation from Pang Bo. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There is no rush. Adjust your state, and deal with the myriad changes by remaining unchanged. I learned from Longma that we are about to break the great emperor's main meridian. That secret realm has attracted many people's attention. 2 days later, the palace ruins was in an uproar. Characters at the level of the great sage moved out, and they were about to break through the void of the Yellow Springs, enter the secret realm left behind by the ancient great emperor, and see the emperor's corpse. Not just the palace ruins, but the entire ancient path was shaken. Many experts rushed over, and many greeting envoys from various cities also set out. Many sages descended. Troops entered the star ruins one after another. War chariots rumbled, banners fluttered, and wild beasts roared as they tore through the sky. A yellow river traversed the ice-cold starry sky, falling from a place of nothingness. It emitted an aura of death, and everyone who approached it felt their hearts palpitate. And on this day, the various armies arrived on the other side of the Yellow Springs, and their camps were clearly divided. A group of soldiers covered in black armor was especially eye-catching. 30 to 50 people was nothing, and no one would be suspicious. However, this group of several hundred people emitted an intense aura of death, and it was puzzling. They were neat and uniform and lacked vitality. There was a bronze coffin in the center, and it seemed as if it hadn't been opened for millions of years. It was mottled with rust, and it emitted a fluctuation that made people tremble. The legendary inheritance. They are actually still here. They have disappeared for countless years, and they actually appeared today. Some of the older generation figures were shocked after deducing the truth. Could it be that the underworld really exists in this world, and it is the resting place of the saints after they die? Another old man said with a trembling voice. The appearance of this group of strange people caused a huge uproar. Several hundred people wasn't a lot, but each of them was like a god of death, without any signs of life. It was impossible not to be alarmed, and no one knew who was controlling them. During the era of legends, most experts would choose to transform into the Tao before they passed away. This was a kind of serious consideration to avoid falling into the underworld. The underworld was an extremely ancient organization, and most people in the present day didn't believe that it had existed before. It had been glorious during the era of the ancient heaven. They hadn't even entered the mausoleum of the great ancient emperors, and this place was already in an uproar. The underworld's appearance made everyone feel as if they were in the era of legends. Suddenly, the river of stars trembled, and the cosmos distorted. A figure appeared. He was of medium height, and he had a divine might that could devour the sun and moon. He emitted a powerful essence energy. Everyone was stupefied. This was an exceptional expert, and there was no need for anyone to say anything. Everyone knew that this person was formidable, and he had definitely reached great heights. He stood at the peak of the great sage, and he might even take half a step further. He wasn't old, and his hair was thick and jet black. His face was bright red, and his forehead was shining. He didn't look older than 40 or 50, and there was a type of restrained and boundless essence energy. In the distant sky, Yi Fan's eyes froze. He saw an extremely familiar imprint on his sleeve, and it belonged to a deity. In the eternal star domain, he had come into contact with this terrifying organization. They called themselves deities, and they killed experts from the ancient starry sky path. An exceptional expert from the deity organization. Since the ancient times, this inheritance has always attacked cultivators on the ancient path, obtaining all types of secret techniques to strengthen themselves. Several decades ago, the Tao protectors launched a great purge, causing them to suffer great losses. Why did they appear again today? Everyone gasped, and many cultivators felt uneasy. This was an organization that dared to move unhindered on the ancient path. They couldn't be considered good or evil, but they had existed since the ancient times. They were definitely powerful, and they had never been destroyed. This was enough to prove how terrifying they were. This person is one of their master deities. This person was powerful to the point of making everyone tremble. His essence energy had reached the peak of the great sage, and he could even take half a step further. He was an extremely powerful master deity, and even the Tao protector's expressions became grave. Dong, the void trembled and began to distort. A copper cauldron appeared above his head. It had 3 legs and 2 handles, and strands of innate divine essence hung down from it. It was simple and imposing. Yi Fan was astonished. It was the same type as his weapon, and there were even ancient natives, Kuan Peng, True Dragon, and other diagrams on it that were somewhat similar. Suddenly, this person took action. The great cauldron released boundless fluctuations that even cracked the ice-cold starry sky. It carried the will of the great cosmos, and its divine might was matchless as it suppressed forward. Everyone's hearts trembled, and even the human Tao protector's expressions changed. However, what made everyone deeply surprised was that the target of his attack wasn't the cultivators on the ancient path, but rather the bronze coffin from the underworld. Dang, that bronze coffin that was covered in green rust suddenly trembled. It rushed into the sky and collided with the bronze cauldron, shattering the sun, moon, and stars. It erupted with world-destroying divine might, even though they were far enough away, and the human Tao protectors took action to suppress it. There were still many people who were sent flying. They were tossed into the air like scarecrows, and the shockwaves left them dripping with blood. Everyone was overwhelmed with shock. They didn't dare imagine what would happen. If the Tao protectors didn't take action, the experts might have had their bodies destroyed by the shockwaves. The bronze cauldron flew back and suspended above the head of the powerful master deity. His gaze was deep, and he didn't say a single word. Meanwhile, the coffin's lid also fell down. The bronze coffin was sealed tightly, and there were no fluctuations. The underworld side didn't have any excessive reactions either. The deity's sudden attack on the underworld ended very quickly. This left everyone in a daze and somewhat puzzled. The starry sky calmed down as if nothing had happened. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Then, they suddenly discovered that a few more great camps had arrived, and all of them were exceptionally powerful. Many people had seen that meter-long stone carriage before. It was pulled by dragons and tigers, and it carried an extremely powerful stone man holy spirit that ruled over the world. On the other side, a group of minotaurs appeared. Their bodies were covered in thick black hair that was a foot long. Each of them was over 3 meters tall, and their leader was a great sage. Yifan was tongue-tied. This was a group of demon ox kings. They were from the demon ox race of great strength, but they weren't from the Big Dipper. They were experts from their ancestral planet. What puzzled him the most was that the great sage in the lead was holding a shiny divine chakram in his hand. The entire chakram was dazzling, and its divine might shocked the world. Yifan was somewhat bewildered. Wasn't this Daddy's ox? He had once seen the imprint left behind by that ox in the Ziwei ancient star field more than 2,000 years ago. It was indeed very similar. The group of demon ox kings were all tall and sturdy, each of them 3 meters tall. When they stood together, they looked like a group of small black mountains standing side by side. Yifan stared at the leading demon ox. It really looked like his father's mount, tall and sturdy, full of spirit energy, and awe-inspiring divine might. However, he couldn't be sure. The demon ox race looked very similar. They were all very rough and had foot-long black hair all over their bodies. Perhaps only after the diamond chakram displayed its divine might would he be able to confirm its identity. A stone man, yet he occupies most of the sky. Move to the side. The leader of the demon ox race spoke with a voice as resounding as a golden bell. Everyone's hearts thumped. The demon ox race was indeed not low-key as the rumors said. They had taken the initiative to provoke a divine spirit. The stone man stood on a small chariot under the starry sky. This race was extremely powerful, and few dared to provoke them. Impossible. He was only a meter tall, but he emitted the aura of a savage beast. Silver light flashed in his eyes as he glanced coldly at the demon ox king without moving. Several months ago, a rock spirit killed dozens of my people. Today, I will settle the score with you. It's said that divine spirits have immortal stone bodies. Today, I will see how sturdy they are, said the leader of the demon ox race. Everyone suddenly understood after hearing this. It turned out that there was an old grudge. No wonder he wanted to fight against a peak divine spirit. Now, he actually wanted to settle it in front of the imperial tomb. Don't force me to take action. The stone man was very short, but he possessed a supreme dignity. His divine eyes shot out 2 cold beams of divine light. Moo. The old demon ox was very irritable. He directly attacked. The barbaric ox wave roared out, and black ripples spread out. The universe split apart and the stars shattered. This was a terrifying heavenly art. the divine sound swept out, almost shattering one's soul. The starry sky trembled violently, and everything collapsed in all directions. A vertical eye opened between the stone man's brows and shot out a ball of brilliant silver light. It was a silver flame that isolated the sky and calmed the black ripples. The demon ox leader's long black hair danced in the air. Murderous intent surged, and with a shake of his hand, the shining diamond chakram flew into the depths of the sky. With a rumbling sound, it was like a boundless waterfall, like a vast ocean crashing down. This kind of divine sound caused the expressions of the human Tao protectors to change. The stone man's eyes also erupted with light. He reached out with both hands to meet the attack. One hand captured the dragon, the other subdued the tiger. The dragon and tiger merged together, and wind and thunder erupted, shattering even the stars. Dang, with this sound, the shiny diamond chakram was like a vast expanse of white as it flew down. It smashed the sacred spirit and sent it flying. Both the dragon and the tiger were destroyed. The expressions of everyone here suddenly changed. This magical artifact's divine might was astonishing, far exceeding that of ordinary great sage artifacts. It possessed a type of domineeringness that could tear through all obstacles. Fortunately, the collision took place between the Ox Demon clan and the sacred spirit, far away from the crowd. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The most powerful sacred spirit bloodline, known as the Undying Stone Body, right now, there were actually a few cracks on his arms. Rare divine blood flowed out, leaving everyone shocked. What kind of magic tool was this? Everyone's hearts jumped. Could it kill a peak sacred spirit? It was actually so powerful and unyielding. That old man didn't lie to me. He took my clansman as his mount and helped me refine a magical artifact. It was actually this powerful. If I had known earlier, I would have asked him to refine a basket full of them. How great would it be? The old demon ox king muttered. Everyone spat out blood. They couldn't believe their ears. Just how greedy was this person? However, the ox demon leader's words had a hidden meaning. Which old man helped him refine it? Yi Fan's heart trembled. This wasn't his mount, but they most likely interacted before. He helped him refine a magical artifact, and it was actually this world shocking. Of course, this also had to do with the materials used. This was a diamond chakram refined from the clan's treasury, so its divine might was naturally world-shocking. Yi Fan looked for Longma. He quickly sent it a message. Longma was extremely unwilling, but he still braced himself and whispered to the 100 Tribulations Daoist. This notorious old Daoist, who was capable of doing all sorts of evil things, nodded and said to the old demonic ox chief, "Brother Ox, what's that old man's name? Can you help my nephew refine one as well?" Everyone cursed silently and rolled their eyes inwardly. This old donkey was too greedy. He could even ask for something like this. However, no one dared to say anything. This old man had no limits. He bullied the weak without the slightest bit of guilt. He loved doing such things the most. That old man is very unkind. He gave me an immoral name. After refining the diamond chakram, I directly closed the door and sent him off, the ox demon leader said. Clearly, he was very familiar with the 100 Tribulations Daoist. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken like this. How many years ago was that? The 100 Tribulations Daoist asked. I don't think it's been that long, the old ox demon leader replied. That's not right. Old ancestor, you've been in seclusion all this time. 800 years have passed since you came out, a member of the Ox Demon clan reminded him in a low voice. Oh, I'm confused. So it's been that long. The old Ox Demon leader slapped his forehead. The foot-long ox hair on his body trembled. In the distance, Yi Fan pondered. Laozi was still in this world 800 years ago and had walked the ancient road. Where was he now? What was he looking for? His whereabouts were too mysterious. The two great sages' conversation indirectly left the stone man hanging. This made everyone sigh inwardly. Only they would dare to act like this. The 100 Tribulations Daoist comforted Longma. Nephew, don't think about it. I don't think the old ox demon leader will give it to you. That old bastard called Laozi or something is obviously not a good person. Don't count on it. Lanma was furious. Being called nephew left and right made him feel suffocated. The innately rebellious master really wanted to give him a good kick. Divine blood rushed into the heavens from the stone man's body. His arms released a crisp kacha sound and erupted with undying precious splendor. He was completely repaired. Then, he pressed forward step by step to face the old ox demon leader. "Stone, hand over your life." The old ox demon leader roared. The diamond chakram flew out again. This was a silvery white ocean. It was clearly a small divine chakram, but when it flew about, it seemed like the universe couldn't contain it. This time, its radiance became even more resplendent. The special Tao patterns within appeared. This was a magical artifact refined by a supreme expert. It contained a bit of essence energy within, hung long. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Ghosts wept and deities howled. The battlefield was shattered. The diamond chakram turned that place into a sea of primal chaos. Ah! The Holy Spirit roared loudly, its divine voice piercing through one's brain. With a chong sound, a resplendent green multicolored light tore through the primal chaos mist and rushed into the great void. It was mottled with tear stains and blazing multicolored light. They interweaved together and released a boundless might. A supreme and sacred magical artifact had appeared in the world. In the Holy Spirit's hand, a heaven-measuring ruler appeared. Immortal light shone brilliantly and green multicolored light shot in all directions. The surface was dotted with tear stains. It was actually forged from immortal tear green gold. It's actually a supreme divine artifact. Everyone cried out in alarm. That ruler was extremely delicate and small, but in the Holy Spirit's hand, it released heaven-overflowing divine might. Boundless primal chaos scattered and everything exploded. If not for this divine artifact appearing, the Holy Spirit might have been in danger. The Ox Demon clan's magical artifact is too shocking, actually this powerful. Right now, everyone's eyes focused on the stone being's magical artifact. The green light was bright, too beautiful and dazzling, but there was also a type of melancholy. This type of divine gold was rumored to be produced after the tears of immortals scattered down. Those who possessed it would usually have a sad ending. Even the Western Emperor Mother, one of history's most stunning and powerful women, was accompanied by sadness her entire life. In her later years, few people knew what happened to her. Among the many types of divine gold, this type of immortal material was the most mysterious. Many people didn't believe it, believing that it was a type of coincidence. The immortal tear green gold itself wasn't inauspicious. Dang, the heaven-measuring ruler flew out, clashing head-on with the diamond band. One green, one silver, two types of light interweaved, tearing the sky dome to an unrecognizable state, making the starry skies tremble intensely. This Holy Spirit is formidable. The heaven-measuring ruler is a divine artifact that accompanied him, produced by his divine blood. Even if he appeared in the world ahead of time, there is still a chance of him reaching perfection in the future. A human race Tao protector spoke. Holy spirits obtained the protection of the heavens, granting them too many unordinary aspects. There were a few stone beings who innately produced divine objects, hidden within stone cores, evolving into their Tao weapons, appearing together in the world. However, this was a heavenly opportunity only a few of the most terrifying holy spirits had, rarely seen since ancient times. The eyes of the cauldron holding main deity flickered with radiance. The underworld's bronze coffin also trembled lightly. These two great experts were both moved, actually having intentions of taking action, but they both restrained themselves. This type of holy spirit, this type of magical artifact, the stone core and artifact merged. If they didn't separate, they could continuously nourish and evolve. In the future, it would be extremely terrifying. Dang, dang, dang. The heaven-measuring ruler and diamond band collided. All types of Tao patterns flowed, incomparably brilliant, tearing through the stellar domain, shaking intensely. Everyone, why have we come? Do not miss the opportunity to enter the secret realm because of personal grudges. A human Tao protector spoke. The great sage nodded. Comparatively speaking, everything else could be set aside. The Emperor Corpse was the most important. At their level, it was difficult for them to break through again. Perhaps, after seeing the true body of an ancient great emperor, seeing the boundless Tao marks, it would allow them to advance once more. Even if a great emperor died, if they didn't want to transform into the Tao, it would be difficult for them to die even after tens of thousands of years had passed. Nothing could be destroyed until this world no longer existed. The human race's Tao protectors were the first to take action, activating their magical force together, changing the direction of the heaven measuring ruler and diamond band in the sky, striking towards the side of the Yellow Springs, piercing through the void. One long, terrifying divine light shot out in all directions, tearing that place apart. The original barrier had long become unstable, and after being struck by these two extraordinary great sage artifacts, it immediately cracked. At the same time, the main deity sacrificial cauldron from God's organization, the three-legged, two-eared round cauldron, released a grand divine might. All types of diagrams on its surface lit up, flying towards the secret realm's crack. Dang, the people of the underworld also fell behind. A copper coffin lid flew up, covered densely with Tao patterns. All of the green rust was shining, as if it was filling up the eye of the sea fearlessly, rushing into the main entrance of the mausoleum. The Yellow Springs in the starry sky rumbled, rushing like a dam bursting. The netherworld aura immediately became 10 times stronger, causing even the great sage to be alarmed. Hong, the sacred spirit, the bull demon king, the human Tao protectors, and the other great sage moved together, temporarily forgetting everything else and bombarding the main entrance of the mausoleum. A streak of chaotic light flew out. 5 lights shone brilliantly and 10 colors shot out at the same time, sparkling and translucent like jade carvings. The void was torn apart, and a pair of tens of thousands of zhong-tall stone gates appeared, wide open. It's open, with the great sage working together, no accidents happened. They actually opened the secret realm so quickly. The people were somewhat in disbelief, not expecting things to go so smoothly. The Yellow Springs were flowing out from the giant stone doors. Mist flowed, and there seemed to be a divine realm inside, faintly discernible, revealing a corner. Azure dragons roared, fiery red vermilion birds flew in the sky, and ancient trees were everywhere. This pair of stone doors was tens of thousands of zhong tall, truly making one feel reverence. One couldn't see the end while standing in front of the door, because there were yellow clouds curling about them one after another. The mist was hazy. There were many engravings on the great doors. They were made by the primitive natives, worshipping the sun, moon, thunder, and lightning, revering the ghosts and deities of heaven and earth. There were also all types of ancient beasts, strange bugs, and other things. Such a tall stone door, was it prepared for an ancient great emperor? A yellow spring surged out, carrying with it a deathly aura. If an ordinary person approached it, they would immediately turn into white bones, their life devoured. However, there were life fluctuations in the depths of the stone doors that didn't match the Yellow Springs. So, the stone person was the first to move. The war chariot rumbled, turning into a sphere of hazy light as it rushed forward to enter the imperial tomb. Even though he wasn't tall, he was like an immortal king that descended into this world. A dragon and a tiger were both stone beasts that flowed with luster. They pulled the meter-long war chariot above the Yellow Springs, about to pass through the 10,000 zhong tall stone doors. Hong, suddenly, the great doors trembled. Strands of ancient diagrams trembled. The primitive natives, unknown beasts, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, and others seemed like they were going to revive, passing through the walls. There was a powerful fluctuation there. The stone dragon and tiger roared, as if they were struck by lightning. Then, they flew backwards, strands of divine blood flowing out. A loud dang sounded. The war chariot flipped over, and the stone person staggered, also flying outwards. Divine blood flowed out from his mouth, scattering into the void. He, the war chariot, and 2 other mounts were blasted flying, receiving injuries that weren't light. This shocked everyone. This was but a great sage, yet he couldn't even take half a step past the stone doors. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years had passed since the great emperor passed away. The tomb's doors were wide open, yet a great sage couldn't enter. This left everyone stupefied, inwardly fearful. Stone person, you really aren't particular. How can you be so disrespectful to enter the great emperor tomb? You need to kowtow. The 100 Tribulations Taoist spoke. He then turned around and said to Longma, great nephew, go up and pay your respects, give him a demonstration. he will definitely be able to enter. Lama's face darkened. He wanted to bite him, but he turned around and pretended not to hear. What he hated the most right now were the words great nephew. You are correct. Even though the great emperor has passed away in meditation, he still cannot be blasphemed against. All clans must pay him respect. The human Tao protector spoke. 2 individuals walked up and paid their respects. Then, he bowed with each step as he walked forward. When he approached an ancient stone door, nothing really happened. He wasn't shaken out. Everyone was horrified. The ancient emperors had already passed away hundreds of thousands of years ago, yet they could still sense something. A tremendous sound rang out. A massive bronze cauldron swayed, protecting that master deity as he approached the enormous stone door that was tens of thousands of zhang tall. He stopped here and also gave a deep bow. The stone engravings on the door were still, without any changes. He took a step in, also succeeding. Behind them, the bronze coffin trembled, and then flew up into the sky, passing through the yellow mist and heading straight for the gate. Clang, a deafening metallic sound rang out, as if a heavenly hammer had smashed down, heavily striking the bronze coffin. The green rust fell off, and the coffin flipped over and flew out. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The peerless expert of the underworld didn't follow the ancient teachings and wanted to force his way in. Sure enough, he was sent flying. Was there really something in the darkness? Even the great emperor had died. This was the consensus of everyone. How could he still sense something? What was going on? With a quang-dang sound, the bronze coffin that was covered in rust was lifted open. A tall figure sat up from within, straightening himself, and then he took a step out. His appearance caused a wave of sinister baleful energy to appear in the void of the cosmos. It was cold and bone-chilling. Everyone shivered inwardly, as if they saw the underworld descend into the mortal world. They felt a chill from head to toe, and when they faced him, they felt as if they were facing an ancient malicious spirit. Even their hearts were trembling. This person wore black clothes that were extremely spacious, covering his entire body. Even his head was no exception, covered by a mourning crown. His entire body stood within the shadows, and no starlight could approach. That kind of clothing was extremely ancient, conservatively estimated to be divine and demonic clothes from hundreds of thousands of years ago. His steps were dragon-like and tiger-like, his black ancient clothes fluttering about. The spacious robe sleeves were raised, revealing a terrifying scene. Everyone saw extremely long black hair. It was a frightening glance that made people have a rash and shook their minds. That was a tall figure, there was no doubt about it. It seemed to be covered in black hair, like a giant ape. Was this a human or not? He was majestic and tall, and his steps were like that of a dragon or a tiger. However, he had black hair on his body, and he wore ancient divine and demonic clothes, making people feel intimidated. This time, he arrived in front of the stone door and solemnly paid his respects. He didn't forcefully barge in, and in the end, he smoothly entered. The only difference was that the yellow springs sensed his aura and began to boil. Endless baleful energy soared into the air, but he wasn't affected at all. It was as if he was enjoying it. Everyone became even more scared. What exactly was the peerless expert of the underworld? What kind of existence was the ruler of the past? The main god that held the bronze cauldron and the peerless existence of the underworld naturally clashed. They glanced at each other and stood in two different directions, not approaching each other. Hee, stone man, if you have the ability, then why aren't you paying your respects and entering? The demonic ox race's leader was all smiles. That pair of enormous bull eyes truly looked a bit terrifying. He held the shining diamond band in his hands and stopped in front of the stone door. He paid his respects and entered safely. The stone man became silent. In the end, he got off the war chariot and also walked forward. He lowered his stance and spoke quietly. He bowed respectfully and entered. Then, the other Tao protectors of the human race, as well as the ancient heretic god and others appeared one after another. This left everyone shocked. The great sage didn't just bring 3 or 5 of them. The emperor corpse was about to appear, shaking up the ancient path. Many peerless experts came out of isolation and hurried over. There were no less than 11 or 12 of them in total. This type of power was enough to flatten the endless stellar domain. The others also wanted to enter, but they couldn't approach the yellow springs. They were contaminated by a strand of the Emperor Corpse's aura. This was the most terrifying type of extreme death energy. Even though it only contained that bit of energy, it wasn't something normal people could endure. Once they approached, they would directly turn into dust. After entering the Emperor tomb, we need everyone to accompany us. Chanting the soul-cleansing scripture will ensure that everything is peaceful. Otherwise, many strange things might happen. A human Tao protector said. The various clans' great sage gathered together. There was nothing they could hide or hold back. In this type of great tomb, no one dared to act recklessly as soon as they entered. They all had to work together. This old monk has a river-crossing Buddhist bridge here. Even though it isn't an emperor artifact and its power isn't that great, it has previously been blessed by the Amitabha Great Emperor's scriptures. It can transform endless evil energy, allowing one to cross the river and head towards the divine shore. An old monk spoke. He had a pair of yellow eyebrows and a shiny head. He wore a shabby monastic robe. He came from the Amitabha ancient star domain, a powerful great sage. His dharma was boundless and he roamed the starry skies. Now, he became the Tao protector of the human race's ancient path. This is good. The others nodded. In this world, if one was talking about the support of spiritual force, there was almost no one who could compare to the Amitabha Great Emperor. Many people were shocked. They never thought that this old monk would have a secret artifact blessed by the ancient emperors. A violet golden bridge appeared in the old monk's palm. He flicked his hand and the bridge quickly enlarged, crossing the yellow springs and connecting to the ground behind the gate. It flowed with a golden luster. During this process, he continuously chanted his sins and worshipped the great tomb. He didn't suffer any attacks. It really is a divine artifact. Priest Hunter Tribulation's eyes shone. He wanted nothing more than to snatch it. The others could also see that this was an artifact blessed by the ancient emperor's scriptures. Even though it didn't have any great offensive power, the Buddhist light was too strong. This was the leftover material from the Amitabha Great Emperor's exorcism pestle. Even though it was only the size of a fist, it still had the power to seize the heavens after being refined into a violet golden bridge by the holy monks of later generations. It didn't specialize in attacking, but in delivering all living beings from suffering. It could condense the power of faith from Buddhist followers. It was a rare ancient treasure. Troops of different races from different camps arrived one after another, covering the sky and earth as they ascended the violet golden bridge. They paid their respects towards the great tomb while passing through the stone gate. This type of scene was a bit terrifying. The great army was endless, and they all entered the tomb. Yellow mist swirled about, as if many heavenly soldiers were slaughtering their way into the 9 hells. This time, apart from the human race, there were many experts from other races who came as well. Their numbers were endless, but the violet golden bridge accommodated and supported everyone. While protecting ourselves, we cannot let anything happen to the chanting tribes. We must protect them. A human Tao protector spoke. Of course. The Ox Demon King was quite heroic. He activated the diamond chakram, suspending it high up in the sky. A silver ripple descended, not only protecting the Ox Demon race, but also the others below. Chong, the stone man, opened his mouth and spat out. The green and sparkling ruler flew into the sky, pouring down chaotic energy. There were even more immortal tears, divine light auspicious, surrounding this place. Even if there were grievances, they had to temporarily put it aside. There was nothing more important than seeing the great ancient emperor. For the great sage, who had cultivated hard for thousands of years and could no longer advance, this was a celestial fate. This was a secret area. There were ancient trees and forests inside, and there was no lack of essence, accompanied by the yellow springs of death. Everyone entered and ascended to the shore. In front of them, there were lofty mountains that stretched out continuously. Waves of white immortal mist lingered, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Was this really a great tomb? Why did it seem like they had entered a celestial domain? This is too shocking. There are hidden marks of the way. If we can comprehend it, maybe we can break through. There was a great sage sitting cross-legged on the spot, facing countless celestial mountains. His face was full of solemnity as he comprehended the way here. People moved forward carefully, away from the yellow springs and into the celestial mountains. The mist lingered, full of a sacred and auspicious atmosphere. In front of them came the sound of water. A silver divine river flowed, and there was a giant monument next to the river bank. There were a few big words engraved in the primordial divine script, Mount Dibbing. Everyone's hearts trembled. They didn't expect to come to the place where the great ancient emperor buried the imperial weapon so soon after they entered. At this time, people couldn't calm down. Their hearts were surging. There were treasures everywhere. If there were no accidents, they would see the birth of the imperial weapon. "What is that?" someone suddenly cried out. In the upper reaches of the silver divine river, there was a huge creature lying there, looking at them indifferently, with a kind of supreme majesty. "It's a horse with the characteristics of a dragon." People were shocked and stunned. They didn't expect to see a living creature here. It was a red horse, with a dragon's head, a horse's body, and 4 thick and strong limbs. Now, it suddenly jumped up like a mountain. It was incomparably huge, and red clouds danced in the air. Yi Fan was shocked. He looked at the Longma that had turned into a human. Their real bodies were too similar, almost identical. With a dragon's cry, the Longma turned into a red cloud of fairy chi and disappeared on the spot. It reassembled into a red dragon in the sky, shaking its head and tail, and rushed into the depths of the celestial mountains. "Oh my God, is this true? The exclusive mount of the great ancient emperor, it actually lived to this era? How is this possible? The great ancient emperor has passed away. Is his mount still alive?" Everyone was stunned, looking in the direction where the red dragon disappeared. They were dumbfounded, like clay sculptures. The dragon horse was scared. Compared to that enormous beast, their appearances were similar, but it was like a pocket-sized doll. That was an enormous divine beast, and it transformed into a true dragon. With a wave of its tail, it disappeared into the depths of the immortal mountain. The dragon's claws were shining with red light, and it could cover a group of mountains. The huge dragon head could crack a huge star. It was majestic, like the ancestor dragon of all ages. 2 beams of light shot out of Taoist Baijia's eyes, and he said, "We've met our ancestor. Nephew, go after him. This is our good fortune. Whether I can achieve anything in the future depends on you. You're a donkey. He's a dragon. What does it have to do with you?" Everyone cursed, but they did not dare to correct him. Longma was fuming. Recently, he had been acting like a donkey, and he was very angry. But he could not beat him, and he could not escape. There was no other way. A group of people went after him. With the great sage as the leader, they went into the depths of Mount Dibbing. They all wanted to know if the mount of the great ancient emperor had survived. Haze filled the air, and the fairy mist evaporated, turning into a rain of light. The ancient trees and rocks in this primeval forest were dyed with a mysterious color, which made people intoxicated. This was not a big tomb, but a small world in the fairy land. It was full of plants, silver waterfalls, and the mountain scenery was spectacular. It was very suitable for cultivation. In the depths of Mount Dibbing, there was not a trace of death chi. There were only vague immortal talisman marks. This place was stained with the emperor's chi of the great ancient emperor. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blazing light flew over and became the only eternal one. Everything in the world lost its luster, and it was extremely gorgeous and glorious. It was so fast that it was beyond the limit of people's understanding. It could be called a fairy light, and it shot through all obstacles in a flash. Puff! With a muffled groan, a heavenly king from the ancient clan fell down. The evil god's blood was ghastly, sprinkling all over the sky, collapsing the mountains below, and withering all the trees. This was a bleak scene. The divine blood splashed everywhere. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was extremely weak. His lips moved, and his eyes lost focus. Then, he fell completely into the dust. Boom! This person turned into Tao. His body dissipated, and became a rain of light. Not even a crystal bone was left. Everything turned into ashes. What was that? With a single strike, an ancient race heavenly king who was only half a step away from becoming a great sage was killed on the spot. It was truly shocking. An existence that had reached the pinnacle of the saint-king realm would become a great saint in the future and become an evil god. However, he didn't even have the chance to cry out before he withered away just like that. No one could see it clearly. That streak of immortal radiance rushed past, making everyone keep quiet out of fear. Danger finally appeared after entering the imperial tomb. It was so strange, they wouldn't even know how they died. The human Tao protector frowned. He walked up to observe, and then he quickly retreated as if he had encountered a snake or scorpion. That place was covered in specks of light. The power of the Tao transformation was extremely strong, almost drawing fire onto himself. Did you all see that? Is that a living creature or some sort of divine artifact? How could it be so heaven-defying? The leader of the Ox Devil race asked. Even as a great sage, he couldn't see clearly. A streak of light flashed by, and an ancient race expert died just like that. Could it be the Longma from before? Some people were suspicious. That was the mount of an ancient emperor. If it really unleashed its might, everyone would be in trouble. However, there was a great sage who shook his head. That aura didn't seem like it. That giant scarlet dragon was like a mountain, majestic, while the immortal radiance just now was very elegant and small, passing through in a flash. Everyone, this is Mount Dibbing. It's the place where the great ancient emperors buried their weapons. Be careful. I think the light just now was a bit. Taoist Baijia was about to say something, but he was suddenly interrupted. A streak of blazing light flew over like a shocking rainbow connecting the heavens and earth. It illuminated everyone until they had to close their eyes. Tears and blood flowed as if they were being cut by blades. This was too terrifying. The 100 Tribulations Taoist let out a loud cry and quickly turned around to cast the death substitution technique. His real body left, leaving behind a puppet body that was pierced through. Then, a muffled groan was heard as another 2 Saint Kings were killed. Blood splattered as they directly turned into a rain of light, falling on the mountain and dissipating into the way. Nothing was left. The wilderness quieted down. People felt a strange and powerful aura, as if a prehistoric beast was spying on them in the dark to hunt down every supreme cultivator. The green sky measuring ruler and the shiny diamond bracelet floated in the sky, protecting the armies of the various clans below, in case of another sneak attack. Everyone, don't act rashly. Even if you see a divine item, don't take it without permission. Otherwise, it may be a disaster. The protector of the human clan solemnly reminded. After this disaster, everyone was cautious. They were all within the protection range of the great sage, not daring to rush out. What on earth is that? Even the sure Holy Spirit was whispering with a very serious expression. This made him feel a great threat. The immortal radiance just now was definitely aimed at the 100 Tribulations Taoist. Since it dared to attack the great sage, it meant that it could threaten everyone here and they were all its targets. The mountains were majestic, medicinal herbs were everywhere, and the divine waterfall was boundless. There was actually killing intent hidden in this fairyland like pure land. Everyone revealed a serious expression. The surrounding mist gradually thickened. Everyone felt that something was wrong. The banners of the various clans fluttered in the wind. There were tens to hundreds of them, and their numbers were endless. They couldn't all be killed here, right? No one dared to imagine. The tomb of an ancient great emperor couldn't be provoked. They had just entered, yet they already encountered such a great danger. It's coming again. Everyone felt an aura that made the heavens tremble. Tremendous fluctuations and dazzling immortal radiance made everyone's bones shatter. These fluctuations were too terrifying, even more powerful than before. The expressions of the great sage changed one after another. This exceeded their control and understanding. It was completely different from what they had expected. Chi. A streak of undying divine light shot over, piercing through 10,000 worlds. As long as it was a tangible object, it would be difficult for it to escape the calamity of death. With a honglong sound, it easily tore apart the barrier of light the great sage put up, piercing through. It swept towards the various clans' armies. This kind of attack, this kind of domineering aura, could definitely wipe out all living beings in an instant, creating an immeasurable bloody calamity. It was as if the immortal domain's divine radiance poured down in torrents, destroying all techniques. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was the heaven-measuring ruler that was less than the length of an arm. Even though it shone with divine splendor and was speckled with immortal tears, possessing a portion of the aura of a supreme divine artifact, it wasn't enough now. But now, it wasn't enough. With just a slight touch, it was sent flying, trembling violently like a sheep facing a ferocious dragon. This was a bit inconceivable. This was a Holy Spirit weapon forged from immortal tears, yet it was actually so weak. It was innately restrained and couldn't help but tremble. Hung Long, that streak of immortal radiance descended, staring at the heaven-measuring ruler, directly attacking it. Perhaps because it was the most special among the weapons here, after all, it was forged from divine gold, it drew the attention of the immortal radiance. The Holy Spirit released a great roar. Its meter-tall body released the might of a heavenly deity, summoning its own weapon out of fear that it would be destroyed under this strike. With a chi sound, immortal multicolored light shone brilliantly, green light flickering about. The heaven-measuring ruler forged from immortal tears green gold flew out in reverse, avoiding the attack and rushing towards its owner. However, this streak of immortal radiance followed it like a shadow, even more so rushing over first, striking the precious ruler. A clear chong sounded, cracks unexpectedly appearing on its surface. Moreover, it erupted with incomparable radiance, making many people shed tears of blood, difficult to look straight at. That type of immortal radiance was too terrifying. Everyone became stupefied. Just how powerful of a divine object was this, actually able to damage immortal tears green gold? This was definitely an emperor artifact, or else it wouldn't have this type of power. One has to understand that in this world, all life source energy source root, phoenix blood scarlet gold, immortal tears green gold, and other things were the most powerful immortal materials. Purely based on undying and hardness, it was difficult to find something that surpassed them. Collect! The stone person released a great roar. He opened his mouth, sucking in a foot-long streak of green multicolored light, swallowing his own precious ruler. He felt incomparable pain. This holy weapon was damaged. Unknown just how many years it would take to recover. A streak of immortal lightning storm swept over, divine radiance dazzling, unexpectedly rushing towards him. The Holy Spirit released a great roar, brandishing the most powerful divine might to attack. Hung, he flew outwards. Even someone as powerful as the great sage, half a step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm, couldn't stop this attack at all. Without the slightest bit of suspense, he flew outwards. In addition, one of his fists had long been rotten, divine blood scattering outwards, sparkling divine splendor dyeing heaven and earth red. Moreover, this wasn't the end. His entire right arm began to transform into the Tao, quickly turning into a rain of light. Forget about ordinary people, even the great sage shivered inwardly. This type of attack was too horrifying, not even people at their level able to stop it, so how could they even talk about conquering it? Pooh. The stone person was extremely decisive. His left hand turned into a holy sword. A streak of cold radiance flashed past, and with a kacha sound, his right arm was sliced off from the shoulder, allowing divine blood to gush out. That arm quickly transformed into the Tao, turning into a rain of light, nothing left behind. The scene was so terrifying that no one dared to breathe too loudly. Impossible, what is going on? Everyone shivered inwardly, many people trembling as they cried out loudly. This was too terrifying. Was there someone controlling everything here, using the emperor weapon to attack everyone? This was terrifying, making everyone shiver from head to toe. This exceeded everyone's expectations. This was just a great emperor's tomb, so why was there a living powerful creature? Was he controlling everything? After a long time had passed, this place was still extremely peaceful. Everyone felt as if there was a great mountain weighing down on their hearts, incomparably heavy. Hung, up ahead, an expanse of blazing light surged. Many ancient mountains exploded, large amounts of lofty great peaks exploding, great rubble scattering the clouds. Everyone was shocked. What kind of unforeseen event was this? Hung long long, rubble flew through the air, divine might like raging waves beating against the shore. The boundless primal chaos exploded, ancient great mountains splitting apart. This place was in great chaos. The ancient land up ahead completely split apart, unknown just how many mountain ridges collapsed. In the end, a grand altar was revealed, as if the archaic number 1 divine peak was cut in half at the waist, becoming the ancient divine platform up ahead. On it, there were 5 or 6 weapons arranged, some brilliant, releasing undying immortal splendor, some simple and unadorned, not releasing the slightest fluctuation. Following everyone's arrival, these ancient weapons all revived, releasing blazing light. One of them was precisely the divine radiance that attacked everyone just now, making even the Holy Spirits nurse a grievance. It can't be, right? The aura of Emperor weapons, could it be that they are all of them? So many of them gathered together? Everyone simply didn't dare believe this. This wasn't realistic. The Emperor weapons in the entire cosmos could be counted, yet several of them appeared in this ancient tomb at the same time. It was as if they were living legends. Pooh! Suddenly, without any sound, a dim weapon flew over with unstoppable force, piercing through the forehead of a foreign race evil god. Blood splashed everywhere, dying on the spot. Dead, a great sage died. Everyone erupted with commotion. Before this level of weapon, not even the most powerful ancient evil god could stop it, killed on the spot. This made everyone suspect that this was the ancient great emperor's hiding place in the archaic dream. Mountains and rivers exploded, revealing a demonic altar like this. The dusty weapons appeared in this world, leaving everyone shaken. This was the tomb of a great emperor, the burial ground of a group of great emperors. How could there be several emperor weapons here? It made people shiver all the way down to their bones. Those were definitely emperor weapons. Otherwise, how could they crack the immortal Tyr's green gold ruler? And now, a great sage was silently killed without being able to resist. This place was in an uproar. How could they fight? No matter how many people came, they would definitely die. Not even the great sage was a match. Even if all the cultivators in the universe piled up their corpses, they wouldn't be able to. Retreat, retreat quickly. The human Tao protector's voice was trembling. The great tomb had exceeded their expectations time and time again. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They hadn't even seen the emperor's corpse, yet there were so many disasters. There was a huge altar of gods and demons, formed from a mountain that had been sliced in half. There were 5 weapons buried on it, all of them reviving. Strands of the aura of ancient emperors pervaded the air. Unfortunately, they couldn't see them clearly. The blazing ones were so dazzling that tears of blood flowed and their divine senses were on the verge of collapse. The dim ones were hidden in the nothingness, and their true appearances couldn't be seen. This was where the great emperor had buried the divine weapons that had accompanied him for his entire life. Suddenly, a draconic roar resounded through the 9 heavens. The huge llama that had disappeared earlier appeared again, stretching across the horizon and raising its head in this direction. This was truly a shocking scene. The scarlet dragon was larger than many mountains, and any mountain peak was like a small mound in front of it. The emperor weapon appeared, and the mount of the ancient emperors also appeared. They raised their heads and looked over. It was truly a shocking scene. Boom! Behind the huge scarlet dragon, a mountain larger than a star appeared, stretching across the horizon. It was boundlessly grand, reaching the primal chaos above and suppressing the 9 underworlds below. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of zhong tall it was. At the base of the mountain, there was a huge cave. The scarlet dragon swung its tail and entered. Draconic roars rang out, shaking people's souls. Clouds surged, and scarlet scales flickered in the cave from time to time. The mount of the ancient emperor had transformed from a horse into a dragon. It danced in the huge lair, and each of its scarlet dragon scales was tens of feet long. Nephew, charge! This is our ancestor, and it's summoning you. Hurry up and ask it for guidance. Taoist 100 Tribulations shouted and kicked Longma's butt, sending him flying towards the cave entrance like a cannonball. Longma was so angry that his nose almost became crooked. This old donkey was too evil. He couldn't help but tremble in the face of the scarlet dragon. If the dragon's claws slammed down, he would definitely lose his life. Buzz! The immortal mist boiled and the giant mountain disappeared. A beam of light swept Longma away. Nephew, don't forget about me. Bring back some benefits for me. The 100 Tribulations Taoist transmitted his voice from behind. Everyone was dumbfounded. Rumble, the sovereign armament had changed. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. It was as if several great emperors were going to revive. Large amounts of mountains and rivers were turned into dust. Only the altar towered there and wasn't destroyed. It continuously swayed about. The revival of sovereign armaments, and 5 of them at once, who could accept this? The crowd didn't care about anything else and turned to flee. Stop. Don't release any killing intent. This is a blasphemy to the sovereign armaments. They were activated because of this. We have to calm down. The old monk from the Amiba star field shouted. He saw the essence of the problem. Sovereign armaments were sacred and dignified. They were revered among the weapons and had been buried for countless years. Now that they saw the light of day, the deities inside would naturally react violently. The purple golden Buddhist bridge flickered and released a peaceful aura under everyone's feet. The pure power of faith filled the air and calmed everyone's mind. This bridge was created by great Emperor Amiba. It was watered with the faith of all living beings and tempered in countless ways. There wasn't a trace of impurity in it, and it had the sparkling radiance of the purest and kindest side of the human heart. It was said to be able to purify all living beings in the world and lead them to the other shore. Now, it was truly extraordinary and effectively dispelled the killing intent. At this point, the 5 weapons on the demonic god altar gradually calmed down, and the aura of the great emperors was no longer present. Amiba. Many people couldn't help but chant the name of Buddha. Meanwhile, the purple golden Buddhist bridge became even more sacred and peaceful as a result, flowing with auspicious light. Regardless of whether it was the black-robed gods and devils from the underworld or the main deities from God's organization, their expressions all changed. The Buddhism established by Amiba made them feel restraining fear. Mountains and rivers collapsed. This place was in an unbearable state and full of scars. Only a single altar was undamaged, simple, and unadorned. The 5 sovereign armaments on it revealed their true bodies. They no longer trembled and calmly laid there. They were actually all broken pieces and not perfect weapons. They were entirely green in color. Some of them didn't have any luster and were extremely dim, while others had a layer of clear splendor flowing about. Every single piece had an ancient feeling, unknown just how many tens of thousands of years they had experienced. This was a ruler made from the most mysterious feather azure gold. It was an immortal material that was just as famous as phoenix blood scarlet gold and immortal tears green gold. It was unknown why it broke apart into 5 pieces and scattered on the ground. Everyone was stupefied. This was definitely an sovereign weapon, yet it was actually broken by someone. This was just too horrifying, no wonder it attacked the Holy Spirit's immortal tears green gold ruler. It was because it was a heaven-measuring ruler to begin with. It was provoked by killing intent and couldn't tolerate an ordinary weapon provoking it. How exactly did it break apart? Everyone was shocked. They didn't dare approach and only watched from afar. The fracture was irregular, as if it was forcefully cracked open by someone. Just how great of a power was needed to destroy an sovereign weapon? It was beyond common sense. If there was a battle, it would definitely be world-shaking. This is hard to imagine. I've only heard of this type of bitter divine battle during the legendary era and the collapse of ancient heaven. Could it be the supreme being of that era? A great sage grew doubtful, his voice not calm at all. No, it looks a bit familiar. It's similar to what was recorded in ancient texts. This seems to be the legendary supreme divine weapon. The 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly spoke, his expression abnormally excited. Then, the human race's Tao protector, Demon Bull King, Underworld's peerless expert, and that main deity's expressions all trembled. At the same time, they thought of a character that had looked down on all of history. It's him, the supreme being who looked down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Demon Emperor. A Tao protector said this great name with a trembling voice, full of reverence. This was an ancient demon emperor who looked down on all of the heavens and tens of thousands of realms. His invincible style illuminated the starry sky, and his illustrious name made people tremble in fear. He was supreme, and in the era he ruled, no one in the 9 heavens and 10 earths dared to disobey him. How could it be him? Wasn't he buried in the Big Dipper starfield? How could he appear here? His era couldn't be verified. Some said he was in the glorious demon era hundreds of thousands of years ago, while others said he was millions of years ago, near the end of the archaic era. As for his legend, most people didn't know, but as the great sage of the starry sky ancient road, they wouldn't be ignorant. That kind of glory made them revere him just thinking about it. That was truly an invincible ancient road that swept across the starry sky. When the demon emperor was young, he walked the human race's ancient road, and was chased by everyone. In the end, the more he fought, the stronger he became, and he was invincible under the heavens. His original body wasn't that powerful, and it was rumored that he was just a snow rabbit. However, he became a matchless supreme being, known to have cut down all supreme beings under the heavens. In the tens of thousands of realms, only he was supreme. Before he achieved the Tao, he had once fought a bloody battle that shocked tens of thousands of ages. He killed a divine blood supreme being, killed a Holy Spirit unmatched ancient ancestor, as well as several ancient evil gods at the quasi-emperor realm. That battle was heaven and earth collapsing, ghosts weeping and deities howling. People found it hard to imagine that he roared through the cosmos alone, defeating all sides in a single night, killing all of his competitors and domineeringly ascending to the peak. His name was Shui Wuqing, a man whose clothes were whiter than snow, surpassing deities. In that era, he fought against the deities of the 9 heavens and suppressed the corpses of the 9 netherworlds. His appearance was exceptional, unmatched in this world. Even though his background was insignificant and small, just a snow rabbit, he was still unordinary. He advanced step by step, ultimately becoming a demon emperor at the peak of the extreme Tao. In the end, people forgot his identity, because he was just too powerful, making even the deities tremble. Legend has it that the demon emperor was unrivaled under the heavens. He used his weak body to refine his blood and nourish himself, continuously becoming stronger. In the end, a single drop of his blood could kill a dragon. Everyone thought that he passed away in the Big Dipper in his later years, but there were also some ancient records that stated that the demon emperor's great tomb turned into a continent, ultimately crashing into the depths of the cosmos. At this moment, when the demon emperor ruler appeared, everyone knew that this was the demon emperor's ancient tomb. However, people's suspicions also arose. Why did the demon emperor ruler, whose name was recorded in history, shatter? One has to know that its prestige was extremely great. There were no records of the demon emperor having such a world-shaking battle with others, and even more so, there was no mention of the demon emperor ruler being broken. It should have disappeared together with him. Could it be that in his later years, the demon emperor encountered the most terrifying battle of his life while sitting alone in the tomb? The emperor weapon shattered, and the great tomb crashed into the depths of the cosmos? When thinking of this possibility, everyone's hair stood on end. How powerful was that opponent? It simply couldn't be found in history. The white-clothed demon emperor was unparalleled. How could he have met an opponent back then? Legend has it that he traveled throughout the cosmos in search of an opponent, and there was no one who could withstand even a finger of his. People's thoughts were running wild. In the end, they all stared at the broken pieces of the weapon. At this moment, it was impossible to say that there was no greed in the crowd. This was the demon emperor ruler, whose divine might had shocked the ages. Even if it was broken, it was still a priceless treasure. Moreover, if it was really a complete heaven-measuring ruler, people definitely wouldn't be able to control it. If it was a piece, perhaps it could be used by a peerless expert at the level of the great sage. Swish, a clear radiance flashed, and the main deity holding the cauldron stepped forward. He put away all his killing intent, and his whole person was calm and peaceful. He approached forward, about to put away the demon emperor ruler. The first great sage had made his move, and the others naturally couldn't sit still. They all stepped forward. 6 or 7 peerless great sage approached, and they cautiously walked toward the demonic god altar. Who would be willing to give up such an opportunity? The weapon of the demon emperor of a generation was now broken into 5 pieces and displayed here. Any cultivator would be tempted. The others held their breaths, and they didn't dare to fight over it. They watched carefully. Some of the human Tao protectors didn't move, and their expressions were gloomy as they waited for an opportunity. Boom, suddenly, after the 6 or 7 great sage approached the altar, it emitted a screen of light, and it made the area appear misty. Streaks of bloody light flashed past, and a white-cloaked phantom stood there with his back facing everyone. He was silently paying tribute to the emperor weapon. Plop, almost everyone knelt down. They felt a kind of ancient pressure, and even the great sage couldn't help but want to kowtow. His knees were trembling. This shocked everyone. At this moment, they understood that the white-cloaked phantom must be the demon emperor. To be more precise, this was a remnant imprint left behind when he stopped, and it hadn't dissipated with the wind even now. It was just a remnant footprint, but it was enough to make the great sage almost kneel down. How powerful was this? Following that, one scene after another flashed past. Everyone was shocked, and their bodies trembled. They finally understood why the demon emperor ruler was broken. Who was the fiend emperor fighting against? In that era, he could suppress the heavens and 10,000 realms, yet there was still someone who could force him to this step. It really was inconceivable, exceeding normal reasoning. The battle in this scene was too terrifying, making even the great sage tremble. He couldn't hold back any longer, all of them kneeling down, crying out for the fiend emperor. Those were streak after streak of world-destroying immortal radiance, blasting apart the cosmos, shattering the endless skies, all regions instantly shattered. It was definitely enough to kill all saints in this world. Only a white-cloaked figure towered in the heavens, allowing the stars to vanish, the blue sea to turn into smoke, the heavenly domain to ashes. He was still undying, enduring this tremendous pressure. That was the matchless fiend emperor, white clothes purer than snow. His eyes were deep, the radiance within them splitting heaven and earth, the scenes of stellar rivers being destroyed. He didn't move at all, existing forever in this world. Such a great disaster, such a great calamity, any strand of light that spilled out could instantly kill the experts of the heavens, yet in that instant, there were no saints left in this world, only white bones. The fiend emperor was too powerful, not defending himself at all. His eyes released sharp radiance, as if it crossed endless time and arrived in this world, entering the depths of everyone's hearts. Hung, above his head was a green-gold immortal ruler, heaven-destroying and earth-splitting, cutting down deities and eradicating immortals. It went against the sky, shattering the universe. At this moment, everyone clearly saw the endless starry skies shatter, nothing remaining. The power of this strike could be said to be world-shattering, no one able to stop it under the heavens. The great sage trembled. This was just a casual strike from the fiend emperor, not a true great killing power, yet it was already enough to wipe out the world, destroy the 10,000 realms of the heavens. If they were here, 10,000 wouldn't even be enough to kill him. Just a single wisp of multicolored light could destroy all of them thousands to tens of thousands of times. Even ants looking up at an azure dragon wasn't enough to describe how insignificant they were. This type of disparity left one in despair. The difference from a great emperor was too great, only by personally witnessing it would they understand. Fiend emperor, he is attacking the immortal domain, wishing to achieve immortality. The bull demon king said with a trembling voice. Was this the reason why the immortal ruler broke into 5 pieces? The demon emperor was too powerful, and his essence energy had only just begun to rise. Compared to before, it was 10 times more terrifying, and even more unfathomable. People were unable to estimate it, and couldn't even look up to it. Nothing existed anymore. There was only a white-cloaked figure, standing alone in the ancient starry sky. He advanced on the path of immortality, conquering long life. He wanted to achieve the undying. This is a great emperor, a true great emperor taking action. It's a pity that we can't see it. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions. The heroes knelt on the ground and raised their heads as they muttered. The true might of a great emperor had just begun. Unfortunately, the universe was vast and the primal chaos mist had appeared, covering everything. They couldn't see the true power of the demonic emperor. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they saw an ancient emperor making a move. He actually wanted to wage war against the immortal realms, wanting to carve out his own future, killing his way out to clear the skies. Advance into immortal domain, the fiend emperor is too powerful. He no longer has anything to pursue in this world. He is attacking the path of long life. During the process of that white-cloaked figure conquering the immortal path, tens of thousands of strands of immortal splendor descended, able to kill all living things in the heavens. However, he was happy and fearless, standing alone in the primal chaos. The demon emperor roared, wanting to enter immortal domain. However, there was a type of boundless immortal light obstructing him, sweeping through all who went against it. This type of immortal Tao power destroyed the universe. The star domain was greatly damaged. Why can't we see it? This is a true great emperor taking action. Do we not even have the qualifications to see it? The great sage's voice trembled. This was the greatest regret of his life. Hung Long. In that scene, the demon emperor ruler soared into the sky, bringing with it heaven overflowing primal chaos energy. It was as if it had broken through something, releasing immortal force. I see it, I see it. The demon emperor is attacking the immortal path. At this moment, the 100 Tribulations Taoist suddenly cried out, his expression extremely excited. As the great sage, he also possessed a pair of extremely strange eyes, allowing him to capture the blurry scene. He saw the scene of the demon emperor attacking the path of long life. The 100 Tribulations Taoist's body and mind trembled. He knelt on the ground, muttering to himself and continuously kowtowing. This was greatly different from his usual behavior. Right now, he seemed like a devout believer. The demon emperor is extremely mighty, bringing a ray of light to our generation, proving the existence of immortal domain. I believe that is definitely the case. He has almost blasted it open. The 100 Tribulations Taoist shouted loudly, as if he had gone mad. He no longer had the slightest bit of a carefree attitude. He was like a deranged demon, his face even distorted. Immortal domain, treading on the path of long life, slaughtering out a clear sky. Can we really witness the existence of immortal domain? The others were also shocked, their hearts trembling. Just like a legend, the scene on the demonic god altar changed again. At this time, many people saw that in the world that had been shattered for 10,000 years, a path of long life seemed to have appeared. The peerless demon emperor's white clothes were dyed in blood. He advanced step by step, towards an unknown shore, towards his future, towards immortality. No one knew what kind of battle he experienced, what kind of price he paid to carve out this path. Everyone was like clay sculptures. That was a true great emperor taking action, establishing an unmatched legend, carving out this type of path. He walked forward step by step, his eyes resolute. Even someone as powerful as the demon emperor, for the sake of fighting on this path, suffered heavy injuries. His snow-white clothes were dyed in blood, making his heroic appearance appear even more outstanding, otherworldly. The peerless demon emperor was heroic and imposing, his black hair naturally scattering down, his white clothes purer than snow, specks of blood blossoming from them. His temperament was extraordinary, his appearance like jade. This was a man like a god. He carved out an immortal path, slaughtering out a clear sky. Everyone was stupefied, all of them shaken. This was creating history, establishing an unprecedented legend. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, all of their blood boiling. They couldn't help but roar out loudly. There was none in the past, none in the present, and there might not be any in the future. They had never heard of anyone stepping into immortal domain, treading the path of long life. Did the demon emperor achieve immortality? Everyone's blood was boiling, as if they were experiencing this legend themselves, establishing an unprecedented grand occasion. They wanted to shout and shout, let the entire universe know. The saints trembled, incomparably sincere, kneeling down from the bottom of their hearts. This was the exceptional white-clothed demon emperor, a man who was like a god, worthy of everyone's sincere respect. Pooh! On that immortal path that made countless heroes hope, grieve, and despair, the demon emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. It was just that beautiful, actually making everyone's hearts feel pain. The demon emperor's body swayed, almost falling onto the road. Bright red blood scattered across the white clothes, blossoming bit by bit. It was extremely striking, making everyone's hearts tremble. No one expected his injuries to be this severe, exceeding their imaginations. This was a great emperor, yet he was swaying as he walked, walking on the immortal path with difficulty. The ancient great emperor was injured, everyone's souls trembled. For them, this was something unimaginable. Great emperors represented the extreme Tao of this world, able to suppress the endless past. They had never been seriously injured before. Under normal circumstances, they were unmatched in this world, ruling over the 9 heavens 10 earths. They wouldn't suffer the slightest injury, no matter how light it was. I am finally old, not letting down the glory of the past. The demon emperor said to himself, feeling a sense of loneliness. Even though he was heroic and imposing, his face still young, his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of endless time. This was his later years, long past his peak. No matter how great of an existence was, there would be a day when they would grow old. This was something that couldn't be helped, the sorrow of a great emperor. Their primordial spirits were about to be destroyed, affecting every part of their body, causing their blood energy to wither up, losing their past unmatched glory. This was something that couldn't be avoided, a day that would arrive sooner or later. Everyone was extremely nervous, holding their breaths. This place was dead silent. Everyone's hearts were trembling, paying close attention to this without blinking. Would the demon emperor be able to walk this path to the end, establish a long life, reach the peak of the undying? If it was true, then it would topple everyone's understanding since ancient times until now. Everyone felt like they were suffocating, waiting for the final result. This was a type of torment. Was he going to become an immortal, or was he going to die in dejection? The exceptional demon emperor walked forward. He found it hard to stabilize his body, swaying intensely, almost falling onto the ground several times. This was but an ancient great emperor. When had he ever been in such a difficult situation before? An omnipotent existence that suppressed the 9 heavens 10 earths, right now, was on the verge of collapse, every step difficult, about to fall onto that path. Pung! Suddenly, that path collapsed. The immortal couldn't be seen before him, the path couldn't be seen behind him, nothing existing anymore. The demon emperor flew out horizontally, blood splashing through the void. Defeated, everyone's hearts tightened, as if a large hand was grabbing them. Then, they felt intense pain. This was a type of endless hatred, endless primal chaos waterfall poured down, submerging that place, burying the demon emperor of a generation. Nothing could be seen, only his voice sounding. Endless time only appearing for an instant, the only correct location, fighting against the heavens at the peak. When all of these factors are added together, perhaps I could break through, reach the peak. What a pity, I am already old, unable to recover my peak strength. The demon emperor was lonely, carrying endless regret. His words were bleak. He was just a bit off, yet he still fell on the immortal path. At this moment, his thoughts seemed to have penetrated the past, present, and future, making everyone clearly feel that type of emotion. A snow rabbit was originally the weakest creature, but it advanced step by step, ultimately becoming an unmatched demon emperor, establishing the most resplendent golden age, his name shaking all of history. Shui Wuqing, a heaven-warping genius, moving unhindered through his entire life. In that instant of endless time, he fought his way through the immortal path, charging forward, but in the end, he couldn't reach the end. That fleeting point of time came too late. At that time, he was already no longer young. Even though he was a great emperor, there were still times when he declined. He was just a bit off, but in the end, he still couldn't reach the end of the immortal path. Everyone became silent, all of them deeply moved. They sighed for the exceptional demon emperor. He was just a bit off, but in the end, he still failed. Everyone felt pity for him, their hearts grieved. It truly was too regretful. It wasn't that this godlike male wasn't strong, but rather that his most powerful state had already passed. Just how divine was the demon emperor exactly? If his blood energy was flourishing, when his fighting strength was at its peak, he might have succeeded. What a pity, this godlike male. In the end, everyone could only feel this type of regret, silently sighing. The demon emperor's regret was engraved in everyone's hearts, resonating with them. Let's do it again, I will use my life to resist. In the primal chaos divine waterfall that buried the demon emperor, a heaven-measuring ruler rushed up, fighting in place of the old demon emperor. It rushed towards the broken immortal path, wishing to open up a new path. I missed it, time has already passed. The demon emperor muttered. The heaven-defying immortal ruler was unwilling, feeling sorrow for the demon emperor. It brandished the power of the extreme Tao, rushing towards the end of the legend, wishing to change this regretful ending. The true divine might of a great emperor. In that place, time became chaotic, space collapsing, everything becoming completely chaotic. Everyone couldn't see anything. The final result had long been set in stone. The demon emperor ruler failed. The ruler body forged from black gold broke, the deity within almost completely obliterated, destroyed on the immortal path, breaking into 5 pieces. It's fine even if I don't want the immortal path, how can I lose you? The exceptional demon emperor's white clothes were dyed in blood. He sighed alone in the wind, standing beside a pile of yellow earth, personally burying the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life. He was already old, powerless to reforge the demon emperor ruler's life. This was a regret in life, and it was hard for people to accept. The demon emperor of a generation died with regret. He sent off the weapon that had accompanied him for his entire life in the cold wind, and was buried in the soil. He didn't have long to live either. His primordial spirit was marked by time, and his body naturally couldn't stay for long unless the two were separated. But if that was the case, what was the point of leaving a shell of flesh? The demon emperor died, and the heaven-measuring ruler was broken into 5 pieces, leaving behind a great regret. This man who was outstanding millions of years ago had died sadly. It was a pity that Shui Wuqing was such a mighty supreme being. The current of light turned into rain, and the footprint on the demonic god altar disappeared. At this point, the majestic pressure dissipated, and only the broken demon emperor ruler was left. The 5 fragments of the emperor weapon recorded everything that happened in that battle. Unfortunately, the deity within them was almost obliterated, and what was left was only a broken imprint. The great sage stood up, and the heroes stopped kowtowing. They all stared at the damaged demon emperor ruler. It was made of feather azure gold, and there were large feather-like marks on it, as if it was a flying immortal. The experts of the underworld, the master god who came with the cauldron, and the other great sage acted at almost the same time. They all stretched out a large hand to grab forward, and they all wanted to snatch the fragments of the emperor weapon. Everyone restrained their killing intent and released peace. Even the black-robed demonic god from the underworld's hand, which was covered in black hair, also released a rare holy splendor. In the distance, everyone was envious. Only people of this level could fight for the fragments of the emperor weapon. The others didn't even need to think about it. In an era without emperors, the great sage was an absolute existence. 6 or 7 large hands descended at the same time, and just as they were about to grab the fragments, a monstrous killing intent swept across the demonic god altar, and it couldn't be blocked at all. Everyone was shocked. How many creatures had been killed to create such a scene? Everyone saw mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Blood overflowed into the sky, and white bones formed mountains. Who was this? At such a crucial moment, he actually dared to be so ruthless, using the most terrifying killing intent to activate the fragments of the emperor weapon to target the great sage. Boom! The 6 or 7 great sage turned around and left. Their bodies turned into streaks of afterimages, leaving behind afterimages in the air. They all tore through the sky and retreated to the end of the horizon. They were furious. This was clearly plotting against them, catching them all in one fell swoop and harming them to death. A terrifying monarch's might appeared, and the broken demon emperor ruler was activated. It emitted a cyan light, and the stripes of ascending to heaven and earth were imprinted in the sky. The 5 fragments rushed towards 5 different directions, sweeping across the crowd. Pooh! The golem Holy Spirit was the most pitiful. He had the immortal tear's green golden ruler on him, but it didn't yield, releasing a strand of divine might. As a result, he was immediately targeted. A streak of divine radiance flashed past. A small half of the golem's body was pierced through. Divine blood poured out, scattering into the void, destroying the mountains and rivers below until they were beyond recognition. The stone man cried out. He moved and withdrew himself, cutting off a portion of his body to prevent himself from passively transforming into the Tao. Then, he quickly fell down, doing everything he could to quickly repair his stone body. He was the most powerful existence among the great sage. In the past, he had never been in such a sorry state like he was today. He didn't want to suffer serious injuries again and again. This made his anger surge into the heavens, but he had no choice but to endure it. Chi. The bull demon king was also struck. Apart from losing an incarnation, one of his arms was also blasted apart. The great sage's blood scattered outwards, making his expression extremely ugly. The black-robed demonic god of the underworld roared angrily, searching for the culprit. He was almost impaled to death by a broken weapon, and he used a divine corpse that had been refined for many years as a substitute to avoid this disaster. The main deity of the god's organization also had an ugly expression. A fist-sized hole appeared on the copper cauldron. He had also encountered a dangerous attack. It's the great demonic god. Only he has this kind of killing intent. He had previously destroyed an ancient life star, killing countless creatures. Someone cried out. If this really was the case, then the great demonic god was too terrifying. He dared to act against the great sage, and as expected, he was extremely daring. This couldn't even be described as snatching food from the tiger's mouth. This was heaven-defying, even if he was extremely powerful, a supreme being of the human race's ancient path, unrivaled throughout the star path. There was no way he could challenge the great sage at the absolute peak. At this time, daring to take action required a type of great courage. The great armies of the various races arrived, and every single one of them was boundless. The aura of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood disappeared, and it was difficult to immediately find them. Moreover, at this time, the various races were in chaos. The great sage's roar alone was already useless, and everyone began to flee for their lives. This naturally incited a massacre. Pooh, this was a world dyed in blood. A single tremble from the broken pieces of the emperor weapon would produce a rain of blood. Numerous experts fell, unable to resist this kind of emperor might. Perhaps it wasn't the great demonic god, but a human king who took action, activating the broken pieces of the emperor weapon. Someone cried out. The scene had long since become chaotic. For most people, it wasn't important who took action. They were all scrambling to flee for their lives, wanting to leave this blood-stained demonic land. If they were even a step late, they might die. Only the great sage from just now were furious, hating the person in the dark for harboring malicious intentions. He actually dared to act like this, using underhanded means against them. They truly couldn't swallow this anger. Their spiritual senses were sharp, but they couldn't immediately lock on to that person. They only knew that he was a junior, and if nothing unexpected happened, he should be one of the supreme beings of the human race's ancient path. Where is the great demonic god? This old bull will hack you apart alive. The demon bull king roared. His large eyes glared, as if two great stars were condensed there. Human king, I really want to see if you can become a king among men. The stone man Holy Spirit also released a cold voice, full of coldness and cruelty. These two naturally didn't immediately determine who the mastermind was. Since someone said it was the great demonic god or the human king, then they would treat it as the two of them. In any case, they were all young supreme beings of the human race. Killing one more now was one more to prevent them from becoming a great disaster in the future. Umaba. The old monk from the Umaba star field chanted. His yellow brows drooped slightly as he blocked the two experts. Who is right and who is wrong, we still can't be sure. Please don't act rashly. The demon bull king shouted, Baldy, it's easy for you to say. A little brat that hasn't even grown out all his hair dares to ride on our necks. Do you still want to protect him? Monk, don't meddle in other people's business. This was definitely done by a few youths of your human race. They are too daring. An evil god also had a gloomy expression as he said, you might as well just kill them all and be done with it. How rude of you to cultivate on our human race's ancient path. The human race's Tao protectors all stood out to block them. Ah, miserable cries rose and fell. The 5 emperor weapon fragments were all flying out, creating a great disaster. Blood splashed in all directions, and it was a tragic sight to behold. Even the great sage couldn't hold on any longer. He didn't dare to stay any longer and hid in the crowd, observing as he retreated. This scene was too terrifying. The only thing that made people sober was that the 5 emperor weapons seemed to have a trace of clarity after a while. Some kind of thought from the ancient past returned, and the slaughter gradually stopped. The true deity within the demon emperor ruler had been obliterated, and what remained was only a remnant will. After so many years of nourishment and growth, it had long since mutated and was no longer the original emperor weapon. Welcome back, the immortal ruler. The black-robed man from the underworld let out a roar and chanted a scripture. It was actually a segment of immemorial demonic text, and a strange fluctuation flowed out, awakening the Emperor Weapon's old memories. With a clang, a broken immortal ruler flew into the bronze coffin and produced a loud sound. This wasn't a true attack. It was a segment of demonic divine text left behind by the demon emperor. No one would have thought that the people from the underworld would actually have a segment in their possession, and it had awakened the immortal ruler's favorable impression and thoughts. However, a wave of blood covered the sky and covered the earth. Its murderous intent overflowed into the heavens, and it instantly struck into the coffin. Gotcha, without a doubt, this was a disaster. The bronze coffin was penetrated by the restless immortal ruler. Its entire body cracked, and a large hole appeared. Who? The black-robed man from the underworld's voice was cold as he looked at the main deity holding the cauldron. This place was in complete chaos. The fragments of the demon emperor ruler were no longer as violent. The great sage began to use all his methods to calm them down and draw them to his side. Unknowingly, a piece of the immortal ruler disappeared. No one knew where it went. The expressions of the great sage were extremely unsightly. In the dark, Yi Fan also furrowed his brows. Could it be that the great demonic god or a human king had succeeded? He could be sure that the one who attacked the great sage was indeed a supreme of the younger generation. Yi Fan silently chanted a segment of scripture that originated from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Only a wave of essence, energy, and spirit overflowed, and there was no divine will or sound. Moreover, he operated the army formula, the supreme secret technique that could control all things in the world as weapons, and summoned the immortal ruler. This was not imprisonment, but a form of communication. The army formula communicated with the immortal ruler, instantly reducing its restlessness to the minimum. The scripture in the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was not of much use. Instead, the Qing Thearka's 9 slashes and the Heart Sutra unleashed a divine effect. This was part of the principles that Yi Fan and Pangbo exchanged. Under the dual effects of the Demon Emperor Sutra and the army formula, the immortal ruler disappeared with a flash of divine radiance and appeared in his body. The second piece of the Demon Emperor ruler disappeared into thin air. No one knew that it had entered Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. There, a 3-leaf green lotus trembled, and this imperial weapon immediately quietened down. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He was silent for a while. Almost in the blink of an eye, when Yi Fan came back to his senses, the third immortal ruler had disappeared without a trace. He did not know whose hands it had landed in. Everyone knew that it was impossible to forcefully suppress the immortal ruler. Otherwise, they would definitely be turned into ashes by the demon emperor ruler. They believed that the person who obtained it either possessed the secret technique left behind by the demon emperor in this world, or was closely related to the demon race, awakened the immortal ruler's old memories, and obtained its recognition. All the great sage looked indifferent, and no emotions could be seen. No one knew who among them had obtained it. They did not say a word and called for the remaining 2 imperial weapons. Yi Fan focused and silently recited the Qing Thearka's ancient scripture. He connected with the army formula to the other immortal ruler. This time, he encountered great resistance because another mysterious person was also communicating with the demon emperor ruler. Swish, with a flash of green light, the immortal radiance tore the void apart. The 4th immortal ruler fragment disappeared, and the final result was that it entered Yi Fan's sea of reincarnation. He successfully obtained it. There were a total of 5 imperial weapon fragments. At this moment, 2 of the immortal ruler fragments were in his hands. This surprised even Yi Fan. There were no less than a dozen great sage present, and 2 of them actually obtained the demon emperor ruler. It was truly unexpected. Swoosh, in his sea of reincarnation, the green lotus swayed gently. The 2 immortal ruler fragments calmed down, and a clear radiance flowed faintly. It seemed very peaceful. In the sea of reincarnation, the 2 fragments of the ruler lay dormant, flowing with a misty azure radiance. It seemed very peaceful. Yi Fan taking action at this time was no different from snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It would be disastrous if he were to fight with the great sage for the imperial weapon. This place was in chaos. Everyone was looking for the demon emperor ruler. This kind of artifact couldn't be taken by force, so they could only communicate with it. Otherwise, even the great sage would be beaten into dust. Amitabha. The yellow-browed old monk chanted the name of Buddha. The purple golden bridge under his feet extended, and the purest and most auspicious power of faith flowed, surrounding the last ruler. The old monk's cultivation was profound. His body was enveloped by many halos, making him look dignified. Bodhisattvas and ancient Buddhas appeared above his head. They chanted ancient scriptures and communicated with the demon emperor ruler, wanting to lead it into Buddhism and make it a protector Tao weapon. Rumble. A large cauldron floated up and down. The chief god from God's organization made his move, activating the weapon. All kinds of patterns appeared on the cauldron's walls, including the ancients, flowers, birds, fish, insects, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. This contained a type of life force when all things were first born, when the heavens and earth were opened. It turned into a wave of immortal essence, flowing towards that immortal ruler to repair it. Clang! The black-robed expert from the underworld didn't want to fall behind. The ancient coffin trembled and a burial scripture rang out, as if mourning for the demon emperor. The great sage moved together, using all kinds of methods to fight for the last ruler. As for who had the first 4 pieces, no one knew. Logically speaking, they should have fallen into their hands as well. Yi Fan frowned. He couldn't get this golden ruler now. The great sage was fighting for it, so there would most likely be problems. Boom. The old monk from the Amitabha star field took out an alms bowl. Buddhist light shone brightly, and there were many demonic characters inside. The characters looked like dragons and cheelants. The chief god from God's organization didn't want to fall behind. The tens of thousands of spirits in the cauldron appeared at the same time, resonating with the demon emperor ruler, wanting to obtain its approval. At the same time, the 100 Tribulations Taoist sat cross-legged in the void, chanting demonic scriptures. He was a true old demon. The blood in his body surged as he called out in the name of the great sage of the demon race. In this place, divine winds howled angrily. The great sage all displayed their divine abilities, summoning the wind and summoning the rain, setting up altars to carry out the most powerful competition. Yi Fan retreated silently and left Mount Dibbing with a large number of cultivators. He didn't want to be involved in the last storm and appeared in another ancient place in the cemetery. An hour later, the great curtain fell, and the last immortal ruler was obtained. The entire mountain area regained its tranquility. The great sage's face was cold, and no one could tell what he was feeling. No one knew who had gained the most in this battle. The 5 emperor weapons had all disappeared. "We are going to leave, not going any further," some of the cultivators shouted. This place was too dangerous. They were not willing to enter the great imperial mausoleum, fearing that they would die in vain here. They were itinerant cultivators and did not have any powerful leaders. The other armies were calm and did not make any noise, because they were recruited by the great sage, the protector of the tribe. Many powerful divine thoughts swept over, trying to see through the countless cultivators present. The great sage was unwilling to give up and wanted to find out who had the demon emperor ruler. The armies of the various races continued on their way, leaving the mountain area and heading in another direction. Suddenly, a violent and strange fluctuation came. In that place, there was a great mountain that was even larger than a star. It rested in the void, a giant scarlet dragon winding about, moving about in an ancient cave. The mount of the demon emperor, it was the huge red dragon that had manifested earlier. It lived here, in the sky behind Mount Dibbing. The vast fluctuation suppressed everyone. Even the great sage's heart trembled, and he confronted it cautiously. "Nephew, don't forget your uncle." The 100 Tribulations Taoist was sharp-eyed and saw Longma at a glance. It was floating in the dragon cave, surrounded by wisps of dragon chi. The great sage was silent for a while. This time, he observed it closely and found that the red dragon was not the real body, but an inextinguishable chi of essence, wrapped in a mark. It was not a living body at all, but a mark left by the mount of the demon emperor. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. Even the demon emperor had died, how could his mount live until now? It must have become dust in the passage of time. The shape of this mountain was like an ancient tomb, which was specially used to bury the red dragon. It hung between heaven and earth, majestic and majestic. In fact, this mount died before the demon emperor. No matter how powerful it was not the great emperor, so it could not live longer. It could not accompany the demon emperor to the end of his life and fight on the celestial path. A long time ago, it was the spirit demon emperor who had personally buried his mount in the yellow soil and erected a monument for it. After endless years, another Lama appeared. It drew out a portion of the essence left behind by the red dragon in the great tomb and threw itself at its companion. The two merged together. It could be said that this was Lama's natural luck. Ordinary people could not obtain it. This was an inheritance of its own kind, a cultivation method left behind by the ancestor of the Lama clan. This was improved by the demon emperor. Everyone was envious. Even if they obtained the fragment of the immortal ruler, their harvest might not be as great as Lama's. It was an inheritance that transcended the ages and bathed in the scarlet dragon's essence energy. What made everyone feel helpless was that it was difficult to approach. There was the imprint of the Lama clan there, making it difficult for ordinary people to approach. Honglonglong, the great river surged. A corpse river rushed out from the distant ancient vein. This was the Yellow Springs. Everyone intentionally avoided it, wanting to explore other places first. However, they still encountered it again in the end. This muddy yellow river had 9 bends and 18 bends. It flowed through this mountain range and many places in the ancient region, running through the entire cemetery. Calling it a great tomb wasn't enough. This was a true world with mountains, rivers, and all living things. There were ancient medicines taking root between the cracks of rocks, great peaks towering. Above the clouds, roar. A long howl sounded. A heart-tearing, lung-splitting roar sounded from the upper reaches of the corpse river. A creature with bat wings and a body like a demonic ape streaked across the sky. That's a corpse demon. An old cultivator cried out in alarm. This was a creature that could only be born in the archaic extreme danger land. It was extremely evil, a type of malicious spirit that couldn't be more vicious. It's not just one, there's a group over there. Everyone cried out in alarm. This was a large race. Some of them were covered in white fur without wings. They looked like old corpses as they flew through the sky. There were some that were purple in color and covered densely in scales. They had horns and demonic wings on their backs. These were all corpse demons. They carried heaven overflowing deathly energy as they roared past. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked, rivers and seas surged. Chant scriptures. The human race Tao Protector ordered. Before entering, everyone had already anticipated that there would most likely be some type of creature born from energy in this cemetery. Moreover, they might be extremely powerful, and the mortal expiation scripture and other methods couldn't neutralize them. Over 100 people chanted scriptures together. There were quite a few discrepancies with the scriptures Yifan chanted. This wasn't the perfect mortal expiation scripture. It was to the extent where even the one Yifan obtained on earth wasn't complete. Only that human-shaped devil-face lamp chanted the most primitive scripture profound mysteries. He only discovered this after comparing it. Roars rang through the air as the corpse river surged. Strange creatures rushed out from the water one after another. Some had disheveled hair, some had sinister scales covering their bodies, and all of them emitted deathly energy. Everyone chanted scriptures. Scriptures were transmitted one after another, shining in the void. For these creatures, it was like a heavenly tribulation. They were alarmed and began to resist. Roar, heaven overflowing roars rang through the air. Several creatures flew over from the upper reaches of the corpse river. Their appearances were strange, and every single one of them was like a god of thunder. The fur on their bodies flickered with faint golden light. These were flesh and blood born from corpse energy. Then, they turned into deities. Each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. Their gazes tore through the void, and they didn't even fear the great sage. With a loud sound, heaven and earth collapsed. The deities collided and fought against the saints. They immediately unleashed the most terrifying attacks. Even someone as powerful as the Bull Demon King was almost killed. He was pincered by 2 deities. If not for the Diamond Chakram's power, he would have been in danger. Everyone's expressions changed. They didn't dare to be distracted anymore. The great sage moved forward together and attacked forward. Blood splashed out one after another as the battle unfolded. The other armies were chanting scriptures, turning into strands of divine light that hacked towards these ghouls. The great battle came so suddenly. From the upper reaches of the Corpse River, several thunder-like existences flew over. Their golden fur was brilliant, and their battle prowess was shocking. They could contend against the great sage as equals. The yellow spring surged and terrifying whistling sounds rang out continuously. More and more Ain spirits appeared and attacked everyone. The chanting of scriptures, the wailing of ghosts and the howling of deities, and other sounds interweaved. This place was in an uproar. Yin energy and life energy coexisted, turning into yin and yang energy. Everyone's heart sank, including the great sage. His expression was grave. This was the tomb of an ancient great emperor, yet now, so many ghouls appeared one after another. This was definitely not a good sign. They didn't dare to continue thinking about it. If the emperor's corpse underwent a heaven-defying transformation, forget about them. Even if all the experts of the 10,000 realms came, it would still be useless. Lay out the formation, use the supreme scriptures to purify the chaos of corpses. A Tao protector roared. Great banners fluttered in the wind. Everyone began to lay out the killing formation. Killing the Yin spirits. At the same time, they chanted scriptures endlessly, launching a grand expedition. Hong, the great battle began. Everyone attacked. Tao patterns densely covered the void, interweaving strand after strand, turning into a net of destruction that fell towards the ghouls. At the same time, the chanting became even louder, as if deities were chanting. Phantoms of gods and devils stood in the 9 heavens. It's time. Yi Fan said to himself. He silently retreated. Everyone was tied down here, and now that the energy storm was surging, it was the perfect time to rescue Pang Bo. The cauldron above Yi Fan's head floated up and down, sending down the source energy of all living things, as well as a waterfall of pure faith power to protect him. He crossed the river of corpses and left the imperial tomb. Next, he took out the spell formation platforms he had set up in advance and arranged them in the air, creating an enormous portal. The energy of yin and yang flowed through the tomb, transforming into black and white power that Yi Fan drew over. Next, he set up dozens of spell formations to stabilize the passageway. Of course, all of this had been prepared in advance, otherwise it would have been too late. The great sage was fighting the Yin gods, and the living beings were fighting the Yin spirits. The world of the great necropolis was filled with killing formations, and all sorts of wild and violent energies were unleashed. Yi Fan didn't delay, because he didn't have a single minute to waste. He had to seize this opportunity to draw away the terrifying energy. The spatial coordinates were already set, and the portal glowed brightly as the wild energy rushed in. Boom, the chaotic tempest rushed out and struck one of the ancient continents where Pang Bo was trapped. Mountains collapsed, and the stars trembled. He's really here. He wants to rescue the trapped man named Pang Bo. Someone on the ancient continent said coldly. The saint body of the Emperor Burial Star is finally here. In another location, a blurry figure appeared, his eyes cold. Quite a few people were alarmed. They had been waiting for a long time because they knew he would show up. However, no one could have imagined that he would be able to attract such a wild energy to attack the illusory tomb of the ancient emperors. Has the Lord come out? Has he left the true tomb of the ancient emperors? One of the groups was Emissary Qilin and Emissary Vermilion Bird. At the same time, the true tomb of the demon emperor cracked open, and the river of corpses surged as more people rushed out. In front of the ancient continent where Pang Bo was trapped, Yi Fan smiled coldly. He had a feeling that some extremely powerful experts had arrived. The ancient continent floated in the universe. Storms of god power stormed out of the territory gate. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, bombarding this giant tomb. Yi Fan had borrowed the power of saints to help Pang Bo escape. In the dark, cold eyes gazed at the figures on the ancient continent, ready to launch a thunderous attack at any time. Our Lord didn't come? The Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary was skeptical. These people had shocking magical powers and profound cultivation. Before they were subdued by Tian, which one of them wasn't an expert whose name could shake an entire region? They were famous on the ancient road of the human race. Perhaps our Lord had a big harvest in the real tomb of the ancient emperors, someone speculated. They weren't hasty because they knew how terrifying Yi Fan was. He had almost killed the overlord. Even if he had used some extraordinary means, it meant something. Moreover, these people knew that they weren't the only ones here. Others would jump out to attack the Saint Physique from the Emperor Burial Star. Don't rush. It's still early. We'll attack him at the critical moment. We'll make him miss the cliff, said the Qilan Saint Emissary coldly. Breaking the seal of this ancient continent wasn't easy. It couldn't be done in a short time. They had to wait for the best chance to launch a fatal attack. He's too arrogant. The 6 emissaries tried to persuade him to work for our Lord, but he killed them all. From that moment on, the result was already determined. These people were hostile. They hid in the dark and watched everything on the ancient continent, waiting for a chance to come. I hope to see him being suppressed. I want to see if he regrets not working for our Lord, sneered the Qilan Saint Emissary. Rumble, the energy storming out of the territory gate became more violent. It was the life and death Qi, the great sage's aura, and the Yin god's power. All kinds of chaotic storms congregated and created a great wave. The people hiding in the dark discolored. This scene shocked them. The attack was getting stronger and stronger. It was beyond their imagination. The entrance of the ancient continent had a crack. How did he do it? It's too terrifying. He's guiding such a crazy wave. He's borrowing power. The experts under D. Tion's command and the other experts all paled. The wave was getting bigger and bigger. It was peerless and peerless. At first, it was the aura of the great sage. But later, it was the same as the great sage's true attack. Moreover, it wasn't just one, but many. In addition to the power of the various formations, as well as the fluctuations of the laws of the Yin spirits and the corpse gods, this place was on the verge of being destroyed. Haha. Pangbo laughed heartily. He finally saw hope. He had been trapped here for too long, wanting to rush out a long time ago. However, this was a prison, deeply sealing him inside. Now, the opportunity had come. Yi Fan was about to successfully rescue him. In the sky, godly energy bombarded indiscriminately. In the tunnel constructed by Yi Fan with dozens of formations, a vast amount of supernatural energy surged out like a vast ocean and cracked the entrance. How could he succeed so quickly? He really is going to defy the heavens. The people in the dark all sighed in admiration. That's like asking a dozen or so great sages to make a move. Even if they don't actually attack this place, it's more or less the same. Who could possibly block such a powerful attack? Boom, finally, someone in the dark couldn't help but make a move. He took out a Saint King level forbidden weapon and directly attacked Yi Fan, detonating it in the sky. It was a kind of blazing light that illuminated the universe. It could destroy heaven and earth. This was just a probing attack, but it was already so overbearing. It could be imagined how terrifying it was. Buzz. Yi Fan's eyes turned. It was as if he had experienced dozens or hundreds of years. That weapon was controlled by him, and it crashed into the ancient continent. He used the army formula and didn't resist. Instead, he took advantage of the situation and guided it towards the entrance of the empty tomb. Resplendent light erupted. This attack couldn't injure Yi Fan. Instead, it was used by him, contributing a powerful force. We can't let him continue. We have to attack and stop all of this. A person in the dark snorted coldly. He stood up and turned into a stream of light to attack Yi Fan. Without a doubt, this was a Saint King. His origins were unknown, and he was waiting here specifically to target Yi Fan. Chi, a blazing golden light flashed past. Yi Fan's entire body ignited, and he turned into a human-shaped torch. He was full of vigor and vigor. He was as fast as a mortal light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived before him. He took the initiative to attack and meet the enemy. This was a lightning-fast battle. Yi Fan relied on the movement's secret character and his powerful physical body. When he passed by that person, his golden fist shattered the treasure and destroyed that person's palm. Then, the spiraling magic power traveled up his arm, turning that person's arm into a bloody mist. It was too fast. A powerful attack collided head-on with a very powerful Saint King. With just one move, he was heavily injured and almost crippled. Kill. In the dark, a few more figures rushed out to quickly provide support. They attacked Yi Fan together. At the same time, an exceptional formation appeared to seal Yi Fan. In the void, a white figure flashed, and a woman appeared outside the ancient continent. She was Di Tian's subordinate, the White Tiger Saint Emissary. She was as famous as the Qilin Saint Emissary and the Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary. Master saw the Demon Emperor ruler and is currently looking for it in the Great Tomb. She brought this news. Then let's do it ourselves. Now that these people have moved, we can use the formation diagram passed down by Master. We will definitely be able to kill him, someone said. Wait a little longer. This kind of world-shocking formation diagram must be used at the most crucial moment to make him feel regret and despair, said the Qilin Saint Emissary. Boom. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound rang out. A man wearing silver armor and holding a spear appeared. His magic power was overflowing, and his battle intent surged, shaking the ancient continent. Oh, this person is too powerful. His aura is a little familiar. It seems to be the second direct disciple of the human race's Tao protector Qi Tian. That's right. When Master and I went to visit the great sage Qi Tian, we saw this man before. It's the second disciple of the Tao protector. He wants to kill the Saint Physique. This is really mysterious. The Qilin Saint Emissary, the Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary, the White Tiger Saint Emissary, and the others all had strange looks in their eyes as they watched attentively. They knew that the great sage Qi Tian protected the Tyrant King. During the 50th city of the human race, he had helped the Tyrant King out of trouble and almost subdued Yi Fan. Boom. Another powerful aura appeared. It was extremely powerful. His figure was blurry, but it made the starry sky tremble. Murderous aura seethed, and the scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood appeared. Heavens, is the great demonic god personally taking action? The Vermilion Bird Saint Emissary cried out in surprise. No, he's not that strong. It should be someone else. No one had thought that when the Demon Emperor's tomb opened, a great battle would break out on this ancient continent and attract so many experts. In the next moment, dozens of people appeared at the same time and attacked Yi Fan. They were all top experts. So many people are coming. I think he can't escape this calamity. Let's also take action and use the horn diagram of the Master, someone in Di Tian's troops suggested. Alright, we can't give him any more time. Otherwise, this continent will really be broken apart by that boundless power. The Qilin Saint Emissary said coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a diagram. As soon as it appeared, wind and lightning erupted. The brilliance was blazing, and it suppressed towards Yi Fan like a high sky. This was a peerlessly powerful diagram. As soon as it approached, many experts were shocked. They were all frightened, and many of their hairs were shaved off by the killing intent. Even Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely a great killing weapon. If he was hit by it, even his indestructible golden body might not be able to withstand it. Golden blood might splatter everywhere. Who is it that actually dares to borrow our strength? Truly audacious. Right at this moment, a cold shout sounded out from the Demon Emperor's tomb on the other side of the battlefield. Some of the great sages found out that there was a formation outside the great tomb that was guiding their godly power through a passage to another region. At this time, the battle in the depths of the Demon Emperor's tomb was reaching its climax. It was also becoming more and more intense. The Yin deities counterattacked fiercely, and 4 more thunder gods appeared. Boom! The stone man that had been injured by the Demon Emperor ruler was already greatly injured. At this moment, he was even more seriously injured. He was almost killed by the 2 corpse gods and was sent flying. In addition, there were other experts who retreated. They didn't want to risk their lives and left the battlefield. Who is this person? He actually built such a passage outside the tomb and borrowed the power of so many heroes. He must have eaten a god's gall. After the retreating stone man and some experts confirmed the spatial coordinates, they killed their way to the ancient continent that trapped Pangbo. Moreover, there were Yin deities chasing after them. Boom! The appearance of these experts was undoubtedly a great disaster. It made the starry sky tremble. In particular, existences at the level of the sacred spirits and Yin deities intimidated everyone. The powerful fluctuations they released caused the horn diagram Tian passed down to deviate from its original path. It's you. You have a curse on your body and have killed more than one person from the sacred spirit bloodline. As soon as the stone man appeared, he immediately sensed something and revealed a dense killing intent. Yi Fan had been cursed by the sacred spirit bloodline's experts. Once his true body appeared, he would no longer hide. When he activated his mysterious technique, he would definitely be sensed by the nearby sacred spirits. It's you again. The voice of the human clan's Tao protector Qi Tian could be heard. He was also one of those who had retreated. When he saw Yi Fan here, his face immediately darkened. Behind him, the chilly wind howled angrily and ghosts cried. Unexpectedly, two powerful Yin deities had chased after him and led an endless army of Yin spirits. Pangbo's tribulation. At this moment, Yi Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer. He secretly transmitted his voice. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be in vain, but his life would also be in danger. All right. Pangbo replied in the empty tomb. He no longer suppressed his realm and began to break through. Yi Fan did the same. He no longer suppressed his magic power. The golden blood in his body boiled and released thousands of blazing rays of divine light. He did his best to break through. Behind him, a total of 18 ancient characters appeared. They were the 9 ancient characters of the celestial scripture of Sun and the 9 ancient characters of the newly obtained celestial scripture of Taiyin. They collided violently. These 18 ancient characters were too important to Yi Fan. They allowed his reincarnation scripture to reach perfection and sublimate to the extreme. He tasted a kind of celestial aura from them. Hung, lightning flashed and thunder roared. The heavenly tribulation came so suddenly. It was incomparably berserk, submerging this heaven and earth. It wasn't just one person crossing the tribulation. There was another. This was a double tribulation with different manifestations. When they were added together, it was extremely terrifying. This was especially true for Yi Fan's tribulation. It exceeded common sense and left everyone horrified. Qi Tian and the stone person's faces fell when they saw this. They turned around and left. They were shaken inwardly. They knew that once they were caught up in it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar, the 2 Yin deities roared, full of fear. They led the Yin spirit army in retreat. They were even more terrified of heavenly tribulation. They feared this type of extreme yang thing the most. As for those who attacked Yi Fan before, their hair stood on end. They all felt as if they had been attacked by a snake or scorpion. They didn't care about anything else and fled for their lives. Since you've come, then don't run. Yi Fan chased after them with a sea of lightning. Correct, his heavenly tribulation was like a sea, directly smashing down from the cosmos. Hung, Yi Fan killed his way over. He immediately caught up to the Tao protector Qi Tian's second disciple. This person was extremely powerful. He was one of the first to attack Yi Fan. He was horrified and inconsolable. He quickly fled in the direction that his master escaped to. Yi Fan laughed coldly. Endless lightning wrapped around this person and carried him forward. He continued to chase after Tian's subordinates. These people were all his targets. He had to kill them all. Their masters and masters were nearby. Yi Fan wanted Qi Tian, and the others to watch helplessly without being able to stop him. He wanted to kill these people completely. Yi Fan used the heaven's wrath to chase after them. This scene made people gape and shudder. The sea of lightning was enormous and covered the void of the universe. Tian's subordinates had varying levels of cultivation, and a few of them fell into the lightning and returned into ashes immediately. Retreat! We can't resist it, shouted the Qilin Saint Envoy. Yi Fan's Saint King Heaven's wrath was too vast. It was many times more terrifying than ordinary people's. It wasn't just 1 or 2 lightning bolts. It was a sea of lightning. If it had to be subdivided, it would be like a sea of blazing electricity that was as thick as a mountain merging together. How could he resist this? They fled for their lives. If they fell into it, even Saint Kings would be turned into dust. Of course, they weren't the most miserable. Lin Chuan, the second direct disciple of Qi Tian, was the most pitiful. He was the first to be blocked by Yi Fan. Now, lightning flashed and thunder roared. It fell from the void and drowned him completely. Arg! Arg! At this moment, Lin Chuan's voice didn't sound like a human's. It was more like a beast. His body stank and he was struck into a mess. He was a saint king who wasn't weak. He had been at the level Yi Fan was about to reach for many years. However, he couldn't resist the saint body's wrath. He had never seen such a punishment. Almost immediately, one of his arms was chopped off. A mist of blood floated in the air before evaporating and turning into ashes. Save me. Lin Chuan was desperate. He came with confidence and waited on the ancient continent. He wanted to kill Yi Fan here. He didn't think he would encounter such a big setback. Before coming here, he had already understood Yi Fan's power. He believed that without the formation of the 50th city, the saint body wouldn't be able to do much. He wanted to use his higher realm to crush Yi Fan and avenge his master. Crack, the second wave of the thunder sea smashed down. Lin Chuan's bones were all broken. Blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. Half of his body became a bloody pulp and disappeared in the lightning. His entire body stank, his hair burned to ashes. He was half human, half ghost, and even his intestines had been hacked out. It was a tragic sight. Master, he called weakly in a certain direction, where Qi Tian, the Tao protector of the ancient road of the humans, was located. Stop. Qi Tian was furious. He felt both pained and suffocated, and his eyes were about to spew out flames. This was his personal disciple, yet he was ravaged to such an extent. Boom, he raised his hand and pointed. A sharp ray of light rushed into the heavenly tribulation, trying to break the predicament. However, a world-shaking explosion rang out. The cosmos was torn apart, and an even more berserk sea of lightning descended, hacking towards him. At this moment, he wasn't the only one. Even the golem Holy Spirit, as well as the Tuyin deities that had long fled into the depths of the cosmos, felt a wave of fear. The heavenly tribulation's fluctuations were too intense, targeting the great sage. When a person was undergoing tribulation, outsiders couldn't interfere at all. They couldn't help or provoke them, as that would invite trouble upon themselves. The lightning tribulation that was provoked corresponded to the cultivator's realm. According to the scale of Yi Fan's heavenly punishment, if it was deep into the great sage realm, even deities would have to chant Buddhist scriptures. There weren't many people in the present world who could endure such an overlay. The Tao protector of the human race, Qi Tian, was naturally terrified. As soon as he made his move, he knew that this lightning tribulation couldn't be provoked. It was countless times more powerful than the great sage's tribulation that he had narrowly escaped death in the past. This was the great sage tribulation that descended for Qi Tian after the overlay of the saint body tribulation. Who could withstand it? There's no fucking justice in this world. Qi Tian cursed. Without hesitation, he produced an incarnation that contained his essence, energy, and spirit, as well as a portion of his divine sense, and rushed over. Boom, the great sage's tribulation that was drawn over was too vast and boundless. It filled the cosmos, causing many of the surrounding stars to explode. After Qi Tian's incarnation entered, its skin and flesh were split open. Blood splashed across the starry domain, and the bones all over its body broke in almost an instant, emitting a charred smell. However, it had to be said that those who could become the great sage were all extraordinary. Even under the overlay of the great sage's tribulation that was based on the saint body tribulation, he didn't immediately die and instead persisted for a while. This was a very terrifying matter. To be able to have such a performance, it could be said that it was extraordinary, making all living beings look up to and tremble in fear. After all, it was impossible for ordinary people to advance to the great sage level. How many of such people were there in the cosmos? They had risen from millions and millions of creatures, so there was definitely something extraordinary about them. Unfortunately, no matter how extraordinary and powerful they were, it was still difficult for them to pass the great sage's tribulation that was based on the saint body tribulation. In the end, his incarnation persisted for a period of time, but in the end, his bones were still smashed and his blood splashed everywhere, dying in vain. Qi Tian cursed out loud. To make a great sage lose his composure like this was unimaginable. This was because, although it was only an incarnation, it also contained a part of his essence blood and a part of his spiritual will, causing the vitality of his true body to be greatly damaged. What was drawing fire to oneself? This was the best example. Offending the heavenly tribulation brought about the corresponding tribulation punishment, causing him to suffer serious damage. If he hadn't used his incarnation at the critical moment and not used his true body to meet the tribulation head-on, perhaps he would have perished at this moment. This was equivalent to cutting off his flesh and carving out his bones to carry out a substitute death, preserving his true body. On the other side, Yifan was still crossing his own Saint King tribulation. The great sage's tribulation had nothing to do with him. Although it was superimposed to correspond to the heavenly punishment, it was only targeted at Qi Tian. This was also the reason why the Tao protector of the ancient road was so angry that he vomited blood. An incarnation had died in vain. Moreover, what made him even more furious was that his second disciple was about to die in the Saint King tribulation. His broken body floated in the blood. A bolt of lightning flashed, and the broken head was also shattered. All the blood was burned away. Master! Lin Chuan's primordial spirit was dim, like a wisp of ghostly fire, and he cried out in fear. No! The veins on Qi Tian's forehead bulged, but there was nothing he could do. When facing something as mysterious and terrifying as heavenly tribulation, he couldn't interfere at all. Yifan waved his hand and grabbed the nascent soul, and he stared at Qi Tian with an icy cold and emotionless gaze. You, let go of him, we can talk about anything. Qi Tian said with a trembling voice. Really, there's nothing more to say. Yifan shook his head. With a swipe of his palm, the primordial spirit instantly turned into ashes in the lightning. Qi Tian had sided with the overlord body and almost killed him. Now, his disciple was waiting here, waiting for him to appear and kill him. This made Yifan unable to tolerate it. Since he wanted to get rid of him, then he would just have to fight tit for tat. There was nothing much to say. Ah! Qi Tian shrieked, trembling with anger. Pointing at Yifan, he said, as long as you're on the ancient road of the humans, you're bound by me. This was a blatant threat and intimidation. All that was missing was bloody suppression and revenge. Boom! In the distance, there was a loud noise on the ancient continent. Rocks flew into the sky, and huge rocks flew into the universe. The entrance opened, and lightning flickered as a figure rushed out. When Qi Tian saw this scene, he immediately coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. The fact that the person in the tomb could escape was inseparable from the great merit he had just performed. He had attracted the heavenly tribulation of the great sage level, which was rarely seen in the world. All of it landed there, creating many large cracks in the void tomb. After so many years, the passage of time had already eroded most of the seal power of the void tomb. Yifan borrowed the power of the saints and the heavenly tribulation of the great sage to finally create a passage. Qi Tian staggered, and blood stained the corner of his mouth. His clothes were drenched in blood. He was so angry that his body was trembling. He had actually become a helper. Thank you, Senior. Pangbo laughed loudly, and an exceptional demonic aura rushed into the sky. This shocked everyone. It was as if an ancient demon of 10,000 years had broken through the seal of the great emperor and reappeared in the world. Demonic chi filled the universe, and all the stars were swaying. There was a tall and majestic figure there, like an iron pagoda, taller than an ordinary person. The muscles on his body swelled like small snakes winding around his body. His body flickered with bronze splendor, and his black hair hung down to his waist, thick like a waterfall. That was a pair of sharp eyes, resplendent and intimidating. They glistened in the void universe, and it was extremely threatening. Pangbo broke free and rushed out with endless lightning tribulation. His heavenly punishment was equally terrifying, rumbling and moving. It was accompanied by ocean-like demonic energy that engulfed the universe. He and Yifan looked at each other and laughed loudly from far away. After being trapped for so many years, he finally came out and reunited with an old friend. The 2 of us brothers will join forces and kill them all. After Pangbo flew out, he used the 9 slashes of the demon god and took the initiative to attack the person who had attacked Yi Fan just now. Yi Fan nodded. Now that his brother had escaped, he was completely at ease. He no longer had any misgivings and no longer had to restrain himself. He rushed to the other side. These were 2 true dragons that overturned rivers and seas, smashed the universe, and slaughtered in all directions. They were unstoppable under the starry sky. No. The vermilion bird sacred envoy shouted, but it was useless. How could he be faster than Yi Fan's movement secret character? From the start, he couldn't escape and was intercepted by Yi Fan. And now, Yi Fan slapped down with a large hand, suppressing him with a sea of lightning. The god of creation in the void, and lightning formed a large hand. Yi Fan grabbed him in his hand and looked at him coldly. The vermilion bird sacred envoy was very powerful, but his body had long been smashed into pieces. At this moment, he was in despair. It was too late to say anything, and only death awaited him. Yi Fan exerted a bit of force, and he turned into a pool of blood. His body and soul were destroyed in the lightning. On the other side, Pangbo roared. He had reached the Saint King realm, and his might was undoubtedly on full display. He killed a group of people who had attacked before, and many Yin spirits were turned into ashes. No, you can't do this. The Qilin sacred envoy cried out in fear. His heart was trembling, and his face was snow white. The lower half of his body had been turned into charcoal. Yi Fan grabbed him with one hand, and his other hand grabbed the white tiger sacred envoy, preventing them from escaping. Their life and death were in his hands. Master! The white tiger sacred envoy screamed. She was a beautiful woman with pure white skin, but at this moment, she was so scared that her face was snow white. Her body had been smashed into pieces, and she looked in a certain direction. Yi Fan looked back and saw a blurry figure looking at them indifferently. It was as if the person had merged into the universe, becoming one with the supreme great Tao. Master, save me! The white tiger sacred envoy cried out in a trembling voice. Her beautiful eyes were emitting an astonishing brilliance. Master, Fairy Xianxia, are you here? Save me! The Qilin sacred envoy screamed in fear. In the distance, the blurry figure had become one with the world, and he had transformed into the great Tao. It was as if an ancient emperor had crossed time and space, and he was walking over from ancient times. He had made his move, and he was rushing over here at top speed. He actually wanted to challenge Yi Fan's sacred physique heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and he said mercilessly, no one can save the 2 of you. No matter who it is, since they attacked me, then they should be prepared to die. A bloody light flashed, and the beautiful white tiger sacred envoy was turned into blood and bones in Yi Fan's palm. The Qilin sacred envoy screamed miserably as he turned into a pile of mush. Then, with a flash of tribulation light, they were turned into ashes, and nothing was left. Yi Fan had killed the 2 of them in front of Tian. I won't attack people if they don't attack me. If they want to eliminate me, then I won't hesitate to turn into a demon master and strangle geniuses. Yi Fan said to the blurry figure that was rushing over at top speed. Tian had arrived. No one knew how powerful his true body was. Even though his body was indistinct, it caused the stars in the sky to rumble and tremble as if they were about to fall. Everyone's expressions changed. This was a young supreme being from the human race's ancient path. No one had been able to contend against him for so many years and had never tasted defeat. Now, he was going to take action. He came too late, just in time to see the beautiful white tiger divine emissary wither away, the powerful Qilin divine emissary turn into a bloody paste, and several powerful subordinates fall here. At this time, no matter how cold and resolute his will was, he would still be greatly moved. Even if he had a heart of stone, great waves would still appear in his heart. Hung Long, the void of the universe collapsed, opening up a chaotic passageway. Tian's true body was truly exceptional and terrifying. Everywhere he passed, everything turned into ashes and was destroyed. Meteorites, small planets, everything was blasted apart. He was like a deity that appeared in the world, causing all living things to tremble. He rushed into the divine body's heavenly tribulation. Everyone cried out in alarm. The destructive power one had to endure within this lightning punishment was unimaginable. Even the great sage had to retreat out of fear of triggering terrifying consequences. No one would have thought that Tian would enter with incomparable power. His entire body shone, as if an ancient great emperor had revived and was overlooking the world. Hung Long, Tian's true body entered the sea of lightning, raising his fist and smashing toward Fan. He was exceptionally powerful, and this type of fluctuation made all the divine kings feel despair. It was not something they could hope to contend against. It could destroy all living beings. Hong, two golden beams shot out from Fan's eyes. His entire body was brilliant as he rushed forward with an unmatched sea of lightning to fight against Tian. The boundless divine skies and boundless heavenly tribulation were sucked in by Fan's mouth, almost emptying them all. Then, he concentrated them on his right fist and turned them into world-shaking divine might. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Just how powerful was his physical body? Fan's body turned a golden color, and he looked like a true heavenly god. This type of scene was too terrifying. The boundless sea of lightning and endless heavenly tribulation were almost sucked dry. Fan swallowed them into his body, causing him to emit endless light. At this time, the chanting of sutras came from his body, and divine statues appeared behind him. Every one of them was him. Some were angry, some were mighty, some were sad, some were stern, and all of them were different. He swallowed up such a boundless heavenly tribulation in an instant, simply like something a true deity would do. He was going to punish the world of mortals, leaving everyone so scared that their legs began to tremble. Amidst the blazing light, Fan's right fist smashed out, clashing head-on with Tian across the void of the universe. This was an extremely terrifying scene, and even the great sage was horrified. This was a boundless light of heavenly tribulation, and destroying many saint kings was not a problem at all. It was exceptionally terrifying, the stars in the heavens all trembling. Many small planets nearby exploded, blossoming like fireworks one after another. This was just too shocking. Two great young supreme beings exchanged blows through the air. This type of majestic scene could be said to destroy the world, leaving everyone shaken. All the heroes were terrified. They all retreated. If they were even a moment late, they would definitely turn into ashes. This was the most powerful trump card Fan could currently use. What world's creatures? Under this type of golden fist, they would definitely turn into ashes. The effects were astonishing. It was unknown just how many Yin spirits turned into ashes. Brilliant light erupted from the central region, as if 10 suns exploded at the same time. This type of deity-like ripples and incomparable impact made even the great sage's expression change. It was too terrifying, exceptionally powerful. Hong Long Long, the heavens fell and the earth split apart, the heavens caving in. The universe's black abyss was everywhere, its end unknown. This place was destroyed. All those under the great sage couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene, almost going limp in the cosmos void. It was difficult for them to endure this type of pressure. Two figures, eagles rushing and pungs circling, tigers pouncing, and dragons leaping, tangled together, colliding continuously. This was simply unimaginable, a pure confrontation of life and death. Fan had just entered the Saint King realm. This was the most powerful attack he could release right now, enough to kill all Saint Kings, divine splendor submerged. This place. This was a condensed heaven and earth calamity, turning into Fan's golden fist. When it smashed out, heaven and earth would be destroyed. The cosmos split apart, the world collapsing, and primal chaos surged. It was as if heaven and earth were being opened here. The ripples that were produced made countless meteorites and small planets explode. Too terrifying, simply like a legend. In the distance, everyone muttered. Even the Saint Kings were in despair. The stone statue Holy Spirit, Qi Tian, and Ancient's expressions all became overcast, ugly to the extreme. Tian was truly too powerful. It was unknown what kind of bloodline he had or how powerful it was, but he actually blocked this attack and didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in this intense confrontation. One had to understand that this was a Saint Physique's exceptional heavenly tribulation. He actually blocked it and fought against Fan here, neck and neck. They fought until the star domain trembled, heaven and earth collapsed, and stars exploded one after another. This was a type of exceptional great terror. Everyone was horrified. At this moment, everyone felt as if their souls were about to explode. they were filled with deep reverence. They were worthy of being supreme beings of the younger generation. Yi Fan and Di Tian were the most powerful heroes of the ancient path. There was no doubt that they were unrivaled in the hearts of the people. Di Tian had cultivated the Tao for a long time, and had already entered the Saint King realm for many years. His skills were naturally profound. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had just entered this realm, but he used the Saint Physique Tribulation to condense it into a golden fist to fight. Like this, it couldn't be said who was suppressing who. One had a higher cultivation realm, while the other used the legendary Sea of Lightning. This could be considered fair, and they were evenly matched. Cultivation realm, Saint Physique Tribulation, this was a type of intense collision. It was like a comet smashing into an ancient land of life, erupting with the most dazzling sparks. This was a confrontation between unrivaled experts, a struggle between exceptional experts. The confrontation between Yi Fan and Di Tian was like a pung splitting the heavens, a dragon soaring through the void, a demonic ape leaping through the heavens, rising and falling as fast as lightning, making the world tremble. With a honglong sound, they separated in the end, each rushing to one side. This was a great confrontation that shocked the world, a battle between Saint Kings that could be recorded in the annals of history. Only, it was just too fast, so many people couldn't even keep up with it before it ended again. Honglong, the sea of lightning that disappeared reappeared, covering heaven and earth as it descended, submerging Yi Fan within. That place was a boundless expanse, and blazing world-destroying lightning radiance was everywhere. One could well imagine how fast that battle just now was. It was so fast that the lightning tribulation stopped for a moment, and then it already happened. Everything was completed in the time it took for sparks to fly off a flint. The two young supreme beings separated, each standing in one side. The sea of lightning was boundless, separating them. Strictly speaking, this can be considered a fair collision. Higher cultivation realm against Saint Physique Tribulation condensed heavenly punishment. Innately speaking, no one gained the advantage. Someone said in a low voice. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions, feeling horrified by these two strengths. The heaven-shocking display just now was simply a reappearance of a legendary era, a legendary struggle between exceptional young sovereigns, a life and death battle between young great emperors. No one doubted that this was definitely rare since ancient times. Even the great sage couldn't compare to them when he was young. Only ancient supreme beings could do this. Saint Physique Tribulation truly is too powerful. Through this confrontation, it can be compared to those of higher cultivation realms, making even the Tao protector Qi Tian retreat. This was what everyone truly felt. Yi Fan's heavenly punishment was too rare, rarely seen since ancient times. It was too astonishing. Di Tian truly is terrifying, able to enter and exit this type of lightning tribulation without being affected. This means that when he crossed the Saint King Tribulation back then, he wasn't any weaker than the Saint Physique Tribulation. Everyone sighed in admiration, coming to this type of conclusion. This was the only situation. Otherwise, how could Di Tian face this tribulation head-on and not be harmed in the slightest? What shocked them the most was that Di Tian didn't passively face the tribulation again. It was clear that if he didn't have a world-shaking secret treasure on him, then there was a type of formation that isolated lightning tribulation. In this world, apart from Great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving formation, there were a few others, and he might have grasped one of them. Di Tian couldn't be seen clearly. He was an indistinct figure that stood in the darkness of the cosmos, watching the boundless sea of lightning. Only his eyes were sharp and intimidating. This was Di Tian, able to face the divine physique tribulation without suffering any damage himself. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Ever since Yi Fan rose up, this was the first time he encountered someone who could face his heavenly tribulation head-on. His body was definitely exceptionally powerful, or else he would have long been destroyed and turned into a bloody mist. It was too terrifying. Everyone knew that the divine physique of the Emperor Burial Star was powerful, possessing the golden body that was known to be indestructible. Meanwhile, Di Tian's body wasn't any weaker than his, and he possessed an incomparable bloodline physique. This was shocking news. Not only was Di Tian's magical force heaven overflowing, his body was actually this powerful. Yi Fan was moved. To be able to enter and exit his heavenly tribulation, this type of person finally appeared. He was powerful as expected, worthy of being acknowledged by the heavens and chosen by the origin of the Tao. Tian stood in the void of the cosmos, his figure indistinct, but he merged with the Tao, becoming the ruler of heaven and earth, truly becoming one with the Tao, heaven, earth, and man becoming one. Right at this time, another figure appeared in the void. His entire body was covered in divine clothes, releasing weak light. It was impossible to tell whether he was male or female, but he released a type of undying divine nature. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It was definitely another young supreme being that arrived. With a honglong sound, this person had a different type of Tao, shattering all things and piercing through the cosmos. He slaughtered his way over to Yi Fan, directly attacking him. This type of ostentatiousness, this type of domineeringness, this type of self-dominating expression made everyone tremble. Facing the divine physique tribulation really is a good way to test the strength of one's body. Unknowingly when, the 100 Tribulations Taoist also arrived, saying this in a low voice. When everyone heard this, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. He was worthy of being a young supreme being, actually using Yi Fan's great tribulation to temper himself, testing the strength of his body. Yi Fan gathered the immeasurable sea of lightning in the cosmos, striking out with an unrivaled fist intent, clashing head-on with this person. In an instant, they passed each other, and both of their bodies trembled. Too powerful, this person isn't weaker than Tian. Who is he? Is it the great demonic god Gu Huang, the human king, or the peerless goddess? Everyone whispered. Only these few people could have such divine might that could suppress all of their peers. If the divine physique tribulation only stops here, then it really isn't much. I don't need any magic power. With a shake of my true body, I can shatter you. Tian said coldly. This was a dignified voice, like that of a young great emperor, shaking everyone's hearts. This was the first time he spoke, and he possessed a type of aura that made people tremble. Only he dared to speak like this. Who dared to resist the divine physique, yet he said he would use his true body to shatter the divine physique. Pang Bo released a long roar and wanted to come over to help. They had just entered the Saint King realm, and their cultivations weren't that profound. They were afraid that Yi Fan would suffer a loss. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice, telling him that there was no need to come over. A third world-shocking aura appeared. It was full of blood energy, and it was extremely likely that another young supreme being had arrived. He was glaring like a tiger watching its prey, also wanting to take action. If this is all you can do, then I'll truly be disappointed. I'll send you on your way and end things earlier. Tian spoke. His true body moved. Yi Fan's expression was calm. He was crossing the tribulation in the sea of lightning, not the slightest bit nervous. He calmly said, "All of you, come at me together." When these words were spoken, the entire starry sky became silent. Everyone was stupefied. This was just too arrogant, right? However, immediately afterwards, everyone woke up. Their hearts trembled violently, and great waves surged. They were all shaken. That was an incomparably great heavenly tribulation. Within the chaotic lightning radiance, figures appeared one after another, walking over step by step. It was as if great emperors were being reborn one after another. No, it wasn't just like, it was clearly a great emperor. To be more precise, it was when the great emperor was young. That type of aura was too horrifying. It was exceptionally powerful, making everyone tremble. At this moment, the older generation figures were all stupefied. They saw through some kind of aura, and their entire bodies were trembling. They had a premonition that something was going to happen. Tian's eyes became sluggish, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time his expression truly changed. The divine physique tribulation didn't stop. This was the true beginning. He recognized who some of the human-shaped lightning were. These were Taoist figures that descended from the endless primal chaos lightning sea, every single one of them suppressing the 9 heavens, overlooking endless time. Forget about everything else, just that type of aura alone made even the great sage tremble. Who were these people? Many people were immediately stupefied. Who had ever seen someone suddenly appear from heavenly tribulation? This didn't make sense. These aren't people, they are formed from lightning. A young expert cried out in alarm. Meanwhile, as for the older generation figures, their lips opened and closed, their bodies trembling. A few people knew what was going on, that they were peering into a heaven-defying great secret. These were streak after streak of humanoid lightning. From past until now, how many people had seen this before, moreover personally experienced it? It was just too strange. What is this? They walked out from heavenly tribulation, are they deities? It makes one's soul tremble in fear. There were naturally many people who didn't understand what was going on. Only, their bodies were contorting, involuntarily feeling fear, not understanding what was going on. In the eyes of normal people, these were deities, otherwise, how could they descend from heavenly tribulation? They normally resided in the 9 heavens, and now, they appeared in this world. It was too mysterious, making one's heart pound. How could it be like this? Impossible, how could this type of thing happen? The great sage-level figures were all muttering, as if they were lost, full of confusion. Only they truly knew what was going on. These were ancient great emperors, this was too heaven-defying, simply not following normal reasoning, like a legend. Young great emperors appeared from heavenly tribulation one after another, descending into this world. Why was this happening? In the void, those figures were all intimidating, every single one of them overlooking the world, looking down on endless time. They all had a type of unmatched attitude, every single one of them supreme beings. At this time, they walked over one after another, their steps steady, as if they were trampling on the endless heavens. 1, 2, 3. The stone being Holy Spirit counted seriously, his voice even trembling, almost kneeling down. It wasn't 3 or 5, but rather 9 in total. Their auras devoured mountains and rivers, overlooking the boundless cosmos. They stood there, every single one of them possessing matchless divine might. As long as it was someone who had just peered into the great secret, it would be hard for them to remain calm, great waves surging within their hearts. This was too terrifying, all of them scared stiff. How could a divine body have this type of heavenly tribulation? The saint body from the Emperor Burial Star was going to defy the heavens. Great Emperor, these are their appearances when they were young. Finally, a human Tao protector arrived and revealed this secret with a trembling voice. Boom, this place could not calm down. It was incomparably noisy, and everyone was shocked. This was something that had never happened since the ancient times. Who could normally see something like this? Who had ever heard of something like this? Senior, what's going on? Great sage, please enlighten us and dispel our doubts. When many people heard this, great waves surged within them, unable to understand. They asked the elders to explain, because this truly exceeded the understanding of normal people. This is the heavenly tribulation unique to Saint Physiques. The humanoid lightning it attracted belongs to the primeval emperors. 9 young great emperors, this is how they were when they were young. Each of them looked down on the past, present, and future, heroic and imposing, their magic power reaching the heavens. The heavens were in an uproar. There were older generation figures who intermittently spoke about their suspicions. Everyone finally knew what happened. Everyone realized that it wasn't that Yi Fan was being arrogant. Now that the 9 great emperors had appeared in their younger days, how many supreme youths would it take to fight against them? 1D Tian? No, it was definitely too lacking. Even if the great demonic god was added in, it still wouldn't be enough. They still couldn't compare, even if Fairy Xianxia, the human king, goddess, and others were included, it was still too weak, lacking a bit. It was still difficult for them to stop the 9 young great emperors, everyone shivered inwardly. The words Yi Fan spoke weren't arrogant at all. Telling everyone to go up together was still considered modest. They definitely wouldn't be enough to fight against the 9 young great emperors, the saints were all shocked. They carefully thought about it. Even if all of the most stunning individuals were added together, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the 9 young great emperors. How could 1D Tian be enough? They needed a group of young supreme beings. This was a reality that couldn't help but make everyone tremble in fear. Moreover, even if they found 9 supreme beings from the entire cosmos and gathered them together, there would still be no chance of victory. These so-called supreme beings were only comparable to great emperors when they were young. No matter how stunning they were, there was no way they could surpass them, because emperor was already the limit. Did Yi Fan defy the heavens? This type of heavenly tribulation was too terrifying, something that shouldn't have appeared in this world at all. How would he overcome it? Would he be able to surpass this hurdle? The answer was clearly no. Since ancient times, no one had been able to fight against the 9 great emperors and survive. Everyone felt a chill in their bones, all of them trembling with fear. Within the Sea of Lightning, the 9 young great emperors made them feel fear, and they couldn't help but want to kneel down and worship them. Truly intimidating, a deep reverence. At this moment, even the 100 Tribulations Taoist sighed. In the distance, the expressions of the 2 Yin deities changed. They were incomparably terrified. Facing the 9 young great emperors, they felt a shiver that came from their souls. That was because these people had truly existed before. Their Tao was branded in the great cosmos. Even though they were at the Saint King realm now, their supreme essence, energy, and spirit could still penetrate the heart of any expert. The Tao protector Qi Tian's expression changed. He couldn't accept this reality. Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying. At this moment, his face was somewhat pale. He clenched his fists, but he felt a sense of helplessness. For the first time, he felt regret. What kind of person had he provoked? The Tao protector Qi Tian's heart was complicated. He thought about it over and over again, but it was hard to understand. He deeply felt that he really shouldn't have made things difficult for Yi Fan in the past. His heavenly tribulation was so monstrous that it was absolutely terrifying. This was a great calamity. Once he matured, he would definitely be peerlessly terrifying. Would there still be a way for him to survive in the future? An ominous glint flashed in Qi Tian's eyes, and he clenched the fist of the great sage. However, he loosened it again. He was filled with exhaustion and a sense of helplessness. Now, 9 Saint King-level great emperors had appeared. If he provoked them, the consequences would be unimaginable. If the great sage dared to provoke them, 9 figures of the same level would definitely appear. At that time, it would truly be world-defying. 9 great sage-level great emperors would be killed even if they came. Even if all the great sage in this star domain attacked together, they would still die. Qi Tian's expression was unsightly. It was as if he had eaten a dead child. If he attacked, he would definitely be blasted to smithereens. There was no suspense at all. In this part of the starry sky, all the saints were trembling with fear. This was the first time they had seen such a heavenly tribulation. They were all filled with reverence and fear. In the past, when Yi Fan underwent the heavenly tribulation, it was always in a desolate place. No one knew about it. Now that this kind of tribulation had appeared for the first time, it was destined to spread throughout the starry sky. Di Tian, Fairy Xianxia, Great Demonic God, Human King, are you all here? Come at me together. Yi Fan spoke while surrounded by the 9 human-shaped lightning bolts. He moved at the first instant, rushing towards Di Tian. No matter what, he had to pull this person in and let him experience the feeling of being surrounded and attacked by 9 young great emperors. Di Tian was a little shaken. He had long since discovered the abnormality. After learning that those were the figures of the young great emperors, he was greatly shaken. However, fleeing wasn't the personality of the contenders for supremacy on the Emperor's Road. This was especially so when the other contender could survive the attacks of 9 young great emperors. If he retreated, wouldn't it mean that he was inferior to the other contender? Moreover, after Di Tian recovered from his shock, there was actually a kind of anticipation in his heart. His blood gradually boiled as an extremely high battle intent surged within him. Who could contend against the ancient great emperors? They lived a glorious life, ruling over the heavens and earth, and were revered by others. However, in the hearts of some of the later generations, there was also a trace of hope, or perhaps regret, that they couldn't contend against the deceased great emperors. Now, the opportunity was actually right before his eyes. The battle thirst in Di Tian's bones was revived. His blood for battle surged, and his essence, qi, and spirit were seething. He wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors when they were young. True warriors dared to challenge themselves and march towards the Emperor's Road. They needed to have great courage and a mentality that didn't fear the ancient great emperors. Moreover, they had to be on par with the ancient great emperors in terms of battle achievements. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, the 9 great emperors moved, attacking towards Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was also moving. As he resisted, he traversed through the starry sky and brought Tian in. He possessed the world's fastest speed. If he locked onto someone, he would naturally be able to catch up. And Tian also had the heart to fight, so he was naturally drawn in. Everyone was dumbfounded. After that, they sighed inwardly. Tian was indeed worthy of being a young supreme being. He actually had such boldness, taking the initiative to enter the tribulation and wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors when they were young. Ancient great emperors, huh? I'm here as well. Let's compete. At this time, another figure appeared. He wasn't very tall and appeared somewhat thin and weak, but he emitted a towering demonic might. Behind him, mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared. Endless white bones and countless lifeforms' blood piled up to form a divine platform. That person stood on top of it. The great demonic god Gu Huang had also arrived. He possessed a powerful battle heart and didn't hesitate to fight against ancient great emperors at the same level. He was incomparably valiant and transformed into a demonic god as he rushed over. Hong Longlong, the most terrifying great battle took place. 9 young great emperors' shadows overlooked the cosmos and stellar rivers. Every single one of them possessed heaven-defying strength, every single one of them dominating a period of history. At this moment, their past glory reappeared. This was a bloody battle. Heaven and earth intersected, primal chaos flourishing. Lightning radiance was endless, covering this place. Blood splashed out as soon as it began. Tian was powerful to the extreme, fighting against a young great emperor's shadow. However, there were 9 past great emperors here, and they were all moving. Kacha, one of them had black hair that fell down like a waterfall, eyes releasing cold light. He was like a heavenly deity as he descended from the skies. A fist descended, imposing and majestic, almost obliterating Tian's body and spirit. It was too terrifying. The great emperor was unmatched, suppressing an entire great era. There was no one who could match him in the heavens above or earth below. Tian's shoulder was pierced through, dripping with blood. His entire body flew outwards, his entire body covered in blood. He was almost killed here. He was still fine fighting against one person, but now, there was another who suddenly attacked him. Tian immediately suffered serious injuries. It's Green Emperor. Heavens, that person is actually Green Emperor. The 100 Tribulations Daoist and an ancient fiend's expressions immediately changed. They recognized the unmatched figure who descended from the heavens, the one who almost killed Tian with a single fist. 3 realms reincarnate, engrave my life. Tian roared. His hair was disheveled, his entire body covered in blood. He erupted with endless divine light, recovering his injured body. Then, he slaughtered his way back, rushing towards Green Emperor, wishing to fight against him. Demonic God Fist. Right at this time, the great demonic god also arrived. He raised his fist and smashed out murderously, facing a young great emperor. Blood energy overflowed into the heavens. This was the irregular scene produced from slaughtering endless creatures. At the same time, several special figures appeared in the starry skies. There were some who suspected that they might be the supreme beings of the younger generation. Fairy Xianxia came, it seems like she is going to enter as well. Everyone cried out in alarm. Everyone was shaken. Was a legendary age about to appear? The supreme beings contended for supremacy, every single one of them stunning, all of them powerful to the extreme, daring to compete against the great ancient emperors when they were young. The supreme beings have all appeared, the struggle for supremacy in this world. The divine bodies truly are heaven-defying, actually having this type of heavenly tribulation. This is like a legendary age. Will the legendary chaotic bodies and others appear one after another? Everyone trembled, muttering, feeling both anticipation and fear towards this great era. The supreme beings all appeared, fighting for supremacy in the mortal world. This was like the era of legends appearing again, making everyone feel both fearful and expectant. Hong, Tian released a long roar, his head of hair flying about. Even though his left shoulder was pierced through, he became even more valiant at this moment. He fought intensely and locked onto Qing Emperor. It was because it was precisely Qing Emperor's attack that almost killed him, causing him to be drenched in blood. half of his body was dyed red. However, he cultivated a heavenly art. He chanted scriptures, and his injured body healed, becoming even more valiant. He shouted, "Three realms reincarnate, carve my name in life and death." Dong, an intense collision took place between Di Tian and the past great emperor's void image. It was resplendent and dazzling, making everyone tremble with fear. The sea of lightning was boundless, the great tribulation boundless. Together with the primal chaos exploding and the battle of the young supreme beings, this place was in ruins. The starry sky situation was extremely terrifying and terrible. Everyone was horrified. Di Tian and the great demonic god were peerless and powerful after all, actually able to fight against the ancient great emperor's Tao Mark void image. They were worthy of their reputation as young supreme beings. Di Tian roared loudly, brandishing the three realms palm. His finger transformed into heaven and earth, covering everything within as it suppressed towards Qing Emperor. It was incredibly terrifying. Ever since he was born, no one had injured him like this. After walking on the starry sky ancient path, he was invincible, reigning supreme in the mortal world. Yet now, he was almost killed by someone. He erupted with power, even if the one who injured him was Qing Emperor. Di Tian didn't feel any fear. Instead, a wave of bloodlust was stirred within him, producing a powerful fighting spirit. He wanted to compete against the only Qing Emperor to verify the Tao after the ancient era. That large hand seemed to have covered the three realms, ruling over the 9 heavens and controlling the life and death of all creatures. Its divine might was matchless, everyone's expressions changed. Di Tian's methods were too heaven-defying. Chaotic energy flowed in all directions from that palm, flowing with the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars. It was as if the entire cosmos was covered. There was a type of world-splitting power. 3 realms reincarnate, carving his name in life and death. This was the declaration of the deities, an incomparable ancient method from the legendary era. This was like the creation of heaven and earth, destroying the sun, moon, and stars, creating a brand new world, summoning the gods and devils back, Hung Long. Everyone was absent-minded, as if they were witnessing the rise of a peerless supreme being. He actually dared to face Qing Emperor head-on. One had to know that in the last 100,000 years, he was the only supreme being among demons. Hung Long, a hand covered the sky, swirling with a river of stars, vast and boundless, slapped down. Di Tian's bravery was unparalleled in this era. At this moment, he unleashed his strongest attack. He actually wanted to kill the Azure Supreme Thearch's illusory body. Without a doubt, he had a certain advantage. This was because this phantom was based on Yifan's sage physique tribulation. These young great Thearchs were on the same level as Yifan and were behind him. The expressions of everyone froze. The ancient emperor was slightly weaker in terms of cultivation base. Could it be that he was going to be slaughtered today? Even if it was just an incarnation of Tao marks, it still made one's heart feel uneasy. One has to understand that that was the great emperor, a word that was enough. It represented invincibility in the heavens above and earth below. Even after death, no one could bully him. Everyone held their breaths and waited for the result. A beam of blazing light flashed by and revealed the mystery. The Azure Thearch's might was unparalleled as he punched out. Di Tian's hand was stained with blood as he staggered backward. What, how could this be? Di Tian is the supreme being of the younger generation. He couldn't even win despite having an advantage in cultivation base. Who else on the human race's ancient road can compete with him? Some people who were partial to Di Tian were stunned. In the past, he was an unrivaled legend, but now, his legend was shaken. When facing the Azure the Arch, his blood dyed the starry sky and he almost fell into the sea of lightning. It's a divine restriction. The human Tao protector arrived and revealed a shocked expression. He explained the reason for Di Tian's blood. The ancient emperors couldn't be bullied. Even if they passed away in meditation, the Tao they left behind was supreme and unrivaled. No one could blaspheme them. At this time, Di Tian's cultivation base was slightly higher and he originally had an innate advantage. However, the Azure the Arch directly advanced to the divine restriction domain. With a punch, everything in the world could be destroyed. Too terrifying. The Azure the Arch was originally the most powerful great emperor. How could he allow others to suppress him? This is the eruption of his extreme Tao. The people whispered and revealed the root of the matter. Everyone on the human race's ancient road knew about the Azure Thearch's brilliance. He was the number one in the universe for the past 100,000 years, and no one under the heavens could resist him. He shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries, creating a period of history. In the most impossible period of time, he forcefully achieved the Tao and became a great emperor. Tian roared, unyielding and unyielding. The light in his eyes became even more resplendent. His warlike nature was awakened and he merged with the entire world. He bore the power of the great Tao and became one with heaven and man. He was the law, he was the Tao. With a raise of his hand, heaven and earth, mountains and rivers collapsed, the sun, moon, and stars fell. He became even more terrifying as he fought against the Azure Thearch. However, something shocking happened. The Azure Thearch was unrivaled and stood tall in the divine restriction domain. After retreating, he would enter again and kill all enemies in the world. It was rumored that only true emperors could stay in the divine restriction domain for a long time. Otherwise, once they retreated, they couldn't immediately enter again. The Azure Thearch was a Tao mark imprint. Just now, after almost killing his opponent, he automatically retreated from the divine restriction domain and walked to the other side. However, when Tian attacked him again, the Azure Thearch once again entered the divine restriction domain. This made everyone horrified. He could enter at any time. It was too frightening. No one in the world can do this. There has never been such a person since ancient times, unless they become emperors. A human great sage muttered. He instantly understood what had happened. Tian had long since entered the Saint King realm. His current realm was higher than the 9 emperor shadows that appeared according to Yifan's standard. However, the ancient emperors couldn't be bullied. There seemed to be a will in the dark. The Azure Thearch seemed to have revived and activated it on his own. He increased his battle strength and made up for the difference in realm. Tian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His chest was once again pierced by the divine restriction, and he suffered a serious injury. Even a piece of his forehead was fractured, and the light of his primordial spirit poured out. Everyone's expressions changed. They were deeply shocked. Challenging the Azure Thearch is truly asking for trouble. He is the only person to prove his Tao after the Desolate Era, the number one in the universe in the last 100,000 years. Not just anyone can break his record. The 100 Tribulations Taoist sneered. As the demon race's great sage, he had always walked on the ancient road of the human race. This was because he was following the footsteps of the demon emperor and the Azure Thearch, searching for their great secret. Tian roared. Although he was covered in blood, he didn't retreat. He rushed forward and fought against the invincible Azure Thearch. If others could survive a single move from the Azure Thearch, they would be proud and would be recorded in the annals of history. But even if they were defeated, they would still feel a supreme glory. There was only one reason: this person was the Azure Thearch. This name was enough. However, Tian was unwilling. Even though the battle had reached this point, he still didn't agree. Even if his opponent was the one and only Azure Thearch, he still couldn't accept it. He had to win and compete in the world, becoming invincible. If it was a battle with the ancient Chaos Emperor when he was young, with Tian's talent, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win. But to fight against the strongest Azure Thearch of the younger generation, it's really too difficult. An elder shook his head. On the other side, the great devil god's divine might was unrivaled. His aura engulfed the 8 desolate lands and he grew more and more valiant as he fought. Boundless blood chi seeped out, causing the starry space to look like a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Very coincidentally, there were 3 young emperors who turned their heads and glanced over at the same time. All of them raised their fists and each of them punched out in this direction. Pooh! That towering blood mist and countless corpses all crumbled apart. In the eyes of emperors, this wasn't an advantage at all. In the ancient era, what kind of sea of blood and mountain of corpses hadn't the final victor experienced before? At this moment, very coincidentally, the 3 young emperors attacked. The great devil god's blood splattered through the air. If it wasn't for him retreating at the crucial moment, he would truly be in danger. Even so, his body was almost torn apart. Bloody scars could be seen all over his body. He had suffered extremely heavy injuries. The great devil god roared. He didn't pay attention to the situation over at Dtion's side. He couldn't control himself and also broke through the seal, displaying his strongest cultivation base, wanting to suppress the ancient emperors. In the end, an unfortunate thing happened. The two young emperors simultaneously broke through the divine restriction. Two beams of dazzling divine light rushed over, and the great devil god was almost shattered. His breastbone flew out, blood rained down, and his hair scattered about. In the past, it had always been him who destroyed his enemies and reaped their lives. But today, he was the one dripping blood, almost dying here. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. The divine physique's heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying. It wasn't something a human could contend against. Under normal circumstances, no one would be able to make it through. Even someone as stunning as Dtion and as powerful as the great devil god were both injured. If they continued like this, they might just die. Don't fight with higher cultivation bases. Fight at the same level, or else the divine restriction will be unbreakable and might even suppress you by half a head in terms of cultivation base. At this time, the other Tao protector of the human race, the Green Phoenix Taoist, came over to remind them. The onlookers had a clear view of the situation. He realized that in a battle at the same level, these young emperors would have a fair fight. But if they were suppressed, the divine restriction would automatically adjust and suppress them by half a head. Under normal circumstances, whoever provoked heavenly tribulation would experience a great tribulation that corresponded to their cultivation realm. However, Dtion and the great devil god had Tao diagrams similar to the heaven-deceiving formation patterns on their bodies, so they could avoid all of this. However, great emperors couldn't be humiliated. Their cultivation realms didn't change, and the divine restriction's appearance could also be considered a type of fine adjustment. As expected, after Dtion and the great devil god fought at the same level, the situation changed. The divine restriction no longer appeared. However, their situation didn't improve at all. Instead, it became even more dangerous. This was because the battle had become increasingly intense. In the chaotic battle, 9 young great emperors took action, forming a storm of destruction. Who could withstand this? No matter how powerful a person was, it was impossible for them to fight against so many young great emperors at the same level. Not even a deity could do it. Dtion and the great devil god suffered heavy injuries. Later on, their bodies were smashed to pieces multiple times. It was a tragic sight. This was simply a brutal slaughter. If they didn't grasp divine techniques, they would have died a long time ago. They weren't willing to retreat first. One reason was because they wanted to fight with the ancient great emperors when they were young, but the other reason was that they didn't want to fall behind others. Dtion and the great devil god were competitors. After so many years, they hadn't been able to determine a victor. At this time, no one wanted to be the first to leave. Moreover, when they saw the main character, Yi Fan, they really couldn't hold themselves back. This person's body hadn't been smashed to pieces yet. Even though he suffered heavy injuries many times, he always narrowly avoided death. The two supreme beings were vexed, unable to remain calm. A moment of carelessness caused their bodies to be smashed to pieces again, and they reassembled with great difficulty. This wasn't the first time Yi Fan fought against the 9 emperors. He had abundant experience, and together with his own strength, he used the correct method to preserve his body. Of course, an important reason was that Dtion and the great devil god were distracting the great emperors for him, blocking many fatal attacks. In the end, Yi Fan's true body was also smashed to pieces 3 times, but it was far fewer than Dtion and the great devil god. This shook their Tao hearts, making their expressions ugly. Fortunately, they realized that this wasn't the first time Yi Fan faced this type of situation. Only then did they calm down and focus on the great battle. Brother Yi, sorry to offend you. I'm not targeting you. I also want to fight against the ancient emperors at the same level when they were young. At this time, Fairy Xianxia also joined the battle. The battle became even more intense. Hong. At the same time, another blurry figure entered the battlefield, also joining the battle. Group to participate in the supreme expert struggle. Everyone knew that this person was either a goddess or a human king. Almost all of the young supreme beings on the human ancient road had arrived, they all had the same thought, and that was to fight against the ancient emperors at the same level. This was a rare opportunity to see who was stronger and who was weaker. Including Yi Fan, there were a total of 5 figures in the Sea of Lightning. They fought crazily against the 9 young emperors, turning the starry rivers into smoke and the heavens into pieces. This battle shook the heavens and shook the earth. The saints were all terrified. The 5 young supreme beings fought against the 9 emperors and were killed many times. The disadvantage of 5 against 9 was obvious. And even if it was 9 against 9, they would still lose more than they won. In this battle, Yi Fan weaved through the emperor silhouettes, tempering himself. He led the 9 great emperors to attack the east and west, leading the rhythm of the battle. Passing self, Tao self, being secret character, all of these allowed him to stand at an innate advantage. In addition, because of the other 4, his flesh didn't shatter too many times. Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the others all had unsightly expressions. This tempering and fighting against the ancient emperors caused them to suffer unimaginable injuries. All of them were heavily injured and on the verge of death. Kill. During this process, Yi Fan attacked Di Tian, attacking the supreme beings who wanted to borrow his heavenly tribulation to temper themselves. The battle scene became even more terrifying. This was a chaotic battle, a bloody struggle. They fought until the sun and moon lost their radiance and the starry rivers lost their color. After an unknown amount of time, the figures of the 9 young emperors finally faded away one after another, slowly disappearing as if the curtains had come to an end. The great demonic god, Di Tian, Fairy Xianxia, and the others were covered in injuries. This type of bloody struggle left them with an indescribable feeling. There wasn't the slightest bit of joy. In the end, it was actually a battle of attrition, and they almost died here. Regardless, after experiencing a battle with the young emperors at the same level, they could still be proud. Even though their bodies were killed many times, relying on secret treasures, ancient techniques, and other things to recover with difficulty, it was still a type of world-shocking battle result. It's over. Everyone said to themselves. They released a breath of relief, feeling as if a burden was lifted from their shoulders. Suddenly, the heavenly tribulation erupted. 9 streaks of human-shaped lightning appeared again, 9 figures appearing one after another. They moved like dragons and tigers, their auras devouring 10,000 li, closing in on them. It was another 9 great emperors. Everyone was stupefied. Meanwhile, the great demonic god, Di Tian, and the others staggered, almost falling down. Why did another 9 appear? After the battle just now, another 9 emperors appeared, making these people shiver inwardly. Their injuries were unimaginable. If they continued fighting, they would most likely be in danger. At this time, they couldn't find confidence from fighting against the ancient great emperors, and instead brought great trouble upon themselves. Tenaciously survive, I share these words with everyone. Yi Fan laughed, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. However, no matter how one looked at it, killing intent overflowed into the heavens. 9 figures arrived, taking action together, every single one of them shocking the world. 6 Tao Reincarnation Fist, Army Secret Character, 9 Grading Characters, 1 Artifact to destroy all methods, Golden Divine Treasury. Every single one of these people knew a type of supreme secret technique. When used to the extreme, they could use it to fight against several supreme beings. What? Everyone was shocked. Wasn't this the 9 divine bodies that Yi Fan turned into? They were engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth, recorded down? The others were also stupefied, even the great sage was petrified. Qi Tian, in particular, was even more so, pale, without the slightest trace of color. Everyone was shocked. 1, 2. 9 figures appeared, every one of them imposing and imposing. They surrounded Yi Fan, Di Tian, the great demonic god, and the others. The heavenly tribulation was endless, and the sea of lightning was boundless. Every streak of blazing lightning would illuminate the cosmos. There were some enormous arcs of electricity that could directly shatter stars one after another. The lightning tribulation continued. The divine body was engraved and recorded by the great Tao of heaven and earth. It turned into human-shaped lightning and became a type of heavenly tribulation. The starry sky was shaken, and everyone found it hard to understand what was happening. 6 Tao Reincarnation Fist. A golden figure appeared, hacking forward murderously. With a honglong sound, it collided with the great demonic god. 6 ancient cosmos appeared in the sky, as if they were undergoing reincarnation. Golden divine treasury. Another golden figure faced Dtion. On his back was a golden treasury. All types of golden Dao soldiers appeared, shooting out tens of thousands of Dao artifacts. They killed until the sky dome trembled. Honglong, the third figure, used a single artifact to destroy all methods, splitting the heavens. The primal chaos sea of lightning exploded. A simple and unadorned great cauldron floated above his head. It rose and fell, as if it could suppress all life. This figure directly pressed towards fairy Xianxia. The great cauldron suppressed the world, shaking the heavens. Inside the cauldron, rivers of stars flickered and primal chaos was like a sea, about to devour the entire world. 9 figures appeared one after another, attacking these young supreme beings. Every single one of them possessed heaven-overflowing strength, their divine might unstoppable. Yifan himself was also shaken. When he became a saint, he also saw the humanoid divine body lightning. At that time, it came to attack him one by one, yet now, it was actually all at once. Chang, he operated the secret soldier character, attacking forward to fight against his other self. He never expected the other party to react so quickly, treating him like a weapon, wanting to control him and use the soldier character at the same time. The battle suddenly erupted, throwing the starry sky into chaos. Everyone's hearts surged, all of them receiving a great impact. The Tao protectors on the human race's ancient path couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This type of heavenly tribulation was too heaven-defying, exceeding normal reasoning. It shouldn't have appeared in this world. Everyone sighed inwardly. Yifan was too heaven-defying, something rarely seen since ancient times. Kill. On the other side, a young supreme being erupted with power, her voice splitting the heavens. She released endless light, her entire being releasing the aura of the Lord of the human race, supreme and unmatched. This was a woman who was exceptionally stunning. Her fine black hair fluttered about, eyes like deep pools of autumn water. This person was powerful beyond compare, strand after strand of Tao mark fluctuations making even saints couldn't help but tremble, wishing to kneel down. Is it the most mysterious goddess? Everyone cried out in alarm. She was the last expert among the young supreme beings to arrive. At first, no one knew if she was a man or a woman. Only now did they know. It's not a goddess, it's a human king, an expert exclaimed. What? The human king is a woman? Everyone was stupefied. They had always thought that the king of men was an exceptionally powerful man. Who would have thought that it was a woman? The human king seal, the sky-flipping seal, the great Tao seal, all of them struck out one after another. It was as if the ruler of the human race had appeared. Even though she was a woman, she was exceptionally powerful. Her blood energy was exuberant, and her magical projection was world-shocking. She towered in the sea of lightning, fighting a humanoid lightning figure. Even though that heroic and tall figure was extremely indistinct, everyone could tell that it was almost identical to Yifan. He was currently operating the battle character to resist the countless magical imprints. Honglong, the eternal universe furnace appeared, bright red like blood. It collided with the sky-flipping seal, releasing loud rumbling sounds. Then, a chong sound rang out. The Tai sovereign sword split apart heaven and earth, unmatched in this world as it hacked apart the great Tao seal. This was the battle saint technique, deriving all types of Tao in this world. Once the battle intent was released, all 4 seas would be subdued. Now that the great battle reached this point, Dtion, the great demonic god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king were all long exhausted. The battle against the 9 emperors exhausted too much energy, and they were all heavily injured. At this time, when they encountered the humanoid lightning sacred body again, the battle was naturally extremely difficult. Moreover, there were 9 of them rushing over at once, all of them operating the world's most terrifying techniques, causing their bodies to split apart again. Kill. Dtion let out a long roar. He couldn't bear it any longer. It was one thing to be tortured to death by the great ancient emperors, but now, his competitor was actually engraved by heaven and earth and turned into humanoid lightning. It was hard for him to accept this. At this time, he attacked with a higher cultivation level, wanting to destroy a lightning's sacred body. He wanted to suppress the other party. He didn't believe that Yi Fan was as terrifying as the great ancient emperors. Hong Long, blazing multicolored light illuminated the heavens, making the great chaotic calamity seem like it was about to collapse. The humanoid lightning punched out, and radiance illuminated all directions. This was a divine forbidden domain. Di Tian was already heavily injured. His entire body was covered in blood after being beaten by the Azure Emperor, and his battle prowess was severely reduced. Now that he suffered such an attack again, he was sent flying on the spot. The bones in his chest were broken, and 2 of them flew out. Everyone's expressions changed. The humanoid lightning's sacred body was actually standing tall in the divine forbidden domain. This was an extremely terrifying result, and it caused the entire starry sky to become deathly silent. What exactly was engraved by the great Tao of heaven and earth? How could the divine forbidden domain be activated just like that? Without a doubt, this was a cruel reality, and it really happened at this moment. It caused everyone's emotions to rise and fall, and they immediately thought of many things. Was this the future sacred body that represented his future accomplishments? Was this just a display of his potential ahead of time? Fresh blood sprayed out. After Di Tian suffered serious injuries, his eyes were incomparably cold, and they were as resplendent as a pair of divine lamps. He chanted ancient scriptures and said, "Reincarnated in the 3 realms, I am the only sovereign. My name will be engraved in all lifetimes." This time, it was different from before. In front of him and behind him, huge stone tablets appeared one after another. His name was engraved on them, and they were all deep and eye-catching. Everyone was shaken. What exactly was that? Everyone was stunned. This kind of technique was too strange. In front of Di Tian and behind him, huge divine tablets appeared one after another. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be tombstones. They emitted a boundless ancient aura, as if they had reincarnated through the ages, and their bodies were buried together. They appeared strange and terrifying. A terrifying aura was being released. Those were tombstones, and even the epitaphs on them could be seen. All of them emitted heaven-overflowing fluctuations. What kind of technique was this? Why had they never heard of it before? Everyone felt their blood run cold, and it was as if they were all petrified. Di Tian towered there. Strand after strand of blood flowed out from his body, dyeing every single tablet red. His name was engraved on them, and it was as if a heroic spirit that had reincarnated through the ages had returned. Between heaven and earth, his name was engraved densely. His divine might surged, and it was as if a vast ocean was beating against the shore, splitting apart the 9 heavens. Reincarnated in the 3 realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This type of ancient scripture actually became true. At this moment, it was as if it connected through time and space. Di Tian's world was connected together, and he released the most powerful attack. It was clear that if one wanted to use this technique, they would have to pay an extremely great price. Otherwise, why would his entire body be dripping with blood, and why would the tens of thousands of divine tablets be drenched in blood? This was like a sacrifice, using this to obtain the most powerful power. One of the human Tao protectors was horrified. He thought of some ancient secrets, and with a trembling voice said, "It shouldn't be a technique from the legendary era, right? It is a type of matchless heavenly art from the years when the supreme beings fought for supremacy. I seem to have seen some vague records in some ancient tombs. Reincarnated in the 3 realms, my name will be engraved in all lifetimes. This is like a curse, an unrivaled supreme being's inheritance. It's him, he actually has this type of technique. It is too shocking." It was rumored that Di Tian had read through many scriptures, and it seemed like he had even borrowed a portion of its supreme profound mysteries. The great sage arrived. There were some who recognized Di Tian's inheritance, and all of them were shocked. Their faces revealed extremely serious expressions. What 3 realms reincarnated, what 1,000 tribulations and 10,000 worlds? Everything is empty. In one's life, there is only the present. Where is there reincarnation? Where is there any past life? Death is all emptiness, everything will be destroyed. Yi Fan's true body said coldly, not agreeing with this at all. Hong, on the other side, a human-shaped lightning seemed to have sensed something. It moved like a dragon or tiger, directly slaughtering its way over, raising its fist to kill. There was a type of unrivaled aura, as if it was the only sovereign in the present. This was in line with Yi Fan's Tao, believing in the present, not believing in the past or future. As long as one was unrivaled in this world, nothing could stop them, and everything could be changed. With a honglong sound, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Even the heavenly tribulation was shattered. This human-shaped lightning triggered a divine restriction. In this cultivation realm, it could be said to be world-shaking, powerful to the extreme. The divine restriction penetrated everything, peerless and peerless. Dtion's strange method was too extraordinary, and now, he still couldn't use it proficiently. It was forcefully interrupted, unable to display all of its power. His entire body flew out, his chest exploding. His white bones were dense, and the broken bones fell into the cosmos. He was unwilling to accept this. His strength hadn't been displayed, and the battle with Emperor Qing before had almost exhausted all of his essence energy. Now, he could be said to be an arrow at the end of its flight, and as such, it was difficult for him to resist. Dtion was sent flying, blood dyeing the skies. Everyone didn't care about these secrets. They only saw Dtion being sent flying. All of them were like clay sculptures, their minds trembling. His stubbornness is too deep. He fought a decisive battle against Emperor Qing, disregarding the consequences and exhausting all of his essence energy. That is why he no longer has the strength to fight, said a Tao protector. Honglong, suddenly, among the 9 great human-shaped lightning, several people erupted with divine restrictions to fight against their opponents. Immediately, blood splashed everywhere, dyeing the skies red. Even a peerless beauty like Fairy Xianxia and a powerful and sharp woman like the human king, whose beauty could shock the entire starry region, had their bodies cracked at this moment, suffering a destructive blow. The great demonic god was even more miserable. He brandished his demonic god fists, but in the end, both of his fists were smashed into mush, and in the end, even his arms were blasted apart. Who could stop a few divine physiques that towered in the divine restriction domain? They all rushed forward. Even the young supreme beings from the human race's ancient path couldn't stop them. A single divine restriction was enough to make the world tremble. With so many of them appearing together, even the expressions of the great sage changed. Under such circumstances, it was useless no matter who came. Being able to survive was already a result to be proud of. Wanting to kill all the divine physiques in the divine restriction state was no different from a lunatic's ravings. The great supreme beings trembled in their hearts, and a subtle sense of defeat grew within them. They originally wanted to fight against the ancient great emperors at the same level when they were young, but they didn't expect that they wouldn't be able to reap great benefits. Instead, they suffered a blow that was neither light nor heavy, causing everyone's expression to turn gloomy. Meanwhile, the crowd was even more dumbfounded and incomparably shocked. When had they ever seen several young supreme beings come out together to contend for supremacy? It was extremely shocking and heaven-defying. The strength of these young supreme beings was sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, how could they have survived a battle against 9 young great emperors when they were outnumbered? This was enough to explain the problem. And this time, the reason why they suffered even more serious injuries from the humanoid lightning of the divine physiques was because they had already exhausted too much of their battle prowess. Secondly, they were unwilling to accept defeat. When they saw Yi Fan's imprint being imprinted by the great Tao, they wanted to immediately suppress him. Therefore, they used the most profound realm to attack. They didn't expect to provoke a group of divine physiques that had all advanced to the divine restriction domain. At this moment, Yi Fan's heart was also heavy. Not only did Dtion and the others suffer heavy injuries when facing the 9 great sages' bodies, even he himself wasn't in a good state. Yi Fan had never felt such great enmity towards him before. He continuously fought back and fought in a desperate manner. Even my real body hasn't entered the divine restriction state yet. If I'm killed by these virtual bodies with the power of the divine restriction state, it would truly be a joke, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Battle Saint Technique, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Golden Divine Treasure. Yi Fan's attacks were bold and unrestrained as he fought with himself. His body was shattered, and he suffered extremely serious injuries. The only fortunate thing was that the virtual bodies didn't have divine restrictions. Evidently, like the great ancient emperors, they could adjust according to the opponent's realm. The myriad chi cauldron rose and fell, clashing with Yi Fan in the sea of lightning. He was blown up several times by his own virtual bodies. He was very strong, but the enemy was himself. The stronger he was, the stronger the enemy was. There were a total of 9 divine physiques, a total of 9 of him. Killing him at the same time was an unsolvable problem that foretold a tragic ending. At this moment, Di Tian, the great devil god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king all retreated. This time, they wanted to use the great ancient emperors to temper themselves, but they only left behind injuries and nothing else. Everyone held their breaths as they looked at the battlefield. Everyone knew that this was the heavens making things difficult for the divine physiques. Others couldn't stop them, so they let the 9 of them block them and kill them, causing them to fail the tribulation. It could be said that this was indeed unsolvable, and there was no way to break through it. However, what made everyone dumbfounded was that Yi Fan actually managed to survive in the end. The lost self and Tao self alternated to buy time for him. Yi Fan faced 9 of himself and finally managed to survive. This is impossible. How can one person survive under the attack of 9 of himself? Is this heaven-defying? The strongest man in history, one person, beat 9 of himself. If this isn't this a miracle, what is it? Or should I say, is this cheating? Otherwise, how could he have survived? Everyone was dumbfounded, unable to believe everything. When Di Tian, the great devil god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king saw Yi Fan being blown up by the 9 of himself, golden blood splashing into the sea of lightning, they felt much more at ease. Afterwards, they saw him being killed again, and from start to finish, he didn't activate any divine restrictions. This made them feel even more at ease, and they even felt a sense of comfort. After all, it was precisely that person's lightning virtual body that had injured them. Now, they were being oppressed by his own virtual body, so they were naturally happy to see this. However, the final result was a little hard for them to accept. Yi Fan survived. Even though he was covered in blood, and even the cauldron above his head was almost shattered, his tenacity and unyielding strength deeply shocked everyone. Yi Fan supported the broken myriad chi cauldron and walked out of the sea of lightning step by step. His body was covered in cuts and bruises, and golden blood dripped down. He was riddled with wounds, making him look heavy and austere. He seemed to be in a difficult situation, but his eyes were very fierce. They were as sharp as heavenly swords, cutting through the void of the universe. They possessed a kind of powerful essence, energy, and spirit that made people tremble. This was like a celestial sword that had been tempered 1,000 times and appeared from the purgatory-like furnace. It had already taken shape, and with just a little polishing, it would blossom with world-shaking brilliance. Yi Fan walked out from the mist of primal chaos. His entire body was covered in wounds, and golden blood had even stuck to his hair, turning it into a lock that stuck to his cheeks. His entire body was covered in wounds, but his spirit was even more powerful. One could see a resplendent beam of light shooting out from his forehead like a burning torch. This was a terrifying phenomenon. This was the manifestation of an extremely powerful spirit. It had already become deified, condensed beyond compare, becoming a powerful substance that possessed extraordinary and terrifying battle prowess. Shua, divine multicolored light flickered, and a fist-sized little golden person stepped out from between Yi Fan's brows. The condensed beam of light immediately wrapped around his body, making the little golden person much stronger. This was Yi Fan's primordial spirit. It was one with his body, making his blood energy exuberant. This was the foundation of his great strength, and the two were in perfect harmony. On their exterior, golden divine flames burned fiercely. Yi Fan was like an unsheathed immortal sword that had been sharpened 100 times, dazzling and resplendent. On his head, cracks appeared on the all-life energy cauldron. It was almost destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. One could see how terrifying the human-shaped lightning was. That was one young great emperor after another, and they almost shattered the cauldron made from the world's rarest immortal material, the all-life energy cauldron. He actually succeeded in crossing the heavenly tribulation. Everyone didn't know what to say. This kind of heaven-defying lightning punishment had long foretold the ending. This was almost inexplicable, and it was destined to be a tragedy. However, Yi Fan walked out alive. All the great sage had arrived. There were the Tao protectors of the human race, the Yin deities in the great emperor's tomb, the stone man Holy Spirit, the demon race's great sage, as well as the other race's ancient evil gods. Even these people were shocked. This kind of heavenly tribulation, this kind of scene, this kind of surpassing battle prowess at this age. It made them all silent, and they admitted that they were far inferior when they were young. In reality, since ancient times, how many people could compare? This kind of heavenly tribulation might be one of a kind, and they had never seen it before. It could be said to be heaven-defying. Everyone was paying close attention. It was absolutely silent. When faced with such a powerful divine body, great waves rose and fell within their hearts. It was as if a vast ocean was surging. Among the great sage, Qi Tian's face alternated between green and white. He felt the most uncomfortable. Yi Fan's heaven-defying performance was obvious to all, and it was like a mountain pressing down on his heart. He truly regretted it. How could he provoke this type of person? In the future, he would definitely become a great person. He would be like an unsurpassable monument that would suppress the world. First, the 9 emperors appeared. Then, there were the 9 Tao sacred physiques. Qi Tian thought that Yi Fan would definitely fall. He was filled with hope, but in the end, he fell into deep despair. The sacred physique from the burial emperor star created a miracle. Qi Tian sighed lightly. There was going to be trouble in the future. Based on Yi Fan's cultivation speed, he might surpass him in a few decades or even 100 years. Moreover, he wouldn't stop there. His realm might even be comparable to the ancient supreme beings. Now that he saw Yi Fan come out alive, one could well imagine how terrible Qi Tian's mood was. There was a hidden worry in his heart, and his eyes flickered with cold light. On the other side, the great demonic god, Di Tian, fairy Xianxia, and the human king, which one of them wasn't a peerless genius? However, they all tasted bitterness from the divine body's heavenly tribulation. They were extremely unwilling. They were extremely powerful and firmly believed in their own strength. They all had a type of I am the supreme mentality. Otherwise, how could they have walked so far on the emperor's path? However, today, they felt a sense of defeat. Their bodies and minds were injured, and they almost died under the hands of the ancient great emperors. Moreover, they were almost destroyed by the lightning sacred physique. This was like a thorn that pierced into their hearts. It was truly unbearable. At this moment, they only had one thought, and that was to break into the divine forbidden domain. Only then could they truly be unrivaled under the heavens. It's over. Di Tian and the others spoke softly. They weren't willing to face all of this. Today, they didn't obtain any confidence. On the contrary, their lives seemed a bit gloomy. Hong. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. In the instant his voice faded, the boundless heavenly tribulation appeared once more. It was even more ferocious than before and enveloped Yi Fan. It was grand and real, causing the hearts of the great sage to pound intensely. The divine body's heavenly tribulation still hadn't ended and was still continuing. Everyone was at a loss for words and felt their mouths go dry. What was the heavens trying to do? This was truly making things difficult for them. Any one of the tribulations that Yi Fan faced was enough to kill a genius. Now, they appeared one after another, strange and mysterious. This was a type of great terror. Di Tian's expression froze. Just as he finished speaking, the divine body's heavenly tribulation began once more. This was too astonishing and exceeded his expectations. He wasn't the only one. The great demonic god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king were all stunned. Their expressions were strange. This was too inconceivable and difficult for them to accept. Everyone, do you still want to continue? I invite you all. Yi Fan spoke. Although he was deep within the boundless lightning, he was still very calm, revealing a mouthful of snow-white teeth. The great demonic god, Di Tian, fairy Xianxia, and the human king all had unsightly expressions. 80% of their combat strength had been used up in the battle against the ancient emperors. How could they continue? These people were too conflicted at the start. For example, Di Tian insisted on fighting to the death against the Azure Emperor, and in the end, he himself almost died. The others were more or less the same. They had all exhausted their essence energy just like that. Everyone, do you really not want to come and take a look? The true tribulation, the true secret, has only just begun. Yifan patiently guided them, a kind expression on his face. Tian, the great demonic god, fairy Xianxia, and the human king all had gloomy expressions. No one said anything. 9 emperors, 9 saint physiques, one after another. Only heaven knew what else would appear next. They didn't have the combat strength to continue. Honglong. Boundless primal chaos lightning struck down. Yifan ascended into the sky, faintly discernible. Amidst the primal chaos mist and lightning, people could vaguely see one grand building after another. What? Impossible. Even the great sage and the ancient evil god couldn't remain calm. This kind of building was too shocking. I once saw it on a broken wall left behind from the archaic era. That is the layout of the ultimate ancient heaven that not even the venerable emperors had truly constructed. The Green Phoenix Taoist exclaimed. His seniority was the highest, and he had lived the longest. His status on the human race's ancient road was revered, and his words naturally caused a huge commotion. The saints were all in an uproar, and all of them wanted nothing more than to ascend into the sky to take a closer look. However, no one dared to move. The heavenly tribulation not long ago was obvious to all. If they went up, they would undoubtedly die. Even the supreme beings of the younger generation on the human race's ancient road couldn't withstand it, and their blood splattered everywhere. Yifan ascended into the sky. The cracked cauldron above his head bobbed up and down, becoming one with him. His figure seemed unreachable, as if he was suppressing all heroes under the heavens. He stepped onto the immortal path alone. The great demonic god, Tian, fairy Xianxia, and the human king Xian all wanted to go in and take a look. After hearing the Green Phoenix Taoist's words, they also found it hard to remain calm. Unfortunately, not a single one of them could enter. Only Yifan ascended the heavenly path alone, stepping into the final tribulation. This kind of scene caused everyone to be stunned. Even Tian, the great demonic god, and the others were silent. This was enough to explain some problems. This was a vast sea of lightning. The primal chaos was shattered, and one grand palace after another towered high up in the 9 heavens. It was terrifying to the extreme. When Yifan arrived here, he was greatly astonished. It was different from the past. All the grand palaces stood side by side, and it was hard to say who was in charge. And when he stepped into one of them, a fierce and tyrannical aura rushed over. On the throne, a figure sat there. His majestic appearance was intimidating, shocking the past and present. His eyes were like 2 balls of fire, exceptionally sharp. This was actually a divine ape. His true appearance couldn't be seen, but his physique, as well as the golden hair on his body, all of these clearly indicated his identity. Emperor Fighting. Yifan grinned. He was truly shocked in his heart, but there was also a trace of favorable impression. Meeting the father of the monkey gave him an indescribable feeling. This was none other than the sacred emperor whose might shook the final phase of the supreme ancient immortal realms. He fought against the deity DK and won in the end. His name shook the myriad of races, and from this, one could see that his combat prowess was definitely heaven-defying. It was rumored that the Emperor of Fighting wanted to transform into a war immortal, acting against the heavens. As a result, it caused the supreme ancient immortal realms to rapidly decline, accelerating the great changes of the world. It could be said that he was truly a world-shaking emperor. At the top of the palace, the Emperor of Fighting was incomparably dignified. His true body seemed to be seated in the supreme ancient immortal realms, and his eyes seemed to be able to peer through the endless ages, transcending time and space to see everything that happened today. Yifan was truly indescribably astonished. The Emperor of Fighting was overseeing the Great Hall, and this greatly exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect the father of the monkey to have come to this star domain before. Hong. At the next moment, Yifan grimaced in pain, tasting the bitter fruit. The respect and favorable impression he had towards the monkey's father were immediately tossed aside. The sacred emperor had taken action against him. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. He was exceptionally powerful, ferocious, and tyrannical to the extreme, simply about to smash down the 9 heavens. Yi Fan fought a bitter battle. He didn't know how long it took for him to fight his way out of this palace. His entire body was covered in golden blood, and even the cauldron on his head had a hole imprinted by the sacred emperor's immortal iron rod. He cursed in his heart, but when he thought of the monkey, he swallowed the rest of his words. There are so many other great halls. Don't tell me there's an ancient great emperor overseeing them all? Yi Fan had some doubts in his heart. He entered another hall, and the moment he entered, his entire body felt like it was about to split apart. At the top of the great hall, there was a figure with an imposing divine bearing, exuding a sense of loneliness. His back was facing Yi Fan, but he still displayed an invincible attitude. But when Yi Fan approached, that figure directly faded away, vanishing without a trace as if he had never appeared. And in the place where he was, a large bell appeared, suppressing the ancient heavens, acting in place of that person just now. The sound of the bell rang out, causing the entire universe to tremble, almost causing Yi Fan's body to explode. This was the Wuxia bell. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He naturally recognized it because he had personally entered the Purple Mountain and seen this bell before. In that case, the person who had his back facing him just now was Great Emperor Wuxia. Why did he disappear? Yi Fan's heart was filled with doubts, and he couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. However, there was no time for him to be in a daze. The Wuxia bell suppressed over. Dong, when this bell rang out, the universe's starry river trembled. Even the heroes outside the Sea of Lightning heard it, and all of them retreated in pain. And the expressions of the great sage also changed. One of them seemed to have thought of something and murmured, could it be the bell waves recorded in the ancient records? More than 100,000 years ago, this kind of bell shattered a large part of the ancient starry sky path, shaking the myriad heavens and realms. Yi Fan killed his way out of the great hall, and found that there was another hole in the cauldron, which looked like the shape of the Wuxia bell, imprinted on it. How strange, ancient heaven is different from before. Why is there an ancient great emperor overseeing it? He clearly felt that something was wrong, and it was different from the past heavenly tribulations. Yi Fan looked forward. The majestic palaces and ancient buildings stood tall, and it was a majestic scene. Then, he opened his heaven eye and chose a strange, majestic heavenly palace that was obviously different from the others. Then, he walked toward it. Who will I encounter this time? They won't all use weapons to make a mark on my cauldron, will they? Yi Fan mumbled to himself, dragging his injured body, golden blood dripping along the way, into this grand palace. Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Fan's hair stood on end, and all the bones in his body made crackling sounds. His body suddenly emitted boundless light, and his body instinctively awakened, automatically adjusting to the strongest state. The secret character of one operated, baptizing his body, and instantly healing his injured body, allowing him to possess peak fighting strength. At the top of the main hall, there was an imposing figure in white clothes. Even though he was calm and without any fluctuations, he was still frightening, giving others an extremely strange feeling of shock. Yi Fan was deeply shocked. This humanoid lightning was different from the others, and it didn't seem to be the virtual body of a great emperor. There was a wisp of life fluctuations, as if he was still alive. How was this possible? He felt a headache. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation during a tribulation. This great emperor was dressed in snow-white robes, and his face was like jade. His body seemed to exist in the past, present, and future, 3 different spacetimes, passing through the past, present, and future. This was Shui Wuqing, the demon king who had shaken the ancient times. Divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. He was sure that this person had essence blood and powerful life fluctuations. How was this possible? Could it be that the demon king Shui Wuqing had lived until now? Yi Fan found it hard to believe. The demon king had stepped on the path of immortality back then. Could it be that the final outcome wasn't a true fall, but that he had obtained a Dao fruit unknown to others, which was why he was still alive today? Boom! When Yi Fan entered the Demon King's hall through the Sea of Thunder and saw Shui Wuqing, in the depths of the starry sky, the vast mausoleum with the surging yellow springs emitted a loud sound that shook the universe. In the endless Sea of Thunder, there were many grand buildings, and the most special one was this heavenly palace. There was a mysterious aura of a great emperor pervading the air. Demon King. Yi Fan shouted. Shui Wuqing suddenly turned around. His pair of eyes were incomparably deep, revealing the vicissitudes of time. It was as if he had stood here for millions and millions of years. Yi Fan was even more certain, and the feeling became more and more real. His entire body felt like it was going to split apart, and he almost couldn't stand still here. The man in white clothes that surpassed the gods was not a simple human-shaped lightning. It was clear that there was essence blood flowing within him, and he was matchless and incomparably powerful. Within Yi Fan's body, the two immortal rulers were violently struggling, wanting to fly away. They were filled with impatience and impatience. At this moment, outside the heavenly tribulation, everyone else heard Yi Fan's voice. It reverberated through the thunder, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The demon king had walked on the path of immortality and represented supreme invincibility. If it wasn't for the fact that he was already old and his blood dried up, immortals might have appeared in this world. The demon king of a generation had shaken the past, present, and future. He had almost created a true legend, and he was only one step away from entering the immortal domain. Right now, why did Yi Fan call out his name? What did he discover? Meanwhile, right now, the great sage were all trembling. They sensed the emperor's aura, and all of them couldn't help but want to kneel down. Yi Fan was shaken. He had never imagined that he would be able to face the demon emperor at such a close distance. It was truly unbelievable to be in the same palace as the demon emperor. The male in the great hall had thick black hair that draped over his chest and back. His white clothes fluttered in the wind, untainted by a speck of dust. His expression was peaceful and calm, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Yi Fan's body felt like it was about to split apart. His golden blood rumbled and surged violently, about to ignite. Even his bones were about to explode. The two pieces of the immortal ruler in his sea of reincarnation released green multicolored light, turning into two blazing sun-like spheres of light that flew out. They were filled with hope and impatience, incomparably pressing. Yi Fan's body trembled and he involuntarily retreated. The blood energy of the male in front of him was too exuberant. There was a powerful fluctuation of life that made it difficult for him to approach. It was as if he was facing a resplendent furnace of the immortal domain. Xianxia was transcendent and was about to ascend to immortality. There was a type of spirituality that didn't belong to this world. It was as if he was an immortal that descended from the heavens. The two pieces of the ruler were sparkling and resplendent. The green gold flickered with a rain of ascension light. They were like lost children that saw their closest loved ones, revolving around him. This was the ruler that belonged to the demon emperor. Even though it was shattered and the deity within died on the path to immortality, it still had an instinctive love for the demon emperor. In the past, how many geniuses were buried in the dust? The white-robed male stretched out a hand and gently caressed the two pieces of the ruler. His transcendent aura contained a type of tyrannical aura. His deep eyes contained a type of sharpness as if he was looking down on the universe, overlooking all living things. This was the aura of the demon emperor, a might that could strike the 9 heavens and suppress the netherworld. Even though he appeared calm and unhurried, he couldn't be blasphemed against. Everyone had to revere him. He didn't put away the immortal ruler but instead allowed them to be like mischievous children. They flickered and danced in front of him as he quietly stood there. Yi Fan's eyes were in pain and tears of blood flowed out. It wasn't for any other reason but because he saw the fundamental reason for the birth of the demon emperor's vitality. So that's how it is. The ancient emperors passed away one after the other and couldn't live until now. After understanding the reason, he felt a sense of relief but also a sense of loss. No matter how stunning one was, they couldn't truly live forever. It was a few drops of blood that twined around the lightning demon emperor's body, emitting an immortal might. It was as if it was the reincarnated emperor that had appeared in the sea of chaos. The true emperor bloodline. Yi Fan's eyes were in pain. Those drops of blood turned into a thin strand of smoke, releasing bloody radiance. They were like immortal needles that could pierce through one's eyes, making it difficult to look straight at them. Yi Fan to Fan's eyes. Even Yi Fan felt his eyes. Felt. Had to the blood to the emperor's existence. He. Too. To the blood fan to the demon. Although Yi Fan understood the reason for the demon emperor's life force, he had even more questions in his heart. It was clearly a heavenly tribulation, so how could it attract these drops of blood? Furthermore, it was fused with the demon emperor's mark. It was unbelievable. The only special thing is that the demon emperor's tomb is very close to it. Could it be that the emperor's bloodline was drawn here? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When he thought of this possibility, his scalp went numb. It was fine to draw a few drops of blood, but if the real emperor's corpse was summoned, then, it was unimaginable, not to mention him, even if all the cultivators in the universe came, it wouldn't be enough to kill them all. The combination of the imprint and the corpse was like the reincarnation of a real emperor. It wouldn't be limited to the Saint King realm. It would trample on the great Tao of heaven and earth. Boom! In the distance, the tomb of the ancient emperors trembled. The majestic yellow spring was boiling, and a strange aura filled the air. A few Yin gods roared, and many Yin spirits and ghosts trembled in fear. How could the demon emperor's tomb change when the saint physique is going through the tribulation? What's going on? The great saints were bewildered, their souls trembling. That wave of emperor energy affected them, making every single one of their faces turn pale, their hearts full of fear. In the hall, Yi Fan was in great trouble. The demon emperor had taken action. With unparalleled divine might, he punched a hole in the cracked cauldron with a flick of his finger. Even though the demon emperor was a saint king in the heavenly tribulation, the few drops of emperor blood were definitely more terrifying than the great sage. They were evenly distributed on his body, giving him the majesty of a former ruler of the universe. He couldn't fight this opponent. Yi Fan rushed out of the hall. Otherwise, he might really fail the tribulation and die here. To be killed by a demon emperor with a drop of blood on him, he felt wronged. Boom! However, how powerful was the demon emperor? It was a white-robed man who surpassed the gods. With a step, the world changed, and he blocked the entrance of the hall, cutting off the way out. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. In a battle between Saint Kings, he could hold his own, but those drops of emperor blood were too terrifying, able to penetrate any defense. He couldn't stop them. At this moment, he couldn't worry about anything else. He took out the green copper cauldron. Even if it drew the heavenly tribulation, it didn't matter. When the green copper cauldron appeared, it seemed to sense danger. It immediately scattered the surrounding primal chaos lightning, facing the white-robed demon emperor in front of it, confronting it. It released brilliant green multicolored light, tens of thousands of strands of auspicious light, brilliant and dazzling, but it didn't draw the heavenly tribulation. It was still simple and imposing, confronting the emperor blood, rising and falling. With a chi sound, scarlet light rushed into the heavens. All of the emperor blood merged together, becoming like a resplendent scarlet multicolored gemstone, releasing unmatched demonic might. This was the demon emperor's essence blood, containing his great Tao, possessing the characteristics of the great emperor's body, as well as fragments of the inheritance stored in his bloodline. Once it was activated, it would be difficult to guess what would happen. Without a doubt, the emperor blood had awakened. Right now, there was a powerful life fluctuation, as if it was going to be reborn, construct a perfect emperor corpse. Yi Fan reached out with his divine will, capturing a few damaged scenes. He was greatly shaken. Those were some of the demon emperor's experiences when he was alive, stored within the blood. Hong Long, suddenly, a loud sound rang out, shaking the starry skies. The great sage in the distance were all sent flying by a wave of fluctuations, their expressions all changing. In the depths of the starry skies, demonic energy rushed into the heavens. A tall and sturdy male that was a bit taller than an ordinary person appeared, walking out from the boundless sea of lightning. He was dyed in blood, his bronze skin flickering with precious splendor. His hair was exceptionally thick, his eyes as sharp as blades. Pangbo successfully crossed the tribulation, becoming a powerful Saint King. Everyone was shocked. Even though they were attracted by Yi Fan's heavenly tribulation, they didn't forget that there was another person undergoing tribulation, because it was similarly terrifying. This person was submerged within the sea of lightning. However, in the end, he wasn't as attractive as the 9 emperors, which was why the crowd didn't pay him the same attention. However, they definitely wouldn't underestimate him. Even Di Tian, the great demonic god, the human king, and the others all viewed this person as an extremely terrifying potential competitor. I've finally succeeded in crossing the tribulation. From now on, this Pang can also rule over a region. Pangbo muttered to himself. He was 2 to 3 heads taller than an ordinary person, and the muscles on his bronze skin were like coiling dragons. You guys have all fought against the ancient great emperors. How did it feel? Pangbo asked Tian, the great demonic god, and the human king. These people's expressions were naturally unsightly. Today, they tasted an indescribable bitterness from the Saint Physique's heavenly tribulation. Sigh, you guys have all fought against the great emperor when he was young. How regretful. This Pang also wants to give it a try. Yizi, are there any other great emperors left to fight? Let me in, I'll also find someone to try, Pangbo said in a carefree manner. When the various saints heard this, they all felt dizzy. This person was too insensitive, starting a battle against a young great emperor and dying at every turn. Didn't he see the great demonic god, the human king, and Tian? They almost died here. Pangbo, come up. Yifan transmitted his voice. Everyone was startled. What exactly was there in the heavenly tribulation at the very top? The Saint Physique actually called out to an old friend. Could it be that there was a great opportunity? Many people were tempted, but no one dared to take a step forward. Who could withstand such a tribulation? If another 9 great emperors appeared, Tian, the human king, and the others would all be turned to ashes. All right. Pangbo soared into the air and entered the Sea of Lightning. Yifan immediately activated Great Emperor Wusher's heaven-deceiving formation, isolating him and preventing him from crossing the tribulation again. He then guided him into the demon imperial palace. Who is this? Pangbo was shocked. He looked at the figure, and then stared at the ball of imperial blood that was confronting the green copper block. Normally, imperial blood couldn't do anything to the green copper block, but now that the demon emperor's blood had been revived, it was different from usual. There were fragments of the great Tao circulating around it, causing the green copper block to emit a mortal light. Yifan had already finished his battle with the demon emperor and retreated out of the door, leaving the green copper block to confront the imperial blood. At this moment, his expression was solemn as he said to Pangbo, "This is the demon emperor. There might be celestial scriptures in that imperial blood. You should comprehend it here, and you might have great gains." After that, he reminded Pangbo to think of a way to retrieve the 2 pieces of celestial ruler. These weapons were originally obtained for him and for Pangbo, and they couldn't be lost here. Demon Emperor, I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Pangbo's eyes burst with divine light. There was an indescribable excitement. He chanted the Demon Emperor Heart Sutra and walked forward to communicate. Yifan turned around and left with the Chi of All Things cauldron that was even more damaged. There was an additional celestial ruler-shaped hole on it. If this goes on, my cauldron will shatter again. He saw a few people who were attacking his cauldron. Sooner or later, it would shatter. When Yifan entered the next hall, a strange sound rang out, causing his blood to churn. He suddenly raised his head and looked forward. There was an old monk who was knocking on a wooden fish. There was a terrifying rhythm that caused one's heart to resonate and beat, as though it would explode at any time. Babuda. Yifan was astonished. Even though that figure was as blurry as the other great emperors, he could guess that this person was definitely the founder of Buddhism. In this world, there was only one old monk who achieved Tao, and he was the great Buddha. The old monk's appearance was solemn and had a kind of benevolence. As he knocked on the wooden fish, the sound entered one's heart, causing one's soul to pulsate and resonate with it. This was definitely an incomparably terrifying thing. Just knocking on the wooden fish was enough to control one's life and death. The old monk's strength was shocking. Yifan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. After that, he raised his fist and attacked. He had to break this rhythm, or else he would definitely be led away by this old monk. Rumble. The great Buddha stood up and threw away the wooden fish. He wielded the violet gold demon subduing pestle and attacked. There was no longer the benevolence of Buddhism. At this moment, his divine might was matchless and he was like the most terrifying battle saint. Are you still a monk or not? Yifan cursed silently. He used the cauldron to resist and fought an intense battle with this mysterious great emperor who blazed a different path on the path of immortality. In the end, Yi Fan's hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. He rushed out of the great thunderclap monastery while cursing repeatedly. That was because the myriad chi cauldron was about to shatter into pieces. There was another hole on it that resembled a demon-subduing pestle. At this time, Yi Fan sharply discovered a fact. The great emperors he saw in the ancient heavenly imperial court had an important similarity that made his heart beat violently. If he calculated according to this, he would definitely see Dizun, the undying heavenly emperor, and vicious. The emperor fighting was ferocious and tyrannical, his divine might matchless. He wanted to become a war immortal, but in the end, he failed. He passed away in meditation in the North region, speeding up the great changes of the world, making the archaic era decline, ending its glory, and thus declining. Great Emperor Wuxia shocked the ancients and dazzling contemporaries. He wanted to fight his way into immortal domain with his true body, looking down on endless generations. 80,000 years ago, he released world-shaking fluctuations in the Purple Mountains, shocking the supreme beings of the great life-restricted regions. The Demon Emperor was someone who shocked both past and present, truly stepping onto the path of immortality. He was a man who surpassed deities, unmatched under the heavens, a living legend. Unfortunately, at that time, he entered his later years, his blood declining and body withering, falling on the path. Amitabha Buddha, he had never killed a single person in his life, yet he won on the emperor path forged from blood and bones, establishing the Tao and becoming a Buddha. It could be said that he was the best of the past and present. His teachings had spread far and wide, and he had left his footprints in some ancient star areas. He had gathered endless power of faith. Some of his followers believed that he was still alive, while others believed that he could reincarnate at any time. He could be described as unfathomable. Looking at these people, they all walked quite far on the path of immortality, each with their own extraordinary accomplishments, shocking past and present. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Fan expected. The next person he met the above conditions, the great inhuman emperor. The human emperor swept through all regions, conquering the heavens, overlooking the boundless cosmos, a sovereign overlooking the world, possessing a type of supreme dignity. After countless years, a divine will was born. It was only because something unexpected happened on the path of immortality that the will didn't scatter. This great emperor had walked quite far on the path of immortality. His appearance now further proved that Yi Fan's suspicions might be true. In the Grand Human Emperor Palace, the 9 ancient characters of the great immortal scripture turned into resplendent stars, appearing behind and in front of Yi Fan. Hong, the scriptures collided, clashing intensely. Even though Yi Fan felt great respect for the human emperor, he still couldn't avoid an intense battle. His entire body was covered in injuries, golden blood splashing everywhere, and he rushed out of this ancient palace with great difficulty. Yi Fan wiped away the bloodstains and sighed in his heart. The Renhuang was truly too powerful. In this battle, he had suffered extremely serious injuries, and the cauldron was on the verge of shattering. He silently pondered as he stared at another hole on the cauldron. He seemed to be deep in thought as he used the swordsman's secret art to heal himself. His entire body emitted a golden light as he recovered to his peak state. Break and reforge, without destruction there can be no construction, nirvana is stronger. Yi Fan looked at his own cauldron. The source chi of all things poured down like a waterfall. Many cracks appeared on the cauldron. There were a total of 5 holes in the front and back of the cauldron. It looked like it was about to break. At first, he was still worried, but now, he completely let go. When he was transcending the tribulation, he fought against 9 young great emperors. Now, wasn't his cauldron the same? After being bombarded by the young great emperor, he clashed with the imperial weapons one after another. Forge the strongest cauldron, this was his only weapon, and he was walking the path of a single weapon that could break all techniques. Next, Yi Fan didn't retreat. He looked for those majestic celestial palaces to open and clashed with the masters inside, starting the most intense bloody battle. He met Qing deity and fought with the strongest man, the only one after the primordial era who claimed to be able to rebuild the ancient heaven and reconstruct the rules and order of heaven and earth. Golden blood rained down, and it was incomparably beautiful. Yi Fan suffered greatly under the 9 slashes of the demon monarch. His head was almost cut off, and his entire body was covered in wounds. Moreover, Qing deity's divine wound slash almost extinguished the primordial spirit's fire. It split open his head and caused extremely serious injuries. Qing deity was strong, especially when he was young. He was a legend who killed gods and Buddhas in his way. He never retreated even half a step. Yi Fan fought with him and suffered serious injuries. In the end, he also exploded. He swung his golden fists and displayed the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Behind him was a golden divine treasure that could kill all techniques. The cauldron on top of his head shook violently and covered the sky. This was a bloody and intense battle. In the end, Yi Fan killed his way out of the palace, leaving 2 golden trails of blood behind him. He staggered and almost fell. Of course, Yi Fan also made Qing deity pay in blood. This time, the 6th hole also appeared in his cauldron. It was pierced by Qing deity's weapon, and it looked like a chaotic green lotus. Yi Fan didn't retreat. This was a kind of training. Since the heavenly tribulation had appeared, he was willing to fight if he had the ability to. After enough rest, he pushed open the 7th giant palace with the dilapidated cauldron on top of his head. As soon as he entered, his body stiffened and his hair stood on end. Moreover, the cauldron on top of his head actually trembled as if it had sensed something. It almost flew towards that person. Fortunately, the cauldron was stable. This cauldron was forged by him and had long been connected to his flesh and blood. It had become an extension of his body and was inseparable. He didn't lose it. That was a slender figure. Although it was only the back view, it was so perfect. It was as if a true immortal had descended into the world. Yi Fan's body stiffened. He faced this infinitely beautiful figure as if he was facing a great enemy. This was a woman. One could tell from the curve of her back that she was peerless. Moreover, this figure was different from all the other great emperors before. It was so clear and not blurry at all. It was as if a breathtaking beauty was standing in front of him. Suddenly, this woman turned around and stood in the palace, looking at Yi Fan. Her eyes were so clear, even purer than a child's eyes. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind and flickered with a star-like luster. On her snow-white neck, there should have been a beautiful immortal face, but it couldn't be seen. It was replaced by a devil mask. She seemed to be crying and smiling at the same time. She smiled in sorrow and shed tears in her smile. This was an unforgettable bronze mask that could touch one's heart. Ruthless great emperor, Yi Fan's heart rumbled and he couldn't help but take a step back. The karma between him and this stunning great emperor was very deep. Not to mention other things, even the myriad chi cauldron on top of his head belonged to this woman. This seemed to be a person with flesh and blood. Yi Fan could even see the gentle luster on that jade-like body. This was too strange. It was clearly formed from lightning. How could it be like this? Rumble. A ray of celestial light flew over. It was extremely domineering and powerful. All the light in the world dimmed and lost their colors under this light. This was like a celestial that shocked the heavens. Specks of light fell like a large expanse of pure white feathers. Within them, there was an extremely powerful offensive power that was rarely seen since ancient times. This was the flying immortal force, this was the peerless divine technique of ruthless great emperor. It was created in response to the 9 secrets and could be said to be world-shaking. With the power of one person, he fought against the 9 celestial being of the mythological era and created many supreme secret techniques. Bang! Even the powerful indestructible golden body of Yi Fan exploded into pieces. Golden blood sprinkled down and dyed the entire great hall golden. White bones could be seen everywhere. This was the first time Yi Fan had suffered such a heavy injury since he started his cultivation. It was also the most bitter one he had ever experienced during a heavenly tribulation. Even his primordial spirit was almost scattered. He had an indescribable feeling towards Ruthless because he had plucked her true dragon deity elixir and obtained her myriad chi. He had also taken away the immortal treasure map from the primal chaos dragon lair. He always felt that there was some kind of connection between them. Yi Fan was only slightly distracted when he encountered such an attack. He couldn't even dodge it. It was really too fast, this kind of peerless offensive power, how many people in the past and present could compare to it? It was the same type of secret technique, but it was much more powerful than what Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman used. This was the true flying immortal art. This technique was known to possess the power of the flying immortal. It was a breathtaking attack that was unparalleled throughout the ages. Hong Long. Yi Fan's enormous golden blood energy rushed together and fused together with his shattered body. He activated the swordsman character and quickly repaired his body. He was exceptionally serious as he stared at the exceptional woman in front of him. His expression was unprecedentedly serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. Flowers bloom with a single thought. The exceptional beauty wore a devil mask and spat out these words. They were extremely clear and went straight into the depths of one's heart. Yi Fan immediately felt his blood run cold. This was something that had never happened before. There had never been a great emperor who appeared during a heavenly tribulation who would say such words. It was definitely unprecedented. This made all the hair on his body stand on end. Was he facing a heavenly tribulation, or was he facing a truly ruthless person? The petals fluttered in the air and flickered with a dreamy and translucent luster. It was as if a large rain of light was falling down. They were sparkling and flowing with a faint fragrance. Even the sea of lightning couldn't stop them. In an instant, every petal turned into a ruthless person. Tens of thousands of figures rushed towards Yi Fan. Her clothes fluttered as if she was a true immortal. Yi Fan's expression changed. His golden blood energy overflowed into the sky and produced all kinds of strange phenomena. The immortal king in the 9 heavens, the green lotus in the primal chaos, the golden sea of bitterness, and the magnificent mountains and rivers all connected into one. It was as if an immortal domain had come into being. The strange phenomena isolated all auras and obstructed the ruthless people's attacks. Yi Fan continuously trembled. In the end, blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He retreated several steps and persevered until the many ruthless people's figures disappeared. Those figures didn't possess the battle prowess of a true ruthless person, but there were so many of them that it was terrifying enough. They could instantly kill a supreme being of the same level. In this world, ruthless people were definitely the most talented. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to achieve the Tao with a mortal body. Now, Yi Fan had personally experienced her heaven-defying battle prowess. Physique was nothing to her. No matter what kind of bloodline came, she could kill them all. Ruthless the Great Empress lived for 4 lifetimes, and some people said she lived for 5 lifetimes. There were even people who said she had never died and had always lived in the mortal world. Even though she didn't achieve immortality, she had walked the furthest on this path. Kill. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. Now that he was standing on the Emperor's path, no matter who he faced, even if it was the most talented and powerful ruthless person, he couldn't cower. He had to press forward courageously. He evolved his own Tao. His body took the shape of a dragon. His arms swayed, turning into the moon and the sun. His entire person became a true dragon of Tao marks as he rushed towards the ruthless person. A great battle broke out. It was incomparably intense. Boom, this speed was too fast. They exchanged blows like lightning, sometimes hard, sometimes soft. Strands of immortal splendor shot out, shocking everyone. In the end, the two of them staggered. The ruthless person seemed to be a bit surprised. Her pure eyes revealed divine multicolored light. Her left and right hands respectively moved, evolving the most powerful great immortal laws. A life character appeared on the ruthless person's left palm, and a death character appeared on the right palm. They emitted strands of extreme divine might, suppressing towards Yi Fan. These two characters weighed more than anything, as if they could crush the ages. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many cultivators had tried to comprehend them. Even now, no one had been able to comprehend them and achieve immortality. The heaven-devouring demonic art, the undying heaven art, the various secret techniques used to resist the 9 great celestial beings, the great empress was shockingly talented. She had lived for many lifetimes, and throughout the endless years, no one knew just how many divine techniques she had created. She was the most mysterious. And now, this type of wondrous technique was unleashed, truly shocking the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's expression immediately changed. The meaning of these two characters was too extraordinary. It was actually condensed, truly heaven-defying. Hung Long, chanting sounds rang out from within Yi Fan's body. His entire body turned into a Taiji immortal diagram, preparing to face the ruthless person head-on. A sigh sounded. The Empress unhurriedly turned around. Her style was unmatched, leaving behind a large expanse of light rain. She walked into the distance step by step. Her body was becoming smaller, all the way until she turned into a 3- or 4-year-old little girl. She walked on the road alone. She was pitiful and lonely. The clothes on her body were tattered, and her hair was combed into a pair of sheep horn braids. Her face was covered in dirt, and when she inadvertently glanced back, it made one's heart ache. Her large eyes were clear and pure, yet they were filled with tears. Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken. He wanted to see clearly and carefully. He wanted to see Qin Chu's tender little face. Unfortunately, her figure had already become indistinct, disappearing without a trace. Heavens! Could it be that the great Empress is still alive, still in this world? Yi Fan was astonished. Yi Fan was shaken to the extreme. His body turned into a streak of light as he chased after her, but in the end, he didn't see anything. Vicious turned into nothingness, and that pitiful and lonely little girl disappeared. He didn't see that face clearly, so he couldn't be sure. Only that pair of clear eyes was unforgettable, engraving itself into his heart. Why did she disappear so quickly? Yi Fan muttered, great waves surging in his heart. He thought of many things. That pair of pure eyes made his heart tremble. It was a bit familiar, a bit pitiful, stirring up great waves in his heart. Unfortunately, when Vicious turned into a 3- or 4-year-old little girl, the devil mask slowly faded away. That tender little face flashed past, unable to be seen clearly. There was a layer of primal chaos shrouding it. Yi Fan's emotions rose and fell, unable to calm down for a long time. He thought of many things. Could it be that Vicious never died? Just how shocking of a thing was this, that shouldn't be the case. All signs pointed to the fact that no one in this world could live forever. Undying was too illusory, no one able to achieve it. It had stumped all of the most powerful great emperors since ancient times. Even if one could live forever, they would still have to enter a mortal domain. It was impossible in this world. Yi Fan was silent, as if he was petrified. He stood there in a daze for a long time, staring at the heavens without saying anything. He only believed in the present world. Regardless of whether it was the past or the next life, they were all illusory to him. He never believed in them, and they never existed in his heart. Meanwhile, at this moment, he was a bit perplexed. Those large tear-filled eyes, that pitiful little girl, why did they make him feel suspicious? Yi Fan was a bit at a loss. Was there really someone who could reincarnate in this world without dying? This conflicted with his understanding, making him feel conflicted. Yi Fan didn't move for a long time. Specks of light flickered on his body, as if his body was breaking apart. He almost transformed into the Tao. In that instant, he woke up with a start. He discovered that he was on the edge of danger, almost becoming a Tao law, merging with the heavenly punishment, becoming a part of the natural order of heaven and earth. This was even more terrifying than experiencing 10 bloody battles of life and death. He was just a step away from transforming into the Tao, never to exist again. It has almost shaken my will, leaving me at a loss. This might be the most terrifying part, as well as the true meaning of this heavenly tribulation, right? Don't worry about anything else. Believe in your own Tao and walk down this path. Yi Fan muttered to himself as he gradually became clear-headed. A sharp light shot out from his eyes as he temporarily cast aside everything that had just happened. The most stunning great emperor is indeed terrifying. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Vicious' voice was actually real, different from all the great emperors he had met before. It was as if he still retained his will of life, imprinting himself in the world instead of being controlled by the heavenly tribulation. Yi Fan's body was broken. He activated the secret character of swordsman. His golden blood flowed backward and his bones cracked. It took a long time for him to recover to his strongest state. When he opened his eyes again, 2 streaks of golden light shot out, piercing through the heavenly tribulation, leaving the great sage outside of the sea of lightning stupefied. They sensed something, revealing looks of shock. In the palace, Yi Fan's expression turned sluggish. The seventh hole had appeared in the Myriad-chi cauldron. When was it made? He had not seen vicious pierce through the cauldron. This was a human-shaped mark with graceful curves. It was clearly a woman. It was engraved on the cauldron's wall and possessed a mysterious and supreme Tao rhythm. It was vivid and lifelike. Yifan quietly observed it for a long time. Then, he pushed open the palace door and walked forward with firm steps in search of the next heavenly palace. He wanted to charge to the end and see who exactly he would encounter. The eighth heavenly palace was extremely grand. There was a special type of power flowing within, faintly discernible. This didn't seem like an ancient palace belonging to a single person, but rather one that contained all living things. That's right, this feeling was extremely real. This palace wasn't cold and cheerless at all. It was as if there were divine intents praying and chanting scriptures here. This was an extremely mysterious and majestic palace. It was even taller than a mountain as it towered here, suppressing the entire universe. Who is it here? Yifan was puzzled. This palace was too extraordinary. It was vast and majestic, making people want to serve it. Honglong. Yifan pushed open the palace door. In that instant, he felt a type of supreme dignity. It was as if a celestial emperor was seated majestically above, overlooking him. Moreover, at this moment, a type of clamoring noise rushed over, entering his ears. He entered from the outside, feeling extremely uncomfortable. This was a type of great contrast. This place was like another world, endless and endless. There were creatures everywhere. Roars, sutras chanted, and prayers mixed together, deafening. They suddenly rushed over like this, leaving one shocked. Everything was too sudden, incomprehensible. In the grand heavenly palace, all of the creatures of the heavens and 10,000 regions were kneeling on the ground, as if they were worshipping. They were incomparably devout, ancient sacrificial voices sounding. What is going on? Yifan's gaze was sharp, sweeping over every single figure. All creatures coexisted, all of them full of reverence. They were all offering sacrifices to the deity, the scene grand, leaving one with an inconceivable feeling. It was as if there were 3,000 ancient Buddhas chanting, but also as if there were over 10,000 demonic sovereigns roaring. They merged together, shaking one's soul, making one feel an uncontrollable urge to kneel down, kowtow and worship. This was an extremely grand scene. All life was bowing down, all races worshipping a deity. All types of divine voices sounded, rumbling and deafening. It was as if they crossed the archaic era, transmitted over from the prehistoric era. Yifan's expression was serious. A crack opened in his forehead, strand after strand of sparkling immortal splendor shot out. Under chi-chi sounds, void figures were destroyed one after another, all of them turning into electrical radiance. He resisted the boundless pressure, wiping out the void figures of all creatures worshipping here one after another, making the natural order here gradually calm down. To be more precise, those weren't true sacrificial voices, but rather divine chains of order. Even though their performance was extremely realistic, it was different from the true voice released by Vicious. However, this was still enough to leave others shocked. Just what kind of person was this, for all creatures to bow down and worship him with pious faith, kneeling on the ground in worship? The immortal splendor that shot out from Yifan's forehead became even more resplendent. He walked up step by step, large amounts of creatures returning to nothingness, everything breaking apart because of the divine chains of order. Later on, he became a bit alarmed, because there were some void figures that were extraordinary, extremely similar to true deities. What kind of scene was this? Even deities knelt on the ground, kowtowing in worship towards the most dignified figure at the center of the imperial palace. It wasn't just a single one, there were 10 of them in succession, all of them like true deities, piously kowtowing, worshipping the most dignified figure above. Yifan brandished his golden fist, divine light erupting from his eyes, sweeping everything in its path. Those figures ultimately all disappeared. None of these creatures possessed fighting strength, formed from lightning and Tao laws. Otherwise, Yifan would have faced the most powerful experts of all races, to the extent where there were even deities. That type of scene was unimaginable. At the center of this heavenly palace sat a dignified supreme being. It was as if he was seated high up in the 9 heavens, overlooking all realms, the cosmos' 6 directions, 8 wastelands, only he was supreme. This was a type of great boldness, a type of tremendous pressure that naturally spread outwards, making the 10,000 regions of the heavens tremble. Everything originated from a single person on that throne. His entire body released strand after strand of light. Just now, the scene of all life worshipping and 10,000 clans worshipping was precisely produced by these tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light. One could imagine that this really happened before, and now, it was merely history replaying. He had unmatched might, making all experts of the 10,000 regions worship him. Who was this? There was actually such a boundless aura, it truly could be said to devour 10,000 li, overlooking the boundless cosmos, only he was supreme throughout the endless ages. Yi Fan felt a type of tremendous pressure, as if there were heavenly blades cutting apart his body. He faced this person, wishing to see everything about him clearly. This person didn't move at all, like a boulder, quietly sitting there, looking at him coldly just like that. His figure was extremely indistinct, impossible to see clearly. Undying Heavenly Emperor. Yi Fan stared at him, spitting out these 4 words after a long time. All the signs pointed to the fact that it should be him, since ancient times, who had such great power and influence. There should be a supreme emperor who ruled the boundless cosmos, revered by all deities. However, this person didn't seem like it, so it shouldn't be him. Yi Fan felt a sense of familiarity from his body, as if they had met before. The heavenly prince he had killed in the past had a bit of this person's shadow. The undying heavenly emperor was an unsurpassable legend among the 10,000 ancient races. During that era, he was the only one. Respected in the heavens above and the earth below, and all races worshipped him. In the hearts of all races, he was an existence that surpassed deities. I've finally met him. Yi Fan said to himself. After so many years on the path of cultivation and coming into contact with the 10,000 ancient races, calluses were about to form in his ears. The revering of the undying heavenly emperor by the various races could be said to have reached an extreme, lasting for a long time and still being passed down to this day. The heavenly prince's physique was once known to be number 1 under the heavens, surpassing everyone and incomparable. He had 5-colored divine blood flowing in his body, allowing him to surpass an ordinary person for 100 years. His supreme bloodline and invincible physique had been personally experienced by Yi Fan and the heavenly prince. Even if they were suppressed, it would be extremely difficult to kill him. If not for the fact that his Tao heart was not firm enough and lacked tempering, he would definitely be one of the most terrifying people in the present age. And now, Yi Fan had met the heavenly prince's father, the true source of the unrivaled bloodline, the undying heavenly emperor revered by all races. Although his figure was blurry, it was faintly discernible. One could see that he was very similar to the heavenly prince, but he did not have that kind of childishness, nor did he have that kind of impatience. This person was like an abyss or a mountain, quietly sitting there, causing one's mind to collapse. Rumble, when Yi Fan faced him, the golden blood energy around his body surged, jumping like flames. His expression was firm and his eyes were resplendent. Facing this supreme expert whose name had been passed down through the ages, there was not a trace of fear. Rumble, the undying heavenly emperor stood up, causing the heaven and earth to tremble. 5-colored multicolored light swirled in his eyes. They were extremely realistic, as if they had flesh and blood. He stared at the damaged cauldron above Yi Fan's head, silently looking at it. Then, he closed in step by step. This was a type of tremendous calamity. He was merely walking over, yet the heavens and 10,000 realms seemed to be shaking, and the great Tao of heaven and earth rumbled. He was devouring the sun, moon, and stars. There was a type of incomparably enormous atmosphere. This was truly not like a human, but like an existence that surpassed deities. Yi Fan took action, smashing a fist forward. The golden fist shattered the endless void. No matter who it was, even if the undying heavenly emperor descended and blocked his path, he would still be knocked down from his divine altar. Once one stepped on this path, there was no turning back. There were endless cliffs on both sides, and one could only advance, fighting bloody battles along the way. Corpses would fill up the abyss of the emperor's path and slaughter their way to the peak. With a rumble, the ancient skies shook violently. The two fists collided. The golden fist energy exploded like tens of thousands of stars exploding. It was dazzling and terrifying. At this moment, the entire sea of lightning was destroyed, revealing itself in front of everyone. Who is that? The saints were all dumbfounded. They saw majestic palaces appear one after another. They saw two people shattering everything and fighting fiercely. It was as if two deities were fighting. Regardless of whether it was the ordinary people or the great sage, they were all horrified. Even though that person with multicolored eyes was at the Saint King realm, his aura was like that of a supreme deity. His every movement was calm and unruffled. There was an innate grandeur about him that could only be found in the boundless universe. This was a temperament that only those who occupied the supreme deity position could possess. Everyone was trembling. Everyone was scared. Yi Fan was actually still fighting in the final sea of tribulation. He had encountered an extremely powerful opponent. Cracks appeared on Yi Fan's indestructible golden body. White bones could be seen and golden blood could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. Everyone was deeply shaken. What kind of opponent had he encountered? The great sage trembled. Their spiritual senses were a bit sharper. They saw the scene of all races worshipping him. That person was like the Lord of the universe, and even deities had to bow down to him. Could it be the undying heavenly emperor? The bull demon king was shocked. Their mother planet still worshipped this archaic supreme deity. Their hearts were trembling. What? Everyone was dumbfounded as if they had been struck by lightning. This was too inconceivable. It was like a legend. The legendary undying heavenly emperor had appeared in the lightning tribulation. How heaven-defying was this? The heavens clearly wanted to kill the saint physique and not let him pass. This is a deity revered by all races. He actually appeared in the heavenly tribulation. An ancient demonic god said with a trembling voice. The undying heavenly emperor's prestige was too high. He had an extremely profound influence and had never been forgotten since ancient times. Everything related to him was a shocking legend. Heaven-defying. The ancient demon hunter tribulation's Taoist side. The Tao protector Qi Tian's face turned pale. This was truly terrible news for him. His face alternated between green and white as he clenched his fists. Di Tian, the great demonic god, the human king, and the others were silent. Their eyes flickered as they gazed at the sea of lightning. They had the belief that they were unrivaled, but now they felt a great pressure. The golden fist energy and the multicolored light left as quickly as they came. The chaotic sea of lightning descended in an instant, once again submerging that area. Nothing could be seen. In the outside world, everyone was alarmed. Yi Fan fought the undying heavenly emperor to the point where every drop of his blood was about to be ignited. Many of his bones were broken. Rather than fighting for his life, he was bathed in blood. He finally realized that the heavens were making things difficult for him. Since the beginning of the tribulation until now, he had experienced many tribulations. Even if he possessed the word technique, it was impossible for him to prosper forever. Every time he healed his body, he would have to burn golden life essence. Although it seemed like he had recovered instantly, he was constantly consuming his origin energy. From the start of the war until now, even a deity would not be able to endure it. Especially when encountering the undying heavenly emperor, the ruler of 10,000 races, it was even more dangerous. Yi Fan's powerful will was supporting him. This was because this person was the undying heavenly emperor, the supreme god of the past. He wanted to fight him. Such a person had only been seen since ancient times. It was impossible to meet him after so many years. Now that he had the chance to fight, his golden blood was boiling. If it was anyone else, they would have long since felt apprehensive. But Yi Fan was excited. Even if his body wasn't in its best condition, he would still forcefully stimulate his potential. This battle must be fought to the very end. Yi Fan against the undying heavenly emperor was like a fantasy. But it wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. After killing the heavenly prince, he had such a thought. It was said that this person had attained the supreme god position. Could it be that he would really die in meditation in history? Perhaps one day, he would encounter his backup plan. And now, there was no need to think too much about it. This person had appeared in the heavenly tribulation. He was absolutely unrivaled among those of the same level. There was a lot of golden blood on Yi Fan's body, but the undying heavenly emperor had also paid a great price. 5-colored blood splashed out as the two fought until the sky darkened. Roar. Yifan released a long roar, his voice shaking the sea of lightning, startling Pang Bo, who was in another great hall. He suddenly opened his eyes and wanted to rush over to help. Yizi, are you alright? Don't worry, encountering a deity from the past is a bit difficult. Don't come over, I'll take care of this battle myself. Yifan transmitted sound, not letting Pang Bo approach. This battle was too bitter. Yifan's true body was even shattered. White bone fragments flew everywhere, golden blood splashing everywhere. This was an exceptional great enemy. Of course, the undying heavenly emperor was also chopped in half at the waist. Indiscriminately destroyed, fighting at the same realm. If the young great emperor went all out, even a deity wouldn't be able to stop him. Yizi. Are you alright? Pang Bo rushed over, forcefully barging into this great hall. He was incomparably worried. He could smell a type of bloody odor, as well as the bitterness of the great battle. Don't come over, I'm fine. Only, I've fought too many battles today, so my body isn't in its best state. It makes me feel a bit regretful. Yifan wasn't discouraged. He fought a decisive battle against the undying heavenly emperor, slaughtering to the point of madness and excitement. Pang Bo naturally wasn't willing to leave, standing guard in front of the great hall. He was extremely worried. Once Yifan was in danger, he would rush in and take action regardless of everything. Hong Long, Yifan's golden blood rumbled like thunder. His entire body's joints released gabbing sounds. He forcefully gathered his essence energy, allowing himself to advance towards his peak state. Kill. He slaughtered until he went berserk. Another intense collision occurred, and both he and the undying heavenly emperor exploded, turning into crushed bones and mush. It was a tragic sight to behold. Yizi. Pang Bo cried out in alarm, rushing over. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He couldn't let him continue like this. An ancient scripture sound rang out. Yifan's sparkling white bone fragments merged together, and his blood also began to flow in reverse, once again forming an imperishable golden body that flickered with radiance. On the other side, the undying heavenly emperor's body also reformed. His eyes were cold, and even though his hair was disheveled, there was a supreme dignity and a terrifying aura. Go to the demon imperial palace, don't stay here. Yifan insisted on letting Pang Bo leave. He wanted to fight to the end. Hong, the great battle erupted once again, becoming increasingly intense. Yifan was actually becoming more and more courageous as he fought. At this moment, he activated his irregular phenomenon and brandished the 6 Dao reincarnation fist, pressing forward with indomitable will. This battle took a long time and was extremely difficult. Yifan won in the end, cleaving the undying heavenly emperor in half. His entire body was covered in 5-colored divine blood, shocking everyone. However, he became silent. Because he had fought against so many great emperors, his body was no longer in its best state. How could he become stronger as he fought and kill the undying heavenly emperor? Something wasn't right. Suddenly, he raised his head and saw a figure in the depths of the celestial palace. The figure stood in the firmament and looked down on him, causing him to shiver. Undying heavenly emperor. How could there be 2 of them? Yifan was shaken. One was cleaved in half by him and had yet to reassemble, so how could another one appear? No, this one originally existed. No, it should be said that it appeared later. It's just that no one paid attention to it. Yifan was startled. This body floated in midair and looked down. It was even more dignified and its aura devoured the stars and rivers. The sun and moon in its eyes were destroyed and the entire cosmos was trembling under its feet. This undying heavenly emperor was even more powerful. Suddenly, Yifan recalled a secret that the sacred prince had heard from his father. Since ancient times, very few people knew about it. The undying heavenly emperor was revered by all races. Countless creatures worshipped him, and the pure power of faith actually nurtured a divine embryo. It turned into a god that was exactly the same as him, and its magical power was world-shaking. Later on, the undying heavenly emperor's true body withdrew behind the scenes and used this god to rule over all races. He cultivated in isolation and wouldn't appear unless it was an extremely important moment. Yi Fan was horrified and felt a wave of fear. The undying heavenly emperor was truly too powerful. What he hacked down should have been a god and not his true body. Now, the true body appeared. Chong, a metallic sound that could split apart the universe rang through the air. In the heavens above, a heavenly blade unsheathed on its own from behind that true body. It was incomparably blazing, the sun becoming like a firefly in comparison. In the real world, the true undying heavenly blade still hadn't appeared in the world, unknown where it was. It was a supreme weapon that had received the worship of all races, and now, it appeared in the form of Tao. Laws and hacked down. Above Yi Fan's head, the damaged cauldron rushed up. 10,000 strands of source energy smashed towards the undying heavenly blade. Hong Long, blinding light erupted. This place shattered. The undying heavenly imperial palace was destroyed, and everything was destroyed. The chaotic sea of lightning was blasted apart. The people of the outside world only saw golden blood splashing outwards. Apart from this, there was nothing else. A moment later, thunder rumbled, isolating everyone's line of sight once again. Yi Fan's entire body was covered in blood, and many areas of his bones were exposed. The cauldron above his head seemed to have exploded. There were cracks everywhere, as if it would collapse with a single touch. An eighth hole appeared on top. It was shaped like a heavenly blade, flowing with a type of supreme and unmatched aura. It was extremely intimidating. Yi Fan turned around. Even the undying heavenly imperial palace was shattered. That true body entered the chaotic sea of lightning, thus disappearing without a trace, not leaving behind a single aura. Yi Fan felt regret that he wasn't able to fight against the true body. Just now, the great battle in the heavenly palace was too intense. Even if the heavens didn't want to admit it, it was because he already successfully slaughtered his way out. The undying heavenly emperor truly is too powerful. Yi Fan said to himself. This was a fact. This person possessed heaven-warping aptitude, known as a natural-born divine being. There were rumors that he might be someone from the lower realms of immortal domain, and there were even more who said that he was actually a true immortal phoenix, which was why he possessed an undying body. The era he appeared in was extremely ancient. It was difficult to understand, shrouded in layers of mist. It was rumored that he had previously fought against Emperor Zun, daring to contend against him. There were also rumors that he only appeared after Emperor Zun passed away in meditation, leading the rebellion, ultimately ruling over 10,000 races. There were others who said that he was born tens of thousands of years after Emperor Zun passed away. His glorious battle accomplishments were unmatched since ancient times. This person's entire life was shrouded in mist, leaving behind too many secrets. From the attitudes of some ancient emperors towards him, one could see that it was somewhat strange. The monkey's old father, Emperor of Fighting, held the undying heavenly emperor in high esteem when he was young. Even after achieving the Tao, he still held great respect towards his predecessors. However, in his later years, he personally destroyed his Tao field. This was a mystery that had existed since ancient times, and even now, no one knew the answer. Later on, Great Emperor Wuxia forcefully entered Purple Mountain, occupying the undying heavenly emperor's great tomb. However, it was rumored that Purple Mountain had long been empty. In reality, his coffin had already disappeared countless years ago, entering the immortal mansion world of the Central Plains. This was also one of the reasons why people believed that he was an immortal phoenix. It was rumored that after dying for a long time, he was resurrected through nirvanic rebirth. Thus, he moved his coffin away and entered the immortal mansion world, seeking heavenly fate again. In short, this was a supreme expert who was like a mystery. He was revered by all races since ancient times, leaving behind incomparable glory and endless mist. In the end, I still couldn't fight against his true body. That's fine too. When I become stronger, I'll fight again in the lightning tribulation of the great sage. Yi Fan said to himself. On the Emperor's road, he still had a long way to go. He needed to excavate every inch of potential in his flesh. Yi Fan speculated that there wasn't much time left. At most, he could open one more heavenly palace, which was in line with the extreme number of 9. Who would he encounter the last time? He transmitted his voice to Pang Bo. There wasn't much time left. He had to seize the time to comprehend the great Tao fragments contained in the Emperor's blood and refine the Demon Emperor's ancient scripture. He also had to take away the 2 pieces of the immortal ruler. The primal chaos surged and lightning interweaved, forming a terrifying ocean. Among them, one grand celestial palace after another stood side by side. There were also many ancient watchtowers. They looked simple and unadorned, grand and imposing. Yi Fan's body was covered in blood. Even with the secret character, his body's condition was terrible. These opponents were all young great emperors. Which one of them wasn't a genius of their generation? Even if he faced one of them, it would be a miracle if he could survive. The celestial palaces were all very grand. The divine tiles on them flowed with a brilliant luster as if they were made of divine gold. They were extremely realistic. They didn't look like they were made of lightning at all. It was as if he was really strolling in the ancient heaven. The stairs were carved with jade and looked like they were made of white marble. The streets were wide and the palaces were shrouded in primal chaos mist. Yi Fan chose a palace. He didn't know who was inside, so his choice was very random. There were no rules to follow. He took large strides forward. This time, the feeling was very special. The palace looked simple, but it had a kind of aura that could suppress the ages. The glazed roof tiles contained grandeur in their plainness, emitting a majestic aura. Yi Fan frowned. He felt that he might have fallen for it again. It couldn't be an ancient like the undying heavenly emperor, right? But he had already taken a step forward, so there was no reason to retreat. The giant door was tall and had all kinds of runes engraved on it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if there was a living great emperor sleeping inside, not allowing outsiders to disturb him. As soon as Yi Fan's hand touched the door, he suffered a violent tremor. There was a rumbling sound as if the universe had collapsed. The pressure made him suffocate, and the bones in his body were creaking. Who is this person? He forcefully pushed open the dusty door. Electric arcs shot out, making his palms and fingers drip with blood. Boom! There was a loud sound as if the sky was collapsing inside the door. It was so shocking that one's soul was about to be destroyed. A bright flame formed from the mental energy in front of Yi Fan's forehead throbbed violently. This was a type of grandeur, and even more a type of ancient intent that shook one's heart. It was faintly discernible, as if the heavens and tens of thousands of regions were resonating, and the voices of deities worshipping could be heard. A true dragon danced about, an immortal phoenix spread its wings, a white tiger pounced, a qilin raised its head, all of them rushing out from the great hall, as if they came from the lower realms of a mortal domain. Yi Fan was immediately stupefied. Why was this palace so special? 4 powerful creatures suddenly rushed out, and all of them possessed heaven-defying battle prowess. They were terrifying, filling up the entrance of the palace. The true dragon roared, shaking the 9 heavens. The immortal phoenix underwent nirvana, its bright plumed feathers splitting the sky. The white tiger let out a long roar, shattering mountains and rivers. The qilin collided, destroying the stars and sinking the moon. These creatures attacked together, the scene extremely shocking. These were all ancient immortal beasts that couldn't be seen in this world, so why did they all turn into lightning and descend here? Chaotic energy surged. This place was filled with a myriad of phenomena, auspicious energy swirling about. 4 spirits appeared at the same time, releasing tens of thousands of zhang of auspicious light, surrounding this place. It was as if a celestial emperor was patrolling the lower realm, the 4 spirits protecting the 4 directions. This was like a legend. Anyone who saw it would be shocked. Kill! Yi Fan shouted loudly. He didn't believe these were immortal spirits at all, at most they were just imprints. Immortals didn't exist in this world, so there was no way they could find any traces of them here. He immediately attacked, using all types of secret techniques to fight fiercely against the 4 spirits. The scene was extremely terrifying and bloody. Origin magnetic immortal light shot out, streak after streak of auspicious energy, able to make one's soul resonate until it was shattered. It tangled with the true dragon, stirring up heavenly winds, tearing apart the universe. 5 elements divine light turned into 5 precious swords, arranged behind Yi Fan, clashing with that immortal phoenix. King Chong sounds rang through the air, bright phoenix feathers falling. Phoenix blood shocking the heavens. 6 Dao Reincarnation Fist, pressing forward courageously. Yi Fan's golden fist collided continuously with that white tiger. Tiger roars reached into the heavens, both sides releasing brilliant and dazzling light. This was a great battle. Yi Fan used everything he had to fight fiercely against these creatures. This was the first time he encountered creatures outside of great emperors in the Sea of Lightning. It really was an accident. He actually encountered these creatures after pushing open the great gates of this grand heavenly palace. They were different from before, as if they were immortal beasts protecting the ancient watchtower. In this battle, Yi Fan encountered great trouble. These weren't the only 4 types of creatures in the heavenly palace. When the great battle reached its end, the black tortoise, flying serpent, and Kuan Peng also appeared, all of them throwing themselves over, terrifying beyond compare. The scene was astonishing, making one suspect that they had arrived in a legendary era. They saw powerful ancient beasts one after another, fighting continuously, the aura of desolation assaulting their faces. Moreover, at this moment, all of the ancient symbols on the giant gates shone, turning into streaks of void figures. There were ancient natives, as well as prehistoric creatures, all of them appearing together, charging over. At the same time, there were heavenly soldiers and generals slaughtering their way over from within the palace. Even if Yi Fan's entire body was made of iron, how many nails could he crush? In an instant, golden blood splashed out, and he suffered serious injuries. He immediately knew who the person on the central throne was. Such great power, swallowing the cosmos, in that ancient era, it should only be him. Venerable Emperor, apart from him, it was really difficult to imagine who else could establish the ancient heaven, rule over all regions, issue laws, and be respected by all deities. This was a person who was both divine and illusory. Yi Fan fiercely charged into the palace. Fortunately, the countless armies only attacked for a while, and then retreated like a tide. Otherwise, just the true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, Kuan Peng, and others were exceptionally terrifying. If the geniuses of a generation were surrounded by them, they would have to bear a grudge for a long time. Only venerable emperors could have such a grand display, respected throughout the ages. Otherwise, how could there be such ancient creatures protecting the palace? People couldn't help but sigh, venerable emperors were supreme. Blood dripped from Yi Fan's body as he passed through the human wall of heavenly soldiers and generals. Behind him, the figures slowly became illusory, until they disappeared. In the deepest part of the palace, there seemed to be a person sitting, but it also seemed like there was nothing there. It was a blur, and even the void was distorted. Yi Fan walked forward, his feet leaving 2 golden bloody marks on the ground. He tried his best to empty his body and mind. Next, he was afraid that there would be an unprecedented fierce battle. Right now, his body's condition wasn't very good, but for the myriad chi cauldron, he had to persevere. He was very clear that this kind of battle would be beneficial to his cauldron. After colliding with the other emperor weapons, it would be rebuilt after being destroyed, and it would be even better than before. Nearing the center of the palace, there seemed to be a huge mountain lying on the throne, and the pressure made people feel suffocated. A supreme aura covered the sky and earth, surging towards Yi Fan, as if there was a supreme deity overlooking the common people. Yi Fan's expression suddenly changed. This person was too powerful, suppressing the heavens and realms. Since ancient times, he was the only one, and people couldn't help but want to serve him. At the bottom of the stairs, all the deities were kowtowing, full of reverence, and no one dared to raise their heads. No one could see the figure on the throne at the center. Some deities were shining, some were standing in the darkness, some were flowing with immortal mist, and some were swallowing light. All of them were incomparably mystical, sacred, auspicious, and dark. All of them were worshipping this person. All the deities from the heavens and realms had come to have an audience, and they all respected one emperor. He was the venerable emperor, and his aura was even stronger than the undying heavenly emperors. Heaven and earth, ghosts and deities all worship the venerable emperor. Faintly discernible, there seemed to be such a sentence reverberating. It came from the age of legends, and it was vast and mighty until now. Yi Fan's heart sank, and he prepared for the worst. Such an opponent would definitely be extremely terrifying. He might fall here, and his blood would splatter on the imperial palace. It was hard to say who was stronger or weaker among the ancient great emperors, because they had never met before, and had never engaged in a battle of emperors. However, the venerable emperor might be a special one. All the signs indicated that there might be more than one great emperor in that era, or that the eras of several great emperors were very close together, as if they were connected. The sonorous voice of the great Tao resounded, and the entire palace was filled with the sound of scriptures. The celestial soldiers and generals faded away, turning into runes that sank into the walls, and the thick dragon pillars, turning into marks. Moreover, the true dragon, immortal phoenix, white tiger, Kuan Pung, and the other great immortal beasts also disappeared, returning to the laws of the Sea of Thunder. In the end, the deities that were worshipping here disappeared one by one, merging into the Sea of Thunder. Yi Fan's eyes didn't blink, and he was staring at the distorted spacetime from beginning to end, staring at the blurry throne. When he got closer, he was shocked to find that it was empty. The venerable emperor wasn't here, and he hadn't appeared since the beginning. In the distorted space, there was only a huge cauldron lying on the throne. It was the cauldron that was emitting an aura that looked down on the heavens and realms, and there was no sign of the venerable emperor. Empty, it's actually empty. Yi Fan was stunned, and he was under great pressure. He approached the throne and observed the ancient cauldron from a close distance. There was really no one there, and the venerable emperor hadn't appeared. Had the Tao marks of the venerable emperor not been carved in this world? Yi Fan was suspicious. It wasn't just this time. When he became a saint, he also entered a huge palace and saw the cauldron of all things, but not the venerable emperor. On the throne, a green ancient cauldron floated up, swallowing the sun, moon, and stars, and was the only one throughout the ages. The walls of the cauldron were carved with thousands of spirits, and there were scenes of the creation of heaven and earth, and there was a supreme aura. This result surprised Yi Fan. He hadn't fought with the venerable emperor until now. Could it be that he had been completely obliterated by the heaven and earth, and his Tao marks would never appear again? Yi Fan heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt a sense of regret. Suddenly, the green cauldron shook, and a majestic pressure came crashing forward. Yi Fan activated the cauldron, and the source chi of all things fell down, taking on the strongest attack. With a metallic crack, the cauldron wall was penetrated, and a cauldron-shaped hole appeared. Then, the green cauldron came crashing again, and the immortal phoenix, primitive ancestors, and chaotic deities fell down, including all living beings. With a rumble, the entire heavenly palace collapsed. Yi Fan and the source chi cauldron worked together to resist the supreme immortal weapon of the ancient heaven. This was a great collapse, and the entire heavenly tribulation began to collapse. It was like a prehistoric disaster, destroying all living beings and sweeping through the entire star field. In the outside world, the heroes were all shocked, and they all retreated, not daring to approach even half a step. They watched everything in horror. Yi, are you okay? Pangbo shouted. The imperial palace was destroyed, and Yi Fan was floating in the chaotic sea of lightning like a corpse. The secret character of swordsman operated on its own, and his bones and blood were reconstructed. Just now, he was actually shaken into pieces, but the green cauldron also dissipated, never to appear again. As for his cauldron, it had become a pile of fragments, completely deformed, and didn't look like a weapon at all. I'm fine. Yi Fan wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of his lips, and he stood up. As far as the eye could see, all of the heavenly palaces were slowly disappearing, hiding in the sea of lightning. He didn't say a word, and he sat cross-legged in the sea of primal chaos, chanting immortal scriptures. He began to reforge the cauldron, accepting the baptism of lightning. He used the heavenly tribulation as the fire, and the primal chaos as the water to smelt the fragments of the cauldron. This place immediately erupted with multicolored light, and immortal energy surged. All types of chanting sounds rang out, and a great cauldron took form. All types of creatures appeared on the cauldron walls, as if they had life and were about to revive. He carved the ancient characters from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, making the deities within the cauldron sparkling and translucent. They were reborn from the flames, and the cauldron became even more ancient and imposing, possessing an aura that could suppress heaven and earth. The deity in the cauldron sat there, its entire body sparkling and translucent. It was reborn through flames. Even though it was blasted to pieces in the continuous battle with the Emperor weapons, it had already recovered. It chanted scriptures from its mouth, ancient characters engraved on the cauldron walls one after another, making this cauldron more and more mysterious. Unknown divine chains of order interweaved, possessing a type of immortal Tao energy, making the cauldron even more majestic. Yi Fan obtained the scriptures from the copper coffin pulled by the 9 dragons, but he still couldn't comprehend them. They didn't seem like the scriptures of this world at all, not connected at all, not considered a method. Now, the greatest use of the scriptures was to forge the cauldron. All of the ancient characters were refined within the cauldron, cast 10,000 times. The deity in the cauldron silently chanted every day, multicolored light nourishing this cauldron like water. Right now, the heavenly tribulation was aflame, tempering the cauldron walls, carving diagrams one after another. Immortal birds and auspicious beasts, flowers, birds, fish, bugs, endless stellar streams, innate deities, everything that should be there was there, covering everything. Lightning radiance flickered about, radiance endless. The imprints carved on the cauldron were clear and deep, as if 10,000 spirits were going to break through the walls. There was a type of life fluctuation, as if it was bestowed with a soul. Yi Fan used primal chaos as water, carrying out cooling and nourishment, pouring it into the cauldron, tempering it again and again, sharpening it into an extremely sturdy cauldron. It rose and fell, simple and unadorned. Pung, in the end, Yi Fan risked all of his cultivation, working together with the deity in the cauldron. They shattered the cauldron together, reforging it. This was true tempering, not the slightest bit of trickery. Tao laws and all types of diagrams were carved, as long as there was the slightest flaw, it wouldn't be considered a pass. He wanted to forge the most powerful cauldron, melt it in the sea of primal chaos, refine it under the heavenly tribulation, merge with the primal chaos, extract the innate Tao flame, turn it into a furnace, forge it into a Tao weapon. This was Yi Fan's only artifact, one that would accompany him his entire life, not the slightest bit of carelessness. In the future, regardless of whether he achieved the Tao or not, this cauldron would advance step by step, not falling behind others. Dragon and tiger complemented each other, primal chaos poured, lightning radiance tempered. The great cauldron became more and more ancient, releasing rumbling sounds on its own. This was the sound of the great Tao, resonating with the heavens. Strand after strand of Tao markings appeared on its surface. Then, a dragon cry sounded. A true dragon rushed out, leaping into the heavens from within the cauldron, shaking the 9 heavens. Then, a phoenix cry sounded. A divine bird with brightly colored wings and colorful plume feathers appeared. It spread its wings and cried, rushing into the sky from the cauldron, tearing apart the skies. Then, an ancient native walked out, merging with the Tao, returning to the natural state. He was shockingly powerful, ascending the path of heaven step by step, stepping into the cosmos. Next was a mixed Pung that rushed into the heavens. Its entire body seemed to be forged from gold, resplendent and dazzling. It rose 90,000 li into the air, making the cosmos rumble with thunder, shocking everyone in the outside world. A total of 9 types of creatures appeared one after another, rushing out, revealing magical bodies. Their might overflowed into the heavens, making the entire sea of primal chaos surge. Yi Fan's cauldron was completed. On the cauldron's walls, there were tens of thousands of living beings, countless of them. Right now, only a few representatives emerged from the walls, far from all of them. In the outside world, everyone felt wave after wave of powerful auras. They saw immortal beasts rush out, the ancient ancestors' might overflowing into the heavens, looking down on all directions. However, no one knew what that was, thinking that it was a part of the heavenly tribulation. They were all stupefied, feeling that this was unimaginable, becoming even more confused towards this. In the sea of primal chaos, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Yi Fan's cauldron was completely perfected, reaching the Holy King realm just like him. The two were synchronized, having a type of flesh and blood feeling. Hong Long, in the end, the simple and ancient great cauldron began to devour the heavens. The true dragon, ancient natives, Kuan Pung, immortal phoenix, and others were all collected back, engraving themselves on the cauldron's walls. They truly coiled about, the scene magnificent. Moreover, at this moment, he began to devour heaven and earth's spiritual essence, absorbing all of the sun, moon, and stars in the cosmos to replenish his divine might. Outside the lightning sea, heaven and earth immediately became dim, as if the end of the world had arrived. All types of radiance and spiritual essence entered the heavenly tribulation, completely devoured. At the same time, Yi Fan's body released pi-pa sounds, all of his joints trembling, his flesh also moving rhythmically. His entire body released wing sounds, recovering his injured body. The essence of heaven and earth, the radiance of the sun and moon scattered down. Apart from entering the cauldron, it also poured down on his body, cleansing every inch of his body, allowing him to recover his vitality. Yi Fan suffered extremely serious injuries in this battle. All types of lightning tribulation formed great emperors almost destroyed his source. Now, he finally released a breath of relief, starting to recover. After the great emperor formed from human lightning disappeared, everything else was no longer a problem. Later on, a fist-sized little golden figure walked out from his forehead, opening its mouth and sucking in, almost completely devouring the sea of lightning. The lightning radiance that filled the sky poured into the cauldron, Yi Fan's body, and the golden little figure's body, becoming a type of innate essence, turning into divine might to replenish them. Yi Fan's flesh was moving rhythmically, his bones were trembling, like an immortal tune, crackling incessantly. Moving blood to create a god, reconstructing the divine body, making him even more powerful. His vitality was quickly replenished, his source gradually becoming abundant, and the cauldron above his head also naturally became vigorous, condensing into one with him. Later on, the primal chaos energy was also swallowed by Yi Fan and the cauldron, continuously being absorbed. His entire body shone, releasing an immortal power. At the Saint King realm, one could refine all types of power source, no need to worry about exhausting divine might anywhere in the void of the universe, because one could absorb the void, primal chaos, stars, and many other types of divine might. Yi Fan's entire body shone, strand after strand of immortal multicolored light shot out, becoming a luminous body, and the cauldron was no longer simple and unadorned, erupting with a ball of blazing immortal light, the scene astonishing. In the outside world, people didn't understand what was going on, only feeling that something was wrong. All types of divine might gathered there, as if there was a cosmic black hole devouring everything, entering the sea of lightning. What happened? It's like there's a legendary heaven-devouring beast devouring the heavens and earth. The hearts of the saints trembled. All types of starlight scattered over, forming a vast expanse, forming a silver sea that gathered within the sea of lightning. Also, at this moment, the heavenly tribulation was disappearing, the primal chaos was shrinking. Yi Fan's entire body was sparkling and translucent, untainted by even a speck of dust. After recuperating his injured body, his chi and blood were flourishing, and a resplendent golden light shot out from the crown of his head, piercing through the cosmos while the cauldron floated within the golden light. With a swoosh, he opened his eyes. His eyes were as resplendent as the Milky Way, within them there were star domains and the myriad phenomena of the world, causing people to feel reverence. His bronze-colored body was slender and strong, flowing with the unique luster of the imperishable golden body. His long black hair was thick, draping over his chest and back. He suddenly stood up. Before his forehead, that golden little person hugged the shrunken cauldron and took a step back into his immortal platform. His entire person became the only existence in this world, like a divine being. Everywhere his gaze passed by, the void collapsed, the primal chaos spread out, and the heavenly tribulation was destroyed. At this moment, he was powerful to the extreme, truly advancing to the Saint King realm, his aura devouring mountains and rivers. Yi, you finally succeeded. Pang Bo let out a long breath, his eyes flickering. He had always been nervously guarding at the side. He had a stocky back and a bear's waist, almost 3 meters tall, like an iron tower, and his muscles were like horned dragons. In his hands, there were 2 sections of the immortal ruler, flowing with a green-gold luster. It was no longer restless, and had long since calmed down. Other than that, there was a broken cauldron in the void, mottled with green rust. Pang Bo had a great fortune in the Demon Emperor Palace, obtaining a great Tao fragment from the Emperor's blood. It contained a portion of the true meaning of the Demon Emperor ancient scripture and was priceless. Naturally, the greatest harvest was still the immortal ruler. This was 2/5 of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. If it could be restored, it would cause everyone on the human ancient road to go crazy. Now, us brothers will join hands and go out. Let's see who dares to provoke us and bully us, we'll suppress them all. Pangbo had never been someone who was afraid of trouble, and his heroic spirit soared to the heavens. Yifan put away the green copper cauldron, a smile appearing on his face. Now that he had reached the Saint King realm, he could go anywhere on the ancient road, and there was no need to worry about anything. Pangbo said, "What Tian, what great demonic god, wait until us two brothers advance a few more minor realms, we'll suppress them all and capture them to be servants. Also, that fairy Xianxia and the human king aren't bad, we might as well capture them as maids. They'll be pleasing to the eye." He spoke without restraint, his divine voice shaking the universe. The people in the outside world heard it clearly, and they were all dumbfounded. Tian and the great demonic god's expressions were cold when they heard this. Their bodies didn't move at all, and they didn't say anything. However, it seemed that they didn't really like Pangbo. Meanwhile, fairy Xianxia and the human king were also very calm, appearing very calm, and didn't pay him any attention. On the other hand, the two little girls beside them staggered when they heard this, almost falling down and grinding their teeth. The heavenly tribulation was about to disappear, but at the last moment, it suddenly became violent like the final radiance of a setting sun. Yifan discussed with Pangbo, and then transmitted his voice to the Green Phoenix Daoist. He rushed toward the demonic emperor's tomb with the boundless sea of lightning, wanting to destroy the Yin deities there. Rumble, without a doubt, this sudden unforeseen event shocked everyone. The heavenly tribulation was moving, as fast as lightning, rushing toward the depths of the universe. Along the way, there was an army of Yin spirits that had followed the saints here, and they had also been watching Yifan's heavenly tribulation from afar. At this moment, they were scared out of their wits, and they turned to flee. They were creatures born from Yin Qi, and were most afraid of this kind of extreme yang lightning. Once they were swept by it, they would die without a doubt. The sovereign blood disappeared in the direction of the demonic emperor's tomb, and I didn't dare to collect it. If we go over like this, will we strike the demonic emperor's corpse out? Pangbo muttered in a low voice. Yifan said, "I suspect that something happened in the tomb. Why would there be sovereign blood flowing out? This time, I borrowed the power of the heavenly tribulation to disperse the Yin spirits and explore the demonic emperor's tomb." The Yin spirits fled, and even the great Yin deities retreated in panic. They were extremely powerful, and could compete with the great sage. Each of them looked like a thunder god, with a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks, and their bodies were covered in golden fur, but they were afraid of lightning. "Everyone, what are you waiting for? Take this opportunity to enter the demonic emperor's tomb and see the emperor's corpse," the human Tao protector said, and led the army forward, rushing into the magnificent mountains and rivers. The ancient tomb was like a world, with rivers, mountains, lakes, and seas, vast and boundless. The location of the true emperor's cave had already been probed. The reason why the great sage retreated was because the Yin deities led an army to kill their way out, blocking the path ahead. Rumble. At the final moment when the heavenly tribulation was about to disappear, the final radiance of a setting sun struck Yifan's body, and Pangbo's expression changed. If not for Great Emperor Wuxer's heaven-deceiving formation patterns, his bones and blood would have definitely splashed out. With a winglong sound, majestic Emperor Qi appeared in front of him. A pitch-black dragon cave trembled violently, and a dragon rushed out. That was a snow-white true dragon, and it possessed the aura of a supreme being. Everyone trembled in fear, and all the saints were trembling with fear. The great sage who rushed at the very front directly knelt down, all of their faces pale. This dragon possessed the might of an ancient great emperor. This is a demonic emperor. He obtained Tao from a snow rabbit, and after continuously refining his essence blood, he evolved into a silver true dragon. Yifan had long since shifted outwards, retreating several dozen li. At this time, the heavenly tribulation disappeared. He stood at the back, opened his heavenly eye, and carefully observed. This was a silver dragon, and it truly had the aura of a great emperor. Moreover, it was made of flesh and blood, and not an illusory shadow. It was simply shocking. I can see the corpse of a great emperor. Yifan was astonished. If nothing unexpected happened, this might very well be the corpse of a true demonic emperor. But now, he rushed out, and he emitted a life aura that made all living beings tremble. Pooh! A few saints were too close, and originally wanted to seize the opportunity to rush into the emperor's cave. At this time, under the aura of a great emperor, they directly exploded, and the saint's bones and blood splattered everywhere. To be able to see the emperor's corpse, it's an eternally fortunate event. No, the demonic emperor, he might still be alive. The ancient demon hunter Tribulation's Taoist spoke incoherently, and was extremely excited. The demonic emperor didn't die? Everyone was stunned, and then their bodies went cold. A demonic emperor of a generation had fallen on the path to immortality, and had left behind too many mysteries. Today, they finally saw it. Was it his corpse, or his true dragon that would enter the immortal domain? The pitch-black dragon cave was at the edge of a precipice. Ancient medicine kings that had lived for more than 100,000 years grew at the entrance of the cave. There was more than a single stalk, releasing an astonishing fragrance. Moreover, there were a few withered plants. It was clear that they had been here for too long, turning into a medicinal paste that rotted on the ground. Meanwhile, the seeds became ancient medicine kings. A silver dragon stretched across, as if it was a continuous stretch of snowy mountain range. It was boundlessly grand, its majestic head raised high. The enormous pair of horns flowed with sparkling light, its scales translucent and dazzling, its cries shaking the 9 heavens. Is this real? Everyone trembled, not daring to believe this reality. A true dragon appeared in this world. This was like something out of a fantasy story. The aura of an ancient great emperor pervaded the air, intimidating the endless heavens. Large amounts of ancient saints knelt down, involuntarily paying their respects. This was a type of soul throbbing, kowtowing forward. Everyone's legs went soft, unable to stand still at all. Moreover, the cultivators that approached the precipice all had their bodies split apart, their bones broken, turning into a bloody paste. This was the pressure of an ancient great emperor, something not even saints could endure. It was like ants looking up at a giant dragon, a swan and eye forcefully challenging the heavens. The difference was too great. Yi Fan's entire body released green and sparkling light. The damaged ancient heaven's divine artifact revived, resisting on its own. He pulled Pangbo up, and then retreated, instantly arriving several hundred li away. Most people couldn't avoid this. No matter how powerful they were, as long as they approached this pitch-black dragon cave, they wouldn't be able to endure this type of pressure, their bones breaking and tendons snapping. Ancient demon emperor, supreme being of a generation, we have no intention of offending you. We will respectfully kowtow here. The great sage were no exception, kneeling on the ground. Not a single one of them could resist even a strand of aura seeping out from this silver dragon. It left everyone horrified. This was the difference between heaven and earth. The silver true dragon raised its head, rushing into the 9 heavens. It circled about, and then it descended. It was like an unmatched deity, its entire body releasing silver splendor, suppressing past, present, and future. It possessed ocean-like vitality, blood energy covering heaven and earth, making all life tremble. Now, no one doubted anything. This was definitely an emperor-level existence. Even the stone man that was half a step into the quasi-emperor realm knelt down, trembling there. This was enough to explain everything. With a honglong sound, that cliff split apart. Half of the mountain collapsed, falling into the endless abyss below. Draconic energy surged. Beside the pitch-black dragon cave, several dozen medicine king stalks swayed about. Specks of radiance flickered about, and a fragrance that made one feel as if they were going to ascend into the heavens filled the air. The eyes of all the saint emperors stared blankly, but no one dared to act recklessly. Before an ancient emperor, even a quasi-emperor would be incomparably weak. However, the shocking changes still continued. Even the dragon cave was split open, and a few stalks of king medicines fell off along with the rocks, falling into the abyss and wasting away. Everyone was stunned. Was the demon emperor angry? Even the dragon's lair had been destroyed. Was he going to slaughter everyone here? Not to mention them, even if all the cultivators of the myriad realms came, they would still die. Everyone's scalps went numb. Several tens of thousands of years had passed. How could a demon emperor appear again? They all said that he fell on the path of immortality, but what exactly was the result? This was clearly a true dragon, a true great emperor. It reappeared in this world, leaving everyone's souls greatly shaken, as if they were dreaming. Even the great sage was stupefied. Pfft! A saint king exploded into pieces. Fresh blood and bone fragments flew everywhere. It was a ghastly sight, all because he was too close to the dragon's lair. This made everyone tremble in fear, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. Yifan retreated quickly enough, but even though he was hundreds of miles away, he still felt a kind of pressure. If it wasn't for the green copper cauldron's radiance, if he forced himself not to kneel, his knees would most likely have shattered. Pangbo's entire body was trembling. He forcefully grasped the demon emperor ruler, and the two pieces of the ruler emitted immortal splendor in his palms. A large expanse of radiance sprinkled down, finally allowing him to stand still and not kneel. Too powerful. Is this an ancient emperor? Just a wisp of his aura is already unbearable, and even the great sage has to kneel. How terrifying would he be if he truly attacked? I think he can destroy this cosmos. Pangbo was trembling. The two of them came from the other side of the starry sky. Even though they had cultivated for many years, there were still some deep-rooted thoughts in their minds that were difficult to change. However, the two of them seriously pondered over it, and then understood. What had they not seen before? After experiencing so much, they were only temporarily stunned. Greetings, Demon Emperor. The 100 Tribulations Taoist was so excited that his body was trembling. He kowed out step by step, a form of heartfelt respect. In the sky, the silver dragon's scales were sparkling and translucent, overflowing with brilliant colors. In its eyes, there were all kinds of terrifying scenes of the cosmos evolving. It clearly had a powerful life fluctuation, but it turned a deaf ear to the 100 Tribulations Taoist's words. It quilled in the sky, looking down at the vast cosmos in a daze. No, this isn't the Demon Emperor. It has long lost its soul. This is the Emperor's corpse, the body of a great emperor with a partial imprint. Suddenly, the Green Phoenix Taoist shouted. Although he was old and clumsy, and was about to pass away, his turbid eyes shot out two beams of light as he saw through this silver dragon. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their bodies were all shivering. This wasn't a great emperor, but a corpse that had developed spiritual awareness? There was nothing more terrifying than this. Hundreds of miles away, Yifan and Pangbo looked at each other. They also felt a chill in their bodies. As expected, there was no way to estimate an ancient great emperor. It was just a corpse, but it was already unbearable. Quick, kill the people of the underworld and drive them away from this place. Don't let them get close, a human Tao protector shouted. The Master God of Gods organization had already taken action. He attacked the black-robed demon god with the fiercest attack. Before entering this place, the great sage had been on guard against the people of the underworld, afraid that they would do something heaven-defying. Hee, the black-robed great sage of the underworld laughed eerily. With a clear whistle, over 10,000 ghost soldiers surrounded them, all of them brimming with corpse energy. Suppress them all, the Green Phoenix Taoist shouted. The Stone Man, Demon Bull, and the other evil gods were also shocked. They blocked the ghost soldiers together. It was said that ghost soldiers were fatal to corpses. Once they got close, they would be assimilated. If an emperor's corpse were to enter the underworld, it would be unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, this place became a hell. Even if there were over 10,000 ghost soldiers, it wouldn't be enough. Once the great sage attacked, everything would turn into smoke, and ashes would scatter across the universe. However, there were many guests from the underworld. The Een drum beat, and a hell appeared. Large white-boned ships and many Een palaces appeared in the void, and more ghost soldiers descended. 100,000 ghost soldiers, all of them were powerful, and they were all chosen from the Een tomb ancient land of the various ancient star regions. When they were gathered together, this was a power that could make the universe tremble. They weren't throwing their lives away, and they didn't attack the great sage. Instead, they sat cross-legged in the void and chanted. This was the corpse summoning scripture of the underworld, and they wanted to turn the emperor's corpse into one of them. No! Everyone cried out. If the demon emperor's body really fell into their hands, it would be unimaginable. The universe would change greatly. Retreat! The Green Phoenix Taoist suddenly gave such an order at this critical moment. Beside him, the 100 Tribulations Taoist stood side by side, his expression dark and gloomy. It was obvious that he hated the underworld's plan. This was the demon emperor that he respected the most, and he couldn't allow any blasphemy. Seeing this, the bull demon king, the stone man, and the evil god also retreated. They didn't fight with the great sage of the underworld. Only the main gods of God's organization were fighting there. An ancient bronze coffin flew over from the depths of the universe. It was mottled with green rust, as if it had existed for millions of years. The coffin's lid suddenly opened, and the sound of chanting could be heard, and all kinds of radiance shot out. It was approaching, wanting to summon the emperor's corpse. Are we really not going to stop it? The bull demon king was anxious. If the underworld really obtained this silver dragon, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Wait and see. This was all the Green Phoenix Taoist said. He had great prestige on the ancient road. Even if the demon emperor is dead, not just anyone can touch him, not even the people of the underworld. The 100 Tribulations Taoist sneered. Boom. The main god of God's organization flew away on his cauldron, leaving only the army of the underworld and the chanting of scriptures. The ancient coffin and the black-robed god sat cross-legged in the void, summoning the emperor's corpse. The 100,000 celestial soldiers were emitting yin qi, and the souls of some of the saints who were close to this place were directly dispersed, leaving behind an empty shell. This was the formation of the underworld, and it could trap and kill the great sage. It was strange and terrifying, and ordinary people couldn't get close. Otherwise, they would be killed and their souls captured by the malicious spirits. Pfft. Suddenly, the body of the black-robed god split open, and black blood appeared all over. His whole body trembled, and then his body suddenly exploded. Following that, the ancient coffin also shook violently, and the chanting stopped abruptly. It exploded in the void, and metal fragments shot in all directions. Then, the 100,000 nether soldiers were turned to ashes, as if a god had slapped them, turning them into dust in an instant. They were removed from the world, no longer existing. The great sage of the underworld was like a chicken or a dog, exploding himself in the process of summoning the corpse. How terrifying was this scene? He hadn't truly come into contact, and he only wanted to use the 100,000 celestial soldiers as a medium. He was far enough away, but in the end, he still suffered a backlash, and his body and soul were destroyed. Hong Long, the dragon cave emitted an ancient aura, mysterious and unfathomable. At this time it completely split open, and strands of draconic energy rushed in all directions. Meanwhile, the medicine king growing at the cave entrance fell into the abyss below the precipice. This place was about to be destroyed. The entire demon emperor's tomb was cracking, and under the rumbling sounds, the mountains and rivers collapsed. The majestic emperor's tomb floating in the universe was collapsing, no longer existing. The saints' hearts were all dripping blood. Beside the demon emperor's cave, there were dozens of medicine king plants, and all of them fell into the abyss. As for what kind of heaven-defying immortal items there were in the cave, it was unknown, but they could only watch helplessly. A silver-colored true dragon lay there, blocking everything. Even the underworld's great sage and the 100,000 powerful nether soldiers were destroyed. How could they not be alarmed? No one dared to take half a step forward. Boom! Suddenly, the silver-colored true dragon in the sky also collapsed. Its scales disappeared, and its life force was boundless. It turned into a pool of emperor blood, revealing its origin. This isn't a complete emperor corpse, but rather a pool of blood. However, it is different from the masses, and the demon emperor's inextinguishable will was left within, protecting this place. The 100 Tribulations Taoist cried out in alarm. He felt an emotional fluctuation, and he felt as if he was experiencing it himself. The great tomb broke apart, and the abyss also split apart. The demon emperor's cave on the precipice split apart, and everything was revealed. There was a jade case there that was less than a foot long. It was sparkling and translucent, its color not fading even after millions of years. Divine splendor flowed about. Everyone was moved, and they couldn't hold it back anymore. The emperor corpse was no longer there, and it turned into a pool of blood again. The saints couldn't help but throw themselves over, wishing to seize this final treasure. Without a doubt, this was what the demon emperor cared about the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accompanied it, never separating from life to death. However, that pool of blood contained a will. It turned into sparkling light and moved forward, wrapping around the foot-long jade case. It wasn't willing to separate, protecting that place. Everyone immediately stopped, not daring to move recklessly. Let's get the medicine king first. The saints moved, searching for the several dozen stalks of ancient medicine kings that fell down from the cracks of the abyss. Gotcha! Suddenly, the jade case cracked apart, releasing a gentle light. Everyone's minds immediately trembled. A withered flower was revealed, lacking the slightest bit of luster. It had long withered, but after the demon emperor's methods, it didn't turn into dust, preserved in its original state. Everyone could see that this flower wasn't a divine medicine, nor was it a strange ancient grass. It didn't have the slightest bit of value, yet it was preserved by the demon emperor until now. This was his most beloved artifact. Scenes appeared one after another, scenes of the past. Are we really going to leave? By the lakeside, a delicate young lady said softly, her face full of reluctance. She looked hopefully at a man in white clothes purer than snow, wishing for him to stay behind. I want to become strong, become unmatched under the heavens. The white-clothed youngster was heroic and full of confidence. His eyes were sparkling, flickering with a brilliance that could make the sun and moon lose color. He wanted to walk on the starry sky ancient path, embark on an unmatched journey, become the only one in this world, defeat all young supreme beings, and stand at the peak of unmatched power. He was in such high spirits, not noticing the sadness in the young lady's eyes. He didn't look back, stepping on the heavenly path, wishing to realize his own dreams. Will you still come back? Will you come see me again? The young lady's eyes were filled with tears, shouting from behind, full of reluctance. The white-clothed male turned around and laughed loudly, making even the sun and moon in the sky dim. He was full of confidence, saying, "Of course, when I become an emperor, I will make the entire world's brilliance surround your body." After speaking, he rushed back to the great earth, plucking a wild flower from a cliff, handing it to the young lady. Then, without even turning his head back, he rushed into outer space, stepping on the heavenly path. "I will wait for you, don't forget me, you have to come back." The young lady shed tears, shouting from the great earth, waving her hands with all her might. Shui Wuqing fought on the emperor's path, going to ancient star domains one after another, fighting against outstanding heroes, fighting for who knew how many years, tempering himself. There was blood, there was pain, but there were also successes. He fought his way through the ancient path, rarely encountering an opponent, defeating many peerless great enemies. His brilliance illuminated the starry path, and in the end, he even fought against some of the most powerful ancient stars. During this period of time, he was surrounded by enemies all over the world, suffering the most terrifying pursuit. The great ancient star domains all surrounded him, and the emperor's path was just this cruel. He had no way to see his old friends, no way to turn back. He could only fight a bloody path, slaughtering his way out. In the end, he became an emperor, sweeping through all powerful enemies, becoming the sole ruler under the heavens. His brilliance was boundless, shaking the past and present. No one in the 9 heavens 10 earths could contend against him. He did it, truly becoming an emperor, becoming unrivaled under the heavens. He was revered as the demon emperor by the myriad realms, destined to be recorded in the history of cultivation, becoming an unreachable existence from ancient times until now. Shui Wuqing followed the path he had taken before, heading towards the ancient demon planet, embarking on his return journey. However, what awaited him was no longer that young lady, only a few old demons with one foot in the grave. The young lady passed away, leaving 500 years ago, her bones buried in the place where they parted, never to appear again. Shui Wuqing was greatly sorrowful, roaring towards the heavens. The universe collapsed, the aura of a great emperor engulfed everything, almost destroying the boundless universe. Borrow from the heavens for 500 years. This was his great roar, nothing could be changed. The few old demons told him that there was a problem with the young lady's cultivation, transforming into the Tao and dying, not even leaving behind a body. When she turned into a rain of light, her face was filled with tears, muttering his name. Shui Wuqing roared in sorrow. He was a great emperor, unrivaled under the heavens, unrivaled throughout the ages. However, he couldn't change anything, he couldn't save that girl, he missed this chance in life. The delicate young lady transformed into the Tao, disappearing into the distance with the rain of light, only leaving behind a bouquet of flowers, precisely the one he gave her when he left back then, now long withered and withering. Within the cracked emperor tomb, everyone was stunned, finally understanding why the demon emperor of a generation only had a withered bouquet of flowers at his side. In his heart, this was the most precious thing. Even if he was unrivaled under the heavens, there would still be times when he was powerless. He ascended to the peak of glory. Suddenly looking back, he discovered that the most simple and ordinary things were the true things. Yi Fan's heart was moved, he couldn't help but release a long sigh. Tasting the splendor of the world cannot make up for a lifetime of bitterness and regret. The demon emperor's life made people sigh with sorrow. Only after 1,000,000 years had passed did people realize the soft side of this man who surpassed deities. He also felt sad and regretful. Pangbo said, "Yi, when the golden blood in your body fades away and turns into red blood, you can live for at least 10,000 years. If you can go one step further and live even longer, at that time, everything in this world will wither away." Under normal circumstances, when Yi Fan grew old, his old friends would no longer exist in this world. They would have long passed away in meditation and become withered bones. There was a limit to how powerful people could live for a long time. The divine body could live for 10,000 years. When he entered his twilight years, it would be difficult to find someone of the same generation as him. Just thinking about that kind of scene made people's hearts tremble. It was too lonely, all by himself. Even if his enemies died of old age, there would be no one to accompany him. So, don't leave any regrets. Otherwise, you will end up like the demon emperor, standing alone at the peak. Even though you are unrivaled under the heavens, you will still be lonely and desolate, Pangbo said. Yi Fan was disappointed and frustrated. There was once a woman who was looking at him from afar, trying her best to catch up to his footsteps even though he didn't know it at that time. In the end, there was only a period of death, leaving behind a lonely grave. Fallen flowers scattered all over the grave. That woman's name was Xianxia. It had been many years. If he returned to Big Dipper one day, he should go to the Green Flood Dragon King's small world to take a look at that lonely grave. After several decades, it might be covered in grass. The dead are gone, seize the present. Yi Fan's body overflowed with strands of golden multicolored light. His entire body was dazzling and vigorous, causing the world to rumble with thunder. Boom, suddenly, that pool of bright red blood released a blinding light. The great sage all trembled and knelt down. They couldn't resist this emperor's aura at all. Within the bloody light, a white figure seemed to appear, coldly sweeping his eyes over everyone. This was the demon emperor's undying will, and it was precisely because of his existence that this place was filled with a myriad of scenes. The blood contained a strand of will that didn't scatter and protected the withered flower. At this time, he seemed to have revived. He wrapped around the withered flower and turned into the most resplendent immortal light, rushing into the depths of the universe. With a rumble, the heavens and earth collapsed, and the universe shattered. The sovereign blood, which contained his obsession, wrapped around the withered flower and disappeared into the depths of the dark universe, disappearing forever. This place fell into a momentary peace, and then the real chaos began. The mausoleum was collapsing. Everyone was fighting over it. Several dozen stocks of ancient medicine king medicines fell into the abyss, every single one of them priceless, enough to make even the great sage bow down. Pangbo pulled Yi Fan with him and entered the abyss to fight for it. This kind of heaven-defying item could increase one's lifespan by hundreds of years. Boom, the stone man displayed his prowess and clashed with the bull demon king. The power of the palm was monstrous, and the heaven and earth were torn apart on the spot. All the saints were sent flying, unable to advance. "You're just a stone man, what are you jumping about for? Can you eat a king medicine?" The demon bull king was furious. He brought out the shining diamond chakram and smashed the heaven and earth apart as he fought the stone man. The Holy Spirit could naturally absorb the king medicine's undying essence, but the demon bull race's leader was purely ridiculing him. The two were like fire and water as they fought fiercely. At this time, the other great sage also took action, and the great armies they brought also took action. They formed battle formations to seize the fallen ancient medicine king. Yifan took a deep breath and turned into a streak of lightning. The movement character broke through all obstructions. In terms of speed, there was rarely anyone in the world who could compare to him. Qi. A medicinal fragrance assailed the nostrils, and brilliant light flickered. Yifan used the army character to seize two ancient medicines, and then he decisively retreated, breaking out of the encirclement. There was only one chance. After all, there were 11 or 12 great sage here, as well as a Yin deity eyeing him covetously. He couldn't be intercepted, or else there would be great trouble. As soon as Yifan retreated, he felt a cold gust of wind in his original position. The human Tao protector Qi Tian flashed past. He didn't know if he was going to attack him or the ancient medicine in front of him, but their paths overlapped. Be careful of this old fellow. When we get close to the great sage, we'll take care of him, Pang Bo said. He also seized an ancient medicine with the 9 slashes of the demon emperor. The two of them joined forces and decisively retreated from the great tomb. They stood in the starry sky and looked down on everything. The saints took action and fought intensely. The demonic emperor's tomb cracked and completely disintegrated, turning into ruins. At the same time, in this ancient region known as the Star Ruins, more than 10 continents disintegrated one after another, turning into cosmic dust. These were all void tombs, and now, they collapsed together with the main cave. One could vaguely see more than 10 dragon-shaped essence energy rushing into the sky, entering the true ancient tomb. It was like 9 dragons undergoing nirvana, merging into a pearl that blossomed with endless auspicious light. This was a powerful and incomparable life force, as if an ancient great emperor had been reborn. Then, it turned into a streak of light, following the demon emperor's footsteps into the depths of the universe, disappearing in the same direction. An ancient great emperor, Yifan said to himself. This star domain was in great turmoil. The various armies led by the great sage fought in a chaotic battle, fighting over the medicine king. A few dozen stalks was like a fantasy, unimaginable. It could allow many of the great sage who were about to die in meditation to survive. Unfortunately, when the dragon cave collapsed, many of the medicine king were destroyed, turning into essence energy and dissipating into the void. In the end, only a dozen or so stalks were preserved, seized by the saints. It's time to leave, Yifan said to Pang Bo. This wasn't a good place to stay for long. There were a few Yin deities in the dark, ready to counterattack at any time. The Green Phoenix Taoist didn't have much time left. Yifan had long since known, but there was nothing he could do. Back in the human race's 50th city, he had offered medicine and other things. In the end, he was told that the reason the old man could live for more than 8,000 years was because he had absorbed similar undying divine essence. Now, everything was useless. Awu. A long howl sounded. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Then, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lama rushed out while facing tribulation. This time, Lama's harvest was the greatest. He devoured the essence energy of the ancient ancestor Longma, strengthened himself, and obtained an unimaginable Tao fruit. The tribulation before him was secondary. The most important thing was that his source had become much stronger. Yifan and Pang Bo stopped, secretly protecting Longma. At the same time, they transmitted sound, telling him to rush into the depths of the cosmos, far away from the chaotic battlefield. In the end, everything was over. The two of them left through the heaven domain, entering the center of this star domain, the palace ruins. Without stopping, Yifan summoned the 12 saints and immediately set out, leaving this troublesome place and stepping onto the ancient starry sky path. Their group walked together. It wasn't just an ordinary kind of magnificent and powerful. Yifan and Pang Bo were the young supreme beings of the human race's ancient road. Longma, the golden lion, the heavenly scorpion, the 9-tailed crocodragon and the others weren't easy to deal with either. At this point, they no longer walked the ancient path of heroes and began to enter the archaic golden road. In other words, they were too dangerous and now abandoned to temper themselves. Time passed quickly, and 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. They disappeared from the human race's ancient road, only occasionally being discovered by the local guide envoys. This was an ancient star with life, a secret realm on the Golden Road. The entire ancient star's spiritual essence was sparse. When Yi Fan and the others descended, they all felt a bit uncomfortable. They had been to many ancient places of life, but true stars with life were very rare. The conditions of this star were vile. Although the grass could be considered lush, it wasn't suitable for cultivation. The great Tao suppression here was far greater than that of the Big Dipper. The spiritual essence here was pitifully sparse, unable to support cultivators comprehending the Tao here. This was a declining ancient land. In reality, this was also the case. Yi Fan walked through this ancient land of life and saw many natives, but he didn't see a single cultivator. Instead, he saw a few ancient stone cliffs and ancient walls, expounding on cultivation methods. They were all cliff inscriptions from tens of thousands of years ago. If these things weren't here, one would truly suspect that no cultivators had ever appeared on this ancient star. Search carefully, we might be able to find a few lost ancient methods. Lama became spirited. He gathered the golden lion, heavenly scorpion, and others to search the entire star. They split up to search the star. Pangbo rushed into the clouds, entering the darkness. Then, he crossed above the great sea. Lama, golden lion, 9 crocodile dragons and others separately rushed into the famous mountains and great rivers, searching for secluded places and ancient caves, wishing to obtain ancient inheritances. The ancient star wasn't that large, a comparatively small star. Yi Fan silently sensed the great Tao here. It didn't seem like a star that had produced great emperors before, not having those types of Tao marks. Of course, no one could truly say for sure. The great emperors of the past were too mysterious, every one of them deep and immeasurable. Who knew where their true homeland was? Yi Fan walked outside the fields and observed the lives of the natives. It was simple and unadorned, working at sunrise and resting at sunset. It was extremely peaceful and auspicious. He stopped at a certain place to admire this peace. A shepherd boy herding cows was playing his flute in the grassland, a few women were washing clothes by the river, and a few old farmers were swinging their hoes in the fields. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the village, an old man was currently chopping firewood. He didn't use much strength, and the hatchet wasn't that sharp either. However, the thick tree trunk was cut into neat pieces of firewood. Yi Fan didn't notice it at first, but he quickly sensed a type of rhythm. The old man brandished the hatchet, neither fast nor slow, never changing from start to finish. There was a type of rhythm to it. Yi Fan paid close attention. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. This was clearly a type of Tao rhythm. It could be said that a hatchet was drawing out the trajectory of the Tao. Behind the old man, there was a small mountain of firewood that he had chopped out. How could he do this with his old and frail body and exhausted blood qi? Yi Fan watched attentively. The old man's blood qi wasn't abundant, but the way he brandished the hatchet was neither fast nor slow. There was a type of terrifying rhythm to it, and after paying close attention to it for a long time, one's heart would resonate with it and beat in unison. He was stunned. This was an ancient star that couldn't be cultivated at all. The ancient inheritances and techniques had long since declined, so how could this old man be like this? Old man, what Tao is this? Yi Fan went forward and asked seriously. What Tao? Young man, are you asking me for directions? There weren't any roads here in the past, but after many people walked it, it became a main road. You just need to walk forward. The old man spoke unhurriedly. He brandished the hatchet, and firewood fell one after another in an extremely neat and unchanging rhythm. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. He quietly watched the old man brandishing the hatchet and didn't disturb him anymore. However, at this time a clamor came from afar. Yizi, come quickly. This was Pang Bo's shout. We've caught a big one. This is heaven-defying. Come quickly. Lama shouted. He seemed to be very excited. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He used the row formula and rushed over quickly. Pang Bo, Lama, and the golden lion appeared beside the field not far away. We've caught a god that's about to pass away. Lama shouted. He was afraid that others wouldn't know. What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Fan berated. It's true. It's indeed a god rarely seen since ancient times. Pangbo was also very excited. His eyes revealed an astonishing brilliance. The golden lion, sky scorpion, and the others worked together to carry a stone coffin. Inside lay an old man whose entire body was glowing. He had white hair and a supreme and sacred aura. Even though he was about to pass away, there was still an immortal divine halo behind his head. It was dazzling. "It's really a god?" Yifan looked at them in bewilderment and asked. "Absolutely." Longma, Black Bear Saint, Sky Scorpion, and the others all replied with absolute certainty. Yifan was a little dumbfounded. After a long while, he said, "God. How did you guys catch him?" "We dug him out from an ancient cave." "I really didn't expect to catch a living god." Longma was excited. He asked him to use the swordsman formula to recover the origin energy of this god so that he wouldn't die suddenly. Deities, this was a word that made people feel reverence. It had existed since ancient times, and the legends related to them could be said to be endless. They were extremely powerful, they made mortals revere and respect them, and cultivators feel restraining fear and dread. They represented power and omnipotence. The legends of deities were endless, and they existed everywhere. They were glorious throughout the ages. However, there were also many controversies regarding them. There were even some ancient star domains that didn't acknowledge their existence. They believed that this exceeded common sense and didn't conform to the real situation. Meanwhile, whether or not deities truly existed was something mortals couldn't touch upon. This had always been a topic of discussion among cultivators, and as a result, there were all types of opposing arguments. There was a long period of time where deities were a taboo topic in certain ancient lands. Those who angered them would die, and those who respected them would prosper. They were even more unfathomable. And now, Longma, the Black Bear Saint, the Heavenly Scorpion, the Golden Lion, and the others brought back a stone coffin, saying that they had captured an ancient deity. How could Yifan not be shocked? He always felt that it wasn't all that real. He claimed to be a deity, and we also joined forces to forcefully open his sea of consciousness. We captured a strand of divine will, proving that what he said wasn't false. Longma spoke with certainty, as if he had evidence of this. For the sake of obtaining opportunities, they put in a lot of hard work on this declining ancient star. The 12 saints worked together and merged their sea of consciousness together. They swept through many famous mountains and great rivers to investigate. Along the way, they saw many historical remains. In the end, they discovered an ancient cave dwelling. They forcefully opened the cave's stone door and barged in. They saw this coffin. This was a stone coffin carved from a rare evergreen stone. It looked simple and unadorned, yet it possessed spirituality. It was a type of precious coffin used to bury corpses and bones. It had been rare since ancient times. The deity's hair was white, and his skin was shriveled to his bones. All of his essence blood had been drained, and one could tell with a single glance that he had one foot in the grave. He wouldn't live for much longer. Even his white hair was falling off. He was emaciated, and his wrinkled old skin was dry. His eyes were turbid and lifeless. His lips opened and closed as if he wanted to say something, yet he couldn't utter a single word. The only thing that made him look divine and holy was that even though his body had aged beyond recognition, it was still emitting divine splendor. It was as if a divine moon was enveloping him, and the halo behind his head was like a sea of stars. Yifan's entire body was glowing as he operated the secret character of swordsman. Strands of golden blood chi flowed out of his body and enveloped him. He looked even more dazzling than this god. His body was sparkling and incomparably powerful. When the two came into contact with each other, the deity's body shook violently. Strands of multicolored light entered his body and nourished his essence energy. His dim eyes gradually lit up, and his entire being became spirited. One had to admit that the secret of swordsman was unparalleled in the world. It was a divine art for healing, and it could even prolong one's life force. Life force was exhausted. The treatment of the secret character showed signs of improvement. Clearly, he could hold on for a while longer and wouldn't suddenly die. "Are you really a god?" Yifan asked. He already stopped. This person's source had already dried up. Unless he used the undying medicine to prolong his life, there was simply no hope of survival. "I am a god." He opened his mouth with great difficulty. It was still difficult for him to truly condense his essence energy. One of his feet had already stepped into the shadow of death. Who in this world could avoid death? It was almost impossible to find a single example. Since the ancient times, all the geniuses had turned into dust. If there were gods, they should be able to stay in this world forever and never die. However, no one could truly prove that the gods were still alive. They all believed that they had died in the passage of time and were not true immortals. If you were a god, would you still die? Yi Fan said calmly. He didn't believe in the existence of real gods. Since ancient times, there were many legends about gods, but none of them could be proven. My source was devoured by someone. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. He was very weak as he gasped for breath. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the Black Bear Saint were all shaken. There was once a person who killed a god here and stole its source? This was no small matter. Even gods aren't necessarily above everything. During the ancient times, there were many rumors of great emperors suppressing them. The Golden Lion spoke. It was because this was indeed the truth. Yi Fan nodded. He thought of the supreme beings. Endless years ago, Emperor Zun swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, swallowing the cosmos and subduing deities. He had previously ruled over 10,000 heavens and 10,000 realms. All deities in the world came to pay their respects. That was an extremely glorious era. Emperor Zun established heavenly rules and established laws. All deities had to follow them and none dared to go against them. That was a true legendary era. Later on, the undying heavenly emperor rose to power and also possessed unmatched might. He had once ruled over the world. All deities came to have an audience and all races worshipped him. That type of prestige was incomparable and rarely seen since ancient times. However, those were all legends after all. They had long passed away. Moreover, there were many controversies in the world, believing that he wasn't a true god. Who was it? Was it really done by a human? Longma asked impatiently. If a deity's origin was swallowed by a human, then this could be considered a world-shaking secret. When they carefully thought about it, they felt a chill run through their bodies. You can't even defeat a human, yet you still have the nerve to call yourself a deity? Longma squeezed out. Its large eyes were wide open. It really wanted to know what kind of person that person was. It should be a different kind of deity. Yi Fan said to himself. The meaning of deities had already changed. He believed that this person was definitely not the kind of deity from the ancient legends. The existence within the stone coffin had a head full of white hair. He was like a corpse lying on the ground, but he was surrounded by divine halos. Even though he had aged beyond recognition, there was still a divine radiance radiating from him. He spoke a name that immediately caused Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others to tremble. Alcade, that human was actually a Alcade. This was not an unfamiliar name, but they hadn't seen him in a few decades. He was the one who had swallowed this deity's vitality and taken its divine origin for himself. Even after so many years, this person was still acting the same way and keeping a low profile on the starry sky. Only the southern demon had unintentionally caught a glimpse of his movements. No one else knew about it. Pang Bo had been paying attention this entire time, but he hadn't been able to find any news of him. He had been on his guard this entire time, but he hadn't expected to run into the strange traces of a Alcade here. It's him? Yi Fan frowned slightly. This person is not easy to deal with. He will definitely be a powerful enemy in the future. He must have obtained vicious inheritance. Pang Bo also frowned as he thought back to the past. During the battle at the Central Continent's ancestral temple, the Alcade had used the black golden dragon cauldron to kill them. If it weren't for the fact that he had predicted the danger beforehand and used the heaven-devouring demon jar to deal with it, he would have been in grave danger. Yi Fan had never looked down on an Alcade, but he didn't think that he could swallow a deity. That wasn't realistic. He stared at the old man in the coffin, convinced that he wasn't a true deity. You're not a deity. Pang Bo glared at him and jabbed him with his fan-like hand, almost sending him flying out of the coffin. This deity is not that deity, the being in the coffin said weakly. He was worried that Pang Bo's fingers, which were as thick as carrots, would poke a few holes through his body. The strength of his fingers was frighteningly strong. I am a member of the divine race. His eyes were dim, but when he spoke of his race, a shocking light flashed through his eyes. That was pride and conceit. True deities were immortal, and they were forbidden existences that only existed in legends. However, gods were never seen, and people's hearts began to waver. Later on, the meaning of this title gradually changed, and it was often used to refer to heaven-defying existences. As for deities, they began to take on two meanings. From ancient times until now, all the deities that had been seen would grow old one day, passing away one by one in the dust of history. They would become a pile of yellow dirt, unable to live forever. The sages believed that miracles, legends, and unexplainable events of the past were actually the work of powerful beings and couldn't be considered the manifestation of the gods. There were two meanings of deities, true deities, and inconceivably powerful beings from the outside world. At this point, the former had almost been completely rejected. This person called himself a member of the divine race, which immediately caused Ji Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, and the others to understand. At the same time, they were stunned. There really was such a race, and it was rumored that they were descendants of the bloodline of the gods. No matter which meaning was used to explain it, it was clear that this race was incredibly powerful. They were viewed as a race that defied the heavens, and it was rumored that they were omnipotent. In reality, anyone who walked the ancient paths would hear about their legends. The sages all said that there was an ancient path that belonged to the divine race that was extremely mysterious and difficult for outsiders to find. Moreover, this race had very few people and was rarely seen since ancient times. There were some powerful races that often called themselves the divine race, but they weren't them. The true members of this race rarely appeared. Not the true gods, but the divine race. I've heard of this before. Pangbo nodded and then asked, how powerful is this race? Very powerful. Rumor has it that they're almost heaven-defying, the nine-tailed Crocodragon said with a serious expression. Yi Fan also nodded solemnly. After so many years, he had read many ancient books and inquired from the sages from different galaxies. He had learned about many powerful races. The members of the divine race were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, but they were truly heaven-defying. It was rumored that the divine bodies that occasionally appeared in the human race were similar to the divine race. What, this isn't possible, right? Pangbo was shocked and somewhat couldn't believe it. This kind of secret was really shocking. Even Yi Fan felt it was unimaginable when he first learned about it. However, it was indeed so in the records of a few ancient books that were almost lost. This is hard to believe. Ji Haoyue and the Jiang clan's divine bodies are rare and powerful, but the blood flowing through their bodies is actually similar to that of the divine race? Pangbo was completely stunned. It wasn't just a single person, but an entire race. Even though they were extremely rare, they were still a race. Just how powerful was this divine race? It was almost unimaginable. Normal members of the race all had divine bodies, so the most outstanding individuals among them would definitely be incredibly powerful. The divine blood would definitely transcend the world. If Ji Haoyue and the Jiang clan's divine bodies were included in this race, they would just be one of them. If a young king were to appear in this race, that would make my scalp go numb, Pangbo muttered to himself. Don't worry. This race is pitifully small, and they're about to go extinct. Most of the races that call themselves the divine race aren't real, the nine-tailed Crocodragon said. Yi Fan and the others had been walking the Golden Road for 6 years. Apart from tempering themselves, they had also been following a trail to track down the whereabouts of the Ji clan siblings. Today, they had unexpectedly discovered the whereabouts of a light-shaking realm cultivator, as well as a true divine race member. This was an unexpected harvest. So you're saying that Ji Haoyue and the Jiang clan's divine bodies aren't humans? Pangbo asked. Yi Fan shook his head. According to the records in the ancient books, the divine race was also a branch of the human race in the past. However, their bloodline was too powerful, and they believed themselves to be noble and arrogant. In the end, they separated from the human race and established their own race. This is in conflict with the legends of the gods, so the divine race doesn't acknowledge it or accept it, the nine-tailed Crocodragon said. Even so, there would occasionally be divine bodies among the human race. In terms of physique and the divine blood flowing through their bodies, they were very similar to the divine race, which proved a few problems. The god race was a heaven-defying race that represented invincibility and supremacy. They were an extremely rare and powerful bloodline that truly existed in this world. They split from the human race and established their own race. How arrogant and conceited, yet they forgot their ancestors. Pangbo was furious. This matter had happened too long ago and there was no longer any meaning in discussing it now. At the very least, in the eyes of other races, the god race was stronger and more noble and had nothing to do with the human race. The human race had a long and ancient history. It was unknown where they originated from. Regardless of whether it was the Northern Dipper or the Ziwei ancient star field, it was said that they were the homes of the human race's ancestors. As for where the ancestral planet of the human race was located and how it was now, no one knew. Some clues and secrets were gradually lost in the river of time. The god in the coffin panted heavily. The light on his body grew even more intense. His expression was one of agitation as he spoke with great difficulty. The god race is the most dazzling race and has nothing to do with the human race. He was about to pass away in meditation and his body was incomparably weak. Yet at this moment, he was so agitated and shouted with all his might. His body spasmed and it seemed like he couldn't hold on any longer. From Yifan's forehead, a small golden figure stepped out and was about to enter the god's sea of consciousness to observe and learn more detailed information. However, the space between the god's brows began to crack and the light intensified. He was actually about to transform into the Tao and explode. Evidently, he was extremely unyielding and would rather die than let others touch the core of his race. Moreover, the imprint left behind by the experts of this race was activated at this moment. It protected the immortal platform and prevented outsiders from touching their secrets. Otherwise, they would self-destruct. We've tried before. He would rather transform into the Tao than let us see, Longma explained. The small golden figure returned to Yifan's immortal platform. He opened his eyes and shot out two beams of sharp light. He circulated the secret character to heal the god and restore his origin energy. I don't want to understand the god race and I don't want to become enemies with them. Tell me the whereabouts of the Alcade and we won't touch anything else. Upon hearing this name, the god immediately gritted his teeth. His white hair fluttered even though there was no wind. His expression was frightening and filled with hatred. The Alcade had already left 4 years ago. It had already been more than 4 years since he had been harmed. At that time, they were both saints, but the source of the Alcade had shocked even this proud and conceited divine race. It was terrifying to the extreme. When he doesn't reveal himself, with the divine ring around him, he is like the reincarnation of a sun god, comparable to our god race. However, once he takes action, he is like a god or devil, as if he is a completely different person. The things that happened back then made him feel great hatred. He was ambushed and killed here. Even now, when he thought about it, his body couldn't help but tense up, as if he was facing a great enemy. Yifan and Pangbo glanced at each other. After all these years, the light-shaking realm had never revealed itself. It was impossible to tell just how many powerful physiques it had swallowed. Now, just the god race alone was enough to make others feel apprehensive. They could definitely make the light-shaking realm cultivators much stronger. Emperor Vicious is truly too terrifying. He actually created such a heavenly art. It's truly heaven-defying. The Black Bear Sage and the others couldn't help but exclaim. I can already see the rise of a great enemy. There will definitely be a battle in the future. The god race is his target, and the tyrant blood of the ether heavens and I might also be his targets, Pangbo said in a low voice. Longma was normally vicious and fearless, but at this moment, a worried expression appeared on his face. There might be a life and death battle in the future. The Sky Scorpion, Golden Lion, Black Bear Sage, and the others all felt gloomy. This kind of heaven-defying heavenly art would only become stronger and stronger. Every time he swallowed a type of source, his strength would increase by another level. There were geniuses from various star domains on this ancient path. To the light-shaking realm cultivators, this was a path that they could only dream of. Every expert was like a furnace of medicine to him. As time passed and he continued to fight, it would be like a rolling snowball. He would become more and more terrifying, and eventually, he would become a supreme expert. No matter how strong he is, can he compare to Vicious? He's just an imitator. Yi Fan said. His eyes glowed with confidence as he said, I will wait for him to appear. If we fight, then I will kill him. This was a kind of unrivaled conviction. His demeanor was peerless, and it deeply affected the 12 saints. The haze in their hearts was swept away, and they were no longer worried. This was not because they were careless, nor was it because they were looking down on their enemies. Rather, it was a kind of conviction. They had an unrivaled heart, and they were not afraid of any difficulties or tribulations. Their consciousness and physical body were both raised to an optimal state. The light-shaking realm was naturally very frightening. They could swallow other people's source energy to strengthen themselves. At the same time, they also possessed the undying heaven's art that Vicious had created in his second life. This kind of immortal technique had never been seen before, and it was destined to shock the world. This god-race individual lay within the stone coffin, his hair completely white. Pangbo asked him how old he was. Under normal circumstances, his real appearance would not be this old. Based on the lifespan of a cultivator, I am still very young. I am only 100 years old. He was filled with regret and unwillingness. This was a conceited god-race individual who had come out to gain experience. He had specifically sought out ancient stars that had been suppressed by the great Tao to temper himself. He had arrived at this place almost immediately after the light-shaking realm, and the two of them had clashed. Is the light-shaking realm really that merciful? He actually spared your life. Pangbo knew that the god-race individual would definitely strike like a bolt of lightning if he didn't make a move. He was scared away by a senior, the god-race individual said. Even though he had spared his life, he was only struggling at death's door. His life could be considered to have come to an end. There are other powerful cultivators on this ancient star? Longma didn't believe it. This star wasn't very large, and it was just a small planet that wasn't suitable for cultivation. They hadn't been able to sense any powerful experts ever since they had arrived. Yes, he only let out a soft yell, but it was like the sound of a great bell. It was enough to shake one's consciousness to the point where it almost scattered. The god-race individual muttered to himself in a daze as he grew weaker and weaker. What did he look like? Yi Fan asked. He looked very ordinary, and he held a woodcutter in his hand. The god-race individual hadn't even finished speaking when Yi Fan's expression changed. He turned around to look at the village, but the old man had already disappeared. Yi Fan turned into a bolt of lightning and tore through the void. He immediately appeared at the entrance of the village. The pile of firewood that was like a small mountain was nowhere to be seen, and the old man was nowhere to be seen. Everything was still very peaceful. What's wrong? Pangbo and the others caught up and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Before you guys came, I saw an old man chopping firewood here, Yi Fan said. Outside the field, a few cows were munching on the grass, and a shepherd boy was playing his flute in a leisurely manner. A few women were washing clothes by the riverside, and waves of laughter could be heard. There were also farmers working in the fields. Everything was very peaceful and tranquil, and nothing had changed. The only thing missing was the old man chopping firewood. Yi Fan asked around, but they all shook their heads. There had never been such a person in the village before, and no one had ever seen him before. He felt as if he had seen a ghost. He had clearly been conversing with the old man for a while, so how did he disappear in the blink of an eye? It was like an illusion. Young man, are you sure you have seen such an old man? The oldest old man in the village smoked his pipe and walked over, looking at him with some suspicion. Indeed. Do you have any advice for me, sir? Yi Fan was very polite. He did not show his supernatural powers in front of mortals, and maintained the proper etiquette. I have seen the person you are talking about, the old man said. Where is he? Yi Fan asked. This is not a living person. The old man looked at him with an even more suspicious gaze. It was obvious that this person could not have appeared at the entrance of the village. Yi Fan was stunned. Pangbo, Longma, and the others were also stunned. This did not seem to make sense. Had they seen a ghost in broad daylight? The person you are talking about is only an engraving on the stone wall. He is on the West Mountain. The old man pointed forward with his walking stick, where the sun had set. It was not too far away from here. They left the village, and when they returned, the divine race had already stopped breathing. In the end, he had passed away in a seated posture. The light on his body receded, and he became an ice-cold corpse. Longma and the others used a great method to send him back to the ancient cave and sealed him inside. This could also be considered a burial. The mountain to the west of the village wasn't too far away. It wasn't tall, and it couldn't be said to be majestic. Weeds and thistles grew everywhere, and there was nothing special about it. Halfway up the mountain, there was a stone wall. There were some ancient diagrams carved on it. It was unknown how many years had passed, but the traces were blurry and covered in moss. Yifan carefully cleaned it up and carefully looked at it. His expression changed abruptly, and he simply couldn't believe everything. Is it the person on the stone engraving? Pangbo asked nervously. Yifan nodded. This exceeded common sense, and it was unimaginable. The old man he had spoken with was actually on the stone wall. The passage of time had caused the diagram to become blurry and mottled, and it was carved tens of thousands of years ago at the very least. What was going on? It was just a diagram, yet it could appear and make one feel as if they were there, believing that it was real. Just how profound of a cultivation was this? This doesn't make sense. What kind of star is this? It's just an ancient wall engraving. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? How could a real person appear? Pangbo used his hands to feel around. It wasn't just a single diagram, but 8 or 9 in succession. There was a woodchopping diagram, a horse-feeding diagram, and they were extremely simple and plain. At first glance, they didn't seem to have anything to do with cultivation. However, after that kind of thing happened just now, how could Yifan ignore it? This place was definitely no small matter, and it contained extraordinary secrets. Just what kind of existence was that woodchopping elder? Just how many tens of thousands of years had passed? How could he still appear? Starting from the 5th diagram, things became a bit different. It was a bit special. The old man sat on a true dragon and rose into the sky. What is the meaning of this? Pangbo didn't understand. After removing the moss on the stone wall, the 6th diagram could be vaguely seen. It was actually an ancient coffin, a 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. Yifan was moved. His palm flickered with splendor, and he took out a palm-sized stone coffin. Even though it was small, it possessed an aura of endless vicissitudes. Back then in the Central Continent Ancestral Temple, Yifan and the others discovered this stone coffin on the ancient altar. Duanda speculated that it was a supreme coffin that was buried above the 9 heavens during the legendary era. Qi Luo had once asked him to exile it into the starry skies to avoid a great disaster in the future, but Yifan had always kept it by his side and never threw it away. Now, he took it out and compared it with this stone engraving. Right at this time, strands of light patterns appeared on the stone wall. They were like water ripples as they spread outwards. This? Everyone was stupefied. They were incomparably shocked. The supreme 9-layered coffin of the legendary era actually produced a reaction with the ancient diagram on the stone wall. This was too shocking. A moment later, everything calmed down. The abnormality disappeared, and this place returned to tranquility. They removed the moss and carefully examined the 7th ancient diagram. It was even more mysterious, and it was actually a blade. Even though it was indistinct, when they looked at it, they could feel an exceptional killing intent. Pooh! Pangbo spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he staggered backwards. The space between Longma's brows split open as he retreated 7 or 8 steps. Don't concentrate, focus on this blade. Yifan was shaken. He recognized it with a single glance, and his heart began to beat violently. It belonged to the undying Heavenly Emperor. When he was crossing tribulation, the undying Heavenly Emperor's true body appeared at the last moment. That blazing blade unsheathed on its own and hacked down. It was more terrifying than anything else, and it almost destroyed his cauldron. Are you sure this is the diagram of the undying heavenly blade? Pangbo and the others were overwhelmed with shock. It was just a stone engraving, yet it could already injure someone. Just how powerful was this blade? What shocked them the most was that there was an indistinct stone shell egg below the blade. The strands of energy released by the blade were all absorbed by it. What is the meaning of this? Is this where the undying heavenly blade is buried? Longmo was astonished and asked in confusion. Look at the 8th diagram, it's actually 9 dragons pulling a coffin. Pangbo cried out in alarm and was filled with shock. 9 dragons were pulling a bronze coffin. Its starting point was unknown, and its destination was unknown. For countless years, it had drifted through the cosmos towards an unknown distance. It carried too many secrets. From ancient times until now, no one had been able to break through the dense fog, and it was difficult to uncover its origins. Now, they actually saw its diagram on the western mountain stone carvings. How could they not be shocked? It was too sudden. How could it be carved here by someone? Wiping away the mosses and impurities, the mottled ancient markings were revealed. The 9 dragons were vigorous and powerful, as if they were about to break through the wall and leave. Behind them were ice-cold chains connected to a bronze coffin. It was grand and majestic. This? Who carved this? What secret is hidden here? Pangbo's emotions were fluctuating violently. The reason they came to this side of the starry sky and stepped onto the path of cultivation was all because of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. It brought them to a monstrous and dazzling world of cultivation. Without a doubt, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin contained a world-shocking secret. It had existed since ancient times and floated in the cosmos without being destroyed. What was buried here was waiting for the later generations to discover. This place was very special. Why was its diagram carved here? Yifan's body and mind were tranquil. He silently chanted the hundreds of ancient characters. It was precisely from this ancient coffin. There's a change. There are flowing patterns of light. The black bear saint cried out in surprise. As Yifan silently chanted the scriptures in the bronze coffin, the stone wall emitted waves of ripples like the ripples in a lake. Yifan was astonished. Just like when he placed the palm-sized coffin in front of the 9-layered coffin carvings, it produced the same change. There was a brilliance undulating like water. It's moving. The 9 dragons are flying up and pulling the ancient coffin into the firmament. The Scorpio Saint's face was full of astonishment. His eyes were brilliant as he watched this scene. On the stone wall, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin flew up into the sky. It was truly moving. Indistinctly, rumbling sounds could be heard. Its imposing manner was oppressive, and wind and thunder were raging. No, it's only the stone carving that's changing. It's not really moving. Yifan opened his heavenly eye and discovered that a few indistinct stone carvings were taking form. At first glance, it seemed as if it was moving. This was a type of Tao mark that could confuse the fake with the real. It could even deceive the saints. It was truly astonishing. After a while, the ripples disappeared. No matter how Yifan chanted, there were no abnormalities on the stone wall. Everything had calmed down, and the carvings were simple and unadorned. At this time, Pangbo had already removed the moss on the 9th carving, revealing a crisscrossed and crisscrossed area. It was destroyed. What was the last diagram? Pangbo said to himself. He felt that it was definitely extremely important and mysterious. He never thought that it would disappear. The dragon horse went forward and used its strength to carve on the stone wall, wanting to leave a mark. However, it realized that it could not move. This stone wall was as firm as a pillar that supported the heavens. Not to mention destroying it, it could not even carve out a grain of sand. Only the last image was not revealed, causing one's imagination to run wild. They felt indescribably shocked, as if they had missed out on some important secret. The last 4 diagrams are each more astonishing than the last. What kind of profound mysteries do you think they contain? The previous one was the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Could the 9th be the great secret of immortality? Pangbo rubbed the surface with his hand. The truth had long been erased. Let me give it a try. Yifan's expression was serious. He attached great importance to these 9 stone carvings. He sat cross-legged in front of the stone wall. His entire body shone as he operated a secret technique. On Earth, he had previously obtained a Veda scripture. Within it was a wondrous technique that traced back to the source. It could trace back to the source and recreate the truth of history. His forehead shone. It was sparkling and translucent like a divine mirror. It shot out a blazing beam of light and landed on the ninth carving. This place immediately trembled violently. The heavenly Tao rumbled. Wind and thunder erupted. Vaguely, ghosts wept and deities howled. The world immediately darkened as the corpses of gods and devils appeared one after another. They were greatly astonished. Just what kind of secret was hidden in this diagram? It could actually change the color of heaven and earth and produce such a shocking scene. It was truly horrifying. And shocking. Yi Fan's head was drenched in sweat. His face was snow-white and the golden blood energy around his body quickly dimmed. The consumption was too great. However, he couldn't break through the mist. The images of gods and devils trembled. The cries of ghosts and deities became even clearer. It was as if they were closing in and about to crush down on his body. The great Tao trembled and the world rumbled. It was as if the secrets of gods and devils and the turning point of immortality were hidden in a damaged diagram. It made one's blood and bones tremble. In the end, Yi Fan failed. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time he had used the ancient technique of the Veda scripture so strenuously. He had a feeling that if he continued like this, he would most likely encounter a mishap. All of this was simply unimaginable. What kind of power is this? Pang Bo, Longma, Black Bear Saint and the others were all greatly shaken. Their faces were full of shock. Yi Fan calmed down. The light released by this type of wondrous technique was restrained. The various scenes in the world also gradually disappeared. The corpses of gods and devils, the cries of ghosts and deities all disappeared. The world became peaceful once more. The terrifying scenes dimmed and dispersed as if nothing had happened. The western mountains were the same as before, no different from before. I believe that this was at least erased by a quasi-emperor. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't be like this. Even after so many years have passed, it still makes me feel pressured. Yi Fan even believed that the ninth stone inscription diagram that was destroyed was also releasing a strange power. There was a wave of astonishing divine might, and the scene just now might not have been without its fluctuations. The first 5 diagrams were related to that elder. He chopped firewood, fed horses, and in the end, left on a dragon, disappearing without a trace. The last 4 diagrams were unrelated to him. They weren't a story and seemed to have been added on. Was it left behind by this elder? What kind of identity does he have? The first 4 diagrams are part of his past. What meaning do the last 4 have? The few of them discussed but couldn't come to a conclusion. They focused their attention on the last few diagrams. Among them, the 6th was the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era. The 7th was the undying heavenly blade and a stone-shelled divine egg. The 8th was the coffin pulled by 9 dragons, and the 9th was already destroyed. There were a total of 2 ancient coffins among the diagrams on the stone wall. The 2 were completely different and shouldn't have buried the same person. According to common sense, the last 4 diagrams shouldn't be related to each other and should be independent of each other. At this moment, they seemed to have sensed something at the same time. Their immortal platforms trembled as their frontal bones shone with radiance, illuminating the stone wall. Rows of small characters appeared on the stone wall. My heart is filled with melancholy. Even though I know the path to immortality is illusory, I can only charge forward with all my might. These words revealed a kind of helplessness. At the same time, it also proved that this person was unfathomable. At the very least, he should be a quasi-emperor. Otherwise, why would he say such words? The stone wall shone and rows of ancient characters appeared, recording some past events. As expected, it was left behind by the woodcutter old man. In the end, he left on a dragon and could only charge forward with all his might. The last 4 diagrams weren't fake. They were all things he saw with his own eyes. It was said that there were heaven-shocking mysteries within. Hence, he wrote these diagrams to enlighten the later generations, but he didn't say it explicitly. However, there was no lack of warning within. Yi Zi, it's better if you throw away the stone coffin in your hand and bury it in the starry skies. Otherwise, I keep feeling that there's something wrong with that thing. Carrying it on you will cause a huge problem, Pangbo said. Yifan pondered and pointed to the bottom of the stone wall. There was a final sentence there, and it was actually an annotation. The last 4 diagrams were all seen on the path to immortality. As for the arrangement of the diagrams, it was decided according to the time the old man saw them. It didn't mean anything by itself. It was only mentioned that the last diagram shouldn't have appeared in this world. He hesitated again and again before erasing it in the end. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The stone coffin, undying heavenly blade, and 9 dragons pulling coffins were all on the path to immortality. There were some things that already intersected with them. This didn't seem quite right. Pangbo stared at the undying heavenly blade and felt a boundless killing intent. It was as if it was going to hack apart 10,000 domains. It rushed over through the stone wall, making one's body feel like it was going to split apart. What is going on with this heavenly blade that has shaken the past and present, as well as this egg? What kind of trump card did the undying heavenly emperor leave behind? Yifan killed the heavenly prince, and now, there was an egg under this blade. It made everyone feel a strange feeling, making them feel a bit uneasy. There is a type of legend that the undying heavenly emperor was an immortal phoenix that descended into this world. Even if it isn't true, there are likely some secrets and secrets. Did this egg undergo rebirth on its own, or did it belong to another person? Pangbo spoke of this terrifying conjecture. This made everyone's minds tremble. They gave each other a look. Since it made the old man who used to hold the hatchet stay at a respectful distance, there must be something going on between this blade and the egg. These last few diagrams were all independent and didn't have much of a connection. However, all of them were astonishing and intimidating. In the following years, they stopped on this ancient star. They tempered themselves and cultivated in the ancient land of life suppressed by the great Tao. This stone wall became their Tao field. They constantly deduced and studied it silently. After Yifan looked at the first 5 diagrams, he began to selectively forget them without using magical force. There will be a day when this world will no longer exist. All of the Tao will become void. Only my heart and my body will remain. This is the true one. He didn't use magical force or Tao laws. He walked this world on foot. Yifan chopped firewood, fed horses, and walked on this star. He was once a small official in an ancient city, and also a general at the border. He had even traveled with a group of scholars to famous mountains and great rivers. For years later, he returned to his true self. In the endless secular world, he held 10,000 posts under the heavens. Even though it couldn't be said to be a great enlightenment, there were still accumulations and gains. My Tao. During these years, he had always wanted to think about his future path of cultivation and create his own scripture. Now, his thoughts were gradually maturing. On this day, the stone wall of Western Mountain was glistening and glistening. When Yifan, Pangbo, Longma, Black Bear Saint, and the others were meditating, the scripture resonated and released strange rumbling sounds. Even the great Tao in the sky couldn't suppress it. Clearly, they had all improved during these 4 years. Their accomplishments were extraordinary. At this moment, they cut open the heaven and earth confinement and made Tao sounds rumble. Ancient characters have appeared on the stone wall again. The Scorpio Saint cried out in surprise. The moss on the stone wall had long been removed. Now, it was nourished by the Tao light and was as translucent as a jade platform. A line of archaic divine characters appeared. It was still left behind by that elder. It explained a type of speculation. During the mythological era, the 9-layered coffin fell into the mortal world. Perhaps because of some reason, it descended into the mortal world on its own and wanted to advance along a certain path. Moreover, he engraved an ancient diagram. There were ancient star domains one after another, with coordinates written on them. These were the paths he had taken. He had seen the undying heavenly blade, the divine egg, the ancient coffin of the gods, and everything on the 9th stone inscription that had been erased. Let's go and take a look. Let's see what exactly is there. They went on their way and stepped into the starry sky again. The 9-layered coffin fell into the world of legends, acting on its own and moving forward along a certain path. This was truly an astonishing conjecture. Yifan's heart couldn't calm down. He felt that there might be other legendary ancient coffins on the way, and there might not be just one or two that descended from the 9 heavens. He thought of the Void Emperor, whose coffin was also a stone coffin. It should be a 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. The Great Emperor entered the coffin and was buried in the darkness of the cosmos. Yi Fan had seen it before in an ancient starry domain. He said to himself, could it be that if I follow this path, I might be able to see the Void Emperor again? The 9-layered coffin had already changed owners during the legendary era, but it might still move forward along a special path, still walking on that lonely path towards its destination. The ancient emperor had already died, and the deities of the 9 heavens had also been wiped out. They were unwilling before their deaths, wishing to cross the sea of bitterness of the mortal world and reach the other shore to see immortality. The 4 directions were called the universe, and from ancient times until now, it was called the universe. It was boundless and without end. In the cosmos, there were some regions with resplendent stars. The stellar rivers were brilliant and radiance pervaded the air. Meanwhile, there were some places that were ice-cold and dark, vast and boundless. It was deathly quiet without end. Yi Fan's group had been on the road for 2 months. They had long left that ancient star and were heading towards their next destination. This path and the starry domain overlapped with a portion of the golden ancient path. There were no stars in this region, only darkness and coldness. It was like a vast black hole that devoured everything. Fortunately, their cultivation was profound, allowing them to avoid it when they were still quite a distance away. Continuing like this wasn't a solution. The cosmos was so vast, and that elder had only left behind an ancient diagram as well as some starry sky coordinates. It was only a rough region. They naturally wouldn't rush about recklessly either. Along the way, they still focused on cultivation, neither fast nor slow. They had also stopped at the holy city on the human race's ancient path to understand the truth. In reality, along the way, they had heard quite a few rumors related to the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era, to the extent where there were even bits and pieces of legends about 9 dragons pulling the coffin. In these endless years, more than one heavenly genius had seen the coffin of an ancient deity. They had also chased after it, but they all ended up with nothing. No one could truly open the coffin. The coffin traversed the cosmos and was buried on an ancient and mysterious path. As for what kind of secrets it held, perhaps it would only be revealed after a long period of time. Di Tian, Fairy Xianxia, Human King, and the others have all entered the Golden Ancient Road. During these years, their cultivations have been improving day by day, and they've even encountered the experts of the other races on the Golden Ancient Road and won all of them. The supreme experts of the younger generation are formidable after all, daring to walk on the ancient golden roads that have long been abandoned for many years. Moreover, they are all in the most dangerous ancient regions, truly unordinary. Everyone sighed in admiration. This was the news Yi Fan and the others obtained on their way here. Di Tian and the others have bitterly cultivated and bravely advanced through these years. They fought bloody battles along the way and were about to reach the ancient passageways of the other races. I once heard that the young supreme being of the tyrant blood of the firmament lineage became courageous after experiencing humiliation. He has already entered the ancient path of the legendary era, and has been fighting for close to 10 years now. The overlord, great demonic god, and the others treated themselves even more cruelly. They had slaughtered their way into ancient paths that were even further back, but endless years ago, those paths were already marked as dangerous paths. Oh, so that's how it is. The path we are walking on can also be considered a mythological ancient path. After Pang Bo and the others heard this, they gradually came to a realization. The desolate ancient roads were divided into the archaic era and the legendary era. The former could be called the Golden Ancient Road, while the latter could be called the mythological ancient road. The latter was even more ancient and terrifying. There were many trials and tribulations, and the slightest bit of carelessness could lead to death. Such ancient roads were frequented by mutated beasts in the universe, and there were also unknown races exploring them. Although they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, every single one of them was extremely powerful, enough to cause even saint kings to tremble. Such existences were directly born in the dark void and traveled through the ancient star region all year round. They were incomparably powerful, and once they encountered them, it was destined to be a great disaster. Half a month later, Yi Fan and the others appeared in an ancient star region. They came here according to the coordinates and suddenly saw a huge shadow blocking the starlight. An ancient beast. It's extremely powerful, and its body is almost comparable to a small star. The black bear saint cried out in alarm. This was a mutated beast with azure scales flickering all over its body. It seemed as if it was forged from molten iron and had a cold luster. It was filled with a powerful feeling as it approached from afar. Yi Fan was the first to step forward, preparing to welcome a battle. Comprehending the Tao and fighting a bloody battle coexisted. Only like this could he quickly increase his cultivation level. He needed such a great battle. No, it's already dead. When the huge black shadow approached, the luster on its azure scales was still there. However, there was a huge bloody hole on its sinister head, and its blood had long since turned cold. It was actually killed by a finger. That was an incomparably thick finger hole, comparable to a heavenly pit. It had penetrated through its skull, and its blood had already cooled for a long time. Yi Fan and the others had never seen such a large ancient beast before. This was the first time in their lives. It was incomparably huge, many times larger than ordinary meteors. Its azure scales were cold and hard, flickering with cold light. Its body was like a heavenly hound, but it had a pair of dragon horns. Its azure armor was dense, and its appearance was extremely sinister, intimidating one's soul. This is actually a descendant of a heaven-devouring beast. Who would have thought that there would really be this type of creature? Its body is extremely large, the universe really is full of wonders. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. He had previously seen records of this type of ancient beast in ancient texts. The true heaven-devouring beast was incomparably large, simply like a nebula, able to swallow the heavens and earth. It was naturally exceptionally terrifying. However, it was rumored that after a divine war countless years ago, the heaven-devouring beasts were almost completely wiped out. Now, there were only a few descendants with impure bloodlines left. This giant beast could also be considered quite strong, reaching the Holy Beast King realm. However, it was killed in a clean and efficient manner, unable to put up any decent resistance at all. That finger hole on its forehead was horrifying. It was similarly incomparably large, as if a heaven-reaching giant had previously taken action, resulting in this terrifying result. Can you do it? Kill with a single finger? Longma asked Yi Fan. He didn't reply, only seriously looking at it again and again. Pangbo stepped onto this enormous corpse, looked at the ice-cold beast's body, as well as the bloody hole between its brows, and said, "Difficult, it really is extremely difficult to kill with a single finger." This wasn't an ordinary Holy Beast King, it was definitely incomparably powerful. Clearly, that person had killed it with a finger radiance from far away. The most precious thing about this ancient beast was the heaven-devouring orb in its head. Clearly, not only had it been killed with a single finger, the divine orb had also been taken away. The entire enormous corpse was disintegrating due to losing its essence core, similar to transforming into the Tao. It was practically crippled. It was done by the god race. Pangbo observed the finger hole for a long time, coming to this conclusion. It was because there were traces of divine splendor remaining in the wound, and it was similar to the aura of the god race who had passed away in meditation 4 years ago. The god race had divine blood flowing in their bodies. They were definitely powerful, bearing nobility and invincibility, representing one of the most powerful races. After so many years, they had practically disappeared. In just 4 years, Yi Fan and the others had discovered 2 god race members. This could also be considered an anomaly. At the very least, they had been very peaceful during these tens of thousands of years, rarely appearing in the world. At the intersection of the golden and mythological ancient paths, a dangerous omen appeared. The god race that had disappeared for a long time had appeared. This was definitely a major event. Half a month later, a piece of news circulated through the holy city on the human ancient path. The god race had appeared again and came to the mythological ancient path to hunt. This caused a huge commotion. However, not too long after this matter passed, more news came from the Godward ancient path and the golden path. Some other powerful races had also appeared on the ancient paths. And the most shocking thing was that Tian, the human king, and the others had a bitter battle with the cultivators of the other races. Although they managed to kill those people, even someone as strong as Dtion was injured. The geniuses of the foreign races are the young paragons of the major races. Something must have happened for them to appear in this region. If not, why would such young experts be attracted here? The tremors of the star paths caused many people to be astonished. The appearance of the god race wasn't a coincidence. There were also geniuses from the other races rushing over to contend for the ancient paths of the human race. They must have discovered something and were currently searching for it. Finally, the Tao protectors of the human race received a secret report. They learned from the other races that the 9-layered coffin had appeared on the ancient paths of the mythological ancient paths. This was naturally a major event. These people flocked here to investigate the divine coffin that was supposed to be buried in the 9th layer of heaven. In this world, what attracted people the most was naturally longevity. We really came at the right time. The ancient map left behind by that old man is actually useful. It has only been a few months and we already have a harvest? Pang Bo was filled with disbelief. It's just a coincidence. Yi Fan frowned. He suspected that the coffin of the Void Emperor might have appeared in this star region. He had no idea if the siblings of the Ji clan had chased after it all the way to the ancient paths. This was definitely an extremely dangerous forbidden zone. Everything that happened now was close to the golden ancient path and couldn't be considered the true ancient mythological region. It was highly probable that something terrifying would happen here. After so many years, Yi Fan had searched according to some known clues but he still couldn't find the siblings. He had no idea if there would be any news this time around. Heavenly news. A young paragon from the firmament tyrannical bloodline single-handedly killed the young paragons of 3 different races. His name shook the ancient mythological path. Today, another piece of shocking news circulated. The supreme characters of the human race continuously reported their victories, causing many people to feel excited. Because, sooner or later, the heroes of the various races would enter the final ancient path and engage in an ultimate confrontation. This could already be considered a type of rehearsal. Something isn't right. Why are there more and more people coming to the ancient mythological path? Not only are there trial takers, there are also some powerful ancient beasts. It's impossible that all of them are here for the 9-layered coffin. At the end, more and more people arrived, exceeding everyone's expectations. The battles became increasingly intense. Until half a month later, a piece of shocking news finally leaked out. The Tao protectors of the various races were all stunned. There would be a great fortune appearing on the ancient mythological path. There would be a true undying immortal medicine. What? How many tens of thousands of years has it been? An undying medicine has finally appeared? No wonder even the god race and the others have moved out. Even some people who had been in seclusion for hundreds to thousands of years were alarmed. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Longma, the Golden Lion King and the others were all shocked. They glanced at each other in dismay. They didn't expect such a thing to happen. No wonder this ancient region was getting more and more lively. Everything was happening at the same time. Which undying medicine is it? This was a question that many people wanted to know the answer to. Several days later, there was definite news. It was the ancient tree of life, an undying tree that could regrow flesh and bones from the dead. It once belonged to an ancient emperor. If you want to enter the ancient mythological path, you have to collect at least 10 types of ancient blood and pour them on the sealed door before it can be opened. This was a secret piece of information that Yi Fan and the others had heard in an ancient land. This caused them to be stunned. So it turned out that no one had entered the ancient mythological path and were still on the golden ancient path. Everything was because too much time had passed. The outside world was already unfamiliar with these desolate ancient paths and didn't know the situation. They mistook these ancient paths for mythological paths. If it wasn't for a protector of the human race speaking clearly, people would still continue to misunderstand. All the cultivators were only halfway there and were still far away from the ancient mythological path. 10 types of ancient blood, this condition is truly harsh. Lama spoke in anger. There's no need to be anxious. Yi Zi himself already brought one with him and it would definitely far exceed the standard. As for the blood on my body, it should be just SOSO. Pangbo spoke. He had already guessed the true meaning of this condition. They had to hunt and only the strongest would be able to enter the ancient mythological path. As expected, not long after, news spread that the blood of the devil gods and some of the strongest races in the ancient mythological path were also included. Luckily, I thought it had to be tyrannical blood, saint blood, or divine blood. Many people heaved a sigh of relief. If not, it was almost impossible for them to enter the ancient mythological path. Now, there were rumors that the true ancient tree of life was on that path. A faint light could be seen in the darkness. At first, they thought it was a star, but as time flowed by, they gradually got closer. Yi Fan and the others felt a sense of alarm in their hearts. Although they were very far away, they could already feel a wave of blood qi. This was a life form and was definitely very powerful. If not, how could it cause their hearts to palpitate from so far away? The universe was vast and boundless. Under normal circumstances, it would be hard to encounter any life forms even after walking for hundreds or thousands of life forms. But now, this star region was a little special and had attracted experts from various races. What kind of life form is this? The light it emits is so dazzling, piercing through the darkness of the universe. It would most probably be very difficult to deal with. Lama bared his teeth. Could it be that it has the ancient blood we need? Yi Fan and the others had been out for over 10 days and had entered a legendary primordial hunting zone. They had also encountered a few powerful races on the way, but they were all inferior to the ancient blood. This was the first time he had encountered an unknown creature. It's really coming for us. I can feel a powerful blood energy covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like it's stepping on the corpses of all living beings. The golden lion revealed a serious expression. Its entire body was releasing radiance, as if it was cast from gold. It was like an archaic deity. None of the 12 saints were easy to deal with. After so many years, they had killed many creatures and used their blood to purify the ancient technique to evolve. All of them were extremely powerful. Now that even the golden lion, an elite that was stained with the blood of the enemy, was moved, one could only imagine how terrifying the enemy before them was. This creature's speed was very fast, and it charged straight at them. Its blood qi was like a vast ocean that engulfed them, hiding the sky and covering the earth, drowning them all within. Too domineering, a single person wanting to kill all of us. Does he really think he is a great emperor? Longma was unconvinced, releasing a roar, revealing his own blood energy. On the other side, an even more powerful blood energy surged, shaking the stars and shaking the sun and moon. Rumble, the sky dome was torn apart, and the imposing aura of an expert surged like the sea. It was as if a demonic god was looking down on the other side, extremely powerful and great. Yi Fan, Pang Bo, and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a colossus that occupied a vast area, comparable to an enormous meteor. In the darkness, a pair of ice-cold eyes could be seen, as if they were looking out from the underworld. It was cold and chilling, making one feel despair. Meanwhile, the most terrifying thing was that there was a cluster of silver light in front of the frontal bone. It was as if a divine flame was throbbing about. That was the most powerful spiritual force, and it was almost tangible. Previously, they mistook it for starlight, and only when they got closer did they discover that it was this creature's powerful body. It was like an archaic demonic mountain. It was just too enormous, overlooking everyone. Its appearance was sinister, like an enormous spider, but it was definitely not one. Its entire body was covered in black scales, cold and intimidating. Moreover, it had over 100 pairs of spider legs, and every single one of them was like a divine spear after being stretched out. Apart from the ice-cold scales, it really looked like a mountain-sized spider. It was extremely intimidating, and the blood qi it was emitting made everyone feel intimidated. Could it be one of the archaic demonic gods? The Black Bear Saint was astonished. His expression constantly changed as he thought of some legends. There was an ancient creature that could fight against the gods, but unfortunately, it had already been extinct for many years. It was rumored that at its peak, it could grow over 10,000 legs. It was known as the 10,000 feet demonic spider, a type of archaic demonic god. This one was far from reaching 10,000 legs, but 100 legs was already quite impressive. This race actually hadn't gone extinct, which was quite shocking. Obviously, this was one of the most powerful ancient bloodlines they needed. It had reached the Saint King realm, but its combat strength couldn't be estimated with common sense. This kind of ancient creature had many curses, and it was the most difficult to deal with. In particular, its enormous body had once given the god race headaches. Humans, sacrifice yourself. A powerful divine sense transmitted over. It was like a real voice, causing the universe to rumble and tremble. The blood chi on its body surged as it treated Yifan's group as food. It wanted them to offer their lives because during the archaic years, many great clans worshipped demonic gods and offered them as sacrifices. Pangbo sneered and said, "We originally wanted to exchange blood with you and enter the ancient mythological path together. Now, you want our lives? I think it's better if you chop off your 100 legs and offer them to us." Chi. A streak of black light flickered and tore through the cosmos. It was as fast as lightning as it pierced towards Pangbo. It was ruthless and decisive, and the powerful divine force made everyone tremble involuntarily. This was one of the 10,000 feet demonic spider's legs. After it was stretched out, it was like an ice-cold spear that could shatter heaven and earth. It arrived before Pangbo's eyes in an instant, incomparably sharp. Dang, Pangbo's fist smashed out, colliding with the spider leg. It was like divine iron colliding, splitting the void and erupting with berserk divine might. 9 slashes of the demonic emperor, form extermination. Pangbo shouted loudly, displaying his own powerful ancient technique. 2 silver dragons shot out from his eyes, hacking towards its head. The demonic spider trembled and quickly evaded. Its entire body emitted heaven-overflowing blood energy. Its mouth screeched and its 100 legs moved at the same time. It was as if over 100 black divine spears pierced over at the same time. Cold light and sharp spider legs erupted with an aura that made one feel despair. It was as if 10,000 swords were piercing through one's heart. Resplendent light erupted as the 2 silver dragons collided with the many divine spears. The coldest killing intent was released as the 2 clashed violently. It was a life and death struggle. Pangbo's body trembled violently. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as he retreated tens of thousands of zhang. This colossus was too terrifying. It was a top-notch existence even among Saint Kings and was several small cultivation realms higher than him. On the other side, some of the demonic spider's legs were hacked open and dripped down. This made its gaze even colder as it stared rigidly at Pangbo and the others. It knew that the humans it encountered were extraordinary. Divine injury. Pangbo shouted loudly and displayed the other slash of the demon emperor 9 slashes. His forehead erupted with brilliance and shot out strand after strand of sharp immortal radiance. The demonic spider roared in pain and struggled violently. Its primordial spirit suffered an attack, but the divine flame in front of its forehead was too terrifying. It burnt fiercely and dispersed Pangbo's attack, almost causing a backlash. This was too shocking. Who was Pangbo? He was a rising young supreme being on the human race's ancient road, yet he was injured. The demonic spider was unstoppable. It was a truly powerful ancient ferocious spirit. Deprive. Pangbo shouted loudly. It was still a wondrous technique from the demon emperor 9 slashes. He directly seized the silver spiritual energy and wanted to forcefully seize it. This kind of secret technique was mysterious and powerful. The first 3 slashes would have long since been annihilated if it was someone else. However, the demonic spider was only able to withstand it because it was a few small realms higher. The demonic spider's entire body shone, especially the divine flame of its spiritual energy. It changed from defense to offense and directly attacked Pangbo while emitting the most terrifying aura. Boom! Yifan's expression changed. The golden blood chi around his body was vigorous and pulsating like a demonic god that had awakened. He released his powerful aura to threaten the demonic spider, which immediately startled it. At the same time, Longma and the other 12 saints also released their overflowing blood chi and pressed forward. The demonic spider knew that it had kicked an iron plate and encountered a group of powerful challengers. Dao transformation. Pangbo roared loudly and used another slash from the demon emperor 9 slashes. This time, the demonic spider's expression changed. Anyone would be afraid of the power of Dao transformation. It immediately retreated and didn't dare to face it head-on. Let's attack together. There's no need to be polite against an ancient beast that has the potential to become the great sage and is several small realms higher than us. Let's just beat it to death. Longma shouted shamelessly. He called the Golden Lion, the 9 crocodile dragons, and the others to help Pang Bo Honglong. This was a terrifying chaotic battle. Pang Bo and the 12 saints moved together to attack this powerful ancient creature. Blood qi surged and the heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. It was incomparably intense. Yifan also made a move, but he only brandished a fist. It was incomparably tyrannical and broke 8 of the spider's legs. He then retreated because the outcome was already decided. Pang Bo's final slash, Dao transformation, had hit the demonic spider. This put it in a dangerous situation. It needed to emit immortal power to resist the Dao transformation tribulation. Meanwhile, at this time, Longma and the others went up together. They naturally occupied an overwhelming advantage. It had to be said that this demonic spider was exceptionally terrifying. They had only exchanged blows for a short moment, yet it already injured Pang Bo, making him spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Only after circulating the swordsman character did he recover. With a honglong sound, the giant demonic spider still fell in the cosmos. Its tremendous blood qi was immediately divided up by the Golden Lion, the Heavenly Scorpion, and the others. This type of blood is extremely useful. Don't devour it. Yifan reminded. Pang Bo and Longma took action. They observed its primordial spirit and discovered a shocking fact. It actually killed 2 young supreme beings from powerful races. This made them feel apprehensive. It really is powerful. No wonder it's so terrifying. Unfortunately, it encountered this group of people and was destined for tragedy. 2 young supreme beings in addition to the 12 saints. How many people could contend against them? Not only the most powerful trial takers from various races, even some powerful cosmic creatures have come after hearing the news. They want to chase after the ancient life tree. It saw an ancient coffin that flew across the sky and entered the legendary ancient path. Pang Bo obtained quite a bit of valuable information from its sea of consciousness. He displayed an image for Yifan to see. It's this, the Void Emperor's coffin, the 9-layered coffin from the legendary era. Yifan was immediately astonished. His gaze became fierce as he stared at this imprint diagram. In the end, they refined the demonic spider's blood together and refined a fist-sized lump of life ancient deity blood. It was sparkling and resplendent, releasing an undying radiance. This type of blood is truly powerful. It definitely fulfills the requirements and can be used as one of the 10 types of ancient blood. Yifan observed and said. As expected of the archaic demonic god's descendant. Pang Bo sighed. It really wasn't easy to refine such a lump of ancient blood. This was just an interlude. When they set out again, they encountered even more ancient creatures in the archaic hunting region. They had never seen or heard of them before, and all of them were incomparably powerful. However, it was difficult to find the ancient blood they needed. Several days later, they obtained a piece of news. Many ancient creatures and young supreme beings from other races were currently hurrying towards an ancient land called the 7 Golden Cities. That was an ancient city that was built during the archaic era and had existed until now. It was rumored that the secret of the ancient life tree originated from there. There's no need to feel a headache over the supreme ancient blood. There are young supreme beings gathering in the 7 Golden Cities. It's rumored that they want to exchange the precious blood they hunted and enter the true legendary ancient path. We have a type of demonic god blood and should be able to join them, said Yifan. Golden 7 Cities, an extremely dazzling ancient city shone with resplendent golden light. It truly looked like it was cast from gold, releasing resplendent radiance in the starry sky. From the distance, multicolored light flowed about, essence energy overflowing in all directions, filling the entire ancient region with powerful life force. Stellar streams flowed about below it. The entire city looked like it was built on a shining divine waterfall, a great river. It was magnificent, majestic, and grand. Yifan and the others searched everywhere, finally arriving at this place. They saw the legendary Golden 7 Cities. It was like a resplendent and beautiful divine pearl embedded in the heavens. When they got closer, they felt a boundless atmosphere. It was like a vast ocean surging, heaven essence and earth energy pervading the air, making one's entire body feel nourished. I thought it really was cast from a type of divine gold, never expecting it to be a special type of rock. Pangbo said. This type of rock looked golden and translucent, like gold or jade. In addition, there was spiritual essence curling about it, so its value was naturally precious. It was rumored that it was extremely sturdy, almost comparable to weapon refinement materials. Country bumpkin, you really haven't seen the world. Right at this time, an extremely disharmonious voice sounded. Yi Fan and the others turned around, seeing a child who looked to be 7 or 8 years old. However, he was quite sturdy, currently looking at Pangbo with a sneer on his face. Where did this little brat come from, daring to speak such arrogant words? Pangbo was almost a zhang tall. He lowered his head to look at this child, truly like he was looking at a toy. Who are you talking about? This child's eyes were erect, extremely powerful, actually taking the initiative to attack Pangbo. His little hands were rough, as if he had done heavy work all year round. A deafening hong sounded. The two large and small palms collided, releasing a sky-shaking sound, even the city gates trembling. One could well imagine the power these two possessed. Longma and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. This was just a 7 or 8-year-old child, yet he could fight against Pangbo, and his divine force didn't fall behind. This was simply inconceivable. Where did this bean sprout come from, possessing such great power? Pangbo felt that this was inconceivable. Don't look down on him, he isn't a child. He has cultivated for at least 100 years. Yi Fan activated the Origin Heavenly Eye, seeing his true age from his bones. Huh? Are you a descendant of Tu Xing's son? Did you cross over from the other side of the starry sky, ancient China? Pangbo's gossipy flames burned brightly. Longma, Scorpio, and the others were all speechless. They didn't know if he was purposely mocking them or if it was true. This child's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Pangbo to have such great strength. It simply exceeded common sense. He was like a demonic god, stronger than all other creatures of the same level. What nonsense are you talking about? Big guy, if you have the guts, take my axe again. If you can't beat me, then apologize to me. The child put away his contempt and solemnly said. Pangbo laughed heartily and said, if you lose, are you going to apologize to uncle? Buzz. The child did not say a single word. A huge bronze axe appeared in his hand, which transformed into a bolt of lightning as it cleaved downwards. At the same time, a bronze light flowed through his body as he cleaved apart heaven and earth. Form of destruction. Pangbo shouted loudly. 2 streaks of dragon-shaped light shot out from his eyes, colliding with the huge bronze axe. A sphere of blazing radiance erupted. The city gates rumbled and swayed intensely. Streak after streak of symbols appeared in the 7 golden cities. All types of Tao traces revived, protecting this city and preventing it from being affected. That's the dwarf race's young supreme being. He actually came as well. Someone cried out in alarm, revealing the identity of this child. His name was Shigu. There were quite a few people who hurried over from the city gates. Their goal was the same as Yi Fan's, wishing to enter the 7 golden cities. When they saw this scene, they revealed the child's race. This was a powerful race. Even though their bodies were short, every one of them had innate divine strength. They were quite talented in cultivation, and it was rumored that the 7 golden cities were built precisely by their ancestors. This was a powerful race. Even though their bodies were short, every one of them had innate divine strength. They were quite talented in cultivation, and it was rumored that the 7 golden cities were built precisely by their ancestors. Big fella, your strength isn't weak. Be careful after entering the city. Shigu said this. Radiance flickered in his palm, and the enormous axe disappeared. He walked towards the city. Hey, you still haven't apologized to uncle yet. Pangbo laughed loudly. The dwarf race's young supreme being Shigu glared at him fiercely, and then disappeared with a flash, entering the city. Who is this group of people? Every single one of them seems to be quite strong. Their origins are unordinary. Someone stared at the backs of Yi Fan's group, revealing a strange expression. The human race truly produced a few experts. The great demonic god and Dtian are both formidable heroes, definitely great enemies on the ancient mythological path. Now, this group of people is also quite extraordinary. This might be the human race's group with the holy physique. What? It's them? They also came to the 7 golden cities? This is going to be lively. I was just saying, Shigu has always kept a low profile. Why would he suddenly provoke them? He definitely saw through something and wanted to size up the strength of his competitors. Outside the city gates, a few people were discussing in low voices. Then, they all entered one after another, arriving at this place where the winds and clouds gathered. This was one of the few ancient cities on the Golden Ancient Path. After endless years passed, this path had long been abandoned, and the corresponding cities had all been destroyed by all types of powerful creatures. What was rare was that not only were the 7 golden cities perfectly preserved, there were still residents inside. Naturally, there were only a pitiful few hundred households. The lord of this city was a white-haired old man. After entering the city, no one dared to provoke him. They were all very well behaved, and this was enough to prove his unfathomable strength. Awu, a loud roar rang out. A huge monster flew over from the depths of the cosmos. It was actually a black barbaric ox that was as large as a mountain. However, it had a pair of enormous devil wings that covered the sky and covered the earth. It wanted to charge into the ancient city, but after a light snort from the city lord, it was as if it was struck by lightning. It immediately calmed down and obediently transformed into a human form to enter the city. A large number of cultivators came to the ancient city, even more than the residents. For cultivators, there was nothing more attractive than immortality in this world. The ancient tree of life had a fatal allure to all races. Xiao, 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 xiao. In the cosmos, 4 great golden streaks of lightning flew over with extreme speed. They descended from the starry river and were actually 4 golden snakes. They weren't that long, and each of them was only 10 zhang long. However, they emitted an aura that caused everyone to tremble. The 4 young Langjuns of the golden snake race have arrived. It really is them. One clan with 4 sons, each of them heaven-defying and known to be unrivaled. The 4 golden snake Langjuns are the young supreme beings of their ancient path. The 4 golden snakes turned into human forms. All of them were cold and arrogant, and their pupils were a faint golden color. After entering the city, they caused a commotion. I still remember that 10 years ago, the second golden snake Langjun killed his way into another ancient path and wiped out the divine ape bloodline. He massacred a region and shook the entire starry sky. And now, the 4 Langjuns of the golden snake bloodline have all arrived. The sky and earth will be turned upside down. Who can be their opponent? People whispered among themselves. They were all quite fearful. Even those who came from some powerful races were respectful of them from afar. Within the city, Yi Fan's group walked along the ancient streets. This city was extremely vast. It could accommodate hundreds of thousands of cultivators for a long period of time. It was absolutely not a problem for them to cultivate here. The houses and buildings were all empty. Now, there were only a few hundred households left. It was extremely bleak and desolate. As they walked into the depths of the huge golden city, Yi Fan sensed the aura of a familiar person. He raised his head and saw Fairy Xianxia standing on top of a palace. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her skin was sparkling and translucent. It was as if she was about to ascend to immortality. Brother Yi, I trust you have been well since we last met. After 10 years, you have become even more unfathomable, Fairy Xianxia greeted. Yi Fan smiled and said, Fairy's bearing is even more graceful than before. How can we mortals be unfathomable? Fairy Xianxia smiled sweetly. Her eyes were bright and her teeth white. She was truly an outstanding beauty. She was light and otherworldly, and her beauty was beyond comparison. Pangbo laughed heartily. He looked up and said, Dare I ask if Fairy is willing to betroth yourself to me? I wonder if the 2 of us can catch her fancy. Fairy Xianxia was speechless. Although she had seen many pursuers, this was the first time she had seen someone so direct and shameless. She couldn't help but snort and ignore him. Only now did I discover that Master Pang is truly a role model for our generation. He is a man of true character, Lama said. From afar, a figure walked over. His entire body was glowing with light, resembling a divinity. He exuded an aura that could devour the world, as though he was the only sovereign. Tian appeared. He walked over step by step, his true appearance was blurry. His body merged with the heavens and earth, truly becoming one with the heavens, bearing the might of the heavenly Tao. It had been 10 years since they last met. His aura was even more flourishing than before, resembling an immortal cosmos divine furnace. His radiance shone through the ages, smelting everything in the world and suppressing the mountains and rivers. This was simply like a young emperor walking over. Tian spoke, "It's been 10 years. I've created a fist scripture. If there's a chance, I would like to seek your guidance." Yi Fan didn't say anything. Pang Bo smiled and said, "What a coincidence, Yi Zi is also creating a Tao, nurturing 100 scriptures and researching his own secret art. His name is the Celestial Empyrean Fist. I can really give you some pointers." Tian was naturally being modest when he said he wanted to seek guidance. Pang Bo accepted it so casually and even said he could give pointers. This made the people behind Tian gnash their teeth in anger and speechless. Tian's expression also changed. To dare name it the Celestial Empyrean Fist, this kind of name that made one's bones and blood tremble must be exceptionally terrifying. It made him feel a sense of alarm. In another direction, another figure appeared. Although he was somewhat thin and weak, it seemed as though he was walking over by stepping on the corpses of all living beings. His ocean-like blood energy alarmed many experts in the city. It was precisely the great demonic god. After 10 years, he had become even more terrifying. It was as though he had just slaughtered his way back from hell. He was a demonic god who had unlocked his shackles and was exceptionally powerful. On top of a jade building in the distance, a woman looked over. Her style was unmatched, elegant, and aloof. She was like an ice sculpture and possessed an inviolable dignity. It was precisely the human king. Yi Fan smiled calmly. There was a kind of tranquility in his eyes, and there was not the slightest ripple in his heart. 10 years later, when they met again, he would also stand among the supreme youths and fear no one. "I look forward to meeting every old friend." These were his words as he walked away. There was no power emitting from him, nor was there anything unusual about him. He was calm and composed, leaving everyone with only the silhouette of his back. Even further away, the eyes of the 4 Langjuns of the Golden Snake bloodline shot out divine rays like golden electric snakes. They were incomparably resplendent as they stared at the silhouette. Suddenly, a figure descended and blocked Yi Fan's path. This was an expert whose entire body was glowing. She was as beautiful as a deity, and her body was brilliant without a single blemish. At this moment, the golden blood within Yi Fan's body boiled and rumbled like a broken dam. It actually resonated and produced a reaction. His entire body emitted boundless light. The divine race. Many people cried out in surprise. They were incomparably fearful of this supreme race that was comparable to gods and demons and claimed to have the blood of deities flowing within them. The god race was an extremely ancient and powerful race. The blood of the gods flowed within their veins, and they reigned supreme in the world. They were known to be invincible in the heavens and earth, and they stood above the 9 heavens, overlooking all living beings. There were too many legends about them since ancient times, and they were spread throughout the entire star domain. They were high up above, a type of taboo existence. No one dared to blaspheme them, and few dared to challenge them. There was only reverence. The god race had disappeared for who knew how many tens of thousands of years as well, but no one had forgotten them. It was because they were extremely powerful, leaving behind too much glory. They would reappear sooner or later. At this moment, a woman who seemed to have walked out from a legendary era appeared. Her entire body was sparkling and releasing undying radiance. She stood in the ancient city, immediately triggering a huge commotion. She had red lips, white teeth, and a high nose. She possessed a pair of intoxicating eyes that flowed with a dreamy luster. Her entire body was translucent, as if she was carved out of jade. Her beautiful hair draped over her shoulders, making her look like a goddess. This was a powerful god race woman. She was exceptionally beautiful, and there was a type of pressure to her. Her beauty was unreal, making others feel a type of inviolable holiness. She seemed to have walked out from an ancient myth, blocking Yifan's path. There was a subtle connection between the two, and their blood was boiling. Strands of golden light emitted from Yifan's body. Every pore on his body opened up, allowing the divine light to flow out. Tens of thousands of strands flowed out in small streams. Shi was shaken hard. He had an instinctive connection with his god body. He was more convinced that the God clan was an ancient branch of human race. They had the same origin. Xianxia, who would have thought that it would be her? She is actually a god race. A few people were shocked. This woman named Xianxia had always walked on the human race's ancient path, showing disdain for the masses. She was the most mysterious among the human race's young supreme experts, and was revered as a goddess. In the past, no one knew where she came from. It wasn't until today, when she sensed Yifan's constitution and emitted such an aura, that everyone understood. Everyone present was shocked. Goddess? God race, this is really not a coincidence. No wonder she has that kind of temperament. She actually came from that most mysterious ancient race. No one would have thought that a woman of the god race would walk on the ancient path of the human race. Why are you blocking my way? Yifan calmly asked. The sound of scriptures rang out from within his body, and in an instant, the boundless golden light was restrained. His blood also calmed down and returned to normal. Xianxia's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, feeling somewhat shocked. She didn't think that Qin Wendian would be able to suppress his instinctive reactions. Her bright red lips parted, revealing her pearly white teeth. 10 years ago, when you were undergoing tribulation, an ancient great emperor manifested. I missed it and felt deeply regretful. Today, I specially came to take a look. Her voice was as pleasant as the sounds of nature, carrying a kind of sexy magnetism. Her graceful jade-like body was sparkling and translucent. Coupled with her intoxicating appearance, her temperament made people's hearts beat faster. Her entire person was like a fantasy. Unfortunately, I don't have any tribulation to face today, Yifan replied. You can do it yourself. Xianxia lightly smiled, causing the sun, moon, and stars to dim in comparison. A shocking radiance flowed within her eyes as her palm that was translucent like jade swept forward. Her beautiful hair and clothes fluttered in the wind, causing her to seem like a fairy that was treading the waves. Peng, Yifan decisively made his move. His palm was as sharp as a heavenly blade, emitting resplendent golden radiance as it tore apart the void. At the same time, various phenomena appeared, merging together behind him, forming a real world. In that place, stars illuminated the sky, green lotuses were planted in the primal chaos, and a mortal king sat high up in the 9 heavens. It was like a country from ancient legends, shocking the world. In the rear, everyone's expressions changed. Even Pang Bo, Lanma, and the others were greatly shaken. They didn't think that Yifan would immediately use such a terrifying attack. This was simply a fatal blow, a method that would only be used against the most terrifying enemy. In the past, Yifan was rarely so direct, yet he was already so fierce as soon as they exchanged blows. Could it be that this divine race girl was so terrifying? At the next moment, everyone understood. This goddess was truly too terrifying. She was unmatched in her generation and was a perfect masterpiece of the heavens. Her strength was also terrifying. In that instant, she froze the void. Regardless of whether they were close or far, they were all affected, especially the supreme experts of several ancient clans. They were at the edge of the battlefield, as if they had sunk into a swamp, unable to budge an inch. Everyone's expressions changed. The divine race girl Xianxia was too terrifying. Just the aftermath of her attack alone was enough to freeze the heavenly geniuses of several great clans, leaving everyone horrified. It wasn't hard for everyone to guess what kind of pressure Yifan was facing. This was but the center of the battlefield, the void frozen. This was practically sealing the world. Even if one's skill was heaven-reaching and earth-moving, it would be difficult to defend against. Hong, the world exploded. Heaven overflowing golden light surged there. Yifan's palm shattered everything. His irregular scene tore apart the void, but it wasn't frozen in place. Clashing sounds rang out one after another. Yifan quickly took action, golden palms and fingers covering the sky. In that instant, he struck out tens of thousands of times, as if all of them landed on Shenlan's body. Terrifying to the extreme, this place was covered in black holes. Stellar streams poured down from outer space, vast and boundless. It was as if gods and devils were fighting intensely. If not for golden ancient cities' formation patterns reviving, nothing would exist here anymore. Despite this being the case, there was still a boundless divine waterfall that submerged this place. 10,000 streaks of stellar radiance shot out without end. Two figures clashed. The male's divine might was matchless, while the female was like a reincarnated fairy. Brilliant light flowed about her, their entire bodies carrying blazing radiance. It was as if they were characters from a legendary era fighting. They were like two streaks of lightning moving about. Every time they collided, exceptional divine radiance would erupt. Suddenly, heaven and earth seemed to have calmed down. The undying radiance they released disappeared. They fought in close combat, divine techniques appearing brilliantly to the extreme. Yifan grabbed her arm. If she was caught, no one would be able to save Shenlan. The divine body's reputation of being unrivaled in close combat wasn't just for show. Her body was soft and specks of multicolored light flickered about. She almost brushed past the crook of Yifan's arm, graceful and agile like an immortal. She avoided a fatal strike and took advantage of the situation to fly out. Her rainbow-colored dress fluttered about, as if a celestial fairy was dancing. This battle ended in an extremely short amount of time, almost ending as soon as it began. There wasn't a true life and death outcome. Shenlan's appearance was picturesque, bright and pure like the moon. She released moving brilliance, and every inch of her body was translucent and radiating multicolored light. It was as if she was the work of the gods. From today forth, you belong to me, to the god race. Everyone was stupefied. Shenlan's style was unmatched, and even her voice was world-shaking. It was like an immortal's voice rising in spirals as it resounded by everyone's ears. However, the words she spoke were just too shocking. Her beauty was unreal, and her temperament was otherworldly. There was a type of holiness to her, as if she was an ancient goddess that didn't belong to this world. No one expected her to speak these words. This type of change, this type of impact that was completely different from before, made everyone stare blankly. They all suspected that they had heard incorrectly. The god race's goddess was extremely serious. Her appearance was dignified, and her appearance was otherworldly. She was bright and flawless, and radiance scattered down. She said again, "Whoever makes things difficult for him will become my enemy." She floated away, and a great path appeared beneath her feet. It was paved with a river of stars, and it was accompanied by L1. Brilliant flower petals danced in the air, and waves of fragrance wafted through the air. She disappeared into the distance in an instant. Not to mention others, even Yifan himself was a bit stunned. The descendants of deities, the most powerful race in the starry skies, hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years, yet the race's goddess actually said these words. So powerful. She is even more genuine than me. Pangbo was speechless, and then he laughed loudly. Longma and the others were all stupefied. The unrestrained holy beasts and experts were a bit speechless, not knowing what to say. As for the others, apart from being dumbfounded, they were petrified, flabbergasted, and didn't understand what was going on. Belong to my god race, and I will choose a god race's pearl as your wife. Right at this time, Goddess Shenlan's voice sounded from the horizon again. Everyone immediately understood what was going on. It was clear that she was aware of the ambiguity, and so she was supplementing and explaining. Pangbo laughed loudly. Ye can belong to you, but not to the god race. Hong, a terrifying divine light drowned out the heaven and earth, attacking forward and colliding with Pangbo. Then, Shenlan left completely, somewhat angry. The young supreme experts of each race revealed strange expressions. Some were shocked, some had killing intent flashing through their eyes, some were disappointed, and some were deeply worried. I understand. The god race is the descendants of the deities, and their bodies flow with the most powerful ancient blood. They want to nurture a true deity. There had always been a rumor in the world that the god race wanted to stand proudly above the 9 heavens and restore the glorious legends of countless years ago. They wanted to establish a true immortal legend and restore the order of the Age of Gods. They respected the theory of bloodlines and believed that the most powerful deity would inevitably be born in the future. He would surpass the deities and become truly immortal, invincible under the starry skies. For this reason, they had always been searching for the most powerful ancient blood in order to produce an even more powerful descendant of divine blood. They wanted to make all races tremble in fear. The combination of divine blood and holy blood was considered a perfect fusion, and it would give birth to the most sacred bloodline. It was the one of the god race's most powerful bloodline hypothesis. Only a few people knew about these secrets, but they weren't a secret here. That was because the people here were the most powerful trial takers of each race, and they had enough qualifications to know. After everyone came to a sudden realization, they revealed strange expressions. The combination of divine blood and holy blood will result in the appearance of the most powerful sacred bloodline. It will crush all enemies and realize true invincibility under the starry skies. Everyone was apprehensive. Now, all kinds of physiques had appeared, and many ancient bloodlines had reappeared in the world. If the god race brought several of the most powerful bloodlines into the world for their plan, it would most likely be a great disaster. In the following 2 days, a few more experts arrived one after another. There were young supreme beings from powerful races, as well as ancient creatures that foraged for food in the universe. Meanwhile, Yifan also encountered great trouble. Many people had their eyes on him. Since he had been chosen by the god race, it was impossible for him not to attract attention even if he didn't want to. The divine physique was only a member of the god race, yet it already shook the world. If the entire race was like this, then how powerful would they be? No matter which race it was, they were all extremely apprehensive of this race. The same physique of the Emperor Burial Star. What is the most powerful ancient blood? Let me see how strong you are. There were ancient creatures attacking, and there were also experts from other races challenging him. Yifan didn't show the slightest bit of leniency. He attacked like thunder, as if he was the reincarnation of a demonic god. In the following days, he attacked in a domineering manner, killing 7 or 8 challengers. His fists drew blood, and these people were all smashed into pieces, truly intimidating the crowd. It was bloody and cruel. Blood splattered everywhere, as well as the sparkling white bones with traces of blood on them, caused people to be as silent as cicadas in winter, no longer daring to act blindly without thinking. On the ancient road, the geniuses of each race only recognized one truth. Dignity was gained through killing, prestige was gained through battle, and everything depended on strength. Woo, it has finally begun. The true Phoenix Pavilion will gather, and the young supreme experts of each race will appear. We will exchange what we need and piece together the 10 most powerful ancient bloodlines. This was a grand gathering of geniuses. Without a doubt, brilliant sparks would be produced from the collision. The god race, Saint Blood, Dtion, Gentleman Golden Snake, and the others were all part of it. End of chapter 1401. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.